Wei Cheng grabbed Aunt Jing tightly, his hands sweating from the pain. A few days ago, I used all my connections and could only get a little alcohol. Even after wiping the wound, it still turned purulent. It's getting worse, so I had to call and say goodbye. Jing Shu, thank you all so much. Uncle, remember this favor. With no medicine available, such a large wound that's inflamed and oozing rotten flesh, what else can we do but wait to die? Aunt Jing looked down embarrassedly. Quick, bring some apples for everyone to eat. Wei Cheng went to the cellar and brought out some slightly dried apples. They've been stored for a while. Eat them as best as you can. Jing Shu had become picky with her taste buds and couldn't stand these dry apples anymore. She hid in a corner, peeling and eating Brazil nuts one by one. Meanwhile, second Aunt Jing Zhao hurriedly grabbed a few apples and took bites, and Li Yun wolfed them down in just a couple of crunches, clearly starving. Where's my grandson, Wei Zheng? Jing's grandmother looked around but couldn't find him. He's digging a well in the apple orchard. We're severely lacking water right now. The soldiers are only providing 1 bucket of water per household, which isn't enough to irrigate the vegetable fields. Many apple trees have died. We've already dug 2 wells, and they were producing water a while ago, but now they've all dried up. The town is suffering from both water and food shortages. Wei Cheng sighed. He then recounted the recent robberies. In a town where half the population knew each other, borrowing grain from one person often meant approaching another acquaintance. When familiar faces knocked on doors, they didn't hesitate to bring knives and seize the food, leading to violent confrontations. As expected, Wei Cheng didn't elaborate on the outcomes. Everyone knew that only the survivors could speak, and Aunt Jing Pan was among those who got injured. Half a year ago, our family exchanged 1,000 jin of wheat. We processed the wheat ourselves and still have 700 jin of white flour left. Mom will take half for you this time. You and Jing An can live together with more mouths to feed and more food. Next year, we might not be able to grow anything. If the government doesn't distribute food, many people will starve. Wei Cheng explained. Second Aunt Jing Zhao's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, can you also lend us some? The conversation shifted back to second aunt's side. Jing's grandmother glared fiercely at her disheveled second daughter. What are you doing? How did you end up in jail? Second Aunt Jing Zhao, sniffling, replied, It's just that we were short on money a while back. I sold some tobacco and alcohol at high prices and got arrested. They confiscated all the tobacco and alcohol from the shop, losing us tens of thousands worth of goods. As she spoke, she began to cry again. You're short on money? Among the 3 sisters, your family is the best off. Running a tobacco and alcohol shop brings in over 100,000 a year. What more do you need? Jing's grandmother scolded, shaking second Aunt Jing Zhao's head vigorously. Years ago in the countryside, it was common for mothers to pull their daughters' hair and lecture them. In Wucheng, we bought a villa and just finished renovating it. The property value collapsed. It's practically worthless now. Woo-woo. Second Aunt Jing Zhao cried, her overweight hands clutching her eyes. Her lips were cracked from crying, and she couldn't even resist collapsing off the chair without putting up a fight. Wei Cheng hesitated, looking towards Aunt Jing Pan. Aunt Jing Pan sighed. Wei Zheng has been a bachelor for 30 years before finally settling down. But the bride's family demanded 200 jin of white flour as dowry. We gave the dowry and kept some for ourselves, adding another person to the family, leaving us with barely anything. At most, we can only give you 20 jin. Li Yun, munching on an apple, couldn't stand it any longer. My dad is waiting for food in prison. Now the prison isn't providing meals, and there's a lot of work to do every day. People without food are just waiting to starve to death. Jing's grandmother glared silently at second Aunt Jing Zhao. This daughter had always been cunning since childhood. As soon as she saw an opportunity, she knew she'd try to manipulate things, and her scheming plans for her son were just her own ideas. Enough. Jing An and I don't need any grain. Take my portion of 100 jin and give it to Jing Zhao. Keep the rest for yourselves. We're adding another member to the family. Maybe next year I'll be holding a new grandson. Remembering this, Jing's grandmother smiled broadly. Elderly people always loved the arrival of new life. You can't keep trying to take advantage of your own family, Jing's grandmother continued, poking second aunt Jing Zhao's head firmly. Last year I called each of you to stock up on grain. All the sisters have been diligently storing food, afraid it wouldn't be enough. But you, even buying a house. This is the last time I'll help you. Don't shamelessly call out for help again. Go talk to your pretty talking grandmother who disappears as soon as something happens. Jing Shu covered her mouth, trying not to burst into laughter. The saying, "Back in my younger days, my temper was such and such." This catchphrase really existed. As the elderly lady spoke, the whole family listened attentively, and the matter was settled. At that moment, the sound of pigs crying out echoed from outside. Jing Shu exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the serious discussion. The whole family rushed out, only to find someone had thrown stones at the pigs. Jing Shu and Jing's father hurriedly unloaded the 300 jin of black pigs from the car roof. "What are these pigs?" Wei Chang was genuinely startled. He hadn't noticed them on the roof when they first entered. "Find a cool place to tie them and give them some water," Jing Shu instructed. Wei Chang tied the black pigs in the cellar and fed them the 300 jin of wheat bran they had, just enough for the pigs. Back at the house, Jing Shu explained how they had borrowed money and were now repaying the debt with black pigs. When Aunt Jing Pan and Wei Chang realized that the black pigs were a gift from Jing Shu's family, they were deeply moved. "This sow is still pregnant. I felt around and there are at least 6 or 7 piglets inside," Wei Chang said. "We have enough food. This pregnant pig is too precious for us to keep. With the current food shortage, it's tough enough to raise the elderly. You might as well slaughter her to get more piglets. Besides, we're family. I didn't expect you to repay us with money. Think of it as our 3 sisters helping you out." "All right, since they've been brought over, and it's Jing Shu who arranged this, I'll leave this pig to you as debt repayment. Take good care of your injuries." Jing's grandmother was proud. Jing Shu was indeed a clever girl, always considerate in everything she did, and her grandmother's love for her was well deserved. "Then let her have piglets. This pig is precious, and we still have wheat bran at home. Jing Shu, Auntie, I don't know how to thank you. Not only did you save Aunt's life, but you also gave us something so valuable. Rest assured, if you ever need anything, our family will help without hesitation." Now receiving so much attention, Jing Shu chuckled softly. She didn't expect much from helping out, just ensuring that people weren't deceitful. She didn't want to repeat past mistakes, truly bitten by a snake once, forever wary of wells. She always observed everything with cautious and defensive eyes. Second Aunt Jing Zhao couldn't tear her eyes away from the dark pigs. Hearing that the family had more, she excitedly said, "Jing An, I also contributed money earlier. Doesn't your family have a few pigs? Just give me one too." Whenever this topic came up, Jing's father felt a bit embarrassed. Reflecting on Jing Zhao's sarcastic demand for money, he said, "The pigs were brought by Jing Shu. Now all these matters are decided by Jing Shu." Second Aunt Jing Zhao shifted her gaze to Jing Shu as if she were eyeing a delicious braised pork rib. She eagerly reached out to grab Jing Shu's hand, but Jing Shu dodged. Unfazed, Jing Zhao continued her request. "Jing Shu, please give Aunt a pig. When you were in trouble, Aunt also helped you out financially. Aunt, when Grandma called to remind you to stock up on grains, you said you also wanted to store more because you were really short on money. After the call, I returned the money to you. The money you helped us with wasn't even used, so how can you say you helped us out?" Jing Shu calmly replied, "We still owe second aunt 100,000 yuan and my uncle 100,000 yuan. It's just right to offset each debt with one pig. If I give you a pig, what do I use to offset my debt? Besides, we don't owe you anything anymore. Why should we give you a pig? Or what would you exchange it for?" Second aunt was left speechless, instantly regretting her actions. If she had known earlier, she would have held back. Now she had received hundreds of jin of black pigs, fresh pork that could be traded for thousands of jin of grain, enough for a family to eat for months. She hadn't eaten meat for half a year. Thinking of Dongpo's braised pork, she drooled. What was she thinking? Demanding money. She was just afraid that her biological mother would play favorites and worry that Jing wouldn't repay the money, so she hurriedly asked for help. Look at Jing Pan. Her husband had borrowed 10,000 yuan, and now she was receiving a pregnant sow in return. Li Yun coughed. Aunt, why don't you wait until your pig gives birth and let us have some piglets? Jing Pan remained silent. Wei Chang, Jing Pan's husband, spoke calmly. Do you even know how to raise pigs? High temperatures are a problem, as are low temperatures. Does your home have air conditioning to keep the pigs at a stable temperature? Do you have wheat bran or grains to feed them? Do you have a bucket of water each day to feed the pigs? Li Yun awkwardly bowed his head. Jing Zhao couldn't get pigs from either side and was visibly upset. Wei Chang added, All right, once we slaughter the pigs, we'll send some meat your way. Only then did he manage to placate the two unexpected guests. In his mind, Wei Chang thought, These pigs will be treated like ancestors. I probably won't slaughter them, you'll just have to wait until the next life. At the same time, Wei Chang decided to build a good relationship with Jing Shu's family, hoping to breed pigs next year. He realized today that Jing Shu had become formidable compared to her former simplicity. Now, her family was the one in charge. Aunt Jing Pan was fine now, and Jing Shu's family was ready to leave. Wei Chang went to the cellar to get some vermicelli, took out as many apples as he could, but Jing Shu didn't take any. Finally, he couldn't resist taking some frozen autumn pears buried in the ground, dark and ready to thaw and eat, tasting excellent. In her previous life, Jing Shu couldn't afford such luxuries, but in this life, she wouldn't compromise. She refused to eat anything that didn't taste good. Li Yun stared at the energy car with glowing eyes, wanting to borrow it for a few days, but Jing Shu directly refused. He then tried to ask Jing Shu to drive them back to the city, but she declined again. The two of them had made the car smell awful, and Li Yun's foot odor was so bad that Jing Shu wished she could stay 3 jang, about 10 meters, away from him. You come here and leave the same way you came. We're in a hurry and have things to do, Jing Shu said. Oh, Jing Shu, you've become so capable, haven't you? Have you forgotten what happened when we were kids? Li Yun, frustrated by repeated refusals, finally seized the moment when the adults were talking and rushed over to punish Jing Shu. Jing Shu swept her leg, tripping Li Yun so hard he fell face first into the cement ground with a thud. In pain, Li Yun let out a scream, and the adults inside the house rushed out upon hearing the noise. Jing Shu innocently pointed at Li Yun. He fell too fast. Seriously, you need to pay more attention. You're all grown up. Learn from Wei Zheng, who helps the family. Li Yun gritted his teeth, clenching his fists without saying a word, staring at Jing Shu with hatred. Jing Shu took out a bottle of Wahaha AD calcium milk and began to gulp it down, saying, See, when we were kids, you always stole my AD calcium milk. From now on, you can't steal it anymore. If you try again, I'll beat you up. Even though Li Yun was in his 20s, he couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. Remembering the taste of AD calcium milk made him crave it intensely. After half a year without meat or vegetables, only white rice was left for him, and now he saw insects and craved them. He limped to his feet, his knee badly cut open and his ankle swollen from Jing Shu's kicks. Is this woman a monster? Such strength. He had seen Jing Shu kill with a gun before, but he didn't expect her to become so ruthless and aggressive towards her own family. In front of the hateful Li Yun, Jing Shu drank bottle after bottle of AD calcium milk until she finished the third one before stepping out and getting back into the car. Her family bid farewell, getting into the car and driving away, tossing empty bottles out the window. Li Yun hesitated for a long time before picking up a bottle. He took a lick and realized the taste was off. The strong stench indicated someone had mixed pig feces into it. Ugh! Li Yun started vomiting as a message popped up on his WeChat from Jing Shu. The way you treated me when we were kids is how I'll repay you. His memories resurfaced, how he and his friends had once stolen Jing Shu's AD calcium milk, adding ants into it. When Jing Shu opened the bottle, ants crawled out and she had cried herself to the ground, scraping her knee. Today felt like complete retribution, or rather, tenfold retribution. AD calcium milk full of memories, Jing Shu thought as she squinted her eyes. Upon returning home, Jing Shu brought the other pig to third aunt Jing Lai to offset her debt. Third aunt refused to take it outright, but after some discussion, they decided to keep the pig in the villa. When needed, they would all slaughter it together. Jing Lai thought grain was now scarce, and she felt embarrassed having dinner with her daughter at Jing Shu's house. Although they had bought over 10 bags of rice and brought in marinated meat from the slaughterhouse daily, it still counted as freeloading. Thus, they took the pig back to offset it. Wu Yui hurried over. "Do you need anything else recently?" Jing Shu thought for a moment and shook her head. "If you still need something, let me know. I'll get it from my mentor." The other pig was also sent to her uncle. While planning to deliver it one day, chaotic Wucheng finally announced a new policy to provide free food. Wang Qi, Unit 13. Everyone, the government has canceled water trucks. Starting every morning at 5 a.m., you can go to the newly established government points to collect a day's worth of cooked food and water. Each person can claim one portion by scanning their ID card. The news says free cooked food will be provided until the artificial sun is completed. Our neighborhood's nearest point is still 7 kilometers away at IGA supermarket. But everyone, please note the collection rules. There should be no records of robbery or murder. From now on, if anyone commits robbery or murder and gets caught with a record, they won't be able to receive food. The turmoil in Wucheng will come to an end. Is it really going to be like this? Jing Shu shook her head. The group of people who had just successfully robbed some food were still buzzing with excitement. They hadn't even finished eating their stolen grain yet, and they had already experienced the thrill of easily obtaining food. After choking down the government-issued rations, they would turn their attention to more distant targets, like someone like her, a fat sheep. There was also another group, like Aunt Jing Pan, who had stockpiled a lot of grain. Some young people who had read too many apocalyptic novels had hoarded substantial amounts of food. They weren't lacking in supplies yet and hadn't reached the point of desperation. This meant that those committing robberies would always manage to seize grain. Coupled with manipulation from 3 parties behind the scenes, some groups were merely killing for the sake of killing. They were only contributing to the increasing chaos in Wucheng. However, no matter what, for a city like Wucheng that had been in turmoil for half a month, this news was undoubtedly uplifting. The group chat immediately ignited with heated discussions. Luoju, Unit 9. I heard that after distributing cooked food, the water provided per person has been reduced even more. With such hot days, I don't know if it's enough to drink. Fat Girl, Unit 25. My relatives work for the government. I heard they'll start supplying fresh vegetables daily tomorrow, but I don't know what they're going to provide for people like us. Jufan, Unit 7. Who cares what it is? As long as there's something to eat, it's fine. I've already felt sick from eating tree bark. Before I even complained about white rice. These dark days have lasted half a year. When will the sun come back? Wang Kuihua. Voice message. Tonight, we're planning to ride bicycles to IGA supermarket at 3 a.m. to queue up. Anyone want to join? Feng, Unit 3. Aunt, take me with you. Wang Kuihua. I've told you so many times not to call me auntie. I only recognize my grandsons, not nephews. Feng was left speechless again, and Wang Cuihua ended the group chat. At 4:30 a.m. the next day, Jing Shu's family set off. First, they went to drop Jing's mother off at work. Then, the 2 elders, Jing's father, Jing Shu, and Wu Yui, drove to IGA supermarket. They were fortunate to have purchased a 7-seater BYD Song Max, which provided ample space. Throughout the journey, Wucheng was pitch black. Recently, even the shuttle buses had stopped running, but fortunately the number of wanderers was unknowingly decreasing, allowing energy cars to navigate along the curbs. Jing Shu's father had cut and replaced the broken car windows with old glass panels. Jing Shu was already thinking about sourcing some bulletproof glass and raising the car's chassis higher. After all, the roads would only become more treacherous, and an off-road vehicle would be ideal. Third Aunt Jing Lai woke up every day at 3 a.m. to take the government shuttle to work, especially busy lately. She'd been assigned to IGA supermarket to handle cooked food. Jing Shu hadn't expected her third aunt to secure such a coveted internal position through her efforts in her previous life. Wu Yui, sporting panda eyes, stubbornly refused to get up for the supermarket, saying, "I'd rather not eat or drink than go to the supermarket and sleep at home." In the end, she was defeated by Jing's grandmother's bowl of glutinous rice balls. Surprisingly, Wu Yui liked eating glutinous rice balls. Jing Shu ate 3 bowls in a row without finding them particularly tasty. Jing Shu understood Wu Yui's feelings well. She used to love sleeping in too, but since drinking the spring water, she no longer felt sleepy. She could no longer experience the bliss of a good night's sleep. She would fall asleep as soon as she closed her eyes and wake up as soon as she opened them. She didn't even dream anymore. The experience of sleeping had become extremely poor. On Monday, May 22nd, at exactly 5 a.m., after dropping Jing's mother off at work, Jing Shu's family arrived at Aijia supermarket. The supermarket had undergone significant changes. Jing's father parked the energy car by the roadside. The family, armed with sticks and weapons, along with 4-liter mineral water bottles and bustling crowds, entered the store together. Due to the recent robberies, everyone was armed with weapons and utensils, making the scene rather comical. It looked more like a street fair than a supermarket visit. The perimeter of the supermarket had been fortified with high walls, and the entrances and exits had been rerouted to prevent another attack. Bright lights illuminated the long queues at the entrances. At the gate stood a row of armed SWAT officers and security guards with shields, conducting searches and security checks. Anyone carrying weapons was required to store them on the other side. Jing Shu's family had to turn back and place their weapons back in the car. At 5 a.m., with temperatures at 2°C, it was freezing cold. Jing's grandmother and grandfather donned thick coats and pants. Jing Shu wore a coral fleece pajama with an outer layer, still feeling a bit chilly. Despite drinking the spring water for nearly half a year, she wasn't resistant to the cold or heat. She regretted not bringing a hand warmer, though compared to the later 40°C temperatures, it was just light rain. People queuing around were also wearing dirty, heavy clothing. Their hair was a tangled mess, with clumps of dirt and sweat sticking to it, forming lumps. Based on Jing Shu's experience, they hadn't washed their hair for at least half a year. In her previous life, she had simply shaved her head to avoid lice infestations. Everyone carried bowls in one hand and sticks in the other, resembling members of a beggar's guild. Yet from their eyes, Jing Shu could still see hope, unlike the numbness and indifference 10 years later. Everyone was fantasizing about the artificial sun solving the energy crisis. They quickly passed through security. The supermarket's former parking lot had been converted into a temporary SWAT station. At that moment, the national anthem began to play slowly. A team of military flag raisers dressed in uniforms marched in perfect formation to raise the national flag. Everyone instinctively stopped in their tracks, saluting respectfully. Under the dim lights of the dark night, Jing Shu watched the flag slowly rise, feeling a surge of pride. No matter what, after 10 years in the apocalypse, China had the most survivors and was the best. There were many bad people, but there were also many who contributed to the nation. If she were to describe it in one sentence, it would be, no regrets in this life for joining China. No sunlight, but we still raise the national flag every Monday. Starting at 5 a.m. every day, free food is distributed until the artificial sun is completed. The state won't let everyone starve. Everything will get better. We will strictly punish criminals. Those who rob and kill will not receive food if their crimes are recorded. Please think carefully about your actions. The loudspeaker repeated the message. This was China's gentle policy during the early apocalypse, aiming to reduce robbery and murder through such measures. However, it had failed. The free things were not cherished by the people. Jing Shu knew that the distribution of free food wouldn't last long before another reform. Want food? Fine. Then work for it. Or exchange items. The once large supermarket had been emptied and divided into 2 sections. One was the water distribution area. The other was 10 cashier counters converted into food distribution windows. Everyone queued in an S-curve pattern, taking a large ladle of rice for each person. Once filled, they would leave. Those with bowls used them, and those without used their hands or clothing pockets to carry the rice. Jing's grandmother: "What kind of rice are we eating?" Jing Shu: "Mushrooms cooked with rice." Jing Shu's face showed a look of horror. Looking at the clump of unwashed mushrooms mixed with rice, cooked into black-green mush, a moldy smell permeated the entire supermarket, making her feel disgusted. In her previous life, she had been sick of eating it for 10 years. Some people gulped down the rice hungrily, undoubtedly starving to death. Others ate a couple of bites and threw it away. Jing Shu could only smile coldly at those who wasted food. "Today's rice is good enough. In a while you'll be eating maggots. There's not even any rice left. Let's see if you'll regret it." Yes, it really is like that. China had been struggling for a month to control the proliferation of maggots, which not only hadn't been eradicated, but had actually thrived due to the abundance of resources. For example, countless creatures and animals had died over the past 6 months, leading to mass extinction events. Coupled with high temperatures and water shortages, many people had died in their homes unnoticed, allowing maggots to infest entire houses. The sheer number of corpses had caused maggots to evolve, becoming even more formidable. This evolution was on the brink of triggering an even more severe maggot disaster. The scientific channels were incessantly broadcasting that the Earth was on the verge of annihilation, soon to be ruled by maggots. But what no one expected was that another species had also exhibited unprecedented reproductive capabilities: maggots. More on that later. First, let's talk about Jing Shu's moral compass. You don't have to eat if you don't want to, but don't waste. You can give to those who are willing to eat. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, Jing Shu understood the value of food, especially after the 5th year. Today, Jing Shu was no longer starving, but she still adhered to the clean plate policy, licking every scrap of leftover food at home. Clenching her fists, Jing Shu forced herself to quell the anger in her heart and went with everyone else to collect water. There were noticeably fewer people at the water distribution area. Some people didn't bring their own bottles and just used the communal ones to drink water. After all, with no water or electricity at home, they were drinking untreated water anyway. After scanning their IDs and undergoing facial recognition, Jing Shu's family received their water. Each person was allotted only 500 ml of water per day, totaling 2.5 liters for the 5 of them. This was only half of a 4-liter mineral water bottle, and even this amount wasn't enough to water their apple trees. The family felt a bit embarrassed. Jing's grandmother held her precious granddaughter close and said, "After struggling for over half an hour, you only got this little water? At least before, everyone got 1 liter each." "So, should we not go collect food?" Wu Yui mumbled drowsily. If it was about food, she didn't mind. It could really serve as a meal. Wu Yui was definitely a laid-back homebody. "Look at this queue. It'll take an hour to wait, and this food is really—" Jing's grandfather complained, his toothache bothering him. One side of his mouth had a tooth that had finally come in after 6 months, but the other side was growing as well, causing him immense pain. Even biting down was excruciating. Sometimes Jing's grandfather wondered, "With half my foot already in the coffin, why are my teeth still growing? Can't they let old men like me have a good meal?" He could only smoke to relieve his frustration. His biggest mistake was not stockpiling more cigarettes, making him too afraid to argue with his son, fearing he'd run out of cigarettes. The family decided to head back home. In reality, apart from Wu Yui, no one wanted to eat this terrifying-looking food. On the way, they discussed whether they should continue collecting water daily. Jing's father, not being in charge, didn't understand how precious water was. Why bother running all this way for so little water? Recently, many charging stations have shut down due to power outages, making it hard to charge energy cars. Jing's grandmother disagreed. "We've only wasted a batch of vegetables. A few days ago, we planted new ones that need daily watering. We have 2 more pigs at home, and the cows also need daily feeding. I estimate the water tank on the 3rd floor is only half full. With our current water usage, it won't last a few months. At least the distributed water can feed a cow." Jing Shu had stored tens of tons of water and set up a wastewater recycling system, but she hadn't anticipated it still being insufficient. Washing, laundry, and other daily needs could be recycled but still consumed water. Moreover, feeding poultry and irrigating the fields was pure waste. There were still 14 tons of mineral water in the space, enough to drink, but too extravagant to use for feeding pigs and irrigating the land. No, we still have to go somewhere to get more water, Jing Shu pondered. After sending the 3 grandparents back home, Jing Shu and her father went to find a charging station to recharge the energy car. Now it took 2-3 days to charge, which was obviously less convenient than the previous gasoline cars, but gasoline cars were already useless. During this period, hyperinflation had rendered money worthless. The price of gold had soared to 3,000 yuan per kilogram, 10 times higher than before, surpassing historical highs. Europe and the USA had directly abandoned the gold standard, and China was experiencing a gold rush. However, it wouldn't be long before gold prices crashed. Global currencies had fallen into chaos. Damn the USA for aggressively lowering the dollar rate and increasing China's debt. China retaliated by waging fierce diplomatic battles, saying, "You lower your rates, so we'll lower ours too. Whoever backs down is a loser." As a result, money had become even less valuable, causing many charging stations to cease operations. According to Jing Shu's memory, restarting charging stations would have to wait until the following year when the situation stabilized. The government would take over and implement a new virtual currency system, previously known in her past life as work points, earned by working. This charging station is pretty remote. It was still usable a few days ago. Just as Jing's father drove the car inside, the lights hit 3 men with small generators and electric hammers, starting to carve out the charging station. Both sides seemed frozen in time. Jing Shu and her father hadn't expected someone to be stealing charging stations, and the other party hadn't anticipated encountering energy car users charging there. Jing Shu got out of the car and said, "Brothers, you have a promising future, knowing so early to steal charging stations for profit." In the second year of the apocalypse, some individuals had already begun stealing charging stations and trading them with energy car owners for food or work points, making huge profits. They're just 2 people. "Brothers, we've just stolen the energy car and charging station together," the bald man said, raising his electric hammer with a sinister smile. His 2 companions put down their tools, grabbed machetes, and smirked wickedly. The electric hammer looked highly destructive and intimidating. Jing's father drew a crossbow, and Jing Shu wielded a massive wolf-tooth club. With a booming smash on the cement ground, she created a deep pit, causing the entire earth to tremble. The 3 men in front were dumbfounded, swallowing nervously. "Brother Ermao, try hitting the ground with the electric hammer again. This is probably just mud." Ermao, the bald brother, struck the ground fiercely with his electric hammer. With a thud, a tiny crack appeared. "Still, your wolf-tooth club is more intimidating." The 3 men swallowed again, and the bald Ermao quickly panicked, saying, "This charging station is yours. Let's stay out of each other's way. Until we meet again." Boom! Jing Shu's wolf-tooth club smashed the ground again, causing the surrounding area to collapse into a sinkhole. Satisfied, Jing Shu nodded and said, "Leave all your tools and get out." Okay. We're leaving now." The 3 men fled in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Jing Shu felt completely relaxed, amazed at how just intimidating them could scare the enemies away so effectively. It felt so satisfying. Jing's father opened his mouth, increasingly baffled by his daughter. "So, what are we going to do?" "Take the charging station home. It'll be so convenient to charge right outside our door. Later, when we migrate, we can just put the charging station into the space. Perfect." Seeing Jing's father feeling somewhat embarrassed, after all, stealing was something he had never done in his life, Jing Shu said, "Leaving it here won't last long before it rusts and breaks. It's better to take it home, take good care of it, and return it when there's sunlight and order is restored. Think of it as helping them maintain it." Jing's father then smiled. "Makes sense. Charging will be so convenient from now on." In addition to the charging station, they also acquired a small diesel generator and an electric hammer. Jing Shu felt the small generator wasn't very useful at the moment, especially since the family already had a high-power gasoline generator and no diesel. Currently, these resources were controlled by those in power, so it was still possible to acquire a little. However, 5 years into the apocalypse, during migration, it would be extremely useful. They could carry it with them to cook, boil water, provide electricity, and run heaters, greatly increasing the comfort of their migration. The electric hammer would also be useful during heavy snow and ice, and for future needs like repairs and digging. After studying with her father for a long time, they realized the charging station had already been cracked by previous individuals. It could directly charge energy cars by plugging in without needing to scan a code and pay extra. After planning together, the father and daughter placed the generator and electric hammer in the trunk, tied the charging station to the car roof, and drove back to their villa in the community. Jing's father was worried that the charging station was too heavy and might damage the car, but Jing Shu stuffed it into the temporary storage space created by their poultry section. Once they arrived, they would place it back on the roof, as Jing Shu's 125 cubic meters of space were already filled with various items. On the road, it didn't feel like the fuel consumption increased. But why does this charging station smell like crap? Jing's father felt a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. Their villa had an independent garage, so the father and daughter decided to install the charging station there for convenient charging and ran a connection from the villa. It was quite a project, involving wiring and burying lines, taking 2 days to fully install the charging station. Finally, they wouldn't need to travel far to find a charging station for their energy car. They achieved the ability to charge anytime and anywhere. Of course, to protect the energy car's battery life, they still needed to charge it only after it was used up. Thus, Jing Shu's family established a daily schedule to collect water. Anyway, Jing Shu had to thank those 3 individuals who had painstakingly dug up the charging station buried in the ground, cracked its charging password, and even gave Jing Shu a generator and an electric hammer. Regarding such fortunate helpers, Jing Shu could only say, "I hope to encounter them every day." Today was the first day of free cooked food distribution, and the majority of topics in Wucheng revolved around this. Fat Girl, Unit 25. I always feel like today's mushroom and rice stir-fry has a musty smell and isn't enough to eat. This afternoon I roasted 2 skewers of grasshoppers. Jufan, Unit 7. It's much better than eating tree bark. Our richest man, Qianduo Duo, is hiring bodyguards. It covers 2 meals. I'll sign up tomorrow. Anyone else joining? Feng, Unit 3. Anyone who's fed up with the slow distribution should hurry up and go. I'll stick with the free government food. No need to cook every day, so great. Once the artificial sun is built, everything will be fine. I want to play games every day. Fat Girl, Unit 25. Why is every family frying fish and braising pork ribs every day? The smell drifts all the way to me. Can you consider those who aren't getting enough to eat? Jufan, Unit 7. Are you crazy? Who still has fish and pork ribs? Plus, the natural gas is gone. How are you supposed to cook? Seeing this, Jing Shu hurriedly chewed and swallowed a bone, shouting loudly, "Grandma, turn on the exhaust fan. The smell is drifting out and everyone can smell it." Who's a bloodhound? Even from a few hundred meters away you can smell it. This is worthless electricity. Jing's grandmother complained but still turned on the exhaust fan. Currently, Jing Shu's family prepared dinner by waiting for collective power at 5:30 p.m. to use the induction cooker. Since induction cookers consume too much electricity, they used coal-fired stoves for making soup and boiling meat, as the natural gas was gone, making cooking inconvenient. Fortunately, Jing Shu's space had prepared plenty of cooked food for their midnight snacks. Then, Jing Shu continued eating pork ribs while watching the group chat. Wang Dazhao sent the latest news from Sheitian yesterday, saying that they plan to rob the wealthy Chanduo Duo's supplies. The news had already been released, and Chanduo Duo had taken action over the past few days, recruiting bodyguards and even seeking government assistance. But I feel like it's a diversion and not actually targeting Chanduo Duo. After all, Chanduo Duo is at his villa in Shishan. That area is his stronghold, with plenty of private bodyguards. and I heard they have guns. With such strong connections, there's no reason to mess with them. Wang Dazhao was puzzled. Jing Shu thought about what had happened in her previous life. She didn't have much memory of this period, only knowing that Shi Tian had massacred many people. They hadn't managed to steal guns at the police station, but they had a few guns and bombs. Eventually, the armed forces arrived and eliminated the group. Then keep an eye on it and, if possible, help me gather all the information about those people. Jing Shu hadn't heard anything from Wang Dazhao about Shi Tian showing interest in her community, not even a hint. Maybe Shi Tian didn't consider her community important. Hope they don't rob me. Just ignore me. Jing Shu felt relieved. In the evening, Jing's mother and third aunt returned home, bringing garlic sprouts, baby bok choy, lettuce, and crown daisy. This was their reward, and compared to the musty mushrooms, the benefits of working within the system were gradually becoming evident. The gap between them would only widen. Just as Jing Shu was considering finding a job for her father, she didn't expect her father to resolve it on his own. On the morning of May 23rd, Jing Shu's family drove her mother to work and went as usual to collect water for the day. This time, everyone clearly had experience. They brought their own bowls and bottles, eliminating the need to wake up at 3 a.m. to ride bicycles to queue. With 13 districts in Wucheng and over 80 large supermarkets, averaging 30,000 to 40,000 people per supermarket, arriving later would only mean waiting an extra hour, ensuring their turn. Today's meal was mushroom fried rice, mixed with minced meat, receiving many positive reviews. Of course, these positive reviews might be the last ones because the following days would feature various mushroom and rice dishes or mushy mushroom noodles. In the next 10 years of the apocalypse, the government would develop 100 ways to cook mushrooms. Before long, when people got tired of eating them and started complaining, the government would switch to new dishes. All right, you wanted to eat meat, so from now on, eat meat every day. Satisfied? Happy? Upon returning home, Jing Shu loaded the black pig into the trunk and, along with Jing's father, drove to deliver the pig to her uncle's family. However, the address wasn't her uncle's home, but her aunt's brother-in-law's house. Uncle's family couldn't keep pigs, so they decided to slaughter the pig and divide the meat. Since they had decided to use the pig as debt repayment, her uncle could handle it however he wanted. When Jing's father arrived at the government official's family building, the streetlights were all on. It was particularly grand. At the entrance stood over 50 people, mostly middle-aged and elderly, staring eagerly. When they saw the car, they became excited and pointed fingers. As Jing's father parked the car, these people rushed forward, with her uncle's family being the first in line. If it weren't for these people radiating joyous expressions and being helpless, middle-aged, and elderly individuals, with guards stationed 100 meters away and police on duty, Jing Shu would have already whipped out her big club. Uncle Su Yiyang gave Jing's father a bear hug. "You actually brought a pig and it's a black pig?" A group of clean-dressed older men eagerly watched Jing's father. They clearly didn't resemble the gang of beggars outside who wielded sticks and utensils. Aunt-in-law, wrapped in a black coat and shivering from the cold, still energetically praised Jing Shu. "Aya, you've gotten even more beautiful over the months we haven't seen each other. You're really doing well now. Don't forget your auntie." See, people always shine when they demonstrate their value. Jing Shu and her father, in front of everyone, unloaded the black pig from the car roof. A group of old men, their eyes dark and shiny as they realized it was a robust pig, each patted the pig as if it were their own son. "Good butt, it must be chewy and elastic when cooked." "Good face, I'll keep the pig head meat for myself," the old man. "Let's make some cold pig ears and I still have a couple of liang of small liquor." "Wife, to help with breastfeeding, I'll take the pig trotters. Who else has soybeans for me to get some?" This was a group of people who hadn't eaten meat for half a year and could still modestly divide the meat. In a few more years with so many troubles, they'd probably just start devouring it. Uncle-in-law's brother, Wang Gong, excitedly rubbed his hands. "Everyone, don't worry. Everyone gets their share. Let's do it as we discussed before. Old Wang, go slaughter the pig first." The black pig was taken away by 2 men. The way everyone looked at Jing's father now made it seem like he was the next pig to be slaughtered. "Old Jing, you've kept us in the dark, huh? I heard from your brother-in-law that you're raising several pigs. How about exchanging another one for us? Don't worry, we won't shortchange you. Whatever you want, just say it and we can help you get it. These are our common fathers and in-laws." Wang Gang started introducing each old man. With each introduction, the old men would excitedly shake hands with Jing's father, displaying utmost friendliness, humility, and courtesy. The lower-level officials couldn't even qualify to introduce themselves and could only watch hungrily, swallowing their saliva. Jing's father, facing so many glowing eyes, didn't know what to say. He knew pigs were scarce, but didn't expect the leaders of Wucheng couldn't get fresh pork. It had become that scarce? Jing Shu stroked her chin. In reality, the state had reserves of meat. Previously, Wucheng had requisitioned seafood frozen products from the farmers' markets and turned slaughterhouse meat into cooked food. However, they were hesitant to release them now. After all, state data experts didn't dare disclose that the next few years would yield little to nothing, fearing it would cause even greater unrest. Only the true elites could enjoy these reserves. The mid to high-level and retired officials had influence, but were stuck in between, making them quite awkward. However, their influence shouldn't be underestimated. They could handle matters across various industries. For example, among them were people from livestock farming. Wang Gang laughed heartily. "Look at how scared you are. This pig was also traded with your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law is a smart man." Wang Gang hinted at something. Seeing that Jing's father, this wooden lump, didn't react, he sighed in frustration. "Old Jing, you raise pigs so well. Go to the livestock farm, it's a great position. Not only do you get meals, but you also receive eggs. It's as popular as the agriculture department. Don't you know? Wucheng used to have hundreds of thousands of pigs, now only less than 1,000 remain. Over 1 million live chickens are now only tens of thousands. They're all kept in climate-controlled rooms with numbering as treasures." Seeing that Jing's father still didn't react much, Wang Gang pulled out his trump card. They also implement diversified distribution farming. You can take a few chickens home to raise and then submit eggs to receive rewards. There's a lot of operational space here. You can also place your own poultry in the climate-controlled rooms, or even bring your pigs for breeding. When your pig gets pregnant and gives birth, submitting them will earn you great rewards. I heard higher-ups are introducing new salary methods. In the future, you can exchange them for gasoline and other unavailable items. Jing's father's eyes finally lit up. Jing Shu's eyes also sparkled. Her father's new job was something she had dreamt of in her past life. After all, being close to the water and the building's edge, having eggs, chickens, and pork would make survival much easier. "Uncle, let's exchange another black pig for our family." Jing Shu didn't expect her black pig to be exchanged for 1 ton of diesel and 5 tons of water, as well as a stepping stone for her father to enter the livestock farm. Those old men were so wicked and wealthy. Of course, this was during a period when resources were still relatively abundant 5 months into the apocalypse, and these individuals also held some power. 5 tons of water wasn't bottled mineral water, but muddy water from reservoirs, which didn't need filtering. It was directly placed in the courtyard to feed livestock and irrigate the vegetable fields, easing the water shortage. It was rare to secure so much water, knowing that major reservoirs were already controlled. Jing Shu still had a few pigs in her space. If there was demand, she could exchange them. If not, she could find a day to slaughter them for cooked food. Most of the pork had already been consumed. The next day, Jing's father started his new job. Seeing the family's work getting on track, although their previous jobs were inconspicuous before the apocalypse, they were absolutely sought after afterward. Their value would gradually manifest. Jing Shu was very satisfied. No matter how much she helped, her parents still needed to stand on their own. Having a foundation was essential for better survival in the apocalypse. Otherwise, they would just be slaughtered fat sheep. In the following days, Jing Shu focused her time on practicing the Rubik's Cube. After more than half a year of practice, she had reached a plateau with no progress for several days. Jing Shu decided to train harder. determined to break through and enter the 6x66 Rubik's Cube space as soon as possible because the existing 125 cubic meters was running out of space. Wang Dazhao still had no news. The Shitian group said they intended to rob the wealthy Qianduo Duo's supplies, but it was likely a diversion. They seemed to have a new target and were conspiring about something. The people of Wucheng, after eating various fried and moldy mushroom dishes and increasingly scarce rice porridge for over 10 days, finally protested. Moreover, the previous criminals had regrouped and targeted families with remaining grain. Peace had been restored for a few days, but Wucheng was chaotic again. It had developed to the point where entire neighborhoods would go from house to rob, even high-end residential areas still stocked with plenty of grain. After all, in an era with low criminal costs, stealing food was better than eating pig feed. Those who couldn't steal had no choice but to continue going to the supermarket daily to collect free food. Wang Qiki. Hey everyone, latest announcement. Tomorrow the government will cancel free food distribution. If you want to eat, you need to exchange seasoning. Without seasoning, you can trade clothes or fabrics for food. Fat Girl, Unit 25, screamed, "Is this leaving anyone alive? How can you expect us to exchange such terrible-tasting food for something?" Feng, Unit 3. Anyway, my family still has plenty of pepper and soy sauce to trade for rice. Those clothes and bedding can only be exchanged for mushrooms. Wang Kuihua sent a voice message. Who would want to exchange such disgusting food? Aren't they deliberately trying to incite more people to commit robberies? Wang Qiki, Unit 13, said, "Everyone, by the way, I forgot to mention, now you can also exchange kitchen knives, machetes, various metal sticks, etc. for a piece of meat or a bun. If your family has kitchen knives, you can go trade them. I heard the quota is limited, so if you go late, there won't be any left. Anyway, no one is cooking anymore, so just exchange what you have." Wang Tuihua sent another voice message. "With the chaos outside, who dares to exchange knives? We need to keep some defenses, but we can look outside. Also, we can go into the houses of those deceased in our community to grab some knives for food, right?" Wang Qiki, Unit 13. "Yes, the keys are all with me. Let's search tomorrow and see if there's anything useful left." Jing Shu squinted her eyes. Yes, she didn't quite understand in her past life, but now she seemed to get it. It seemed like the government was doing this on purpose. If people didn't want to eat the free food and started causing trouble or complaining, then they would switch to another method. There's no such thing as something for nothing. If you want to eat, you have to give something in return. Jing Shu now realized, appreciating the government's clever tactic. By using this small method, they could clearly separate those willing to obediently eat the communal meals from those who would resort to robbery, thus providing clear-cut data for big data analytics. Those who refused to exchange anything would continue to commit robberies, while those who were willing to trade items for food generally wouldn't engage in theft. In the era of big data in 2023, no one had any privacy in the face of big data. For example, a person's location, what food they received at a certain time, through mobile phone location tracking, what places they visited at specific times, how long they stayed there, even chat monitoring, property assessments, and purchasing power. Frankly speaking, it's possible to know where you were with your lover and how many times you had intimate encounters in a week. Even the Wucheng police could track where deaths occurred and what cases happened there, which people visited those places during that time, and use satellite imagery and surveillance captures to identify suspects. Soon, everyone would have a score linked to their ID cards. The higher the score, the more dangerous the person was considered, indicating a higher likelihood of having committed robberies or murders. Jing Shu told Wang Dazhao to absolutely avoid being caught by cameras or scanned by information systems, implying that if a person frequently appeared at crime scenes like murder or robbery sites, they would be classified as high-risk criminals. Some people thought that not carrying a phone or having no tracking records would keep them safe, but big data would still analyze things like whether you collected food, your past purchasing power, and your previous buying habits to determine and analyze your behavior. If the data showed that you had no money, hadn't bought anything, hadn't stockpiled grain, but suddenly appeared to collect free food without any prior record, Where have you been during this time? Such people often received the highest scores and were deemed high-probability criminals. If they were also captured by satellites or cameras, or had phone records showing they visited chaotic places, and their communications indicated involvement in robberies, they would be recorded as suspects. This is the power of the big data era. Few can escape it. The most crucial point is that everyone now believes the world is ending, the government is indifferent, and the police aren't coming out to catch criminals. They think they can do whatever they want without any precautions. After all, without a third party present, without being discovered, and without police involvement, these people couldn't have imagined that their whereabouts would be so transparently tracked. Originally, big data was invented by Baba, a fictional name, possibly a reference to a powerful figure, to expand business and make money. No one thought it would be used to catch people in the apocalypse. When the government of Wucheng first tried to quell unrest and robberies through free food distribution, this plan failed. They then initiated a second plan, using various materials to exchange for food. The goal was to incite robbers to commit secondary crimes and use big data to record who had collected free food and then had no records of exchange. These individuals would be placed under the surveillance network for close monitoring. Oh, and if Jing Shu remembers correctly, big data started in 2017. When the dark days began, Baba had already succeeded in this area. Now, Baba was responsible for using big data to monitor the entire China, analyzing who might be criminals and other related tasks. It proved that truly capable people are formidable wherever they are. The next day, when Jing Shu's family went to Ijia supermarket to collect water again, the supermarket had changed significantly for the third time. They had added a place for recycling old items, divided into seasoning, metal knives, and household goods sections. The scene was bustling with people holding their items in the respective sections. Recycling kitchen knives, machetes, and other lethal weapons offered cooked meat or buns on the spot, attracting countless people eager to exchange. Some had already planned to swap one or two knives, frantically thinking about what else they could offer from their homes. Some, even with schemes in mind, thought of stealing knives from kitchen stores or finding metal sticks from factories to exchange. The seasoning recycling involved large barrels. Based on weight assessment, the staff would scan IDs once, completing a seasoning exchange. Recycling bed sheets and clothes had the longest queues. While there weren't many people with seasoning left at home, there was quite an abundance of clothes and fabrics. Jing's grandmother: "Jing Shu, look what they're doing here." Jing Shu: "Grandma, they're recycling old items. For example, you give seasoning to the staff since everyone at home has nothing to eat. The staff will scan your ID records, treating it like loading money onto your ID card. With your ID, you can collect white rice." Jing's grandmother: "They're so high-tech." Jing Shu always thought that the knife and metal exchange tactic was ruthless. In the short term, it might not seem significant, but within 3 months, no one in China would be able to hold on to their knives unless they were wealthy. Since robbers were accustomed to eating white rice, when they finally couldn't steal anymore, they'd have to exchange knives for food. Food was originally meant for the common people to eat. The state wasn't losing anything, but by exchanging and collecting unused knives, those intending to rob were disarmed, effectively removing their tiger teeth and reducing the frequency of unequal force robberies. China, 10 years into the apocalypse, has indeed reduced numerous bloody incidents through the regulation of theft and knife control. This should be the essence of the second step, right? Perhaps the cruel third step is about to begin. However, Jing Shu was surprised to find that work points had already started to gradually replace the soft currency, possibly a reference to RMB. Those who had just recycled seasonings now had virtual currency recorded in their ID cards, which could be used to exchange for food at major supermarkets. In the future, these would gradually replace RM coins, and paper money would slowly become worthless. This virtual digital record in the ID card would eventually replace paper currency. Staff members were explaining how many points were needed to exchange for various items while discussing current prices. 2 points for a portion of white rice, 0.5 points for a portion of mushroom fried rice. 1 pack of pepper costs 0.5 points, half a bottle of soy sauce costs 1 point, 1 spoonful of cumin costs 0.1 points, half a pack of sugar costs 3 points. A set of bedding costs 1 point, a piece of clothing costs 0.1 points. Then someone asked, "How many points for a bun and meat?" The staff replied, "Only metal iron and knives can be exchanged for buns and meat, others cannot. Buns and meat are scarce resources, and if you come late, you might not get any." This forced everyone to hand over dangerous items like kitchen knives, and it was done very proactively and willingly. This made many people decide to exchange a portion of their household knives, even searching everywhere for knives and other weapons. After tasting the white buns and meat, they no longer wanted to eat moldy mushrooms and nauseating rice. Once they tried it once, it became uncontrollable. This time, the checkout counters at IGA supermarket had added an ID scanning machine. The stainless steel buckets filled with large portions of white rice emitted an enticing aroma, much tastier than the previous rice mixed with mushrooms. There were also buckets of mushrooms that had been cooked in some way but still emitted a foul smell. Sometimes they were unbearably salty. Other times they had no flavor at all, just a musty odor. Additionally, there were shelves filled with white buns and pots of braised meat, the aroma wafting into the plaza. The sound of rumbling stomachs could be heard, silencing those who previously complained about the poor quality of food. Now the meals were improved, but items needed to be exchanged, and eventually those items would run out. What then? It might still be better to have them for free. Yes, these items would eventually be exhausted. What would people do when they had no resources left? No worries? Hadn't many people died before? Go to their homes and take items? You could also search various factories and closed stores. Of course, you'd find most stores empty, as shop owners had already taken their items to exchange for resources. Moreover, the government's pressing issues were soon perfectly resolved. Jing Shu's family squeezed through the crowd from the old item recycling plaza to the water collection area. They discovered that in addition to collecting their own water, they could spend work points to collect more. 0.5 points for 500 ml of water, equivalent to a portion of mushroom-fried rice. From an economic perspective, this should be called stimulating consumption and accelerating currency circulation. Only when you are motivated and have the desire to consume will you strive to earn money, which in turn increases the society's GDP, and with higher GDP, the people's living standards improve. Jing's grandmother whispered, "Shh, our family doesn't have anything to exchange outwardly. They're exchanging very little things. Trading seasonings for water isn't worth it." Jing Shu agreed. The biggest shortage was in the first year. Later on, it wouldn't be about water scarcity, but facing other problems. Of course, starting now, water scarcity would worsen because the scientific channels were predicting daily that the corrosive insects would soon rule the earth. Today, the community chat was excitedly discussing their gains. Most people in the community hadn't eaten meat for too long. Eating braised meat now felt like flying on happiness. Everyone was thanking Wang Qiki in the chat. Fat Girl, Unit 25. Thank you so much, Wang Qiki 13. When we exchanged for meat, everyone around us looked enviously. Following you, we'll definitely have meat to eat. Wang Qiki 13. Today we searched 20 deceased neighbors' homes and exchanged over 60 knives and other items for meat, totaling 90 points. Today we went to 27 people, assigning 3 points each, but I split it into 3 portions, 9 points and 3 pieces of meat. From now on, in similar activities I initiate, I'll take 3 portions, just to clarify. Young Master with a Child, Unit 13. You should definitely take more portions. No matter how those neighbors died, you organized their keys and registered their corpses, managing all those messy things. Without you, we wouldn't have found so many knives and gotten meat today. Wang Shuimei. I have no objections. Zhang Bingbing's husband. You did nothing and just directed. Why should you take 3 portions? Today you took 3 portions fine, but why take 3 portions in the future? Plus, registering the corpses included 1 jin of rice, right? How much did you take alone? Zhang Bingbing's young husband. Agreed. Why should you take 3 portions every time in the future? Everyone says it's right, isn't it? The chat fell silent for a moment. Jing Shu was initially focused on Wang Qi. This person was quite cunning. Now, some people in the chat looked up to him. Today he dared to state that he wanted 3 portions, indicating he was confident. Having been active in the community for half a year, earning much goodwill, Wang Qi had effectively made a strategic move, successfully convincing everyone. Jing Shu couldn't find a reason to argue. His contributions and handling abilities justified his taking 3 portions. But Jing Shu quickly turned her attention to Zhang Bingbing's husband. What the hell? How are there both a big husband and a little husband? If Jing Shu remembered correctly, wasn't Zhang Bingbing the woman who was previously forcibly taken? Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. Zhang Bingbing, when you were driving with me, didn't you say you didn't have a man? Recently you were forced into that situation. Now, why did you suddenly get 2? If you're having difficulties, talk to me. Are you being coerced? Zhang Bingbing's young husband. None of your business, old hag. Zhang Bingbing likes catering to both of us. She loves the intense contrast, especially playing with 3 people together. Zhang Bingbing's big husband. Why don't you join us too? Wang Kuihua cursed loudly. I spit on you 2 shameless old perverts. You're nothing but scoundrels. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Wang Qi called a few people, including what he considered the most violent person, Jing Shu. A few of them, armed with sticks, went to Zhang Bingbing's house. I suspect Zhang Bingbing is being coerced. Otherwise, why would a normal person suddenly find 2 people? And these 2 aren't normal, Wang Qi said while walking. Jing Shu, wearing a sleeveless top and ultra-short shorts, carrying a wolf-tooth club, was sweating profusely. Today the temperature had risen another 2 degrees Celsius, reaching 46 degrees C. If she remembered correctly, since June, the weather had entered an extreme high-temperature phase, and temperatures were expected to keep rising daily. Jing Shu should still be grateful that the temperature didn't suddenly rise to over 50 degrees C. Otherwise, more people would have died from the heat. However, the dangers brought by extreme high temperatures are also immense. The most immediate effect is the drying up of the land, turning oases into deserts, and China will enter an extremely water-scarce state. Water will become even more precious. As Jing Shu pondered what would happen next, a group of 5 people arrived at Zhang Bingbing's house. They climbed up to the 9th floor, exhausted, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Without replenishing with a bottle of water, they would collapse from the sweat they were losing. Jing Shu wasn't tired carrying her over 100-pound wolf-tooth club. She was just very hot. Eating so much food in one day was at least somewhat beneficial. Jing Shu, this time we won't break down the door, Wang Qi gasped, reminding her as he was genuinely scared by Jing Shu's fierceness. Put away your weapons first. Wang Qi knocked on the door for a while, but no one responded. Is Zhang Bingbing here? I'm Wang Qi. I know you're inside. If you don't respond, I'll have to break the door down. What are you shouting for? You're trespassing on someone's home, you know? A middle-aged voice came from inside. Open the door first. As someone from the community, I have the duty to ensure my neighbor's safety. Otherwise, I'll force it open. With a loud crash, the door swung open. A middle-aged bald man wearing only underwear wielded a kitchen knife, followed by a similarly dressed young man holding a flashlight, eyeing the outsiders. Where is Zhang Bingbing? Wang Qi looked at the greasy middle-aged uncle and a very young man, probably only in his 20s. Through the dim light, Jing Shu saw the wrinkles and loose flesh on the middle-aged man's skin, making him unpleasant to look at. The bald man scratched himself below the waist impatiently, shouting, Zhang Bingbing, hurry and come out with your child. From the dimly lit house, a naked woman slowly walked out. Her haggard face and deeply sunken cheeks made it hard to imagine what had happened to her these past days. Her eyes were unfocused, looking like a walking corpse, showing no emotion towards Jing Shu and her group's arrival. Jing Shu remembered the first time she met Zhang Bingbing was when the dark days began and water became scarce. Zhang Bingbing used the little water she had to clean herself. She had asked Wang Kuihua for water and had scolded several aunts who drove her car for not helping or selling her water. Later, no matter how scarce water became, Zhang Bingbing always maintained her cleanliness and cared deeply about her appearance, unlike now, when she appeared naked to the public. "Zhang Bingbing, do you still recognize me?" Wang Qiqi frowned. Zhang Bingbing seemed a bit confused. "Wang Qiqi?" Wang Qiqi nodded, pulling Zhang Bingbing over. "Who are the two people behind you? Are they coercing you? Don't worry, now that we're here they won't dare to do anything to you." Zhang Bingbing turned her emotionless gaze towards the two men, her eyes suddenly showing fear. "They are my big husband and little husband." The bald middle-aged man sneered. "Did you hear that? Nosy people. Zhang Bingbing, why aren't you coming back to serve us?" Zhang Bingbing pushed Wang Qiqi away, retreating behind the middle-aged man. Young master with a child, Unit 13, unable to tolerate it any longer, stepped forward. "Why are you still talking with them? Just capture these two unknown individuals first and then ask what's going on." "No, you can't. You can't hurt them, father and son. I'm pregnant with their child. If the child isn't born, there won't be a father. You must leave quickly, don't capture them." Zhang Bingbing, acting like she was insane, pushed Wang Qiqi repeatedly, then slammed the door shut with a loud bang, leaving behind a group of disheveled people. 3 black question marks floated through Jing Shu's mind as she couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Zhang Bingbing must be crazy, right?" Wang Qiqi sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, these two are the people who infiltrated last time during the solar eclipse. They forcibly saw Zhang Bingbing. Zhang Bingbing couldn't handle the pressure and went mentally unstable. She might have a mental illness now, and with them constantly brainwashing her, she became abnormal. Did I just hear correctly? They are a father and son? Seems like it. Beasts! There are many such shocking things in the apocalypse. Jing Shu could only remark, there are all sorts of people in a big forest. If they killed those two, how would a mentally unstable Zhang Bingbing survive? After all, even normal people are hard to survive now. But if they didn't kill these scoundrels and let them continue to harm the already mentally troubled Zhang Bingbing, wouldn't that be adding insult to injury for the victims? Jing Shu thought that scoundrels don't deserve to live in this world wasting food. Forget it. Let me think of a better way to handle Zhang Bingbing's situation. Thus, the matter was left unresolved for the time being. That evening, when the family talked about the incident over dinner, they all felt emotional and simultaneously relieved, grateful for Jing Shu's methods. Otherwise, those harmed could very well have been their own family members. Zhang Bingbing was innocent, but what of it? A young professional being assaulted was assaulted. Now she was being kept captive, mentally unstable. In this world, weakness was the source of sin. During this period, whenever people had time, they trained their crossbow accuracy. Jing's grandfather also repeatedly checked and expanded traps at home. According to the latest reports, mutated corrosive insects have been discovered in Kanahu Lake, Wucheng. They are now breeding on a large scale within Wucheng's urban areas. A citizen reporting hotline has been launched. If you find any dead bodies, you can call 130 for corpse removal. Verification will reward you with 2 points. Due to the frequent incidents of home invasions and robberies in Wucheng and the shortage of police forces, neighbors and nearby citizens who witness such events can call 110 or use the WeChat official account to upload photos and describe the criminals' identities and details of injuries or deaths. Verification will reward you with 1 to 100 points. From the news in Wucheng, it was clear that this was a step-by-step net casting. The power of the populace was strong. The incentive of having food was absolutely more effective than Sherlock Holmes. According to CCTV reports, regions in Africa have reached 60 degrees C, breaking historical records. The African government has issued an emergency order to dig houses tens of meters deep underground, staying underground during the day to avoid high temperatures and returning to the surface at night when it's cooler. Meanwhile, our country's Hainan region has also surpassed 60 degrees C. According to the Meteorological Bureau's red alert, high temperatures will persist for at least 10 days. The country has issued an emergency plan, urgently deploying national cargo ships and trains to begin the first batch of migrations to evacuate Hainan. The first batch of people is expected to migrate to the northeast. All national trains will be suspended until the first batch of migrants arrives at their destinations. Please cancel any unnecessary travel nationwide. When Jing Shu saw the news, she squinted her eyes. These were the first batch of migrants from her past life, unfortunately resulting in numerous casualties. It undoubtedly failed, making future nationwide migrations exponentially more difficult. Jing Shu thought a major reason might be acclimatization issues. A temperature of 60 degrees C is already uninhabitable for humans, which is why the country decided to evacuate people from Hainan first using cargo ships, trains, and other transportation methods. As a result, a large number of people died en route, and even more died upon arrival. After all, Hainan is tropical and doesn't get cold at night, but the Northeast experiences temperatures dropping below -10 degrees Celsius at night and soaring above 40 degrees C during the day. Such extreme temperature fluctuations easily cause various illnesses. Without a point of comparison, there's no perceived harm. If Africa's situation hadn't been broadcast earlier, there might not have been much skepticism. But the problem is that Africa, also enduring 60 degrees C temperatures, used China's machinery to dig underground tunnels. They lived inside without casualties, while over half of China's evacuees perished during the migration. Many people protested the migration and demanded to emulate Africa by digging underground homes. Jing Shu remembered how fiercely this issue was contested. Half of the people there refused to leave, but this time the country was resolute. It was mandatory to evacuate. If you didn't evacuate, you wouldn't receive rations. Those who evacuated could receive various subsidies and other benefits. This tactic, touted as highly effective, successfully evacuated all residents of Hainan under the country's combined use of incentives and coercion, and then initiated the second wave of large-scale migrations, though many still died. At the time, the government's reason was very simple. High temperatures will inevitably cause sea levels to rise, resulting in floods. Hainan is likely to be submerged. Not to mention, Hainan is an island, but a third of the global inland areas might also be flooded. This is a matter of time. It will happen sooner or later. Rather than face countless casualties later, it's better to evacuate early. Jing Shu couldn't help but marvel, exclaiming loudly, "Our China is awesome. This move was brilliantly strategized." It turned out that the science channels had been predicting floods every day. After a whole year of warnings in the second year of the apocalypse, floods finally hit. Hainan was indeed submerged, and all survivors were deeply grateful. The country, despite facing pressure, insisted on the evacuation, and it was the right decision. However, the high mortality rate during migration still caused fear and resistance among many people. Many were unwilling to leave their hometowns. By the way, Africa's grassland-like terrains, rarely experiencing water shortages, were half submerged. The underground tunnels dug earlier were a nightmare. Fortunately, those in higher elevations remained unwaterlogged, but those in poorer locations were directly sealed in tunnels tens of meters underground, unable to escape when the floods came. If Africa's struggling underground houses were merely clinging to life, then a few island nations worldwide were destined to vanish from Earth's map entirely. Jing Shu practiced solving the mechanical Rubik's cube in her hand, lost in thought, when she heard her father say, "Now that the trains are suspended, your older brother called saying the elderly person staying at Sume Mei's house can't leave anymore. Weren't you planning to check on them when they left? I'm afraid it won't be possible." Jing's mother irritably replied, "Then find another time to go see. My older brother said Sume Mei treats the elderly like her own father. When our parents were alive, I never saw her so attentive." Sigh. If her father hadn't mentioned it, Jing Shu would have forgotten about the elderly person influenced by the butterfly effect. Now, with such a scarcity of food, would Sume Mei, given her nature of not wanting to suffer losses, treat them well? This was definitely worth investigating. That evening, Jing Shu followed her usual routine. She had an extra meal, finishing the last few dozen roasted quails, drank a pot of mushroom chicken soup, and then began her practice with the Golden Harmony Divine Rubik's Cube. This state lasted another half-month, but Jing Shu was still stuck at a plateau. From initially striving to break through to now feeling irritable and restless, she felt like she was about to lose her temper and hit someone at any moment. The kind of breakthrough seen in novels, where overcoming a bottleneck leads to instant advancement, never happened. Jing Shu began to doubt whether she was fit to be the master of the Rubik's Cube space. After all, she had been working on the cube for 7 or 8 months without any promotion. Several times she smashed the cube out of frustration, almost wanting to stomp on it, but she calmed down and obediently picked it back up, treating it like a sacred ancestor. Continuing to solve and practice, stocking more food and supplies was Jing Shu's current motivation. However, recently, Jing Shu had been in a bad mood. It was best not to anger her. Before bed that night, Jing Shu added a new task: checking the traps around the villa, inspecting the poultry, the fish in the pond, and noticing that the second batch of frogs was doing well, just in time before the corrosive insects outbreak. She felt that this batch of frogs was more valuable than the previous one. In the days that followed, despite the daily temperatures continuing to rise, the number of people staying at home noticeably decreased. Everyone went out searching for various supplies, especially knives and metal rods. During this period, the aunts exercised their formidable gossip and combat skills, knowing which families had lost members and were on the verge of collapse. They promptly targeted these homes, waiting for deaths to occur to find corpses and search for household supplies. Most robbers were ordinary people targeting those who had stockpiles, overlooking aunts who were ugly, old, and had no food. To put it crudely, if you had nothing worth stealing, you weren't worth robbing. Of course, there were also family-style robbers, entire families of all ages going together to steal others' food and exchange knives for meat. However, more people were attracted by the rewards for reporting crimes. Now, if a robbery or murder occurred in any residential area of Wucheng, it was usually reported within minutes, all for the sake of the rewards. Wang Qi organized a group. Some specialized in finding knives, others in identifying robbery cases, some in tracking and determining robbers' identities, and others responsible for making corpse removal calls. Wang Dazhao sent a message confirming that this time, the Shitian group's target was the petroleum base next to IGA supermarket. It turned out they intended to throw bombs at the petroleum base to destroy the extracted crude oil. Jing Shu always thought Shitian was after her, but it seemed she was overthinking it. Unfortunately, in her past life, she was busy exchanging knives for meat and didn't have time to pay attention to Shitian. There were no reports of the petroleum base being bombed. The petroleum base in the residential area of the petroleum district supported the entire operation of IGA supermarket before the apocalypse. All the people working there were from petroleum units, and there were armed police stationed nearby. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Upon receiving the news, Jing Shu once again advised Wang Dazhao to be cautious and avoid being tracked by information systems. Several days later, after Jing's mother finished her tasks, the family, enduring a super high temperature of 52 degrees C, took 10 braised eggs and half a jar of pickled vegetables to visit their older uncle's house in Shishan. They then walked another 7 to 8 kilometers straight to Sumei Mei's house. Along the way, Jing Shu drank 3 bottles of mineral water. Jing Shu, how can you waste water like that? It's just a sip to moisten your mouth. I only let Sulong have a small sip. Her aunt couldn't bear to watch any longer. Lanji, at least manage Jing Shu a bit, save some water. Jing Shu retorted, I've stocked up on 2 months' worth of supplies before the apocalypse just to live better in these times. Now you're telling me to save even a little? The air conditioner in the car was set to the coldest, yet it still remained at 30 degrees C. Jing Shu was sweating profusely and, of course, was very thirsty. She had had enough of sipping water drop by drop in her past life. In this life, she worked hard to acquire water, so why make her save some? She usually drank juice. Jing Shu thought to herself but didn't say anything aloud. Su Long licked his cracked lips, looking enviously at Jing Shu. His aunt didn't bother to manage her water intake like Su Long did. Our family's water is all managed by Jing Shu. She can drink as much as she wants. Jing's mother busied herself auditing the community WeChat group's material allocations. The water supply had been cut, and the management department was now short on irrigation water. The vegetables they grew were all withered, but there was nothing they could do about it. Other districts' water used for cultivating moldy mushrooms is polluted water. It smells like a sewer. Jing's mother shook her head, unsure whether eating such mushrooms would cause problems. Jing's aunt awkwardly smiled. I'm not worried about you guys running out of water, seeing that I forgot Jing Shu is a nominal employee of the management department, raising so many frogs and also having pigs. According to my older brother, we've exchanged quite a bit of water, and indeed, we're not short on water. It's just that Su Long loves frogs so much, but unfortunately hasn't gotten a single one. Uncle pulled Jing's aunt and she slapped his hand away loudly. What are you doing? Didn't I say something wrong? Jing Shu is capable now, we just need to follow her example. Uncle, does your house have a lot of insects? Jing Shu asked. Aunt nearly responded by saying Jing Shu provided some frogs. There are quite a few, but our family doesn't have the water to raise frogs. Don't worry about your aunt, we don't want frogs, Uncle hurriedly replied. Despite disliking his aunt, Jing's mother felt sorry for him and said, Brother, frogs only need a sip of water each day. I'll have Jing-an bring some to you later. Don't let the corrosive insects ruin your food. It would be a loss. All right, Su Long, thank you, Aunt. Jing Shu's aunt excitedly responded. Thank you, Aunt. Su Long turned his gaze back to the trunk. Mom, I also want some braised eggs. You kid, you can't eat what your second grandfather sent you. Although Jing's aunt scolded Su Long, he ended up eating the braised eggs, swallowing 4 in one go. He ate them so quickly that he didn't taste anything, only feeling that they were super delicious. Of course, Su Long's second grandfather wasn't generous. In her past life, Jing Shu had never met this second uncle nor had any information about him. She heard that he used to go to the countryside as a sent-down youth with her first grandfather, but the second uncle had connections and went back to develop. The first grandfather stayed in Wucheng, and after his death, the families had no contact anymore. Su Mei's home was also in a civil servant residential area, but compared to the Minister Niu's area, it was much worse. This was the lowest level civil servant residential area. Although there was no extra electricity supply, at least there were police patrols. After stopping the car, Uncle grabbed a pound of pork. Jing Shu took the sealed braised eggs made at the end of last year and the pickles, then went upstairs. Opening the door was her younger cousin, Zhang Hanhan, whose complexion surprisingly looked quite good. Uncle, pork isn't easy to come by these days. Why didn't you get us more? Jing Shu's aunt rolled her eyes. A single kitchen knife can only exchange for such a small piece of meat. With so much meat, you little girl are still complaining about it being too little? If our home was really out of things, I wouldn't want to give any meat. A whole pig had been exchanged, and the family was left with just a bit. Zhang Hanan looked at the braised eggs in surprise, exclaiming, Braised eggs are also hard to get? Hurry up and eat a few. These aren't for you. They're for second grandfather. Jing Shu pulled her hand back. Grandpa, uncle, and aunt are here, and they brought some good food. They won't let me eat, saying it's for you. Zhang Hanhan glared at Jing Shu and loudly complained, making Jing's mother and uncle embarrassed. Uncle corrected her. That's your second grandfather. You can't just shout about it. Second grandfather is also grandfather. They're the same. Since they brought food, let's eat together. An elderly man walked out from the dimly lit house. It was Jing Shu's first time meeting the elderly man. His jet-black hair was neatly combed behind his ears. He looked under 60, dressed in a clean Zhongshan suit, a person of great temperament. A large family entered the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house without feeling cramped. However, the high temperature meant everyone wore very little. Jing Shu saw potted plants on the balcony, including garlic sprouts and mushrooms, and even a frog. In another room, there were high stacks of bottled mineral water. Su Mei brought out a plate of blackish things from the kitchen. Everyone eat some pickled radishes. Su Long grabbed a few pieces but couldn't bite through them. They were as hard as rocks and smelled awful. Jing's aunt discreetly spat out the pickled radishes without showing emotion. Cough, cough, we walked all the way in such heat and thirst. Seeing Su Mei pretended not to hear, Jing's aunt got angry. Mei, without tea, at least give us a sip of water. Hey, sister-in-law, sorry. Recently, we've been severely water-starved, so we have no water left. Should I go to the supermarket to exchange for some water now? But it would take hours to wait in line, Su Mei replied. All right, since we're visiting the elders, just see them and leave quickly. Let's just feed that piece of meat to the dog. Jing Shu coldly smirked inside the dimly lit house. The conversation was naturally focused on the second grandfather. He was very talkative, and during the conversation he praised Su Mei, saying that the whole family should love and unite. Not to mention, I have to say, you did a poor job handling things this time. The elderly man spoke to Uncle. Mei and Zhang Zhongyong went through that situation, and you didn't provide a strong support. Especially you, Lanji, you're Mei's older sister. Why didn't you help her and instead added insult to injury? You guys lost your parents early, poor Mei. After marriage, without anyone to support her, she ended up with Zhang Zhongyong finding a mistress outside. But I've already severely punished him, and he said he would resolutely correct his mistakes. I even used my connections to promote him. Lanji Mei might have made some mistakes too, but you're her sister, you should support her. I heard about the car incident, and in the end, didn't you benefit? You sold the car and made about 100,000 yuan, but Mei didn't get anything and lost over 100,000 yuan. If you have a grievance, it's between you and Mei. Why would you take advantage and then act like a good girl? Why hold a grudge against Mei? I heard you're now in the cultivation department? That's a lucrative place. I also know Minister New's superior. We're old classmates. By the way, I heard you recently raised a few pigs and distributed one to each family member, and even exchanged some externally. Why didn't you do the same for Mei? Being this biased is not good, makes you look petty. At the beginning, Jing Shu listened to their conversation, which still sounded like casual chatting. For example, the elderly man introduced himself as Su Guosheng, from the Guo generation, and mentioned that Jing's mother's father was Su Guotiang. But after all, what feelings could there be towards an elderly man Jing's mother had never met? Giving so many things was completely just to save face for the two deceased elders. However, as they continued talking, the conversation veered towards Su Mei's side. Crucially, in the guise of a paternal elder, the elderly man began to reprimand Uncle and Jing's mother. Jing Shu frowned, realizing that the appearance of her nominal second uncle was indeed connected to Su Mei. Despite being several layers apart in blood relation, why was Su Guosheng so concerned about Su Mei's affairs? In the darkness, Jing Shu carefully looked at Su Mei and Su Guosheng. Both had broad faces, while Jing's mother and uncle had egg-shaped faces. An incredulous thought rose in Jing Shu's heart. As Jing's mother listened, her complexion grew darker and darker. After hearing the last sentence, the anger in her chest finally ignited. Second uncle, whether our sister is united is our matter. You just take care of yourself. I don't care about the 10,000 yuan from the car incident. What I care about is that Su Mei's wild man, Sun Yinjun, would rather deceive me for money than lend me money. As for giving everyone black pigs, this was when they borrowed money from me at that time. I am now using black pigs to repay the debt. If Su Mei had ever borrowed money from me, I would have certainly left her a pig. Su Mei acted aggrieved. My dear sister, I haven't even driven that car. Now even a bowl of white rice isn't worth anything. If I hadn't managed to gather over 10,000 yuan for you at that time, you wouldn't have been able to buy so many things. In fact, I gave you 10,000 more than others. Now you're giving me a pig, isn't that fair? If it wasn't for Zhang Zhongyong talking about this, I wouldn't know that you were secretly dividing pigs with your sister behind her back. Now you're just giving me a tiny fraction of a few pigs to deal with the only elderly person in the family, along with those damn pickles and braised eggs. Brother-in-law, you work at a farm. Getting eggs isn't easy, but you only brought a few. Uncle, after my parents left, only you remained at home. You must take charge. I've always been open-hearted and devoted to them. Su Mei's tears began to fall. Su Guosheng decisively unbuttoned his Zhongshan suit, no longer wanting to pretend. He said, We are all sisters. There's nothing we can't overcome. Let's compromise. Lanji, I heard your family still has pigs. Why not give one to your sister? And as for me, I can leverage my connections with your superior to help you get promoted to deputy minister." Jing's mother trembled with anger, unsure how to retort. Jing's father also clenched his fists. "Tisk, tisk, Su Mei Mei, I think you've got something wrong. A person who has neither the debt of nurturing nor the debt of birth wants to dictate to us? Why? Enough of your acting. You talk about being open-hearted with us? Let me ask, where are these pickled radishes you gave everyone? They're probably leftover moldy mushrooms from the free distribution before, right?" Jing Shu took out her phone flashlight and shone it on a lump of dark, murky food with spots of mold. "And on your balcony you have so many garlic sprouts and mushrooms. Don't they need a lot of water every day? And you have hundreds of bottles of water in your bedroom. Come and let everyone see." Jing Shu pushed open the house she had just scouted, her flashlight illuminating stacks of bottled water. "People come to your house and you don't even have a cup of water. You didn't even turn on the flashlight. The only thing you use to entertain guests is moldy mushrooms. Is this what you call being open-hearted? We can't afford this." With a loud slap, Jing's mother slapped Su Mei Mei hard. "Su Mei Mei, I used to be open-hearted towards you, but you fed your conscience to the dogs. Can you face up to your brother and me?" Pfft. Su Mei Mei lost a tooth. Her nose started bleeding and flowing down, her cheeks swelling up high after a few seconds. She looked incredulously at Jing's mother, paused for a few seconds, then went mad and charged, only to be pushed down to the ground by Jing's father with a loud thud. Having drunk half a year's worth of No. 4 Divine Spring, Jing's mother and father probably hadn't realized how powerful they were. Su Guosheng stood up excitedly. "What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? You're trying to overturn heaven." "Woo-woo, Dad, did you see that I've been living like this in their house, always living under someone else's roof? I don't want to act anymore. When I was very young, I heard those two people secretly talking about why they left me. One more child, one more ration. They never treated me as their own. After they died, they didn't leave me anything, making my marriage rejected by my maternal family. Woo." Su Mei Mei's words made everyone present freeze, as if they couldn't process it. Jing Shu squinted her eyes, her mind rapidly flipping through fragmented memories. Su Mei Mei couldn't get up from the ground and began to howl, as if trying to express all the grievances over the years. "My affair with Sun Yinjun was exposed by you, Jing Shu. If I don't contact you, I'll be killed by them. Look, this is her family. You always make me pretend to be part of their family. What's the point? Now they bully me whether I'm blood-related or not. What's the use? Those two old things must have told them about me long ago, must have spoken ill of me behind my back. Otherwise, how could they treat me like this?" Jing's mother was still stunned, seemingly unable to accept the amount of information. She trembled and pointed at Su Mei Mei. "So you knew all along? That's why you treated me like that? So everything can be explained now." Uncle stepped out, heartbroken and despondent, saying, "Su Mei Mei, people always say that the debt of upbringing is greater than the debt of birth. Our parents at least raised you for over 20 years. How can you call them old things? Your situation has never been mentioned by our parents. When you were brought in, you were only a few months old. I was already 5 years old, knowing and understanding things. Lanji was only 2 and knew nothing. But you couldn't hide it from me. I didn't know where you were brought from. Lanji knows even less. We have always treated you as our sister, taking care of you. How can you say such ungrateful things?" Jing Shu coughed. "If I'm not mistaken, back then Su Guosheng, as a sent-down youth, had a child with a rural woman but was transferred back for his career, abandoning Su Mei Mei to be raised at Grandpa's house. Is that right? So no matter what, Su Mei Mei, you're a child abandoned by your biological father. That would explain everything, how the butterfly effect came into play. In her past life, Su Mei Mei lived a comfortable life without life or death issues. She probably resented her biological father for abandoning her to enjoy life alone, so she never kept in touch. But in this life, because she was about to be killed by her in-laws, she sought help. In her past life, during the 3rd year of the apocalypse, Uncle's family was buried under the ground by a great earthquake, and no one ever knew the truth, leaving Jing's mother guilty for a lifetime. If you're not blood-related, then you can deal a killing blow. Jing Shu felt pleased. After being reborn, Jing Shu had always been curious about the enormous grudge that made Su Mei Mei hate them so deeply. The problem was that Jing's mother had been wholeheartedly good to Su Mei Mei. It turned out they weren't really sisters at all. Su Mei Mei had known from a young age that she was adopted, which made her harbor deep hatred for this family. When Jing Shu finished speaking, Su Mei Mei also looked at Su Guosheng with intense hatred. "Yes, no matter what, I'll always say you're the one who abandoned me. You have a wife and children over there, so you're making me pretend to be part of your family just to shake me off. Ha ha ha." "Mei Mei, don't listen to her nonsense. Didn't I risk everything to come see you this time?" "Oh well, it's for the best. You've been separated for so many years, it's time to come home. Bring Zhang Han Han and come back with me to our hometown. We have energy there, no shortage of electricity, water, or food." Su Guosheng gently patted Su Mei Mei. Zhang Han Han snuggled up to her mother, her eyes lighting up at the mention of water and electricity. Su Mei Mei let out a cold laugh. "Return? No. Why should I go back and stay with Zhang Zhongyong and that woman? Will there even be a place for me if I go back? I never want to live under someone else's shadow again." Zhang Hanhan showed a look of disappointment. Su Guosheng quietly let out a sigh of relief. His risky move had paid off. Otherwise, how would he have settled the domineering aunt on that side? Seeing that the elderly man had smoothly diffused the attempt to sow discord, Jing Shu felt a murderous intent flicker in her eyes. Originally, Jing Shu thought Su Mei Mei was her mother's biological sister. Killing her would leave a void in her mother's heart, as the deceased always leave a lasting impression and longing. The mere thought of someone like Su Mei Mei holding a place in her mother's heart made Jing Shu feel sickened. Another reason was that Su Mei Mei lacked any influential connections. Killing her would be as simple as squashing an ant. She was within Jing Shu's control. For enemies like this, Jing Shu would choose to let them fully experience the apocalypse, perhaps adding some extra torment. However, in this life, Su Mei Mei suddenly had a seemingly powerful biological father who was using his connections to offer her promotions and raises. Su Mei Mei felt out of control, and with so many uncertain factors, it was best to eliminate her before she could cause any more trouble. A life-and-death grudge must be avenged. The first step was to clearly define boundaries. "Mom, Uncle, did you hear that? So that's what she's been thinking about us all along. This second uncle isn't a good person either. He abandoned his own child for his career. Now he's raising her to acknowledge her as his child. As for Su Mei Mei, she's been hating you since childhood and can't be relatives with someone like this." Jing's mother forcefully tried to calm herself. "When they conspired to deceive me, I never recognized her as a sister. Now that the truth is out, she never treated us like family, not even acknowledging our parental debts. We won't recognize such ungrateful people in our Su family either." "Exactly. It's like raising an ungrateful wolf. Dad and Mom really lost their minds. When Dad was seriously ill, you'd rather not treat him and instead demanded tuition fees." Sigh. "I won't say any more." Uncle trembled as he pointed at Su Mei Mei, wiping away a tear. "Let's go. From now on, we'll keep things separate and have nothing to do with each other." Su Mei Mei sat on the ground, crying uncontrollably. "Everyone's fake and insincere. I hate you all so much." Jing's aunt was still in a daze. Su Long fixated on the garlic sprouts on the balcony, drooling. Hearing that they were leaving, the two of them finally went outside. Jing Shu grabbed the braised eggs, holding a jar of pickles with one hand, and sneered, "Giving you these things is like feeding dogs. Complete waste." Su Mei Mei angrily pointed at Jing Shu. "It's all your fault. It's all because of you that things turned out this way." As Jing Shu took the things she had brought and took them back, her aunt seemed to acquire a new skill. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly ran back, saying, "Since we're no longer relatives, I'll take back the meat you guys think is worthless." She grabbed the pork and ran, thinking about eating meat that evening with a happy mood. Once they got back in the car, Su Long watched the braised eggs and hungrily swallowed his saliva. This time, he finally got to eat the braised eggs he had been craving. Everyone ate some eggs to fill their stomachs, and Su Long ate 4 in one go, Come sit with me, Uncle comforted Jing's mother. No one could instantly accept it. Originally, after their parents passed away, there were only 3 siblings left, and now only one remained. All right. The car headed towards Uncle's house in Shishan. Jing's aunt, holding the pork, was really conflicted. Should she serve the pork to them that evening? But she felt too reluctant. In reality, her aunt's conflict was short-lived because halfway through the trip, an unexpected situation occurred. Jing Shu's family left her aunt's family stranded in the scorching 52-degree heat, making her aunt's family walk several kilometers, almost collapsing before reaching their home. After all, there were no black cars, taxis, or buses available at that time. The meat is safe, but this temperature will probably spoil it, Aunt sighed. It was better to have the meat in the car with air conditioning, quick and safe. All right, Mom. Didn't you see how changed Jing Shu's face is? I feel like the car's temperature has dropped a few degrees. Jing Shu is terrifying. I don't know what's going on with her. Jing Shu, that girl is getting harder to understand. Heard that a small villa can kill over 100 people at Biri. Don't you really know why? But according to the information I got, you're basically relatives of the villa, right? There are 129 households in your community, and only Jing Shu's family lives in the villa. The other 129 households have only one resident named Jing Shanhe. Who are you? Let me guess. Your mother is named Jing Lai, and the household head is Jing Shanhe, so he's your grandfather. So, what's the relationship between the villa's head, Jing Shu, and you? How many people are in the villa? Are there any special forces? The people from Biri told me they heard several gunshots and Biri's boss has a gun. So does the villa's owner have a gun too? But it's impossible to kill over 100 people, right? The only explanation is powerful traps? You really know nothing? Strange. With something like that happening that day, none of the other residents in your community could provide any meaningful clues. Is it really that mysterious? The man exhaled, his bangs fluttering in the wind. His sharp, angular profile looked rather helpless as he took out a piece of red candle. I heard that women care about their appearance. What kind are you? Wu Yui raised her face, smiling brightly. Me? I don't care about that. Oh? So you're afraid of pain? Perfect. I also don't like ruining people's appearances. I'm better at torturing people, making them feel unbearable pain. Our Shi Tian group specializes in this. Do you know Yang Yang from the Armed Police Brigade? He likes torturing people without leaving scars. I'm the opposite. The man tried to torment Wu Yui by simultaneously using psychological suggestions and real physical pain, aiming for maximum effect. However, it seemed that the young girl before him wasn't scared at all. He decided to escalate. Do you know Darich, the leader of Biri? The one who attempted to rob your community that day? Later, he was handed over to Yang Yang from the Armed Police Brigade. After injecting him with a pound of water, he eagerly revealed everything. But eventually, he was tortured to death by Yang Yang. Do you know how he was tortured to death? The man lit the candle in his hand. The candlelight made the already hot air seem even hotter, but it also illuminated his delicate features and stunning appearance. Wu Yui's eyes sparkled as if stars were flashing within them. Was he scared to death? Wu Yui responded. Smart girl. In the end, Yang Yang covered his eyes and subjected him to various tortures, narrating them verbally. Unable to endure, he frightened himself to death. It's said that this kind of pain feels several times worse than actual pain. Do you know an ancient form of torture called roasted meat oil? The man seemed lost in memories. Wu Yui looked dazed and reluctantly complied. I don't know. It's like choosing a piece of your flesh and slowly roasting it until it's cooked. Don't worry, the advantage of this torture is that it doesn't cause bleeding. You can even eat your own roasted blood clots, he explained. Burning can cause wounds to carbonize and scar without inflammation, but it's the most painful injury. It constantly burns, and the best record is 8 pieces before dying from the pain. I don't know how many pieces you can endure. The man placed the red candle under Wu Yui's leg, sending a searing pain through her body. Wu Yui began to sweat profusely. Are you still not saying anything? Just recount what happened that day. The number of people in the villa, how you killed so many, what secrets there are, the man demanded, watching as the skin on her leg turned bright red and began to smoke visibly. I can ask you a question? Wu Yui, in immense pain and sweating, stammered. If you ask, will you answer my questions? Then go ahead and ask. The man adjusted the candle's position, seemingly enjoying the process. What's your name? The man looked up and chuckled softly. I'm Shangguan Jun. You can answer my questions now. Wu Yui struggled to breathe. Based on my physical and mental endurance, I can endure at least 20 pieces. If you want me to survive longer, you need to provide me with water and food promptly. Otherwise, with the water evaporating from my body, I can only last 5 pieces. Medical pain is classified into 10 levels. Fire injuries and childbirth are listed as level 1. My mentor taught me that the stronger a person's spirit, the more pain they can endure. Generally, women have a higher tolerance than men. Shangguan Jun's lips twitched slightly. Do you know of any methods? Jing Shu, still in the car, received an urgent message from Wang Dazhao. Failed to bomb the oil base. Shi Tian killed dozens. Now over 100 vanguard troops are heading towards the residential area. Their second target is the villa. They plan to drop several bombs to flatten the villa and establish it as their base. Since Wang Dazhao hadn't reached the upper levels, he only knew when orders were being executed. What was even more troublesome was that this time, Shi Tian didn't act recklessly like Biri did. Before the operation, they had captured a few people leaving the community to interrogate them about the villa, even finding the community's population registry left behind. Among the captured was Wu Yui, whose identity was linked to the villa. She was currently being tortured. Wang Dazhao sent their location. With a pale face, Jing Shu abandoned her uncle's family halfway, explained the situation, and said, "Turn back and take the road by Ijia supermarket. We'll intercept them in advance. If they manage to bomb the villa, the consequences would be unbearable. We need to eliminate these people first and then rescue Wu Yui. She shouldn't have any major issues for now. The villa's secrets are already exposed, and those traps can't be hidden anymore." Jing Shu's true secret was her magic cube space and the deadly weapons within. However, she never anticipated that Shi Tian would still target her villa. Perhaps for them it was just a matter of passing through? This time, unless she had set up something for Wang Dazhao, she feared that if her villa was bombed, she wouldn't even know. This organization was indeed filled with depraved individuals. Driving swiftly, Jing Shu pondered how to deal with these people, while also calling Yang Yang from the armed police brigade. With so many people, she couldn't afford to gamble her life. To be safe, she decided to summon him, believing he would be very interested in Shi Tian. Jing's mother and father couldn't believe it for a moment. They couldn't fathom why, in this harsh world, anyone would deliberately use bombs to attack their villa. They got the bombs from where? It can't be just to scare people, right? Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Jing's mother anxiously asked. Jing Shu explained the situation with Wang Dazhao and asked, "Who would most want our country to descend into chaos? It must be the United States. The more chaos there is, the better for them. Previously, their spies in the US were all exposed, and now they're using their own people, secretly bringing in lots of bombs to incite people. Otherwise, how could our country's regulations allow these things to exist? Bombs are obviously most powerful once ignited, but what about those that aren't ignited? Jing Shu, how do you plan to block them? We're only 3 people and we don't have the villa's traps. Maybe we should wait for Yang Yang from the armed police brigade to bring reinforcements," Jing's father suggested. "Dad, you drive to the South Alley. If you encounter a group of people, they're definitely them. Just run them over a few times. Some are coming by car, some by bicycle. I'll set up some big rocks and traps on the other side to hinder them. Don't worry, I won't show myself. It's so dark at night, they won't see me anyway." After considering, Jing Shu decided to deceive her parents into going to a safe place. Although her parents had been drinking Divine Spring for half a year, at most they were just slightly stronger. Moreover, once she took action, there would be no hesitation. This time, she didn't plan to tell her parents about the magic cube space. It was better to let them live peacefully in this apocalypse. In Jing Shu's words, Her parents bore most of the responsibility, while her own danger was minimal. It felt like Jing Shu had successfully placed her hopes on them. After her parents left her at the place Jing Shu requested, BYD Song sped away. Jing Shu, be very careful, don't be stubborn, we'll stay in contact at all times. Jing Shu and her parents agreed to check in every 3 minutes in their group chat by sending a number to indicate everything was okay. This reassured them. Jing Shu was panting heavily with heat. She saw the WeChat shared locations with Wang Dazhao constantly approaching each other, speeding through 2 streets to find the intersection. This place was remote, rarely visited before the apocalypse, with few vehicles at the intersection. The sky had no stars, only a faint red glow piercing the darkness. Now, Wucheng was like a dead city, unable to see any light. Maybe the scientists were right. Darkness had saved the Earth. It was hard to imagine how humans could survive with sunlight still present and temperatures over 50 degrees C. Across the street, people had set up 2 minivans, crammed with over 100 people, overloaded by a bit. Their speed wasn't fast. Therefore, according to Jing Shu's plan, simply placing big stones wouldn't work. Even without sunlight now, cars still had headlights and high beams so they wouldn't stupidly crash into them. The only maneuver was for Jing Shu to crouch in the driver's blind spot, wait for the cars to get close, and then shoot her conical killing devices to cause the cars to collide in pairs, making the passengers suffer. But even with these measures, it wasn't enough. Letting one escape would be a future problem. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. Whoever dared to act against her would not escape. Jing Shu found the tree saplings she had planted before the apocalypse on both sides of the desolate road. Now, only dead saplings remained. After collecting about a dozen, Jing Shu cleared some space in her magic cube space to place them aside. Next, Jing Shu began a series of detailed preparations. She always believed that one person's strength was weak, but their wisdom was limitless. I'm inside the first car. The person with the bombs is Su-san from Shitian, and in the second car is a tall, strong man holding a black box. Be careful, we're almost there. Once the car is hit and stops, jump out through the window and run quickly. If you're too slow, you might die, Jing Shu instructed. Jing Shu could see a faint glow approaching. They were almost there. Her heart raced as adrenaline surged through her body. She felt excited as the lights grew closer, her eyes brightening. Running too slow might kill you? Wang Dazhao didn't quite understand, but since Jing Shu insisted, he decided to jump out as soon as the car stopped. The minivans had all their windows open, and he was sitting by the window. Fully prepared, Jing Shu hid behind a rudimentary stone formation. She watched as 2 cars approached at about 50 km/h. Now, Uncle Zhang, speed up. You guys in front, speed up. Are you driving at a turtle's pace? We've been running for so long, how much longer is it? Zhang Qiang impatiently sat in the passenger seat, holding a walkie-talkie and muttering complaints. I don't know why Shang Guanjun thinks so much about it. A broken villa isn't that much bigger than the armed police's oil base. He insisted on recommending to the boss that we take so many people to bomb that villa just to be safe. I say we should have just quietly bombed it ourselves. Who would know, right? This damn heat is killing me. Hey, I know some of you bastards have police undercover agents, but so what? Now you won't have time to ambush us at that residential area. Master Zhang pressed the accelerator pedal harder. Brother Gang, this is already the fastest we can go. Our vehicle is overloaded with 20 people. Just then, Master Zhang and Zhang Qiang suddenly saw multiple conical giant stones flying towards them. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Then came the piercing sound of brakes, but it was already too late. Several huge stones struck the cars. One stone even penetrated the windshield, directly hitting the overloaded vehicle. Suddenly, the car was smashed by a conical stone, killing 5 or 6 people instantly. What the hell? Where did all these stones come from? Both cars screeched to a halt due to the sudden braking, and multiple stones crashed into them, causing them to flip over and glide for a short distance. Zhang Qiang's feet trembled and a foul smell wafted from his pants. He looked at the people inside, their faces obscured by the stones, and saw Master Zhang's upper body completely gone. The car erupted in chaos with screams echoing continuously. Many couldn't even move. Don't crush me! I can't get out! Gelaozi made me climb out first. Due to the overload and sudden emergency braking, the cars rolled over, with people stacked and pressed together on one side, some suffocating, and others being thrown out. What do you think this is? It's not over yet? In the darkness, Jing Shu laughed happily. Today she had invested a lot and hoped she wouldn't be disappointed. Zhang Qiang was lucky. The car had flipped to the driver's side, and he happened to be sitting on the incoming stone. He reached out, grabbed the bomb, and crawled out through the window. He couldn't care less about the oddity of the situation. Trembling with both hands and feet, he admitted he was terrified to death. All he wanted now was to escape this place, but it seemed like some liquid had been poured over his head. Is it raining from the sky? What smell is that? Why does it smell like gasoline? Pfft, who the hell poured gasoline all over my face? Really, it's raining gasoline! Everyone inside the car was crammed together and couldn't move. Only a few managed to crawl out through the windows, prompting the people inside to panic. Stop talking nonsense! Are you all dreaming? Where else could there be? Before they could finish their sentences, over a dozen lit branches flew in from a distance. After tracing beautiful arcs through the air, they ignited the gasoline-soaked cars completely. With a loud boom, the entire dark city of Wucheng was finally illuminated by two brilliant sparks. The screams inside the cars grew louder, and some of the people who had just crawled out couldn't escape in time and were engulfed in flames. They ran while screaming pitifully, even rolling on the ground, but it was all in vain. Jing Shu mimicked a 360-degree no-dead-angle sprinkler method, lavishly pouring gasoline. Without extinguishing the flames, how could anything be put out? Wang Dezhao trembled, watching everything unfold while breathing heavily and sweating coldly. Seeing the hellish situation before him, he suddenly understood Jing Shu's words. Run quickly, or you might die. Fortunately, he had always been prepared to climb out of the car without hesitation if it flipped, and he managed to escape before anyone else reacted. Otherwise, it's better to be alive, Wang Dezhao thought. Boom! With a loud explosion, both minivans blew up one after the other. The smell of burnt flesh and the scent of smoke filled the air, and a small mushroom cloud soared into the sky. For a moment, thick smoke and flames were visible for several kilometers around, but the screams gradually diminished and became fainter until they were almost non-existent. Jing Shu had long been searching for survivors in the darkness with her crossbow, starting to eliminate enemies who weren't on fire one by one. She didn't kill the innocent, but those who dared to bomb her villa had to be prepared to meet their end. As she continued to eliminate them, she carefully collected the intact conical giant stones back into her space. Some had shattered or broken due to high speeds and car collisions. In total, she had fired out 25, but only retrieved 18. It took her the entire day to grind out 2 more. Help! Help! Zhang Qiang desperately slapped his face and shoulders. Just as he felt something being poured on his face, the fire had already started. The loud, pig-like screams caught Jing Shu's attention. Turning her head, she saw the tall, 2-meter-tall man holding a box, none other than Shi Tian's third member. Staring at the box, Jing Shu's eyes lit up again. She retrieved a climbing rope from her space, quickly wrapped it around the man from behind, and without a word, seized the box. Then she kicked the tall man down to the ground, stomping on him several times. It turned out she could indeed extinguish the fire. The tall man's pig-like screams echoed dramatically. With the man crushed under her foot, Jing Shu's gaze shifted to the box. The box wasn't locked. Pressing the open button revealed 6 fixed hand grenades labeled MK3. Yes, MK series are classic grenades used by the United States since World War I, also known as pineapple grenades. They have evolved into the current MK3 series, which are active service grenades known for their immense power. They once had the honor of obliterating everything within 15 meters. Jing Shu lovingly touched the grenade. Great, now I have an additional life-saving skill. It's a pity there are only 6. No waste for today's investment and the loss of those giant stones. Indeed, Shi Tian had only 2 grenades when they robbed the police station last time. Now, with a few more from bombing the oil base, it seemed like new perks were provided from above. Jing Shu was even considering becoming a double agent, first tricking a batch of grenades and guns. She closed the box and immediately placed the grenades into her space. Naturally, such life-saving items had to be kept where she could access them at any time. Jing Shu! Wang Dazhao was drawn by the pig-like screams. Are you okay? Did you get the bomb? Seeing Zhang Qiang crushed and immobile underfoot, Wang Dazhao swallowed hard. How strong was this guy? Yes, I've secured them. Looks like this is Shi Tian's third member? Jing Shu grabbed the big man. Wang Dazhao saw his burnt hair and eyebrows and his half-burned face. If it weren't for his tall stature, he might not have recognized him. His name is Zhang Qiang. Shi Tian's second member is Shangguan Jun, and the first member has no name. I heard this organization is nationwide, and our leader is codenamed 08. It seems there are 7 others distributed across the country. The person you're inquiring about, I only know his codename is 0. He only communicates with leaders at the codename level. Zhang Jun from Sheitian is the one who captured him. As for 08, I've never seen him. He only gives orders to these two through verbal instructions. As they were talking, the sound of cars approached. Jing Shu saw her own car in the distance, followed by 3 patrol cars with headlights shining on Jing Shu and Wang Dazhao, along with the half-dead Zhang Qiang. BYD song screeched to a halt with a harsh braking sound. Jing's mother ran out frantically, both cursing and crying. Why can't you kids be more careful? We've been waiting there for so long and didn't see any cyclists approaching. Instead, we arrived at the agreed spot where Officer Yang came first. Then we suddenly saw what looked like burning from the sky, and our side caught fire while we hurriedly rushed over. Fortunately, you're okay. Zzz! The minivan still occasionally burst with the sounds of burning flesh and oil. The patrol cars, as before, deployed over 30 armed police officers. Looking at the gruesome scene and burnt bodies, they shuddered involuntarily. One of the burnt cars still had a giant stone piece inside. Yang's handsome face finally showed surprise. He used a flashlight to casually flip through a few corpses and said, Miss Jing, can you explain what's happening here? The giant stones and rubble at the scene and the lingering gasoline smell. Did you shoot these people? Don't be nervous. I'm just curious. If the previous villa massacre of dozens was a coincidence, then this time, deceiving her parents, solo burning over 100 people, was definitely not. The naive couple had thought the other side was 2 separate groups, but Yang knew it was one group. This time, it was this woman's deliberate act. I damn well collected a batch of giant stones before you guys arrived, Jing Shu groaned. Suddenly, another stone shot into the windshield. The problem was, at that moment, she couldn't approach the blazing fire. Otherwise, she would have surely sent that stone from the car into her space as well. Now, the car was nothing but a shell. But the stones inside were bright red and eye-catching, along with charred skeletal remains that were utterly gruesome. How could she explain this? She hadn't even finished collecting evidence from the scene before so many people arrived. Jing Shu spoke seriously. You might not believe it, but at that time, I moved a lot of stones to block this corner. Who knew there were too many people, causing them to swerve and tip over to the other side, crashing into the stones, breaking the glass. And that's why there were stones in the car. The old police officer following Yang frowned. You're saying the cars first tipped over and then stones broke the glass? But from a physics standpoint, clearly the stones hit first, causing the cars to crash into them. Before he could finish, Yang interrupted him. So was all this intense gasoline spilled by you? Jing Shu shook her head. You might not believe it if I told you, but I think they brought their own gasoline. After the cars flipped, they leaked oil, causing this horrendous incident. I only used a crossbow to kill a few people from the back. Don't cars in movies usually catch fire and explode after tipping over? These 2 cars did the same. With so much gasoline, how could she explain the source? The problem was she was driving the car empty-handed. Yang showed a mocking expression. You're saying all this was a coincidence? You just moved a few stones here, then these 2 cars flipped and caught fire, exploding, leaving no survivors. Is that what you mean? Jing Shu nodded as earnestly as a chick pecking at rice. Yes, exactly that. I don't believe you. Yang smiled, muttering to himself. Yang Yang then looked puzzled at the people beside him. And who are these two? Jing Shu was holding a box, stepping on someone, and a disheveled young man stood beside. These are Shitian's third member, Zhang Qiang, and my informant that I arranged in advance with Shi Tian. Jing Shu calmly placed the black box behind her. Don't worry, we won't interfere with your spoils, but I'm very interested in Zhang Qiang. My cousin was captured by Shi Tian's second member, Shangguan Jun. I might have to use this person as a hostage to exchange for my cousin. We might also need your help to guard the villa with some of your people. I'm afraid they're getting desperate and might jump the gun, Jing Shu said. Although she was keeping in touch with her grandparents and everything was normal on the villa's side, Jing Shu was still afraid of being double-crossed. All right, this time it's not a loss when going out. Lend me Zhang Qiang for a while. Jing Shu was truly afraid that Yang Yang would kill Zhang Qiang. After thinking it over, she decided to haul Zhang Qiang into the patrol car, letting Wang Dezhao follow beside her, while her parents drove the BYD song behind the patrol cars to the place Wang Dezhao mentioned. As it turned out, Jing Shu's fears were correct. As soon as they got into the car, Yang Yang pulled out his long needle, filled it with water, and injected it into the semi-conscious Zhang Qiang's body. Yang Yang showed a satisfied expression, thinking about intimidating Zhang Qiang a bit first. Zhang Qiang was awakened by the pain, writhing in agony. Wang Dezhao turned his head. The entire car was unusually quiet, seemingly accustomed to Yang Yang's perverted behavior. Zhang Qiang's massive body started to twist uncontrollably like a maggot. Jing Shu felt a bit annoyed, because Wang Dezhao had told her bad news. Shangguan Jun is the most perverted person in Shetian because he loves torturing people the most. He also likes to extract information while torturing, but once he gets the information he wants, he kills the person because he thinks it's no fun without a new sensation. Jing Shu's heart began to sink bit by bit. What about Wu Yui? According to her calm personality, such a person wouldn't fear death, but whether she could endure the torture was another matter. What if she died and had to explain it to her grandparents and aunt? She kicked the kneeling Zhang Qiang hard. Be honest. With a thud, Zhang Qiang completely passed out. Everyone in the car swallowed hard again. The force of that kick was unexpectedly strong, even making Yang Yang take a surprised look at Jing Shu. This monstrous girl, carrying a 200-pound man like a toy. Soon, they arrived at Shi Tian's second base, a long-abandoned office building a few hundred meters from Ijia supermarket. Mom, Uncle, you stay here and wait. I and Officer Yang Yang will go inside and check it out first. Jing Shu decided not to involve her parents at the scene. She had already prepared for the worst. But as long as Wu Yui was alive, she had a way to save her. She just hoped she wouldn't be too late. Thinking about this, Jing Shu hurried her steps with Zhang Qiang, while Wang Dezhao couldn't keep up even with jogging. Yang Yang gave a few hand signals. Split up into a few groups, surround all the exits. Entering through the main door, Jing Shu climbed the stairs, dragging Zhang Qiang to the 4th floor. It was very quiet here, no one present. This is strange. There should be people at the entrances, and there should definitely be someone here. Wang Dezhao frowned. Did they already know things were exposed and leave early? No, it's only been less than an hour since the incident. Leaving makes it more troublesome, and I don't know if they brought hostages. Jing Shu passed the first door. Wang Dezhao's flashlight illuminated a corpse lying on the ground with countless knife wounds. He's Xiao Lu from the community. Isn't he supposed to be a bodyguard for Qian Duo? How is he here? Jing Shu quickly moved to the second door. The flashlight revealed a person whose limbs were brutally twisted into a ball, with a distorted expression of pain on their face. Yang Yang licked his lips, excitedly saying, I didn't expect someone to be more perverted than me. I'd love to meet the legendary Shangguan Jun. They reached the third locked door. Jing Shu kicked it open with one swift kick, the door flying off due to excessive force. The people behind them swallowed hard again. No one. Every time she passed a door, Jing Shu's heart sank a bit more. She then saw a big aunt from the community, the one who had asked her for water for the first time. Now she was soaked in a pool of polluted, dark green water. As the flashlight shone on her, she saw countless decomposed insects feasting on the corpse in the water, then entering through her eyes and exiting through her nostrils. The aunt had been soaking for hours, beginning to swell and grotesque. "Ah, they've actually lost contact." Shang Guanjun gently stroked Wu Yuai's cheek. "So, how does your own flesh taste?" Wu Yuai's gaze was a bit dazed. "A bit tough. As expected, Tang Yuan, sweet rice balls, taste better. Here's some good news. The entire team that went to bomb the villa has gone missing. The people in that villa sure aren't simple. All right, I need to go now. Should I kill you?" Shang Guanjun hesitated for a moment. "Forget it. You're the first one who hasn't spilled any information under my hands. I hope you can hold on until rescue comes. I'll come find you next time." If it wasn't for the floral patterned dress and the pockmarked face of the middle-aged woman, Jing Shu would have never imagined this was the same person who had asked for water the first time they met. All the hostages had a common fate. They were tortured to death without exception. And the methods varied, clearly showing the person's obsession with torturing in different ways. So, what about Wu Yuai? What fate awaited her? Since she had a connection to the villa, would she be treated differently? The sound of thud-thud came closer. Jing Shu clenched her fists. At this moment, even Yang Yang dared not speak, afraid to anger this strange, strong woman. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the neighboring house. Jing Shu left Zhang Qiang and darted over, her heart racing. The person tied to the table, muttering to themselves, "Wasn't that Wu Yuai?" In the darkness, Wu Yuai didn't seem to have suffered brutal torture. At least Jing Shu didn't see any blood. However, there was a distinct burnt smell in the air. "She's still breathing!" Jing Shu quickly used a knife from her space to cut the ropes. Wu Yuai gasped. "It hurts." "Where does it hurt?" Jing Shu's heart sank. Could it be some invisible torture, like injecting water under the skin? Wang Dazhao arrived with a flashlight, followed by Yang Yang and 5 or 6 armed police officers. The others were tasked with searching the entire building for any survivors and guarding the exits. As soon as the flashlight beam fell on Wu Yuai, Jing Shu finally saw her legs, which were charred black. The skin was wrinkled, and 3 large patches of flesh were missing, exposing the bone beneath. The burnt smell, the wax dripping on the ground, it all pointed to the horrifying possibility that she had been burned with candles. Yang Yang remarked, "Shang Guanjun probably didn't have time to kill her since he hadn't gotten any information out of her, so he ran off." Jing Shu's heart warmed. Maybe Wu Yuai had truly saved herself by refusing to speak. Wang Dazhao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the flashlight. He had thought killing a dozen people had made him tough in this post-apocalyptic world, but now he realized there were even more terrifying people out there. Yang Yang raised an eyebrow. "Most of the flesh on her legs is necrotic. She'll have to have them amputated. If not, the infection will spread, and she'll die anyway. In these conditions, such a surgery is nearly impossible." Yang Yang's meaning was clear. She wouldn't survive. Even before the apocalypse, such injuries would have required amputation, let alone now. Moreover, as time passes, the necrotic flesh will increase, rot, the burn area will expand. The pain from these burns will torture her for 26 more days. She'll wish for death. "Do you have anesthetic?" Jing Shu's voice was eerily calm. "I know a local anesthetist who still has some, but you'll need to pay him with scarce food. Do you want to give her a mercy killing, or—" Yang Yang advised against attempting surgery or using anesthesia to ease her suffering for a few more days, as the city lacked the necessary medical facilities. "Fine. Call him now. If he gets here in 5 minutes, he gets half a pig. If he's here in 10, just the leg. More than 20 minutes, don't bother coming. I'll go get some tools from the car." Jing Shu handed Wu Yuai to Wang Dazhao and left. Yang Yang rolled his eyes but made the call. This woman, who had been acting cute and clueless, had suddenly revealed her true, ruthless nature. It was a complete change in demeanor. Now, she seemed like someone who could destroy the world if she wasn't obeyed. The anesthetist arrived in 8 minutes, happy with just the pig leg. "This is Jing Shu. And this is anesthetist Alan," Yang introduced them. Alan, flamboyant with his ponytail and mannerisms, teased, "Do you need more anesthetic? I'll trade it all for more pig legs." "Deal. Give me everything." Jing Shu took the anesthetic, learned how to use it, then gave Wu Yui some spiritual spring water and regular water to clean her wounds. Under Alan's guidance, she administered the anesthetic, and Wu Yui soon fell into a deep sleep. Everyone was curious about what Jing Shu would do next. Alan examined the wound and clicked his tongue. "The burn area is too severe. You'll have to amputate." Before he could finish, Jing Shu had already begun cutting away the necrotic flesh. Soon, Wu Yui's legs had lost a considerable amount of muscle and skin. Some of the younger officers vomited on the spot, while Yang watched with interest, even pointing out areas that needed more cleaning. Wu Yui would probably lose a few pounds from this alone. "Are you saving her or killing her? Without post-op care, she'll die anyway," Alan protested. "Shang Guanjun wasn't thorough enough in removing the necrotic tissue. She's going to die anyway, so I'm treating her like a lost cause," Jing Shu replied coldly. She then pulled out various medicines and tools she had prepared, not from the car, but from her space. The surrounding people looked at Jing Shu strangely. Wang Dezhao spoke up. "She saved my life the same way when my neck was slashed." This seemed to clear Jing Shu's reputation somewhat. During the procedure, Jing Shu applied spiritual spring water to Wu Yui's wounds. As long as she survived, losing some flesh was better than losing limbs. But whether Wu Yui would ever walk again was uncertain. Once everything was done, Jing Shu bandaged her legs and sighed in relief. "She'll sleep for a few hours. When the anesthetic wears off, the pain will be unbearable," Alan warned. Jing Shu's task was finally complete. Shang Guanjun had escaped this time, along with his mysterious superior, whom Jing Shu would have to deal with sooner or later. She didn't like wolves hiding in the dark and planned to take them down. Jing Shu exchanged all of Alan's remaining anesthetic for 4 pig legs. As thanks for getting information on the enemy's movements, Yang arranged for a patrol car to guard Jing Shu's villa around the clock. In exchange, Jing Shu gave him the remaining 4 pig legs. Perhaps aware of Jing Shu's concerns, the now satisfied Yang comforted her. "Don't worry, Zhang Qiang surely knows much more than the others. These sewer rats can't hide for long." No wonder old Niu liked this family. They were very shrewd. Now how should they arrange for Wu Yui's recovery? Bringing her back to Jing Shu's family would only worry them to death and upset the elderly. It might be better to let her recover before returning home. Jing Shu noticed Wu Yui's phone on the table, set to airplane mode. When reconnected to the network, the phone began to beep incessantly with notifications. 99 missed calls, all from someone labeled Mentor. No one in Wu Yui's family knew she had been captured. Even her aunt was still cooking at IGA supermarket, unaware. Wang Dezhao had mentioned that not even she knew about Wu Yui's abduction. Seeing the calls from her mentor, Jing Shu's eyes lit up. This mentor that Wu Yui always talked about? Was he reliable? Maybe she could temporarily place Wu Yui in his care for a few days. Jing Shu dialed the number, and the phone was answered almost immediately. A deep, raspy voice asked, "Who are you?" Jing Shu. "Well?" This left Jing Shu completely bewildered. If this was really Wu Yui's mentor and he finally saw her return his call, shouldn't he be asking where she was or why she hadn't answered? Had this mentor really called 99 times without saving Wu Yui's number? Or had her mentor already figured out that Wu Yui had been kidnapped? While Jing Shu was lost in thought, the voice on the other end continued, "Where is Wu Yui? You can state your terms directly, but I need to ensure she's alive." Jing Shu. "Are you Wu Yui's mentor?" Jing Shu asked, wanting to confirm the identity. "You captured Wu Yui but aren't targeting me? You don't know who I am?" The voice on the other end was now questioning Jing Shu. What, does he think the whole world knows who he is? Jing Shu couldn't take it anymore. No wonder Wu Yui's mentor seemed as eccentric as she was. "Are you Wu Yui's mentor or not? If you're not, I'm hanging up." A deep voice replied, I am. Where is Wu Yui? What do you want? If he had just said that from the start, it would have saved a nonsensical conversation. Wu Yui's mentor seemed to have some kind of everyone's out to get me complex. Jing Shu squinted. Wu Yui was injured, but she's fine now. I'm her cousin. I saw you called so many times and wanted to reassure you. Where is she? Next to IGA supermarket in the office building. Wait there. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Beep, beep, beep. The call was cut off. Well, that wasn't like a regular conversation. He had hung up before she could even finish her sentence. While waiting, Jing Shu sent her parents home, not wanting them to come up. They might not be able to handle the grim scene of what had happened. Don't worry, cousin. It was a false alarm. She wasn't captured. She's currently with her mentor, working on something important. Once they're done, I'll have her video call you. You two should head back to the villa. It's not safe with Grandpa and Grandma alone there. Officer Yang will make sure I'm safe and take me home. Anesthetist Alan also left, fluttering his fingers as he said, Give the pig leg to Yang. He'll bring it to me. Call me if you need me again. I'm practically half a doctor now. Yang pulled out his long revolver and began another round of interrogation with Zheng Qiang. Jing Shu, after settling her family matters, noticed that Wu Yui's mentor had arrived, exactly 9 minutes and 45 seconds later. Impressive. However, Wu Yui's mentor then got lost in the office building, wasting an additional 20 minutes. Jing Shu had to use location sharing to track him down on the 5th floor, where she found Wu Yui's mentor and the 2 large men following him, who looked exasperated. This was apparently not the first time this had happened. Jing Shu had assumed that Wu Yui's mentor would be in his 50s or 60s, considering his status. But to her surprise, he was much younger. He had long, straight black hair and wore all black clothing, looking completely out of place in the modern world. His slanted eyes gave off an air of coldness. Despite getting lost, he still acted arrogantly. Lead the way. Jing Shu suddenly wondered. Did Wu Yui choose to study under this man for his looks or his knowledge? Jing Shu guessed it was the former. When they reached their destination and saw the uniformed police, Wu Yui's mentor and the 2 men finally relaxed and even struck up a conversation with them. That's when Jing Shu learned that they too were part of the police force and that Wu Yui's mentor was named Chu Zhuohua. How did these injuries happen? Chu Zhuohua asked. Jing Shu explained how Wu Yui had been captured and that, upon rescuing her, they found that all the other hostages had been tortured to death. Only Wu Yui had survived, and she described the steps taken to treat her wounds. You're the Jing Shu that Wu Yui always talks about, the one who defies the laws of biology? Chu Zhuohua sized her up, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, as if she were some kind of research subject. Jing Shu, In the end, Wu Yui was taken to Chu Zhuohua's place to recover. After conducting several investigations, Jing Shu concluded that Chu Zhuohua was trustworthy for the time being. Plus, Jing Shu would drive over every day to deliver food to Wu Yui, and had even installed a hidden camera in her room. That afternoon, Jing Shu returned to the villa and gave Yang a black pig as promised. Later that night, she explained to her family that Wu Yui would be staying with her mentor to study for a while, even sending them a video to ease their worries. With that, the day's events were finally settled. It had been a thrilling day. Jing Shu was exhausted, but felt that, despite the loss of several large stones and over 100 liters of gasoline, she had gained a grenade as spoils and successfully rescued Wu Yui. Overall, it was a win. That evening, despite her fatigue, Jing Shu pushed herself to practice with her Rubik's Cube. Though not in the best state of mind, she forced herself through the monotonous practice, understanding the importance of the cube after today's events. She was determined to level it up as soon as possible, over and over again. Without realizing it, she became faster and faster, though she didn't notice. She only felt tired. With a final click, she pressed the timer for the last time, her consciousness fading. She vaguely remembered that she had broken her personal record. Then for the 3rd time, her mind exploded with a roaring sound, and she completely lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Cluck, cluck, cluck! Moo! Oink, oink! The next day, Jing Shu was awakened by a cacophony of noises. Her head felt like it was about to explode as the sounds of chickens, cows, and pigs clashed in her mind. Groggily opening her eyes, the sounds continued, making it feel as though she was in an entirely new world. My Rubik's Cube space has upgraded again. Jing Shu's mind grew clearer, and she felt that with this upgrade, she was becoming one with the Rubik's Cube space. Previously, to enter the Rubik's Cube space, she had to call upon it with her consciousness and step into a pitch-black world filled with glowing white grids. She called this process consciousness summoning, but now she no longer needed to do that. Although she stood by her bedside, Jing Shu felt as if she were inside the Rubik's Cube space at the same time. It was as though, by raising her hand, she could touch the spiritual spring. Right in front of her were the farmlands, and there were coconut trees. To her right were the livestock, and to her left was an abundance of resources. Clearly, her control over the Rubik's Cube space had reached a new level. The only odd part was that these things appeared ghost-like and overlapped with reality, yet the sounds of pigs, cows, and sheep were loud and clear. She could even hear the bees buzzing over the fields. The biggest limitation of the Rubik's Cube space was that people couldn't enter it. Jing Shu wondered if, as the space continued to upgrade, it would eventually merge entirely with the real world. Would humans, including herself, be able to enter it? It's too noisy, Jing Shu thought, and the sounds from the space immediately ceased, though the visuals remained. Can it return to how it was before? As soon as she had this thought, the entire space reverted to its original state, and the ghostly images vanished completely. Jing Shu named this upgraded Rubik's Cube space the second form, while she now referred to the previous consciousness summoning mode as the first form. Now, she could freely switch between the two forms at will. The advantage of the second form was that she could constantly observe the scenes in the Rubik's Cube space, seeing the virtual space and reality overlap. She could even watch the plants grow at a visible pace. This way, she could practice with the Rubik's Cube while monitoring any changes in the space. The second form was perfect for times when nothing urgent was happening, allowing Jing Shu to keep a close eye on her crops and livestock. Her most anticipated upgrade had indeed come true. The space's size had expanded from 5555 to 6x6x6, now providing her with 216 cubic meters of space. The farmland had grown from 12 plots to 18. Aside from the 1 cubic meter taken up by the spiritual spring, she now had 197 cubic meters left, which was simply fantastic. The original 125 cubic meters had become too cramped, and this new increase excited her immensely. After a quick wash, Jing Shu ate a large breakfast in the dining room that Grandma Jing had prepared: 6 boiled eggs, 3 bowls of soy milk, 5 sticks of fried dough, 5 corn cakes, and a plate of vinegar-pickled garlic shoots. She felt like her appetite had grown again. Even after eating all that, she still wanted more. Jing Shu's parents and her third aunt had already gone to work. They were fortunate enough to have secured jobs in the post-apocalyptic system, something that soon everyone would desperately want. Due to the darkness, productivity had plummeted. Only a few people could earn a living, with most working whatever jobs the government assigned to them, often in exchange for a meager amount of food. In her previous life, Jing Shu's family had struggled like this for 10 years in the apocalypse. Grandpa Jing, meanwhile, was the most diligent of all when it came to practicing with his crossbow. He had set up a target in the backyard to train on. Grandma Jing was cleaning lotus roots. A large portion of the lotus in the pond had ripened, and Jing Shu had eagerly requested honeyed lotus root. So Grandma Jing had decided to make a lot of it. Just a small amount wouldn't last Jing Shu 2 meals. To get the lotus roots soft and sweet, they had to be pressure cooked for several hours. It made sense that this dish was one of the 8 famous cold dishes. It was truly something special. With some rare free time after breakfast, Jing Shu helped Grandma Jing prepare the honeyed lotus root while using the second form of the Rubik's Cube space to organize her new space. Grandma Jing had already washed, peeled, and chopped the lotus roots. Number 1, the creature closest to Jing Shu besides her grandma, was happily munching on the discarded lotus peel. Number 1 had gained a new role in Jing Shu's household: garbage disposal. Indeed, whether it was bones or food scraps, whether skins, roots, or even almond shells, if it was remotely edible, Number 1 could eat it. At the moment it weighed a solid 45 pounds, larger than a typical medium-sized dog. After devouring an entire box of lotus peel, it affectionately rubbed against Jing Shu before proudly puffing out its chest and continuing its patrol of its domain. It wouldn't tolerate a single insect on its turf, and as the leader of the chicken coop, it took its duties seriously. This batch of poultry was not easy to manage. Now all Jing Shu needed to do was hollow out the tops of the lotus roots, stuff them with soaked glutinous rice, and secure the tops with toothpicks. Then, she could place them in a pressure cooker with red dates and brown sugar. After cooking for 2 hours, the lotus roots would cool down, get sliced, drizzled with syrup, and sprinkled with osmanthus, yielding delicious, sweet, and sticky honeyed lotus root. Yum! Since there were so many lotus roots, Jing Shu and Grandma Jing spent the whole day preparing them. Some were secretly stored away in Jing Shu's space for future snacks, while the rest were sealed and refrigerated to serve as a delightful cold dish in the evenings. By the end of the day, Jing Shu had also finished reorganizing her space. Over the past 6 months, she had consumed a fair share of the food in her space, and there were some changes in the poultry area. Here's a quick summary. 1 cubic meter for the spiritual spring, 18 cubic meters for farmland. 2 cubic meters for fish, 18 cubic meters for poultry. That left 177 cubic meters for everything else. Here's what Jing Shu currently had in the space: 1 cubic meter for seeds, daily necessities, spare feed, fish feed, honey, Haagen-Dazs, yogurt ice, honey lemon, potato curry chicken, spicy duck blood soup, braised black pork ribs, tomato prawns, steamed hairy crab, fried fish chunks, fried chicken, seafood shrimp porridge, lamb soup with carrots and corn, chicken stew with mushrooms, pork ribs and lotus root soup, carp and tofu soup, and corn cakes totaling 22 cubic meters. 2 cubic meters each for steak, chicken nuggets with fries, coconut milk, and chicken, duck, and quail eggs, totaling 8 cubic meters. The remaining space held 9 cubic meters of various nuts, 14 cubic meters of gasoline, 11 tons of mineral water, 15 cubic meters of flour and oil, and 20 cubic meters of large stone blocks, leaving Jing Shu with 78 cubic meters of space. Jing Shu planned to grow more vegetables in the space, so she wouldn't have to wait for them to grow every time she craved something. In the past 6 months, she had eaten all the steak, beef jerky, cured meats, 1 cubic meter of hot pot ingredients, fried fish, roasted quail, and soy milk. She would need to stock up again soon. Having lived through hunger in her past life, Jing Shu panicked whenever the space didn't have enough food. Oh, and the extra 6 plots of farmland? Jing Shu had planted medicinal herbs. Now that medical supplies had run out, she was no longer waiting for the artificial sun to return. She needed to be prepared. Though it was nice to imagine the artificial sun returning and facilitating crop growth, the harsh reality of the apocalypse had shown her that medicines would become extremely rare over the next 10 years. Jing Shu planned to stockpile herbs now, while testing her hypothesis about the space by comparing the growth of coconut trees and medicinal plants. Precious medicinal herbs definitely needed to be planted. Things like Polygonum multiflorum, Gastrodia, ginseng, cordyceps, and Panax notoginseng were not only useful for personal use, but could save lives in the future when needed, making them highly valuable. Jing Shu also planted some common herbs based on online guides, such as astragalus, purslane, isatis root, honeysuckle, angelica, motherwort, and hawthorn. These could be used for minor ailments like colds or headaches, and Panax notoginseng and angelica could help stop bleeding and reduce bruising for external injuries, eliminating the need to rely on spiritual spring water for everything. As time passed, the value of these herbs would only increase. Jing Shu planned to eventually trade small amounts of medicinal herbs for other resources she might need. As for vegetables, Jing Shu reserved 1 plot of land for daily vegetables. The other 5 plots, 30 surfaces in total, were fully planted with radishes and daylily flowers with an estimated yield of over 1,000 pounds. In the latter half of this first year of the apocalypse, Jing Shu planned to grow as many vegetables as possible. She would store a small portion in her space and turn the rest into dried vegetables and dried fruits, which would be handy when living in public spaces later on and would attract less attention. Another important factor was the extreme heat that started in May of the first year of the apocalypse, which lasted for half a year. After this period, such temperatures would never occur again, making it impossible to sun-dry vegetables in the future. This was the perfect time to naturally sun-dry vegetables and fruits, with extremely effective results. After a day of sun exposure, all moisture would be gone, and the dried goods could be stored in cold storage for long-term use. When needed, adding a little water would rehydrate the dried vegetables back into their fresh form, and their shelf life was very long. Dried vegetables were ideal for consumption during migrations. In the second year of the apocalypse, even clothes would be damp and food would quickly mold if left out. Mushrooms would grow everywhere. At that point, only a drying machine could be used to make dried vegetables. That's why Jing Shu planned to make as many dried vegetables and fruits as possible in the second half of this year. The last 6 plots of land were still occupied by coconut trees. Although it took over 3 months for them to grow, the mature coconuts were well worth it, producing a harvest every 5 days. Jing Shu used the second form of her Rubik's Cube space to make various coconut-based foods, such as coconut milk pudding, coconut sticky rice, and coconut jelly. She even occasionally enjoyed fresh coconut water. The temperature had risen from over 40 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees, causing more people, who had gradually adjusted to the heat, to suffer from heat stroke again. The biggest issue was the severe water shortage. People suffering from heat stroke now were essentially left to die. Hospitals were no help since they had no medicine left. Meanwhile, their neighbors would be eagerly waiting for them to die so they could call the body disposal service and earn 2 points to trade for water. This situation caused a chain reaction. Families began exchanging whatever they could: seasonings, bedding, clothing, even kitchen knives and utensils. They used their work points to trade for rice and water, but the 500 milliliters of water rationed per day was far from enough. People were willing to trade everything just to survive. The people in Jing Shu's neighborhood had also used up their work points to get water. Even though everyone sipped it sparingly, it still wasn't enough to keep up with their body's demands. It wasn't until 5 or 6 in the evening, when the temperature suddenly dropped to a few degrees, that things got slightly better. Even Jing Shu, living in an air-conditioned room set to a constant 26 degrees, needed to drink over 10 coconuts a day, eat ice cream, have yogurt shaved ice, and drink watermelon juice to stay hydrated. I wonder what Wu Yui is eating over at her mentor's place. Now that the gas supply has been cut off, they probably can't even cook, Grandma Jing said with concern. All right, I'll bring her some food. Jing Shu packed a large box of supplies, including tang yuan, sweet rice balls, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, braised meat, and a bucket of mineral water. It was more than enough for 2 people. Since she could monitor Wu Yui's situation through her phone, Jing Shu wasn't too worried. The anesthetist Alan's prediction that Wu Yui would be in unbearable pain after the anesthesia wore off hadn't come true. Instead, Jing Shu had seen Wu Yui lounging around, browsing her phone, reading comics, and snacking on biscuits and water. When she needed to use the bathroom, she didn't even need to get out of bed. That was because Chu Zhuohua had somehow managed to get hold of a hospital bed equipped with a built-in toilet, activated with the press of a button. Although Wu Yui couldn't move her legs, she was in good spirits. Jing Shu delivered food daily, checked the wounds for infection, and applied spiritual spring water, hoping for a quick recovery. Wu Yui commented that she felt like she was living her best life. She loved this lifestyle. If she just had a bit more snacks and the temperature weren't so hot, it would be perfect. Of course, not everyone could maintain a constant 26 degrees in their home like Jing Shu. Jing Shu also noticed that Wu Yui's mentor, Chu Zhuohua, owned a Maserati sports car. But that wasn't the impressive part. The impressive part was that he had personally modified the car into a hybrid, even creating a custom charging system. Modifying an engine like that was akin to changing its very soul. Jing Shu could only think, impressive. Her mind started racing. Before the apocalypse, she had debated whether to buy a motorhome for emergencies like earthquakes or evacuations. But that plan had been scrapped due to the high maintenance and fuel costs, and the fact that a motorhome cost over 1,000,000 yuan, which she couldn't afford. But now, if she could get a gasoline-powered motorhome at a low price and have Chu Zhuohua converted into a hybrid in exchange for compensation, would that be feasible? Petroleum and natural gas had become vital national resources. Even in the U.S., gasoline was no longer available to the public. This showed how valuable gasoline had become, and gasoline-powered vehicles had largely become obsolete. A gasoline-powered motorhome probably wouldn't be worth much anymore. "I'll keep an eye out," Jing Shu thought. In her past life, there had been people using fuel-powered vehicles during migrations, but motorhomes were rare, mostly owned by the elite. Now she was excited at the possibility of improving her living conditions during the apocalypse. The extreme heat persisted for several more days with no sign of relief. People's protests for more water were ignored by the government, which had more pressing issues to deal with. The polluted water sources had led to a massive evolution of corpse-eating insects, which were now multiplying throughout Wuchang. These corpse-eating insects had grown much larger and developed a new behavior. Like mosquitoes, they now fed on the flesh and blood of living people. Mosquitoes at least only sucked blood. These newly evolved corpse-eating insects, however, consumed both blood and flesh. While they generally didn't attack humans unless there was no other food available, their rapid reproduction meant they often ended up in human-populated areas where they would feed on people's flesh. The bites were often small and painless, but according to news reports, and based on incidents in the neighborhood, if you slept at night with your blanket covering you and the insects laid eggs on any leftover food, by the next morning you might find part of your flesh missing. That area of skin would then slowly begin to rot. This, in turn, would attract even more corpse-eating insects. If, while you're asleep, the first corpse bug lays eggs and starts feeding on your flesh, and you don't wake up, within minutes, more flies will arrive to lay eggs. In less than 2 hours, your body will be swarming with corpse bugs. Their saliva contains a numbing agent, so people who are sleeping deeply won't notice a thing. The evolution of species is indeed an incredible thing. The original corpse bugs were only the size of a pinhead, but now they've grown much larger. Eventually they will become quite plump, and due to the scarcity of food, they'll eat anything with energy. Previously, corpse bugs only laid eggs on corpses, but now they lay eggs on living people. A female corpse fly, now about the size of a mosquito, can lay thousands of eggs on a person. These eggs hatch into tiny larvae that grow to the size of a pinhead overnight. Jing Shu knew all too well about these corpse bugs. They were her nightmare. In just 3 days, corpse bugs mature, with the females becoming flies that seek new hosts to lay eggs on. The male corpse bugs, however, grow larger and larger. In times of abundance, they store energy for the species. When food becomes scarce, they are used as rations. These males never transform into flies, and by the 5th year of the apocalypse, they were what Jing Shu mostly ate. This species' strength comes from their ruthlessness toward themselves. A few days ago, when Shang Guanjun was torturing an old lady from the neighborhood, he dunked her into a pool of water contaminated with corpse bugs. The long, wriggling bugs were males, constantly feeding to serve as mobile rations for the species, ready to sacrifice themselves when needed. In her previous life, Jing Shu had to remain vigilant every time she slept, fearing she'd be bitten or have eggs laid on her. Wang Qiti posted in the group chat. Everyone, Aunt Lu from Building 3 was unfortunate enough to have corpse fly eggs laid on her last night. By the time she was found today, her body was completely covered in corpse bugs, leaving only bones. Please everyone, be on high alert when you sleep. Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. I set up a mosquito net in my house, but it's useless. This morning, I woke up with my face covered in bites. Does anyone have extra gauze? I need to add another layer. User Fat Girl 25. I traded all my cloth for work points. I wish I'd kept some. Wang Qi followed up. There's still no news about the 5 people who went missing from the neighborhood a few days ago. They're probably dead by now. After 7 days, I'll file a death report, and we can inherit their belongings from any houses without relatives. As usual, I'll take 3 times the share. No one opposed Wang Qiki anymore since he had successfully led the neighborhood to food and water. User win 3. Great, I can finally find some dishes. My dishes were crawling with maggots today. If they weren't white, I'd have thought they were corpse bugs. News outlets were also covering the growing danger of corpse bugs, and the Science Channel finally had a triumphant moment. See? Corpse bugs are going to rule the world. They're on their way to becoming the top of the food chain. At this rate, in 3 months, all other life forms and resources will be consumed by corpse bugs. Jing Shu's villa wasn't immune. Many corpse bugs had found their way inside. Luckily, the villa had frogs and the fat chicken, and Jing Shu had placed several frogs in Grandma Jing's house as well. After Wu Yui left, Third Aunt Jing also moved into the villa for a few days. Everyone felt it was too unsafe outside. The villa was now under constant surveillance, with patrol cars and armed police on duty 24/7 until Shang Guanjun and his boss were caught. Jing Shu continued to send boiled water to the officers outside. It was enough to show a little kindness without being overgenerous. Jing Shu's father had recently brought home some poultry from a farm because the infestation had gotten out of hand. Dozens of animals had died after corpse flies laid eggs on them. Some of the more careless workers allowed the bugs to infest the pigs and cows, which were completely devoured. The infection spread rapidly to the rest of the farm animals. So it was safer to bring them home. The conditions were better, and most importantly, there were fewer corpse bugs. Each dead animal had a tag, and whoever was responsible for the animal's care had to take the blame. Some well-connected people had been removed from their positions, and their sponsors were also punished. That's right. Getting into a farm or agricultural base required a sponsor. If you made a mistake and couldn't pay the compensation, your sponsor would be held accountable. Dad, we need to get some weather stripping and sealants. We need to ensure that the tempered glass has no gaps, and that the doors and windows are fully sealed. Otherwise, all these crops will be ruined. Jing Shu pointed to the cucumber plants in the yard. There were places the frogs couldn't reach, and those areas were vulnerable. If eggs were laid on the plants, it would be disastrous. Plus, they needed to prepare for next year's floods. Jing Shu didn't want red worms coming in. All right, leave it to me. I'll figure out a way to get some. Jing Shu's father thought for a moment. It seemed like he'd have to make a deal with old Lu, although he really didn't want to reconnect with a colleague he hadn't spoken to in over 20 years. He had already seen through their true nature. It looked like they'd have to spray mosquito repellent all over the villa. Even if it wasted some, it was worth it. After the supply ran out, they could always grow some herbs to make more. Jing Shu's mother had been under a lot of stress lately. The mushrooms being cultivated in Wucheng's other 12 districts had mostly been devoured by corpse bugs. She was terrified that her district's crops would also be eaten. Fortunately, Jing Shu had placed hundreds of frogs in her mother's farm. With the constant air conditioning and good water supply, the crops remained unharmed. Every day, Wucheng consumed more mushrooms than any other food. Even though they didn't taste great, they were cheap in terms of work points. With no other options, people had no choice but to eat mushroom rice. However, mushrooms were prone to mold, which happened to be one of the corpse bug's favorite foods. Despite all precautions, over half of the mushrooms had been eaten. This meant that in the coming days, the entire city's food supply would be in jeopardy. Few people still had food reserves. If the city's food supply was cut off for a few days, many more people would die. That day, Jing Shu was summoned by Minister Niu Mu to reserve almost all of her second batch of frogs, and he even wanted to reserve the third batch. The second batch had about 1,000 frogs. Jing Shu left 200 for her mother's farm and gave the rest to Niu Mu in exchange for 500 work points, 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity, and 200 bottles of mineral water, along with Minister Niu Mu's favor. Due to the current water shortage, even Minister Niu Mu wasn't as generous as before. He couldn't offer 2 bottles of water per frog, so he gathered other things. The 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity combined with solar power would provide enough for Jing Shu's household for several months, saving them from using gasoline to generate electricity. Jing Shu didn't care too much about the number of water bottles. She was mainly thinking ahead. If she ever needed to explain the source of all her water, she could say she got it from trading with Minister Niu Mu. Otherwise, hiding hundreds of boxes of water in her study would raise suspicions. On June 1st, Jing Shu received her first paycheck of 60 work points. Her mother received her first paycheck under the new job reform, 180 points, and 2,000 yuan in paper currency. Even though paper money was almost worthless, it could still be used to buy some overpriced daily necessities. Some people were still hopeful that the dark days would end, or that after the artificial sun was constructed in October, monetary systems would be restored. Third Aunt Jing Lai, after deducting her daily meal expenses, earned 30 work points, enough to trade for some food and water. Last time when Zhejian tried to blow up the oil district, they had also planned to rob IGA supermarket, but since it was now guarded by armed police, it remained unaffected. On June 1st, it marked exactly 1 month since the reform that began on May 1st, 2023. Initially, it was tested only in government and civil service sectors, but from June 1st, the virtual currency system tied to citizens' IDs officially launched. For now, the virtual currency could only be used to buy food and water, while other items were still available with paper currency. Thus, the first-year work point system of the apocalypse was officially underway, gradually replacing paper currency. Meanwhile, the era of big data and zero privacy was silently emerging. This transitional period was expected to stir up conflict and power struggles, but the truth was that the upper class had already completed their transition from paper currency to virtual currency. They had carved up the pie of power once again. From this point on, virtual currency would become part of the post-apocalyptic monetary system. In her previous life, Jing Shu didn't have the chance to witness these changes. But in this life, she saw every bit of transformation around her. The government's network, after being spread wide, was finally starting to reel everything in. Reporting robbery or murder could earn a reward of 1 to 100 virtual currency points. This measure kept 80% of Wucheng's population constantly vigilant, ready to report anything suspicious with a phone call. On one side, police and satellite cameras would verify the claims, while on the other, the data was entered into the new big data system. This system could analyze the whereabouts of individuals based on personal location data and estimate their likelihood of committing robbery or murder. Once the government announced that Jack Ma would become the CFO of the big data system and explained its functionality, everyone was stunned. It turned out the reason some people were getting arrested when they showed up to collect food was because of how powerful big data had become. Moreover, measures like collecting knives and other dangerous tools were initially met with a spike in crime, but as time passed, there was nothing left to rob. People resorted to stealing cloth, bedding, and other household items to trade for food. Eventually, even those items ran out, and they had no choice but to trade their weapons for food. Little did they know that their actions had already been logged and analyzed by the big data system. Discussing who had food had become a taboo topic among the public. If anyone mentioned it, they would immediately become a target. Jing Shu's grandmother, who used to enjoy gossiping with the other elderly ladies in the neighborhood, now rarely left the house. Every day, she felt a sense of security seeing the boxes of dried goods in the kitchen and the 5 fridges constantly stocked with food. She was determined to guard these supplies. Meanwhile, Wucheng had gone 3 days without food. The corpse bugs had eaten most of the mushrooms. To be exact, the mushroom rice supply was gone, leaving only plain white rice, priced at 2 virtual currency points per portion. Many people had traded everything they owned for only a handful of points. With the need to buy both food and water, a family couldn't last more than a few days. The mushroom rice had cost only 0.5 points, just enough for a family to get by. There were also white steamed buns and smaller portions of meat, but these could only be traded for knives or weapons, further intensifying the collection of sharp objects. In her past life, Jing Shu's family had kept only 1 knife. They traded the rest for white steamed buns. Unfortunately, their last knife was lost in the 2nd year during the floods. On the 4th day without food, corpse bugs went on a rampage, eating humans, crops, and anything else they could find. At that point, most households had traded away all their knives, weapons, and anything else they could find for food, and had already consumed it all. Now, they were facing the dual threat of starvation and being bitten by corpse bugs. On the 5th day, people began shouting for the government to open the warehouses and release the food, demanding free provisions or threatening to riot. By the 6th day, the Wucheng government introduced a new food supply, priced at 0.3 points per portion, cheaper than the mushroom rice. It was almost June 7th, the Dragon Boat Festival. After delivering food to Wu Yui, Jing Shu started preparing ingredients for making zongzi, rice dumplings, with her grandmother. Jing Shu knew that today would bring a major event, one that, in her previous life, had shattered her worldview. As the people of Wucheng continued to protest for food, the government finally responded. Yes, the prophecy made by the Science Channel, that corpse bugs would rule the world and sit atop the food chain, was once again proven wrong. Because a new enemy of the corpse bugs had emerged: grain bugs. In other words, maggots. Due to the extreme heat, many places had become breeding grounds for maggots, especially now. At first, the maggots were caught off guard by the corpse bugs and couldn't react in time, allowing the corpse bugs to take over most of the food supply. Even the flies had no place to lay their eggs because any available food was quickly devoured by the corpse bugs. But now, the maggots had evolved a new strategy. If the corpse bugs took over the food supply, no problem. They would just slowly overtake the corpse bugs. Flies, utilizing their incredible reproductive abilities, began laying eggs around the corpse bugs. Although maggots took longer to develop than corpse bugs, and the food was usually eaten by the bugs first, when the maggots finally hatched, they were much larger than the corpse bugs and could crawl over and slowly eat them. Wherever there was food infested with corpse bugs, there would be a nearby army of hungry maggots waiting to devour them once they hatched. Jing Shu recalled a phrase, "Life is like a game of chess. I am but a pawn, slow and steady, yet I never retreat." And the army of maggots was just 3 seconds away from arriving on the battlefield. Jing Shu mused that maggots were a form of biological warfare. Why? It was like the relationship between Vivo and Oppo phones. Where one exists, the other follows. Now, wherever there were corpse bugs, there would be maggots. After the corpse bugs devoured the mushrooms at the 12 management offices of Wucheng, a miraculous thing happened. An army of flies arrived, laying a vast number of maggots. Just when the government was at its wits' end, a biologist suggested, "Grain bugs are rich in protein. If properly processed, they taste pretty good and can satisfy the cravings of those who are constantly demanding meat." To be fair, the government had done its best. People complained about the lack of vegetables, so the government gave them vegetables. Now they were complaining about the lack of meat, so the government provided plump maggots. What more could they want? Just a few days after all the mushrooms in the 12 management offices of Wucheng were devoured by corpse bugs, they were overtaken by a massive army of maggots. The management offices were now swarming with maggots devouring other corpse bugs in what could only be described as a biological battle. If no decision is made soon, these maggots will mature into flies. By then, their taste will degrade, their texture won't be as good, and the protein content will decrease. The flavor and quality won't be great. Maggots are best eaten when they're young and tender. With biologists advising them, the government made the bold decision to start serving meat dishes to the public. They also took into account the people's preferences. Psychologists emphasized that the first impression of a new dish was crucial for acceptance. To make this new food source more palatable, the government used all the seasonings they had collected over the past few days and decided to launch a grand feast of grain bugs, maggots, allowing the citizens to pick their favorite flavors so they could regularly enjoy them in the future. For example, they introduced salt and pepper grain bugs, where the bugs were first deep-fried, then sprinkled with salt and chili powder. One bite and the juicy protein would burst out, mingling with the fragrant seasonings. There was also cumin-fried grain bugs, or a lighter option, mushroom stew with grain bugs, garnished with scallions and a bit of salt. They even offered stir-fried grain bugs with rice. After all, the bugs looked quite similar to rice grains, and this batch of maggots was excellent, well-nourished and plump, each about 3 centimeters long, with long tails. These maggots had consumed entire colonies of corpse bugs. This batch of grain bugs is more than enough to replace mushroom rice. What's more, if we don't control them, they'll mature into flies, lay eggs everywhere, and once they've eaten all the corpse bugs, they'll become the next batch of corpse bugs. Therefore, it's best to let the grain bugs and corpse bugs keep each other in check. This way, we can solve the food shortage without any cost. We should also encourage the public to search for grain bugs. We can use virtual currency to incentivize them, increasing their enthusiasm. Then we can process the bugs into meals and give them back to the people, creating a sustainable cycle to get through this tough period. Let's save our grain reserves as much as possible. We won't be able to grow anything normally for the next 2 years until the artificial sun is established, and then things will improve. Jing Shu soaked over 100 pounds of glutinous rice, cleaned every lotus leaf in her pond and space, and cut them up. Since she didn't have bamboo leaves for making zongzi, rice dumplings, and it would be suspicious to bring them out of her space, she decided to use lotus leaves instead. They had a similarly fragrant taste. She also soaked red dates, prepared various dried ingredients and meats, and planned to make a variety of zongzi: meat dumplings, red date dumplings, sea cucumber and shrimp dumplings, 8 treasure dumplings, and red bean dumplings. Once cooked, zongzi could be dried and frozen, lasting for years. For a foodie like Jing Shu, filling her space and freezer was a must. These dumplings would make for easy breakfasts in the future. Just heat them up and eat. Much more convenient than the corn cakes she had made, which were already long gone. This time, she planned to make a lot more zongzi. Her favorite was the classic red date zongzi, drizzled with honey, combined with the purest glutinous rice. One bite, and the fragrant, sticky sweetness would melt in your mouth. Jing Shu drooled just thinking about it. Wang Qi posted in the group chat. Everyone, it's almost Dragon Boat Festival. The government is giving us a 3-day buffet for free. 0.5 work points per person, no limits. But you only get half an hour each day and can only enter once. I heard the food tastes pretty good, so hurry and line up. Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. Have things gotten so bad that they're finally giving out food? Let's hurry and line up. We've been starving for days. I wonder why the government is being so generous this time. User Win 3. I told you, if we keep protesting, the government will have to distribute food. They can't just watch us die. Didn't they say China has 3 years of grain reserves? Time to bring them out. We can finally eat our fill. User Fat Girl 25. Even if it's just an unlimited supply of the worst mushroom rice, I'll take it. I'm not exaggerating. I could eat the whole IGA supermarket. After preparing everything for the zongzi, Jing Shu smiled silently as she read the chat. Foolish humans, you think it's going to be something tasty? In her past life, this event had completely shattered her worldview. But in the end, not wanting to waste her 0.5 work points, she tried several flavors of maggots and found the salt and pepper ones to be somewhat acceptable. Now that she had some free time, Jing Shu toyed with the upgraded Rubik's Cube in her hand while sharpening her conical boulders in the space. Ever since she started using the reinforced wolf tooth club, she had been thinking that it would be great if she could upgrade the boulders to steel. They could be reused, but they'd be too conspicuous. She decided to stick with the regular stones for now. There were plenty of them in the mountains. Hurry up! The food's about to be served. What's there to hesitate about? The higher-ups said if your dish is good, you'll be promoted to team leader. If no one eats it, you'll have to finish it yourself. The first meal must be delicious to avoid leaving a bad impression on the people, the bald man shouted. At the repurposed cafeteria in IGA supermarket, 80 cooks were lined up in 2 rows, each standing in front of a stove. They were disgusted as they looked at the buckets of writhing maggots, fighting the urge to vomit. Everyone envied their jobs, but no one understood how hard it was. These 80 cooks were responsible for feeding tens of thousands of people each day, but they were better off than the homeless people without jobs. At least they got a meal and work points. One cook asked, "Director, these maggots are covered in corpse bugs and all sorts of filth. Shouldn't we wash them first before cooking?" The bald man glared at him. "You have water? Go ahead and wash them if you do." Despite their reluctance and disgust, the cooks put on gloves and got to work, grabbing the maggots and preparing them. Not only did they have to cook them, but the food also had to taste good, even in these harsh conditions. Jing Shu's third aunt, Jing Lai, pulled out a large packet of cumin and salt from her pocket. Her expression turned strange. Just a few days ago, Jing Shu had given her these seasonings, saying she might need them soon. She hadn't expected to use them so quickly. After thinking for a moment, Jing Lai decided to make salt and pepper grain bugs. She used coal to heat the oil and deep-fried the maggots. At first, she struggled to control the heat, causing maggot juice to splatter everywhere. But after a few batches, she got the hang of it. When she sprinkled the cumin that Jing Shu had given her, the fragrant aroma filled the air. After 3 hours of hard work, the cooks had prepared a variety of grain bug dishes. They hurried to eat their own meager meal of mushroom rice before heading out to serve the buffet. Their job was to ensure that people ate all the grain bugs they had cooked. Today's meal was the usual bland mushroom rice, but even that was much better than what the starving masses outside had. Of course, these mushrooms still had traces of corpse bugs and maggots. Thinking about how the people outside were eating whole maggots made the cooks feel a little better about their meal. Jing Lai quietly took out a large bowl of rice and started eating. She couldn't help but think of what Jing Shu had said earlier. "Third aunt, the food hasn't been great lately. Grandma made a portion for my mom and she can't finish it, so I packed some for you too. Otherwise it'd just go to waste." Jing Lai's eyes moistened a little. Jing Shu, that clever child, had said it that way to protect her dignity, knowing she had a strong sense of pride. Instead of openly giving her food and making her feel embarrassed, she mixed it all together so no one could tell what she was eating, even though Jing Lai knew the meal had been prepared just for her. It was a gesture of true familial care. Blood ties always mattered in the end. "Jing Lai, your family prepared food for you again? You're so lucky. You get meals provided at work and you still bring extra from home. Not like me. I have to save half of mine to take home and my whole paycheck goes toward buying food for my kids," said someone nearby. Jing Lai had thought she'd hidden well in the corner, but a few people had still noticed. "Why does it smell so good? I swear I smell ribs. Let me have a look." One person with a sharp nose came closer. "Nothing to see here, just some moldy brown rice," Jing Lai said calmly, passing her bowl over. In the dim light, it just looked like a clump of dark, unappetizing food. "It smells too good. I even smell potatoes." "You're probably hallucinating. Even poop smells good when you're starving." Jing Lai quietly swallowed a piece of rib meat, making sure to hide the sesame-top potatoes under her rice as she ate them all up. "Come on, let's finish eating. We still have to deal with the grain bugs later." Working in the cafeteria was a lucky break. At least you could occasionally eat some white rice. The government strictly controlled grain distribution, and ordinary citizens could only trade work points for meager meals. That afternoon, when Jing Shu's father drove to pick up her mother from work, they decided to stop by IGA supermarket to collect their water ration. The 5 tons of water they had traded for earlier had mostly been used for watering plants and feeding the livestock. With the extreme heat, they were down to just 3 tons, and maintaining a cool temperature in the villa required constant ice making to keep the yard from turning into a suffocating trap. Even the fish in the pond were struggling with the heat, so no matter how small the ration, they had to collect the government-issued water. When they arrived at the supermarket, the area was packed with S-shaped lines of people waiting to enter the cafeteria. Everyone's lips were dry and cracked, but they were excited. The Dragon Boat Festival was being celebrated with a 3-day buffet, an all-you-can-eat event, and it had thrilled countless people. The line for water collection was also long, but additional water stations had been set up, allowing the queue to move faster. After receiving their rations, most people rushed to join the line for the buffet. A tall wire fence separated the areas, and under the faint light, they could see the cafeteria packed with people. The government had spared no expense this time, using up all the collected seasonings, and the aroma from the cafeteria was enticing. From a distance, Jing Shu could see 2 rows of steaming pots lined up neatly on tables, with someone standing behind each one shouting, "Try my Kung Pao grain bugs! Delicious and savory!" "Stir-fried grain bugs. Take as much as you want." "Specialty deep-fried grain bugs from Guangdong. Come on, take a spoonful. No, wait, 2 spoonfuls. Eat more." The cafeteria staff, known for their stingy servings, were now enthusiastically piling food onto plates. People who had come excited, expecting at least mushrooms, were dumbfounded when they saw the various maggot dishes. Some pots still had maggots wriggling around, clearly not fully cooked. In other pots, the maggots had been minced into a paste, looking utterly revolting. Most of the maggots were dirty, uncleaned, and in their natural color, making them appear even more unappetizing. This isn't what I imagined. They call this a buffet? They expect us to eat this? Did they pull this out of a toilet? This is disgusting. However, some people who hadn't eaten in days didn't care. Drawn in by the aroma, they chose a few of the less offensive-looking dishes and began eating. At that moment, the cafeteria's loudspeaker came on. Take only what you can eat. Each person is limited to 30 minutes. If anyone is caught wasting food, report them to receive 2 virtual currency points. The offender will lose 5 virtual currency points, and those with negative balances of 10 or more will be sent for labor reform. To celebrate Dragon Boat Festival, IGA Supermarket will host a 3-day grainbug buffet for just 0.5 virtual currency per person. Each day, 10 citizens who eat the most will be awarded 10 virtual currency points. In addition, IGA Supermarket has added a new grainbug recycling station. We will buy grain bugs at 0.5 virtual currency per kilogram. There is no daily limit, so go out and catch as many as you can. Exchange them for water or white rice in this hot weather. The days of rejecting muddy water and getting tired of white rice were long gone. After a month or 2 of starvation, even the thought of eating maggots was becoming acceptable. After hesitating for a few minutes, most people decided to eat. What choice did they have? Hungry and thirsty, they couldn't afford both rice and water. Choosing 2 points for rice meant no water, and choosing more water meant no rice. At this point, 0.5 points were precious. Clothes and bedding had already been traded for food, and even dead people's belongings had run out. It was either eat or starve to death. They had to eat to survive. Some of the cooks, seeing that no one was eating their dishes, took matters into their own hands. One woman grabbed a handful of maggots from her pot and stuffed them into her mouth. "Look, my dish is delicious. Come and try it," she urged, knowing she'd have to finish it all herself if no one else did. With the cooks passionately promoting their dishes and serving generous portions, more and more people began to accept the food. But before they could fill up, their 30 minutes were up. A bald man overseeing the event, watching the chaos and the long lines outside, shouted into the loudspeaker, "Time's up! Next group, come in! This salt and pepper flavor is actually pretty good." Perhaps it was the quality of the ingredients, the aroma of the seasonings, or the skill of the cooking, but the salt and pepper grain bugs became a hit at IGA Supermarket, establishing a good reputation. Jing Lai's station had a long line. While other cooks were struggling to finish their first pot, Jing Lai had already emptied 7 or 8 pots, with people coming back for more. "I'm out for today. Come back tomorrow," Jing Lai said, wiping sweat from her forehead, satisfied. The bald man patted her on the back. "You did great. You're promoted to group leader. Keep it up." Jing Shu watched the familiar scene unfold, seeing the same expressions of hesitation, fear, and eventual acceptance in the crowd. Expressions she had worn herself in her previous life. But this time, her fate had changed. She would never have to eat maggots again, and that was a great relief. "Let's collect our water and head home to make zongzi," Grandma Jing sighed, shaking her head. "Back in the famine years, we went through the same thing. You eat whatever you can to survive." Jing Shu understood the sigh from her grandmother and the importance of food in the apocalypse, which was why she had prepared so many supplies, because some things would simply become unavailable. After collecting the water, the family got into their energy-powered car, drawing envious stares from the crowd. If it weren't for the armed police nearby, those glaring with greedy eyes might have rushed over to rob them. In times like these, people who wore clean clothes stood out like a sore thumb, out of place in this world. After all, 6 months into the apocalypse, almost no one had clean clothes anymore. People couldn't even get enough drinking water, let alone care about grooming themselves. I really don't understand why people who can still drive cars are competing with us for resources. We're already pitiful enough, and now they're taking water from us. It's because of people like them that we're getting less water. Exactly. Look how clean they are. They don't need this water like we do. Giving it to them is such a waste. It should be ours. Jing Shu, sitting comfortably in the air-conditioned car, sipped on her yogurt-shaved ice. Look at this. I'm pitiful, so I'm entitled. It was a classic example of people believing that just because they're worse off, they deserve more. Let's go, Dad. Ignore them. Sure thing, her dad responded. People like that were all too common after the apocalypse. Society would soon become sharply divided. Some people were destined to scrape by, scavenging insects to survive, while others would find ways to create new value and alternative resources in this world. This was the first Dragon Boat Festival after the apocalypse. Jing Shu's family finally finished wrapping all the soaked glutinous rice into zongzi, rice dumplings. Each one was shaped into a triangle, tied with string, and placed into cold water to boil. As one batch was being cooked, they wrapped more. After boiling for over an hour, the first batch was done, and they continued the process with the remaining ones. Jing Shu's grandmother carefully separated the different flavors by tying them with different colored strings. Red was for red date zongzi, green for meat zongzi, and so on. They used several different colors of string to identify the variety. To avoid bothering the neighbors, Jing Shu turned on the exhaust fan, though it didn't help much. The mouth-watering aroma of the boiling zongzi filled the air, likely spreading far beyond their house. Jing Shu, who hadn't eaten zongzi in a long time, couldn't help but drool. The moment the first batch was ready, she eagerly grabbed one, dipping it in honey and enjoying it while it was still hot. Before long, she had devoured more than a dozen. User Fatgirl 25. Yesterday, I tried over a dozen different flavors of grain bugs. I think the salt and pepper flavor was the best, but maybe I'm imagining things. Now I keep smelling zongzi. User Stone 21. I smelled it too, like a meat zongzi, salty and with chunks of lean meat, maybe even chicken drumsticks. User Fatgirl 25. No way, I smelled red date zongzi. User Ugly 24. Strange, I also smelled zongzi. It seems to be coming from the villa area. Wang Chiki jumped in to change the subject. IGA Supermarket is now selling zongzi made with rice for 2 work points each. If anyone needs some, you can catch grain bugs and trade them in. Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. With that many points, you'd be better off buying a big bowl of white rice. Grain bugs are easy to catch these days. There are dozens of kilograms in our toilet downstairs. I've already caught a bunch and traded them for points. User Fatgirl 25. That's disgusting. You're catching bugs from a toilet? That stuff gets fed to people, you know. Wang Kuihua replied with another voice message. So what? I just scooped them out with a shovel, rinsed them off, and traded them in. I got 20 work points for it. I've already claimed the toilets nearby. User Wind 3. Please stop. I finally figured out why the bugs I ate today had a slight you-know-what flavor. With all the bugs around, why go for the toilet ones? Wang Kuihua responded again. Catching bugs outside takes forever, but in the toilets you can scoop up a whole shovelful at once. Thankfully, the talk of zongzi was dropped after that. Jing Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the villa's tempered glass was covered by a thick layer of dust, completely concealing their home from view. Otherwise, their abundance would surely be exposed. However, Jing Shu couldn't help but admire the government's effectiveness. By the next day, the entire population was out hunting for grain bugs. Some even started breeding their own. By digging a pit and turning it into a toilet, they could cultivate their own supply. The rest, you can imagine. After the first time, there would be a second. Over time, people would gradually get used to eating grain bugs. The government's initial fear that corpse bugs would dominate the food chain had been neatly resolved. The explosion of flies had also been controlled as people caught bags full of them every day, greatly reducing their numbers. Though corpse bugs bred rapidly, flies were one of the few creatures that thrived in the heat and actively fed on corpse bugs. The flies kept the corpse bug population in check, while humans found a new food source. A new balance had been established in the ecosystem. This incident also paved the way for the acceptance of redworms as a future food source. It was reported that in the latter half of 2023, hundreds of billions of corpse bugs in China were wiped out by maggots. At the same time, trillions of maggots were consumed by humans, with the average person eating hundreds of maggots per day. That year, China had the highest survival rate in the world at 89%, compared to 85% in the US and 81% in India. Several small European countries had been ravaged by both corpse bugs and flies, and despite attempts to use insecticides, the situation had only worsened. The US was preparing to consolidate its population and migrate. They planned to launch a nuclear weapon at one area before migrating to the surrounding areas, confident in their abundant food supply and smaller population. India and its ally Africa followed China's example, joining the insect-eating movement. In the end, the words of a great leader rang true. The strength of the people is powerful. Stop messing around with complicated solutions. Russia, known for its resilience, introduced a new law. Every citizen must kill 1,000 bugs per day. The news was filled with reports of the hardships other countries faced, highlighting China's more measured and effective approach. In Wucheng, the government's main concerns had been addressed. There was food, so people wouldn't starve. Aside from the scarce water supply, there were no immediate threats to life. It was time to shift focus and deal with the looting and murder that had occurred. Wucheng was set to lead the way in reforming the new system and serving as an example for the entire country. After 2 months of gentle policies, the government was ready to crack down on those who claimed territory or engaged in criminal activities. They were about to show their sharp fangs to the lawbreakers. On Dragon Boat Festival, Jing Shu's mother invited her eldest brother's family to the villa for dinner. Since the falling out with Su Meimei, she only recognized Su Yiyang as her true brother. Jing Shu's father drove to pick up the family, but called halfway there. "Lanji, your sister-in-law says she wants to invite her brother's family too." Jing Shu's mother frowned. Jing Shu's head started to ache. Even though they had installed doors in the villa's kitchen and other areas, and the dining room had been remodeled as an independent hall with no view of the other parts of the house, the chickens, ducks, pigs, rabbits, and cows in the yard would still be visible. Not to mention the pond full of fish and the water itself. To outsiders, seeing all this could be dangerous, even though Jing Shu's aunt's brother seemed like a respectable man. But wealth can tempt people, and it's unwise to test human nature. What if they started coveting what they saw? "Oh dear, why is that cow mooing so loudly every day? Isn't it time to slaughter it and eat the meat? And those fish are such a nuisance, always splashing water everywhere. Maybe we should use the pond water once we run out." Jing Shu's mother was still trying to think of a way to politely decline without hurting anyone's feelings, but Jing Shu's exaggerated comments made her shiver. The thought of all the things in their house and the fact that Aunt's brother worked for a government agency was worrisome. What if? The risk of a dinner was minor, but the villa's secrets were significant. Jing Shu's mother realized she needed to have a serious conversation with her brother to make sure his wife stayed in line. "Give me the phone. I'll talk to her." Jing Shu's father passed the phone over. "Lanji, sister-in-law, we have a lot of people over today, and there's no room for your brother's family. Please let him know, and we'll visit another day to apologize." There was a long pause before a hesitant reply came from the other end. "All right." Jing Shu's mother took a deep breath after hanging up the phone. She felt a sudden rush of relief. Jing Shu gave her mom a thumbs up. Finally, her mother didn't hesitate to refuse, unlike in their previous life when she couldn't say no, always feeling like she had to make sacrifices because they were family. It seemed that Jing Shu's teachings were working. Her mother was learning. Jing Shu's philosophy was simple. If someone respects her, she will return the favor tenfold. But if someone tries to take advantage of her, she will make them pay dearly. Of course, Jing Shu's aunt might not have been trying to take advantage, especially since she did bring a gift when she came. Before they even entered the villa, the sight of the dark, shadowy structure didn't seem particularly impressive. But once they stepped inside, even though the lights were off, her aunt's family was still shocked by the scene. Wow, it's so cool in here, and it smells like mosquito repellent, Su Long exclaimed. The courtyard was much cooler than outside, like stepping from a sauna into air conditioning. What is this place? I think I heard a cow mooing. And look, cucumbers. Oh my gosh, real cucumbers. Dad, I really want to eat cucumbers. Hey, why is that area covered with cloth? What's underneath it? Su Long wandered around, just like an excited tourist discovering everything. Suddenly, a large, green-eyed creature charged toward him. With a swift jump, it pecked him on the head and then started pecking him all over. Su Long burst into tears, crying as he hid behind his mother. "What kind of place is this?" "The fat chicken, get back!" Jing Shu shouted from a distance. Only then did the oversized chicken strut back to its coop, puffing its chest proudly. Jing Shu explained, "This chicken eats anything that looks like a bug. It probably found some on Su Long. It's a good thing it did." "Serves you right for running around." Her aunt checked to make sure Su Long was okay. Relieved, though still startled, she couldn't believe what had just happened. Was that really a chicken? It was huge. The family finally entered the brightly lit villa. The entrance opened into a small foyer where they changed shoes. Then they moved into the remodeled dining room, which was already set up with various dishes. Despite having just cried, Su Long now found himself drooling over the food. "There's electricity and air conditioning. It feels so nice in here." Her aunt exhaled slowly, but the feeling of comfort quickly gave way to feelings of inferiority. The floor was cleaner than their clothes, and removing their shoes would only reveal their dirty, blackened feet, possibly dirtier than the shoes themselves. "Wash up for dinner," Jing Shu's mother said, inviting everyone to wash their hands before sitting at the round table. Although her aunt's family tried to clean up, their hands were still stained after washing in the now blackened basin of water. Jing Shu's mother introduced everyone. "This is Jing Shu's grandmother and grandfather. That's her third aunt. Jing Shu's cousin is working on a research project and couldn't make it." Her aunt took out a box of zongzi, rice dumplings, as a gift. "I wasn't thinking clearly. My brother had something come up at work today and couldn't make it, but he sent these for everyone. They're proper meat zongzi from when the government seized frozen foods at the start of the apocalypse." At least they hadn't come empty-handed. Under the lights, her aunt's fingernails were ringed with black, the dirt unable to be washed away. Jing Shu's mother accepted the gift with both hands and thanked her, saying they would visit to express their gratitude another day. "We made our own zongzi today, so let's have those first." Her aunt looked at their hands, comparing hers to Sulanji's clean, soft, white hands. Without makeup, Sulanji looked more beautiful than ever, while her own hands, rough and dirty, made her feel older. Before the apocalypse, their family had been doing better financially, but now, everything had changed. While most families couldn't even afford electricity or air conditioning, Sulanji's home was lit up and cool. They had managed to cook an entire feast despite the lack of fuel, and even in the midst of a water shortage, their floors were spotless, and everyone's hands were clean. Jing Shu's family has really made it, her aunt thought to herself, observing how much better off they were compared to her brother's family. Word had it that Jing Shu had earned most of her wealth by raising pigs and frogs and trading them for resources. And before the apocalypse, as a food blogger, she had stockpiled a lot of food. "All the vegetables are grown in our courtyard, so please enjoy them," Jing Shu added. She had prepared most of the meal from her space's stored food. "Oh, Jing Shu, you're really something. You even cook so well. I wish you were my daughter." Her aunt continued to praise her. Everyone raised their glasses of milk, signaling the start of the meal. There weren't many dishes, but the portions were large and the food was delicious. The main course was the zongzi Jing Shu's family had made, wrapped in fragrant lotus leaves, offering a variety of flavors. As her aunt ate, she felt more and more ashamed. The 12 zongzi she had brought probably wouldn't even be enough to satisfy Jing Shu's appetite. Jing Shu alone had already eaten over 20 large zongzi. Her aunt couldn't help but think, "We can't afford to keep up with this." At first, her aunt's family tried to be reserved, but the speed at which Jing Shu's family ate was astonishing. Before they knew it, an entire plate of food was gone. Her aunt gave up trying to hold back and joined in. In the end, it was a satisfying meal, with Su Long happily drinking several bowls of milk. After dinner, her aunt wanted to explore the villa, but everywhere she looked there were closed doors. She couldn't see any other part of the house. Even when they left, she didn't get a chance to see the rest of the villa, which became one of her biggest regrets. Wang Fang's eyes kept glancing toward the kitchen door. During the meal, Jing Shu had gone in several times to bring out more dishes, and through the small crack, Wang Fang could see what looked like an array of items inside. Jing Shu pretended not to notice her aunt's little gestures, but she was thankful for her foresight. Couldn't her aunt just learn from Su Long and sit down peacefully to eat, instead of scheming? "By the way, big brother, what happened to the black pig you got last time? Did you give it to your sister-in-law's brother?" Jing Shu's mother asked. Jing Shu's mother was being cautious. She didn't want all the benefits going to her sister-in-law's family. Her uncle laughed sheepishly. "We used the pig to help her brother pull some strings and get both of us into government jobs. We're now working as community consultation specialists, a newly created government position. You know how your sister-in-law used to be a lawyer. This job needed someone with her skills." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. In her previous life, despite all the effort her aunt put into pleasing her brother, they hadn't managed to enter the government. Yet, in this life, because of one pig, they both managed to secure stable positions in the system. The role of a community consultation specialist was essentially being the eyes and ears of the government, a job that many envied. As time went on, the power of these roles would grow significantly. Their main task was to report on the number of survivors and deaths, gather information on every household, and track potential crimes. If both the on-site report and the government's big data system flagged someone as a criminal risk, that person was as good as convicted. Soon after, they would be branded with a mark. Another part of their job was to visit homes, reassuring people that things would get better and encouraging them to trust the government's power. They were to discourage any rebellious thoughts and ensure compliance. Those who didn't obey wouldn't get food. On top of that, they were tasked with steering online discourse in a positive direction. In ancient times, controlling public opinion meant controlling the empire. In modern times, controlling online discourse meant controlling the very pulse of the country. After the apocalypse, remember this: anything you see online is only what the government wants you to see. With the rise of big data monitoring, it wouldn't be long before the government mandated that everyone carry their phone with GPS tracking on at all times. This would serve as both protection and surveillance. As a result, the power of consultation specialists would grow even more. Jing Shu had been considering having her father become the consultation specialist for their neighborhood, which would make things easier in the future. Still, raising poultry wasn't a bad fallback. Sooner or later, even the specialists would be craving meat. A consultation specialist? That's a solid job. Jing Shu's mother nodded. Now, government jobs were being filled internally. It wasn't about corruption. It was about choosing trustworthy people with good recommendations. Anyone who got into trouble would also drag their recommender down with them. That's how things worked here. If you had two candidates, one well-known and reliable and one complete stranger, you'd pick the person you knew. But if they made a mistake, you, as the recommender, couldn't escape the consequences. Wang Fang adjusted her messy hair and said excitedly, "You're telling me, while everyone else gets moldy mushrooms and bugs, we still get some vegetables along with our daily work points. It's enough to get by." Her uncle chimed in, "One pig for a stable job. It was a long-term investment, totally worth it." He had a good sense of foresight. See, that's the difference between those inside the system and those outside it. The contrast was becoming more apparent, and more people were fighting tooth and nail to get into government jobs rather than labor endlessly for a few virtual coins. As it was getting late, her uncle urged the family to head home, worried that their frogs would die in the heat without anyone to care for them. "Lanji, we owe you big time for those frogs. They saved our last bit of food," he said. "We're all family," Jing Shu's mother replied, insisting that Jing Shu's father drive them home. On the way, they dropped off some zongzi, pickles, and braised meat at Jing Shu's eldest aunt's house. Of course, her second aunt got nothing. Jing Shu's grandmother had been firm on this point. The eldest still thinks of me, her old mother, inviting me over for Dragon Boat Festival and offering rice dumplings. But the second one? That ungrateful wretch didn't say a word, let her stew in her own misery. When Jing Shu's father returned, he brought back frozen pears and rice zongzi from her eldest aunt's house. Her aunt had remembered how much Jing Shu liked the rice zongzi last time and had made sure to send some this time. Jing Shu's eldest aunt was a sensible woman. Even among family, there had to be a balance of giving and taking for relationships to last. You couldn't just take without giving something in return. That's how to conduct yourself in life. And it's a principle for being a decent human. On Dragon Boat Festival, Jing Shu gave the patrolling police some of her aunt's rice zongzi. Nothing fancy. She noticed that the police seemed even more diligent afterward, though there had been no news about the criminal group Zetian lately. This made Jing Shu anxious, as if unseen eyes were always watching her. In mid-June, the police cars that had been stationed outside Jing Shu's villa were finally withdrawn, and Yang Yang came by with Wang Dazhao. "We'll talk outside. We're filthy," Yang Yang said, squatting near one of the traps and inspecting it. The Zetian issue hadn't been resolved because, according to the latest reports, all the spy operatives with code names had escaped to the United States. "Are you sure you want to go to the U.S.?" Jing Shu asked Wang Dazhao, who had undergone yet another transformation. Wang Dazhao had started as a sunny young man, excited to become a father. But after the brutal death of his pregnant wife, he had lost all meaning in life, consumed by a thirst for revenge. After he successfully killed more than a dozen people, he declared that his life belonged to Jing Shu. At that time, he had been like a walking corpse, following her orders without question. Jing Shu had sent him to infiltrate Zetian, and he obeyed. After helping destroy Zetian, Jing Shu told him to follow Yang Yang. In just a month, he had transformed, his skin darker, sporting a scruffy beard and much more muscular. His eyes, once dead, now gleamed with life. Wang Dazhao looked at Yang Yang, his eyes shining, and said, "Chasing down Zetian is part of the mission, but the Major wants to do more than that in the U.S. How could I not be part of something like that? Don't worry, I'll avenge you." Yang Yang stood up, boots crunching underfoot, and said with determination, "Don't think the U.S. can mess with China without consequences. I'm going to shake things up over there. They'll learn what it means to get what's coming to them." Jing Shu gave him a thumbs up. "I like it. I heard from Wang Dazhao that you're looking for an RV. We've got a lead, but you'll have to haul it back yourself. Plus, you'll need to do me a favor," Yang Yang said, coughing as he finally got to the point. "Where is it? What model?" Jing Shu asked. She wasn't interested in just any old RV, but judging by Yang Yang's expression, she had a feeling this wasn't going to be easy. Yang Yang turned his head and looked up at the pitch-black sky. "It's in the U.S., he said. Jing Shu blinked in confusion. "What?" Yang Yang glanced at her bewildered expression and coughed before explaining, "Yes, you heard right. It's still in the U.S. It's not the kind of vehicle anyone can just buy. It's a top-tier military model with a price tag of $13 million. The German-made MAN 8DB8 Conqueror F-Type off-road RV, equipped with a MAN 6-cylinder, 24-valve, inline turbocharged engine." Before Yang Yang could continue, Jing Shu's excitement got the better of her, and she exclaimed, "Is it the one with the non-load-bearing chassis, a wading depth of 1.83 meters featuring snow mode, desert mode, swamp mode with all-terrain tires, a rooftop liftable terrace, solar power system on the roof, with a rugged, military-style exterior made of high-strength fiberglass, and a luxurious interior where you can even host a pool party on the terrace?" Yang Yang gave her a thumbs up. "You're well informed. That's the one. There are a few in China, but they're all taken. The U.S. model I'm talking about is the latest top-spec version this year. What I'm offering comes at a much lower cost than anything you'd get in China." Jing Shu paused and rubbed her ears. Wait, what did you say earlier?" "I said it's a German man." "No, before that." "Military vehicles aren't available to just anyone." "No, even earlier." "It's in the U.S." Jing Shu let out a deep sigh and flicked the ear she had been rubbing. That's it. So basically, you're offering me a pipe dream? How am I supposed to get it back from the US? It's halfway across the globe. Are you expecting me to put it on a plane and fly it over? Come on, this is halfway around the world. Even before the apocalypse, it would have been difficult to ship something like that, let alone now post-apocalypse. If she had that kind of capability, she'd be living in the clouds by now. Moments ago, Jing Shu had been on an emotional roller coaster, almost jumping for joy at the thought that Yang Yang could help her get such an incredible vehicle. In her previous life, she had first heard about this type of vehicle in the 6th year of the apocalypse, when she saw one driving through the snowy terrain in Sichuan. It had left her utterly awestruck. As the snow piled up higher than a person, most energy vehicles failed. But that RV had defied the laws of physics, climbing vertical slopes as if the snowy mountains weren't even there. It was agile, more like a nimble beast than a bulky RV. In this life, Jing Shu had originally planned to upgrade her space enough to store her BYD Song SUV for migration. She figured she could drive when the terrain allowed and use her space when it didn't. That's why she had dismissed ordinary RVs. They wouldn't cut it in the apocalypse. The terrain would only worsen over the years, with the world's landscape shifting dramatically. Most roads would be unusable, so what good would a standard RV be? You wouldn't be able to drive it across deserts, swamps, or snowy mountains. Plus, with fuel heavily rationed, while staying local, you could get by with electric charging. But once you started migrating, you'd barely make it a day before needing to stop and recharge. Sure, connections could get you fuel, but at a steep cost. However, with an all-terrain RV like this, climbing mountains or crossing rough terrain wouldn't be a problem. Best of all, sleeping in a cozy 20 C RV while the temperature outside dropped to 50 C would be a dream come true. The harsh cold of the migration had been a significant factor in why so many people died. When Jing Shu had first looked up the German man off-road RV, she had been blown away by its specs. Its rugged, dark exterior looked like a massive cargo truck, rough and unassuming, but the interior was lavish beyond words. Jing Shu was particularly fond of the liftable rooftop terrace, which could be converted into a pool or a water storage area. The terrace could also be used for growing plants or raising animals. In her previous life, she hadn't dared to dream of owning such a vehicle. But in this life, to think she had actually come across information about it. The catch? It was still considered a target object, and worse, it was in the US Great. All that excitement for nothing. Jing Shu's mood plummeted, her enthusiasm evaporating. What was Yang Yang suggesting? That she go to the US and steal an RV? Her space wasn't large enough to fit something that big, and it wasn't like she could just wait a few years until migration time came around. So yes, women can change moods faster than flipping a page in a book. Just moments ago, Jing Shu had been over the moon with excitement, and now she was utterly deflated. Yang Yang couldn't have known that, in those few seconds, Jing Shu had already envisioned getting the RV, customizing it, and living the apocalypse alongside it. She had gone through the entire process in her head, only to be brought back to reality with the realization that it wasn't possible. To be honest, Yang Yang continued, we're on a covert mission. Everything we do on our own. We go in, we come back. If we fail, it's like Yang Yang, never existed. And even if we succeed, there won't be any victory parades waiting for us. No matter what trouble we stir up, even if we're exposed and die abroad, no one will intervene, not even the higher-ups, so that RV is part of our plan for survival. If we succeed in our mission, we'll ship the vehicle to China. My point is, we can get the RV to the Chinese border for you. But from there, you'll have to figure out the rest. Just a heads up, we won't have any diesel or gasoline for it either. Even in the US, we'll have to find our own supplies for day-to-day needs. Getting the RV to the Chinese border is the best we can do. Jing Shu's eyes brightened like stars in the night sky. Yang Yang could practically see the excitement radiating from her. Jing Shu's mind raced. If the RV were in the US, there was no way she could retrieve it herself. She might as well focus on trying to get a similar model within China. But if it were brought to the Chinese border, despite the challenges with space limitations, surveillance, and the sheer size of the vehicle, There had to be a legitimate way to acquire it. Wait. Jing Shu's sharp instincts kicked in. She asked, "You said you'd ship it over the border? Does that mean you're planning to bring back other things from the US? There's no way a single RV would justify the logistics of an entire ship, so you must be transporting more, right?" That was it. What kind of pull would it take to ship just one RV across the ocean? There had to be more to the shipment, and the RV was just a part of it. Yang raised an eyebrow. "You catch on quickly." "Yes, we're planning to bring something back." "You'll find out soon enough. So, do you want the RV or not? I can arrange to get it to China, but fair warning, it could take months, maybe longer. There's also a chance the mission fails, and you'll lose your investment entirely." So it seemed that this was partly due to the state backing them, conveniently throwing in an RV as a bonus. Jing Shu decided to settle the RV deal first, before delving into other topics. "I want it! Of course I want it! What do you want in return?" "Taking the risk of losing an investment? That's nothing. Missing out on such an invincible RV meant there might never be another chance like this again. People with that kind of RV probably wouldn't be short on resources, and those living comfortably in the apocalypse wouldn't easily part with such a vehicle." Yang was right. The cost on his end would likely be minimal. As for time, she wasn't in a rush, as long as she got it before the big migration. "We're going out in 2 months with 6 people, so we need the best food you can provide, both raw and cooked. I heard you have black pigs. Kill 2 and make us some smoked meat to take along. Though we've got military rations and compressed biscuits, the guys living by the gun deserve better food. We have a cooler, so don't worry about the food spoiling. Things are chaotic over in the US with gunfights happening daily. Getting hurt is inevitable, and I heard from Wang Dazhao that you've got a miraculous homemade remedy that saved his life. We need at least 10 doses of that, plus some wound care, heat stroke, and anti-insect medication. That's all. The mission is extremely dangerous, and I don't even know if we'll come back alive. But rest assured, as long as any one of us is still breathing, we'll make sure your stuff is delivered to the border. I've got a deal with old Niu, so if I die, just find him to settle the debt," Yang said, kicking his military boots nonchalantly. Jing Shu raised her eyebrows, slightly surprised, yet finding this within reason. She thought about it. What was most valuable in the apocalypse? Food and medicine? They clearly had weapons. Aside from that, there wasn't much else she could offer. Nobody could have predicted that items worth mere thousands before the apocalypse could now trade for a 13 million yuan RV. But in reality, Yang's team wasn't losing out. Sure, the RV was valuable, but few could actually use it in the apocalypse. Besides, Yang's team would be seizing it, making it essentially a zero-cost operation. Of course, they might pay with their lives. For me, life-saving medicine is worth more than an RV. How about that? Isn't my price lower than others? Deal. Jing Shu had scored a great bargain. Yang mainly wanted food, but what he truly needed was the quick-healing spiritual water she had. In such scorching weather, if anyone got shot and the wound became infected, especially abroad, it could mean certain death. To increase their survival odds, Yang was bartering with her. It looked like it was time for Jing Shu's ultimate persuasion skills to kick in. Yang's request for life-saving items suggested that this mission wouldn't be easy. "So, what exactly are you shipping back?" Jing Shu inquired. But Yang remained tight-lipped, refusing to disclose what they were retrieving. Jing Shu's curiosity about the mission grew. What was worth sneaking out of the US? Grain? High-tech products? Weapons? What was valuable enough to smuggle back? Her curiosity itched at her. Her space had just expanded and was still far from full. Should she go to the US for a heist too? With international travel at a standstill, it seemed her only option was to tag along with Yang. Yang shifted uncomfortably, sensing that Jing Shu had figured something out. "Do you guys need some heavy firepower?" Jing Shu asked, walking over to a dead tree in the yard and delivering a powerful kick. With a loud crack, the tree, as thick as a thigh, snapped and fell to the ground. How much strength did that take? Hiccup! Wang Dazhao, who had been standing idly, was so shocked he let out a hiccup. Yang gulped and almost nodded, but then shook his head forcefully. No way. This was a secret mission, and they couldn't just bring along anyone. He pulled out his trump card. This mission will take months. Aren't you worried that the other members of the Zetian gang will come and rob your home while you're gone? Jing Shu was immediately defeated. She couldn't afford to leave until the Zetian leader was captured. What if they retaliated while she was gone? Wu Yuai had already warned her that Shangguan Jun would come looking for her again. Now that he knew the villa's location, she had to stay vigilant. With so many resources in the villa, if someone set their sights on it, it would be a disaster. Yang mused, maybe next time. If this trip goes well, we'll fatten the US up a bit more and hit them again later. In 10 days we can make a quick raid. Yang had considered Jing Shu's combat prowess and ruthless nature. He needed allies like that. After all, the way she had ambushed and killed hundreds of Zetian members and her cold-blooded precision when carving flesh, it was the kind of talent he admired. People like her were more suited to survive in this world. Jing Shu's eyes lit up with stars for the third time. By next time, her space would have upgraded again, freeing up hundreds of cubic meters. Then she'd have room for anything. Once this current storm passed, things in China would quiet down for a while, and she could venture out. All right, Jing Shu said as she turned. Wang Dazhao, you owe me your life. Take good care of it. When you get back, I've got some big plans for you. She had a specific idea she wanted Wang Dazhao to try out. Of course, if Wang Dazhao could join the armed police force, that would be even better. I'll climb mountains and walk through fire at your command, Wang Dazhao exclaimed, feeling grateful to have a purpose once more. In truth, Jing Shu wasn't worried about them betraying her. That kick had been no random display. Only when standing on equal footing could one complete fair trades. Otherwise, it would just be wolves preying on sheep. After what they had seen of her capabilities, she was confident they understood her strength. She had guns, bombs, and skill. If they didn't get it yet, she could show them even more. Jing Shu was no longer the naive, trusting girl of her past life. Now, she valued her well-being and fairness in every deal. I'll be back to collect the goods in 5 days, Yang said. At Jing Shu's villa, her space-farmed black pigs were pregnant, and she took the opportunity to slaughter a few. 2 would be turned into smoked meat for Yang's team, while the rest were made into braised pork, roast pork trotters, and grilled ribs. She also planned to give her father a few pigs as part of her plan to secure his promotion. She used her space's second form to kill the pigs quickly and painlessly, making the most of her mastery over the space. Not a drop of pig's blood was wasted, utilizing the space's unique properties to perfection. At present, Jing Shu's magical cube space could comfortably sustain 8 black pigs, just enough to meet her needs for half a year. Once the space upgraded further, she'd be able to increase production. While preparing for Yang's supplies, Jing Shu pondered how to modify the off-road RV. She needed to stock up on batteries, spare parts, and even more diesel. The gasoline was reserved for powering the villa's generator and the BYD song. The RV would be modified to use battery power on flat terrain, while the diesel would be saved for powering the RV over mountains, deserts, or any terrain requiring more energy. The solar panels at home and on the RV should be enough to cover the daily electricity needs during migration. Right now, the country's diesel reserves were still substantial, but in a few years it would become scarce, so it was best to trade for some now. It would certainly come in handy during future migrations. As for the RV modifications, there were many components required, but Jing Shu planned to gather what she could find. She wouldn't be too picky. When the RV arrived, she would meticulously study it and make sure it was transformed into the most comfortable and safe vehicle for the post-apocalyptic world. In addition to preparing 2 whole smoked black pigs, Jing Shu also set aside jars of pickled mustard, cucumber and soy sauce, fermented vegetables, and sauerkraut. Though Yang had asked for the best possible food, Jing Shu wasn't foolish enough to include overly extravagant items like spicy beef jerky, spicy rabbit meat, or roast lamb legs, which would draw too much attention. Instead, she packed 10 kilograms of dried wood ear mushrooms, dried shiitake mushrooms, and vermicelli noodles from her aunt's stash. Of course, she thoughtfully included 2 kilograms of doubanjiang, fermented bean paste, as well for added flavor. Over the past half-month, her magical cube space had yielded thousands of kilograms of daylily and radish. Jing Shu sun-dried a batch every day, but the daylily needed to be boiled first to remove toxins before it could be consumed. She packed half a sack of dried daylily and radish strips. The dried radish, when torn apart, was as chewy as dried meat, with a delicious texture. The radishes from the space were sweet and filling, suitable as either a side dish or a meal. For the main staples, Jing Shu prepared a sack of stir-fried rice and 2 large sacks of sesame oil naan, enough to feed the 6 of them for the entire trip. She had installed 2 stoves near the villa's boiler room for making roasted meat and naan, but after realizing how far the aroma traveled, she had stopped making those dishes. However, roasting some oil naan was still a good idea, and it also gave her a chance to stock up on snacks for herself. The oil naan was like flatbread or hardtack in other regions, perfect for soldiers or travelers. When eaten hot, it was chewy. When cold, it was crunchy. It would last for a long time without spoiling. Oil naan paired with pickles was as irresistible as a bun with laoganma chili sauce. The flavors were simply divine. Dipped in milk tea or soy milk, the oil naan would soften into a delightful treat. The rich blend of sesame and broth flavors in each bite was as satisfying as sipping high-quality soup. To make the oil naan chewy, the dough needed eggs. The dough was kneaded into flatbreads with thick edges and thin centers, ensuring that the naan would be soft on the outside and crispy in the middle. Once the dough was ready, sesame seeds were sprinkled on top, and the naan was slapped onto the hot stove, where the high heat would cook it to perfection. The 2 stoves in the villa could bake more than 30 naans at a time, half for Yang Yang's crew and half for Jing Shu's own use. For herself, she added toppings like green onions, raisins, or rosé syrup to create different flavors of naan. Jing Shu stored the freshly baked naans of various flavors in her magical space, ensuring that she could enjoy hot naan whenever she wanted. As she baked, she couldn't resist eating a few sesame oil naans herself. Jing Shu continued preparing various foods until Yang Yang returned. When she presented the food to the team, their eyes widened in amazement. They had never expected Jing Shu to produce so much delicious food in these times. "How about it? Did I live up to your expectations? I hope you won't disappoint me either." Jing Shu's gaze seemed to say, "I've given you the best. If you don't deliver what I want." In addition to common medications, Jing Shu also created her own secret weapon. A special wound spray, enhanced with 2 drops of spiritual water. "This is it. Just spray it once on the wound and you're good to go. It'll stop the bleeding and prevent infection. Make sure not to waste it. It's good for about 10 uses." Jing Shu handed it over with a serious expression, acting as though the weight of the bottle wasn't mostly from the container itself. Yang Yang, though grateful, couldn't help but look at the small amount of liquid at the bottom of the bottle. "Are you kidding me? Are you sure this tiny bit of liquid won't evaporate? Are you sure it's not just water that'll run out before we even get anywhere?" he muttered. "I guess I'll just keep it in a cooler the whole time." "Relax. I still need you to get that RV back for me." "Why would I scam you?" Jing Shu said with a smile, though Yang Yang's expression remained skeptical. In the end, they parted ways, with Jing Shu hoping their mission would succeed so that she could join them on the next one to gather even more resources. A big event happened over the past few days. At dinner, the whole family sat in front of the TV watching the news, while Jing Shu focused on enjoying her meal, holding a naan in one hand and a lamb leg in the other. Starting in late May, the extreme heat in tropical regions had reached 60 degrees C, 140 degrees F, prompting the government to issue migration orders. The first wave of 3 million people had begun migrating from Hainan half a month ago. However, no one had anticipated that death would still claim so many lives. The first batch of migrants was being transported by trains from across the country, but on the journey, over 10,000 people were dying daily due to exhaustion and the lack of medical care. Upon reaching the northeast, many migrants unable to adapt to the new climate and different dietary habits were also dying in droves. Within half a month, only a little over half of the original group remained, and even more were continuing to fall ill. Experts believe the drastic temperature difference, going from 60°C GC heat to temperatures just below freezing, caused people's immune systems to collapse. Around 60% of the population is unable to cope with such extreme environmental changes. The migration has now been halted. Meanwhile, over 10,000 people are suffering from heat stroke every day in Hainan, and the government is implementing emergency measures. Nationwide train services will resume on June 20th, but routes will be reduced to one trip every 2 days. The country was faced with a dilemma: migrate, and people couldn't survive the climate changes. Don't migrate, and no one could survive the 60°C heat. The terrifying death toll had struck fear into the hearts of many, shocking the entire nation. Grandma sighed. "I'm too old to be running around like this. I'd rather stay rooted at home." "Dad, the government couldn't have foreseen this," Jing Shu's father chimed in. Grandpa slammed his hand on the table. "What are experts for if they can't predict this? So many people are dead. Who's going to take responsibility?" And with that, Jing Shu's father and grandpa were arguing again. Jing Shu realized she would need to convince her grandparents to be more open to the idea of migrating. Otherwise, if they refused when the time came, it would be a major headache. "Grandma, it's not about running away. People are just temporarily avoiding the harsh environment. You know the saying, where there's life, there's hope. As long as we survive, when the conditions improve, people will return. No one truly wants to leave their home behind." Jing Shu continued. "Besides, you could think of it as a trip. You've always wanted to visit Sichuan, right? We can go together when the time comes." Her grandmother nodded. "All right, when you put it that way, I can accept it. But this place is so safe, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm not up for the hassle." "What about if there's an earthquake or flood? Wouldn't you run?" "Of course I'd run. I'm not stupid." Well, at least she wasn't entirely against the idea. Once the RV arrived and was made comfortable, Jing Shu planned to keep bringing up the idea of road trips to Sichuan. When the inevitable earthquake hit, they could move with ease. By then, migrating would be a breeze. Jing Shu realized that when trying to convince someone, it wasn't about rejecting their ideas. It was better to agree with them and subtly steer them towards the desired outcome. People naturally resist when they feel pressured. As for her grandfather, once she convinced her grandmother, the rest of the family would follow suit. That evening, Jing Shu bundled up in a down jacket and took the fat chicken for a walk. Recently, the chicken had been acting strange, with its appetite declining sharply. She decided to take it for some fresh air and keep an eye on it for a few more days. Hopefully, it wasn't nearing the end of its life from drinking too much of the spiritual water, but its lively demeanor suggested otherwise. The night was bitterly cold. The fat chicken, immune to both heat and cold, was enviable. Thinking about the strange weather, Jing Shu wondered if the Earth's atmosphere had thinned after so much dust had settled. During the day, the lack of dust particles and the proximity to the sun made temperatures soar. At night, with no heat source, the ground temperature plummeted to just a few degrees Celsius. Among all the theories she had heard, the idea that the Earth's orbit had shifted slightly closer to the sun due to a stellar explosion seemed the most plausible. The dustfall had significantly decreased. Now, only about a centimeter of dust accumulated each day. It was stabilizing, and the amount of dust would continue to lessen. However, the months-long dustfall had already caused some regions to accumulate up to 2 meters of dust. Roads were buried, and small rivers and springs had dried up. Who knew how many plants had been wiped out or how much water had been wasted? This dustfall was likely one of the main reasons for future environmental changes and desertification. Despite all the destruction, there was still a glimmer of hope. Some speculated that when the dustfall ended, it would signify the return of the sun. As the dust thinned, people clung to the hope of a brighter future. After her walk with the chicken, Jing Shu checked the villa's traps to ensure they were functioning properly, then locked the doors. She confirmed the air conditioning in the chicken coop was maintaining the right temperature and that all the animals were healthy. She headed to the greenhouse, where the bees had built a new hive and had multiplied to over 100. She checked for any signs of corpse-eating insects or maggots. Recently, Jing Shu seemed to have discovered a new function of the magical cube space. It appeared that after animals had spent a certain amount of time in the space and had consumed enough spiritual water, she could sense their emotions and guide their actions. When she first fed spirit water to number 1 and a group of chickens, only number 1 developed intelligence. The other chickens showed no response, leading Jing Shu to believe that only large quantities of spirit water could awaken intelligence. The second unusual occurrence was when she placed the bees in the greenhouse. Despite their usual aggression, they did not attack her, recognizing her as their master. However, at that time, she couldn't control their movements. The third instance occurred recently, after she frequently activated the cube space's second form. Spending so much time with the animals in the space, she found she could now guide the bees to fly in and out of the hive. The bees seemed to understand her intentions. However, the bees she had moved to the greenhouse 3 months ago showed no such connection. Jing Shu couldn't guide them or communicate with them, although they still didn't attack her. She conducted experiments by releasing batches of bees from the space. After a day outside, she could no longer guide them or sense their presence. Conversely, when she brought the greenhouse bees back into the space after 10 days, there was still no connection. It seemed she could no longer bond with them. This led Jing Shu to realize how difficult it was to guide the bees. If this was a result of the cube space's second form, it had only affected the bees. The other animals, chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, sheep, rabbits, and quails, had no such connection, nor could she guide them. One possible explanation was that the other animals didn't stay in the space as long. They were raised, butchered, and eaten in quick cycles, whereas the bees had been in the space much longer. Bees typically have a lifespan of about 3 months, but these bees, possibly due to the spiritual water, were still alive and had even produced a new queen. The colony had doubled in size. Jing Shu hypothesized that in order to form a connection and guide animals, they had to remain in the space for at least 6 months, consume spiritual water daily, even in small amounts, and not be outside the space for more than a day. If they stayed outside longer than a day, the connection would be lost and would likely need to be rebuilt. Jing Shu dubbed this phenomenon the cube space fusion ability, a mysterious power that allowed different species to fully merge with her and the space. She even considered using the bees as a weapon. If she were ever bound or if her family were threatened, releasing a swarm of bees could be an effective strategy. In the future, when laws were re-established and killing became illegal, using bees to deliver a deadly sting would be a discreet and effective method, bypassing legal repercussions. However, a single bee sting wasn't lethal, and each bee could only sting once. Jing Shu thought about breeding killer bees or perhaps soaking the bees' stingers in poison. Alternatively, she could enhance the bees with more spiritual water to create a deadly swarm of combat bees. Maybe I should ask Wu Yui's mentor if they have any killer bees. After 6 months of the apocalypse, many species are probably extinct, and even if I start breeding now, it'll take at least half a year with daily spiritual water feedings. For now, I'll focus on strengthening the bees in the space. Jing Shu ultimately decided to start experimenting with a batch of bees, using deadly poison to see if they could survive with the protection of spiritual water and still deliver a lethal sting. It might be due to drinking spiritual water for over 6 months, but the bees in Jing Shu's space had become more aggressive, and their stingers seemed more venomous than usual. For the past few days, Jing Shu had been using the fat chicken as a test subject, forcing the bees to sting the chicken while she held it down. Otherwise, the chicken would run away or retaliate by eating the bees. The chicken's skin would swell into a large bump, and it would cluck in pain until Jing Shu applied some honey, which helped reduce the swelling. "Good girl. It's just an injection to boost your immunity," Jing Shu comforted the chicken. As for why she always used the fat chicken for her experiments, well, she just couldn't resist. How tough was the fat chicken's skin? After drinking spiritual water for 7 months, the chicken's body was mostly muscle. During a previous experiment to test the healing effects of spiritual water, Jing Shu had to use considerable force to cut a small incision. If the bees could still sting through its thick skin, it suggested that the bees had gained some kind of armor-piercing ability from the spiritual water. Regardless, the bees she had raised for 6 months could now serve as an interim weapon. They were discreet and could launch surprise attacks. Plus, in large numbers, they could swarm an enemy. The most important thing was that they could produce honey. If only there was someone to test how deadly these bee stings are. That way, I could judge their effectiveness firsthand. Jing Shu thought about this while fiddling with the 7x7x7 Rubik's cube in her hands. Compared to the 4x4x4 cube she had started with, the 7x7x7 was much more challenging. Solving it any time soon seemed impossible. After all, restoring a scrambled 7x7x7 Rubik's cube to its original state required aligning hundreds of smaller squares, and Jing Shu wasn't quite there yet. Even professionals train for years, and she was still a novice. But hard work could eventually make up for her lack of skill, so she continued to practice. Unlocking the new cube's abilities would be a challenge, but to gain its immense power, she needed to persevere. Nothing worthwhile came without effort. What Jing Shu didn't expect was that someone would soon volunteer to test the bee's stings, and that person was none other than someone she least expected. The people of Wucheng had been eating the 5-grain worms for half a month now, and the rate at which they adapted was astonishing. Just like Jing Shu in her previous life, at first, people had refused to eat them at all. Then, as starvation loomed, they forced themselves to eat a little. Now, not only had they fully accepted this new food source, but they also actively hunted for worms to exchange for work points. These days, the most popular conversation topics, aside from the death toll in Hainan's migration efforts, were all about the 5-grain worms. For example, Wind 3. What flavor of 5-grain worms did you eat today? I had the spice salt ones, but the line was so long I'm not sure if I'll get any next time. Fat Girl 25. Try the dry-fried ones. At least they come with chili flakes. I missed the self-serve buffet during the Dragon Boat Festival when we could eat as much as we wanted. Wang Kuifeng sent a voice message. Young people don't know how to be frugal. Plain boiled 5-grain worms are the most economical. They come with water. With the price of water going up again, all my work points are spent on water now. Win 3. Sister, please stop talking. You're the one who started digging worms out of toilets and boiling them. I swear the soup I drank had a hint of yellow. I can't stomach it anymore. Wang Qiki then chimed in. Everyone, just so you know, the government has introduced a new holiday policy where self-serve buffets will be offered on every major holiday. Also, the community's new visiting officer has arrived. Please be careful what you say. They have a lot of power and can determine if you've committed any crimes. Jing Shu frowned when she saw the new message, and soon after, the group received a notification. Wang Qiki had invited comforting officer Su Mei Mei to join the group. Jing Shu. What kind of nonsense was this? She clicked on the profile of the newly added visiting officer and discovered that it was none other than her former aunt, Su Mei Mei, the very one she had cut ties with. How had Su Mei Mei gotten this position? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. Did her cheap father pull some strings? She had planned to deal with Su Mei Mei after Wu Yuai's kidnapping had interrupted her previous attempt. With everything else going on, she had put it off, but now that things had calmed down, Su Mei Mei had walked right into her hands. As the saying goes, when there's a road to heaven, some people refuse to take it, but they willingly break into hell instead. Jing Shu clenched her fists as a familiar excitement surged within her. She sent a message to Wang Qiti. Let's make a bet. How long do you think Su Mei Mei will last in this job? Wang Qiki. I have no idea. I'm betting she won't last 7 days, Jing Shu replied, grinning as she bared her teeth. Wang Qiti was utterly confused. What on earth was Jing Shu planning? Was something about to happen? Meanwhile, in the group chat, Su Mei Mei had already started her speech. Comforting Officer Su Mei Mei. Everyone, hello. Starting today, I am the person in charge of this community. I will be recording the living and death statistics, as well as monitoring housing conditions. From now on, every afternoon by 6 p.m., you must check in with me. You will need to report what you did today, what food you ate, and where you went. Of course, I will also be conducting home visits to inspect your living conditions, find out what you eat, and determine the sources of your belongings. If any of your possessions were obtained through illegal means, they must be surrendered, and no further action will be taken. Wucheng has entered a strict law enforcement period. Any crimes such as robbery or murder that are reported and confirmed will be documented. Oh, you might not know the consequences of being recorded, right? If you are marked, you will no longer be able to receive food from any supermarket in Wucheng. Now, let's start by removing the dead people from the group and the rest of you. Come check in with me. Su Mei was thrilled as she typed her message. Having the power to decide people's fates felt incredible. These country bumpkins had no idea that once they were marked as criminals, they wouldn't just lose access to food, they might not survive at all. She had long hated the days of living in fear. Those who had committed crimes, especially those who had robbed and killed, deserved to die. And Jing Shu's family? They deserved to die too. Su Mei's eyes burned with hatred. She had originally been assigned to a different district, but her father had suggested she choose a less politically sensitive area where she would have more freedom. So she had immediately selected this community, knowing that Jing Shu and Su Lanzi lived there. After learning about the new policies from her father, Su Mei couldn't wait to use her power to destroy their family. She might spare Su Yiyang, but both Jing Shu, who had hit her, and Su Lanzi, who had reported her, had to die. As she scrolled through the app containing Jing Shu's detailed data profile, Su Mei sneered. Too bad I only have level 1 access right now, which only lets me see your family's score and some trivial bank transactions and credit reports. But that's enough. With your high score, I can still come up with a reason to accuse you of a crime and destroy you. Su Mei's phone displayed the following data. Jing Shu, score of 55, owns a villa with an unpaid balance and a car with outstanding payments. On May 29, 2023, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., she was at an office building across from the Aijia supermarket in the development zone. On that same day, 5 cases of brutal killings from her community occurred nearby, adding 30 points. Jing An, score of 20, good credit rating, works in livestock farming. Su Lanji, score of 10, good credit rating, works in agricultural management. The newly implemented data system had only been in use for about half a month, but its results were incredibly accurate. A score of 55 indicated a 55% likelihood of committing a crime. Reaching 100 would confirm the person's involvement in criminal activity, while a score of 200 indicated a history of multiple violent crimes like robbery or murder. At present, the highest score belonged to the leader of the group Zetian, who had a score of 800, showing involvement in numerous criminal cases. Depending on the level of authority granted, the amount of personal information available for viewing varied. It was rumored that the highest authority could monitor someone's activities 24 hours a day, including tracking the websites they visited, the photos they took, and the apps they used. Cloud data preserved every trace of an individual's actions, while big data linked events and individuals, leaving no room for secrecy. Su Mei's main responsibility was to verify whether these high-scoring individuals had indeed committed crimes. Once she reported someone, a team of interrogation experts would be sent to confirm the suspicions, often employing methods that couldn't be openly discussed. When the time comes, even if you beg me, I won't forgive you. Su Mei could already picture Jing Shu's family kneeling before her, pleading for mercy. Feeling smug, Su Mei ordered Wang Qiki to kick the deceased members out of the group. A group that once had over 100 members now had about 80. Everyone, please change your nickname to the following format: real name plus building number plus class, unit number plus gender for better management. Wang Qiki, please add the others from the community who haven't joined yet. The group chat went silent. No one responded to her demands, and nobody changed their nicknames. Everyone pretended not to see the message. Even Wang Qiki, who was usually cooperative, didn't say a word. Sure, Su Mei might be a government official, but why was she acting so high and mighty? Now, She wanted to turn a casual group chat into a work group and have everyone follow her orders? Why should they? Jing Shu, munching on a fresh carrot, watched the drama unfold in the group. Su Mei was really digging her own grave. It was almost impressive how she'd managed to survive this long despite her antics. As the silence in the group dragged on, Su Mei became furious. What? Are you all pretending not to see me? I told you to change your nicknames and report in. Don't you understand? At this point, someone finally spoke up. Zhang Bingbing's older husband. Why should we listen to you? Do you plan to feed us if we report to you every day? Do I have to tell you if I spend the whole day with my wife? Zhang Bingbing's younger husband. Yeah, who do you think you are? The government doesn't even care anymore. We dig for worms to survive, so why doesn't the government give us the food they promised? Su Mei was livid. As a new official, she had been eager to assert her authority, but her fire was being doused before it could even start burning. Huang Qiki, what's with these two? What are their real names? She had access to the records, so it wasn't as if she couldn't find out their names. She was determined to make them pay. Wang Qiki responded, We don't know their real names. They once assaulted Zhang Bingbing, which left her mentally unstable and pregnant. We wanted to drive them away, but the crazy Zhang Bingbing refused to let them go. Fat Girl 25 chimed in. Those two men are father and son. They're beasts. How could you allow something like this to happen? Those two men must be criminals. I'll report this and have them arrested immediately. You ask why I have the authority to control you? Su Mei's tone was arrogant and condescending. Wang Qiti replied, What about Zhang Bingbing? Who's going to take care of her? She's still pregnant. Are you, as a government official, going to look after her? Su Mei was left speechless. She wanted to say, What does Zhang Bingbing's life have to do with me? But she knew that saying something like that could get her in serious trouble. Fine, we'll deal with those two later. Is Wang Dazhao here? If you don't speak up, I'll report you as a high-risk criminal and have you officially recorded. Silence returned to the group. Jing Shu sneered. It was fortunate that she had integrated Wang Dazhao into the military police system. Once he completed his current mission, his record would be clean, and Su Mei's report would be useless. Don't say I didn't warn you, Wang Dazhao. If you don't respond, I'll assume you're guilty and report you. Is Shizi here? Were you at the crime scene on May 24th at West Hill? Ju Fan, did you rob the IGA supermarket and commit murder on May 15th? Luju, were you involved with Zhejian in bombing the IGA supermarket on May 29? If you don't speak up, I'll report you and you'll be blacklisted. You won't be able to buy anything, not even water or food. Su Mei's barrage of accusations quickly forced several people to apologize. Within 2 minutes, most of the group had changed their nicknames according to Su Mei's demands. After all, in this day and age, it was hard to come up with excuses like, sorry, I was busy. With most people no longer working and the temperature reaching 60 degrees Celsius, many stayed indoors all day, only venturing out in the early evening to catch worms for work points. With only 2 hours of electricity a day, people could barely charge their phones and turn on a few lights. Cooking was unnecessary since food and water had to be obtained from the government. Naturally, many were intimidated by Su Mei. The government controlled access to all food and water. If they were blacklisted, they could still catch worms for food, but without water, they might as well be dead. Su Mei's threats had gripped everyone's lives in her hands. Most people didn't fully understand the power of big data yet, but seeing Su Mei reveal so much personal information made them fearful of her authority. Even the innocent feared being falsely accused. The group quickly became lively again, with people explaining what they had been doing on the days in question, all trying to prove their innocence. Soon enough, Su Mei was being showered with praise. The power of the early, comforting officers in the apocalypse was clear. Su Mei was basking in her newfound glory. There are still a few people who haven't changed their nicknames. Lady of the Villa. Oh, isn't that Jing Shu? On May 29th, 5 people from our community went missing, and their tortured bodies were later found at IGA supermarket. Based on reports, you were there between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. that day. There's a strong suspicion that you're responsible for their deaths. So was it you, Jing Shu, who tortured those 5 people to death? Su Mei added fuel to the fire. What a terrible fate. That poor old woman was eaten alive by the corpse-eating insects, leaving only her clothes behind. One victim was twisted beyond recognition, and another was covered in stab wounds. When the families of the elderly woman and Liu Dong, who had been slashed hundreds of times, found the bodies, they cried so hard, saying that they would tear the murderer to pieces if they ever found them. Su Mei's words hit the group chat like a stone thrown into still water, causing a ripple of chaos. Shizi 21-1F02, male. I always thought it was strange how 5 people from our community just disappeared out of nowhere. After Wang Qiqi reported them missing, we even went to their homes to take blankets, clothes, and dishes. Shouldn't the people who took their things now come forward and give them back? Zhangfeng 3F03, male. Xiao Shu Villa District. I just found out the 5 people were brutally murdered. Was it you? You sure know how to act innocent. Jufan 7F55F01, male. Shocking. Is it a distortion of human nature or a collapse of morality that led a young woman to torture her neighbors? The group erupted in chaos with accusations flying, arguments breaking out, and even some of the victims' families threatening to come and kill Jing Shu. Young lady with baby 13F. Without evidence, don't accuse people randomly. When my family of 3 was on the verge of death, it was Jing Shu who took us to the hospital in the middle of the night and stayed with my child all night, saving our lives. How could someone like her torture others? Wang Shuimei. When my home was robbed, Xiaoshu Villa District gave us food. Later, when I was assaulted, it was she who avenged me. She's 100 times better than you people who just talk but never act. If anyone dares to accuse her without proof, I'll come with a knife myself. The government? Who cares? All I know is, when my family was dying, she was the one who pulled us through. Fat Girl 25F. Xiaoshu Villa District gave us frogs when no one else would, and now we're free of maggots and corpse-eating insects. How many people here have benefited from her help? Why is it that you all believe this woman just because she says a few words? Wang Qiqi. Everyone calm down. Let's hear what Xiaoshu Villa District has to say first. Don't judge based on someone's words without knowing the truth. Jing Shu watched the situation unfold with cold eyes. It's in moments like these, when people are in distress, that you see their true nature. She couldn't stand those who, without investigating, judged based solely on hearsay, acting as if they knew the whole truth. Jing Shu quickly typed on her phone. Jing Shu. Su Mei. Reports must be made under real names. Tell me who filed the complaint, and I'll confront them directly. How did they know I was there from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m.? What were they doing during that time? Su Mei. They reported it because they saw you committing the crime. Jing Shu. Then I have to ask, if they saw me committing a crime, why didn't they call right away to report a body and earn a lot of work points? Why did they wait until the bodies were discovered days later? Your story doesn't add up. If you're going to accuse someone, at least be smarter about it. Jing Shu smiled as she typed, knowing that the public was still unaware of the big data system. It was classified. Why? To catch even more people in the trap. Su Mei was fuming, unsure how to respond and too afraid to mention big data. Then, a new idea sparked in her mind. Su Mei. Jing Shu, your dad works at a livestock farm bringing home dozens of eggs every day. Your mom works at the vegetable management department bringing home vegetables daily. Am I wrong? Let's bring a few people to visit your house and see if I'm lying. If you refuse to open the door, it's because you're guilty. If everyone was eating maggots and worms and couldn't even get drinking water, they would be jealous. And now, Su Mei was telling them that Jing Shu's family was eating eggs and fresh vegetables every day. Half of the people in the chat instantly became envious. Several people eagerly volunteered to visit, hoping to snatch some food. Of course, there were also those who had some decency or had been helped by Jing Shu, and they spoke up in her defense. Her family can afford to raise frogs. What's wrong with exchanging them for food? Shizi. I'll go. Zhangfeng. Me too. Jufan. Count me in. Despite the objections from those with a sense of fairness, The lure of food was too strong. Su Mei, eager to secure evidence against Jing Shu, led the group toward the villa, feeling triumphant. If she refuses to open the door, it means she's obstructing justice, and her crime will be upgraded. If we get inside, there's bound to be plenty of food, and if they can't explain where it came from, we'll confiscate it all. Bringing these people along will also serve as witnesses, so they can't claim we got physical like last time. As Su Mei schemed and sweated while walking with the group, excitedly discussing how they would trap Jing Shu, she suddenly felt a sharp sting at the back of her neck. A wave of excruciating pain followed. At the same time, she heard a buzzing sound near her ears. Soon, her arms, legs, and face were pierced by sharp stings. Su Mei screamed in agony. "Damn it, what is this? Flies? Your flies bite? Run! I think they're bees!" The group only realized the truth after it was too late. The buzzing sound had become so common due to the abundance of maggots and flies that they hadn't thought much of it until they were stung. Su Mei, though racked with pain, ran along with the others until they reached the community guard station. Only then did they escape the swarm of bees. Out of breath, Su Mei blinked in confusion, her vision suddenly blurry. She reached up and felt her swollen eyes. Her eyes had swollen so badly that she could no longer see. Even the slightest touch sent a wave of pain through her, causing her to shudder. At the guard station, the four of them finally let out their cries of pain. Su Mei, whose lips were swollen from the stings, couldn't even speak properly, mumbling incoherently as the pain and itching intensified. Unable to bear it any longer, she scratched at the swollen bumps, only for one to burst, oozing pus. Screaming in pain, Su Mei felt her body growing heavier, her vision failing. Jing Shu stepped out of the darkness, watching Su Mei's pitiful state with a smile. Of the four, Su Mei had suffered the worst, having received Jing Shu's special attention. "Oh my, what happened to you?" Jing Shu asked mockingly. Su Mei looked absolutely miserable. Her body was swollen with over 30 large purple-yellow lumps, making her look significantly larger. The biggest lumps were the size of fists, and even the smallest ones were as big as walnuts. Especially on her face, the swelling was so severe that her eyes had disappeared beneath the puffiness. Some of the lumps were getting even larger, and Jing Shu could see fluid building up inside them. Jing Shu didn't fully understand the science behind this, but she hadn't expected the bee stings to be so potent. Clearly, using her chicken, which had already built some resistance, as a test subject hadn't been enough to gauge the full effect. Jing Shu was very pleased with the results, although she wondered if the effects might include lasting damage. "Is that you? You bitch!" Su Mei screamed upon hearing Jing Shu's voice. Her words were slurred and unclear due to the swelling in her face. She flailed her arms wildly and accidentally slammed into the edge of the guardroom's table, causing her to fall. As she hit the ground, one of her swollen lumps burst, spilling yellow pus everywhere, and she let out another pained scream. "It hurts so much," Su Mei whimpered, now with exposed flesh where her skin had torn. Jing Shu looked on, feeling a pang of sympathy for the pain, though her tone remained indifferent. "See? That's what they call karma. So, who else wants to visit my house now?" The three others who had accompanied Su Mei were also covered in swollen lumps, though not as severely as Su Mei. Still, their large, swollen stings were on the verge of bursting. The sight terrified them. None of them had ever seen bees this deadly before. "You, just wait!" Su Mei seethed with hatred, her mind boiling with thoughts of revenge. She had plotted 1,000 ways to take Jing Shu down, but being stung by bees on her way to carry out her plan had never crossed her mind. In the end, Su Mei had to call her father to come pick her up, and the other three, limping and swollen, headed home. In the sweltering heat, with no available medicine to treat their bee stings, Jing Shu simply shook her head and left them to their own fate. Half an hour passed, and the group chat remained silent. Someone finally spoke up. Zhang Bingbing's first husband. "So, what happened? Did they have a lot of eggs and vegetables in there?" Zhang Bingbing's second husband. "Yeah, are they keeping it all to themselves? No word yet." Shirzi. "We got stung by some damn bees on the way. Sumei got taken to the hospital and we're all swollen up. Wang Sumei. Serves you right. Jing Shu knew that Sumei's remarks earlier in the day would make some people envious, especially since food was scarce in the neighborhood. While a few families like Young Lady with Baby and Wang Qiki still had some reserves, eggs and fresh vegetables were too tempting to ignore. At dinner, the topic naturally came up, and Jing Shu's mother was furious, cursing Sumei for being so shameless. We've cut ties with her, but she's still looking for trouble, just like her heartless father, a real ungrateful wretch. Suddenly, Jing Shu's phone alarm went off, signaling that someone had approached the villa. Even if that woman didn't kill my mother, she's definitely involved. I swear I'm going to kill her, and then we'll split the food. You guys take most of it, and I'll take a smaller share. Zhou Pancheng whispered to his companions. As soon as he heard there was food in the villa, he contacted his buddies, all of whom were seasoned criminals, well-versed in robbery. They had worked together many times and knew exactly what to do. Lately, though, they had all been starving, unable to find anything of value to exchange for food. Let's kill them first and then take the stuff. Next time, call us when you have another good lead. I heard the government and those rich people are hoarding all the food, leaving nothing for us. Hey, the door's open. Saves us the trouble. Let's go. In the pitch-black night, the group stepped through the villa gate, but just as they entered, they heard a loud bang. The door had slammed shut behind them. Who's there? The group froze in terror, turning to see glowing green eyes in the darkness. Moments later, blood-curdling screams echoed from the villa. When Jing Shu's phone alerted her to the intruders, she checked the infrared monitors. She saw 5 men approaching, armed with tools and weapons. Looks like some people, probably encouraged by what Sumei said earlier, are here to rob us. Jing Shu's grandmother's hands shook, memories of the last attack flooding her mind. Don't worry, it's only a few people. I'll activate the traps, Jing Shu reassured her family, heading toward the courtyard. But before she could even open the traps, she saw something unusual. The fat chicken, which had been growing more cunning lately, had used its beak to open the gate, allowing the intruders to enter. As Jing Shu frowned, trying to figure out what was going on, the chicken flapped its wings and closed the door behind them, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. It looked at Jing Shu, as if waiting for her command. Jing Shu realized the chicken wanted permission to attack, and she gave the order. What happened next was astonishing. The chicken launched itself at one of the men, its claws sinking into his head as it viciously pecked at his eyes, gouging one out and swallowing it whole. The chicken, now more excited than ever, moved on to the other eye. What the hell is this thing? Ah, my eyes! The man screamed. Panicked, the others swung their weapons at the chicken, trying to fend it off. The chicken dodged a knife but took a blow from a hammer. Shrieking in anger, it flapped its wings and attacked another man, ripping into his eyes. In no time, the fight was over. Though the men had initially tried to resist, the chicken quickly blinded each of them, pecking their eyes out and even eating part of their brains. Soon, the courtyard was silent. Jing Shu approached the scene, finding the men lying lifeless on the ground, their empty eye sockets staring up at nothing. In the darkness, the chicken stood tall, radiating an intimidating aura. It let out a triumphant cluck, clearly proud of its handiwork. The fat chicken? Jing Shu called out. Cluck, cluck. What? Jing Shu noticed something strange in the chicken's eyes. After a moment, she realized what it was. The chicken's eyes no longer looked like those of a mere animal. They had become more human, more intelligent. Eyes are the windows to the soul, and through the chicken's eyes, Jing Shu could see emotions and thoughts that were almost human. It finally dawned on her what had been off about the chicken recently. It had reached a bottleneck in its evolution, and by eating human eyes, it had broken through the barrier between animal and human intelligence. Jing Shu examined the spot where the chicken had been hit with the hammer. Its thick skin had absorbed the blow without so much as a scratch. After snapping a few photos, Jing Shu disposed of the bodies. She realized that tonight's events presented an opportunity to send a message to the group chat, to dissuade others from coveting what wasn't theirs. Jing Shu. Everyone, a group just tried to rob my house. 5 people. If you're missing anyone, feel free to come claim them. At that moment, it was the time when everyone had just finished their communal meal and was dressed in thick clothing outside digging for 5-grain insects. Previously, the supermarkets used to open at 6 a.m. daily, but because people had started actively digging for insects and exchanging them for work points, it created a positive cycle. As a result, the supermarket extended its hours, opening again at 6 p.m. to avoid the peak midday heat. This allowed most people to adjust their schedules, minimizing outdoor activities during the hottest times. In other words, what was once a luxury, eating 1 meal a day, had now transformed into the indulgence of 2 meals daily. Additionally, as people had already traded in their blankets and clothing, the supermarket had introduced new items for recycling in exchange for work points: beds, wooden planks, wooden products, and waste paper. The first round of recycling involved collecting iron and steel for an artificial sun project. The second round involved collecting cloth, cotton, and linen for strategic storage. The purpose of the third round, which involved collecting wood, was still unclear to Jing Shu, but the waste paper was being used for papermaking. With many industries shut down, consumables were running low. Hygiene was a luxury of the past. People used to wipe their hands after eating, but now they just licked them clean. Previously, toilet paper was readily available for bathroom use, but now cloths had been recycled, paper had run out, and even water was scarce. Leaves and grass were a thing of the past. After using the toilet a few times without wiping, things could start to get sticky. So people resorted to scraping with small wooden sticks. Jing Shu had vivid memories of this, which was why she had stocked up on 20 years' worth of toiletries and an abundance of toilet paper after her rebirth. Round sticks didn't clean well, so you had to carve them into flat shapes using a knife. Jing Shu spent her previous life both going to the bathroom and whittling sticks simultaneously. By the time she was done, she had a freshly carved scraper. But if you weren't careful, you could jab yourself, especially if you had diarrhea from eating too many 5-grain insects. Better not dwell on it. Those were painful memories. This was the time when neighbors were most active, either catching maggots or searching for new resources. Some, spurred by Su Mei's earlier remarks, were even tempted to check out the villa. But then the group chat exploded with grisly photos, followed by Jing Shu's commanding message, immediately halting their plans. Fearful and hesitant, they stopped in their tracks, and Jing Shu's reputation as a fearsome figure was cemented. Shizi. Isn't this Zhou Pancheng? Did you really kill them? He shuddered at the thought. Could it be that those 5 people had indeed been tortured by her? Jing Shu. According to the latest law, anyone caught carrying a weapon to rob a home can be killed on the spot and reported afterward. Each robber is worth 10 work points. If no one claims these, I'll report them now. No one dared say another word after that. Today, they had seen firsthand what the family in the villa was capable of. Even armed men had met a gruesome end. What chance did they, weaponless and defenseless, have? The family in the villa was now officially on the neighborhood's list of people no one dared to provoke. After resolving the situation, Jing Shu called for a family meeting. Jing Shu's mother had finally learned her lesson. Su Mei won't let this go after what happened. We have to be prepared. Jing Shu nodded. If I were Su Mei, I'd definitely go to her father for help. And what would her father do? He'd pull some strings. I've heard he's connected to Niu Mu's superior. The family turned to Jing Shu in alarm. Her father asked, "What should we do?" Jing Shu sneered. You think they're the only ones with connections? Money talks? We can pull some strings too. But Jing Shu usually didn't like to play by the rules. Jing Shu had predicted correctly. After dealing with the small fry, the big fish came knocking. The next day, a fuel-powered Audi rolled up to the villa. These days, the only people driving fuel-powered cars were those with real government authority. Stepping out of the car was Su Mei's biological father, Su Guosheng, once again dressed in his Zhongshan suit. He was accompanied by an oily, obese, middle-aged man. Even 6 months into the apocalypse, anyone who was still that fat definitely had access to wealth. The middle-aged man pulled out a phone, panting as he spoke into it. "Hello, Niu Mu?" "Yes, I'm right in front of your subordinate Sulanji's villa. Yes, I'll wait here." After hanging up, the middle-aged man handed Su Guosheng a cigarette. "Don't worry. Our old classmate Niu will take care of this. We'll get it sorted out for you. As for the resources..." Su Guosheng took the cigarette, carefully rolling it between his bony fingers. Squinting, he replied, "Once we're done here, I'll take care of the resources." "So the old fox was planning to leave soon, huh?" Jing Shu opened the front door, letting in a blast of heat. With a loud thud, she placed a chair outside, closed the door, and crossed her legs, staring at the two men. They thought they could pull this off by playing by the rules? Did they really think she would play along? "Look, I've been growing some strychnine just for you," Jing Shu said as she activated the second form of her cube space. She gently caressed the plants she had been cultivating as part of her research on venomous bees. She had been experimenting with the idea of soaking the bees' stingers in poison to see if it would make their attacks more lethal. Without a ready supply of toxins, Jing Shu had done her own research and discovered that strychnine was one of the 28 most toxic medicinal herbs. It was a key ingredient in making arsenic and mercury-based poisons. As it happened, the plants were now fully matured. Perfect timing. Su Guosheng, ever the seasoned veteran, didn't even glance in Jing Shu's direction. He and the oily man simply got back in the car and waited in the air conditioning. Before long, Niu Mu arrived, driving Jing Shu's mother to the scene in a hurry. Sweating profusely, Niu Mu stepped out of the car with Jing Shu's mother following behind him. "Secretary Zhang!" Niu Mu greeted enthusiastically. The overweight man, Secretary Zhang, barely acknowledged him with a grunt. "Remove Sulanji from her position as director of the Agricultural Management Bureau. She's been reported for hoarding large amounts of vegetables and abusing her power. All of this inside the villa is evidence. Under the new regulations, it will all be confiscated. Xiaozhang will be here shortly to verify everything." Su Guosheng stood to the side wearing a smug smile. The first time he had underestimated them, the second time he had miscalculated, but the third time? No more tricks. There was no way out for them now. "Sweetheart, I've done all I can. Now it's up to you," Su Guosheng thought to himself as he prepared for his impending departure. Niu Mu's once friendly expression darkened. "Secretary Zhang, Sulanji is one of my best subordinates. I can't let her go." Secretary Zhang, clearly taken aback by the sudden resistance from someone who had always shown him deference, felt his face flush with anger. "Niu Mu, as your superior, I have the authority to replace directors and even ministers. Do you want to be replaced as well?" Niu Mu's expression turned cold. "Secretary Zhang, don't forget whose man I am." Secretary Zhang hadn't expected such bold defiance. His face twisted with anger as he jabbed his finger in Niu Mu's direction. "If I can't touch you, do you think I can't touch a mere director?" His finger trembled with rage, his eyes bulging, and then suddenly, foam began to froth at his mouth. At that moment, a patrol car arrived, and its headlights lit up the dark villa area like it was daytime. The bright light blinded everyone, making them shield their eyes. 6 people got out of the car and, seeing Secretary Zhang foaming at the mouth, asked, "What happened to Secretary Zhang?" Secretary Zhang, still foaming at the mouth, began convulsing all over. Not long after, he collapsed on the ground. Niu Mu quickly held him up, showing a concerned expression. "It looks like either heat stroke or a seizure. We'd better take him to the hospital," Niu Mu said as he performed all the necessary first aid actions, including pressing the acupressure point between Secretary Zhang's nose and mouth, and performing a standard chest compression for heart resuscitation. If it weren't for Secretary Zhang's red face from being slapped repeatedly, Jing Shu would have thought Niu Mu was his son, given how hard he was working to save him. The 6 people who had just arrived hesitated for a moment. But Secretary Jing told us to... What's more important, Secretary Jing's life or the matter he assigned? Niu Mu shot back. Fine. We'll take Secretary Jing to the hospital first. Let's go. Zhao Zhang gritted his teeth. He was afraid Secretary Jing might die on the way, which would leave him to take the blame. However, if they didn't take him to the hospital, the consequences would be even worse. The group carried Secretary Jing into the patrol car and left, leaving Su Guosheng standing there in shock. It took him a moment to realize that something felt off. Why had all this happened so conveniently? Yesterday, Su Mei had been mysteriously stung by bees and was now lying in the hospital. They had struggled to get even a bit of disinfectant. And now today, his old classmate was suddenly foaming at the mouth? With everyone gone, Niu Mu turned to Su Guosheng, grinning. Anything else you'd like to add? Su Guosheng pointed angrily at Su Lanji, as if he was disappointed in her. This is what your father raised you to be? A disgrace. He then stormed off, got into his car, and drove away, regretting not framing Su Lanji earlier when there were people around. Humans, after all, tend to think they could have handled things better after an argument, often rehearsing how they'd act next time. Jing Shu squinted as she quietly released a dozen non-poisonous bees into Su Guosheng's car, hoping to give him a surprise on his way home. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill the old man, but if both people died and an investigation found they were poisoned, it would be too risky for her. These weren't nobodies. They were government officials. However, with different symptoms, no one would suspect the villa. Jing Shu had also hidden a few bees soaked in strychnine in Secretary Jing's clothes. Killing him directly at the villa wouldn't have been ideal. If he died on the way, it would be a perfect situation. Zhao Zhang had arrived at just the right time, almost as if to take the fall for her. Jing Shu then quietly disposed of the bees that had stung them. Or rather, the fat chicken ate every last one, not leaving a trace behind. The fat chicken's appetite had returned. Yes, bees consist of a queen, drones, and worker bees. Only the queen and worker bees have stingers, but when a worker bee uses its stinger, it pulls out its internal organs, causing it to die shortly afterward. Jing Shu's bees were a consumable resource, but thankfully, they reproduced quickly. The bees inside her space didn't die, allowing her to maintain her supply. Later that afternoon, news came from Niu Mu that Secretary Jing had died on the way to the hospital. The official cause of death was heat stroke while inspecting a residential area. His body hadn't even undergone an autopsy before Zhao Zhang cremated it. Secretary Jing's death made it to the news. A public service announcement reminded everyone to stay indoors during the heat, using Secretary Jing's dedication as a warning. He had sacrificed himself for Wucheng, and a small memorial was held. His family received some food as part of the funeral rites, making it a bittersweet affair. The next day, reporters came to interview Jing Shu, and she had no choice but to say a few words in front of the camera. Secretary Jing was very kind. He visited our home personally, setting an example for us, encouraging us to trust in the country and believe in the success of the artificial sun. All difficulties will pass. Secretary Jing was a good man. Jing Shu's interview aired on the June 22, 2023 news in Wucheng, and Wang Qiki posted the clip in their neighborhood chat group. However, there was a strange tension in the group. The day Secretary Jing died, Su Mei had sent a slurred voice message to the group saying, "Secretary Jing will bring people to take down the corrupt family in the villa today. Then you'll all know who really committed the brutal murder of 5 residents. By 6 p.m. today, everyone must report to me with a voice message describing what they did all day. I won't wait." With the pressure mounting, many people had begrudgingly started reporting to the welfare officer. Some were thinking that the villa family was finally going to be taken down. Others were just waiting to see how things would unfold. But what happened? No one knew for sure if Jing Shu had killed those 5 people. But the next day, when they saw the news, everyone was shocked. It was nothing like they had expected. Wasn't Secretary Jing supposed to arrest someone? How did he end up dying of heat stroke? Shouldn't that have been something he could recover from? What really happened? And then, seeing Jing Shu praise Secretary Jing, Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Secretary Zhang, who had gone to arrest someone, was dead, while the person he was supposed to arrest was not only alive but publicly praising him. There had to be more to the story. The entire neighborhood realized the Villa family had serious connections. They were not to be messed with. Most notably, Su Mei, the welfare officer, hadn't spoken in the group since that day. Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. "Hey, are we still supposed to report today? It's been awfully quiet." Still, Su Mei didn't respond. A few days later, Wang Qiki kicked Su Mei out of the group. People started asking what had happened. Hadn't Su Mei been acting all high and mighty? Why had she suddenly gone silent after Secretary Zhang's death? Wang Qiki replied, "Everyone, I'd like to introduce the new welfare officer for our neighborhood. From now on, she'll handle all community matters. Wu Yui from 25th Block." "Wait, she's from our neighborhood too? She never said a word before. How is this person chosen?" "Yeah, don't we get a say in who represents us?" Wang Qiki clarified. "She was appointed by the development zone's government. I'll send out the new regulations for everyone to review. The welfare officer has the authority to directly file reports on people. Once reported, you'll be blacklisted from all major supermarkets and won't be able to buy water or food." The person who had been demanding a vote quickly shut up. Wu Yui from the 25th block then introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I just wanted to clarify something. Xiao Shu from the villa is my sister. I've heard that people were saying she was the one responsible for the murder of 5 residents. Let me clear this up. She wasn't the killer. She was actually helping the police arrest the culprits. She received a reward of 300 virtual currency for her assistance, and the documents are all in order." With that, a picture was posted in the group chat. Su Mei, who maliciously spread false rumors, has been dismissed from her position, and the government will never rehire her. I urge all residents to approach these matters rationally. Su Mei, who once threatened to accuse Jing Shu of murder, not only failed to bring her down but also inadvertently helped Jing Shu receive a commendation. In the end, Su Mei was the one who got removed from her position. Now, Jing Shu's villa had its own welfare officer, one of their own. The remaining 80 or so people in the chat group quickly realized that while welfare officers wielded significant power, deciding whether they ate or even survived, Jing Shu was even more formidable and terrifying. Anyone who had crossed her seemed to meet a grim fate. Recently, Cho had developed depression, plagued by nightmares where his eyes were gouged out. He had stumbled upon a terrifying secret. Searching through the chat group for mentions of Jing Shu, he discovered that everyone who had badmouthed her had met with disaster. The first was Bai, the supermarket owner, who was beaten, his goods confiscated, and eventually died of heat stroke. The second was Luo Hao from Building 13, who drank industrial water and died after a failed rescue. The third was a luxury car dealer at 5 Hao, whose store was raided by robbers. Although the robbers had intended to attack Jing Shu's villa, they all ended up dead, along with the car dealer. The fourth case involved Zhang Feng, Xu Zi, and Zhu Fan, who accused Jing Shu of being a murderer alongside Su Mei. When they went to Jing Shu's villa, they were stung by bees. Their wounds not only festered and oozed pus, but worsened to the point that they looked like they had been drained of their fluids, their flesh rotting away. The fifth incident was the 5 people who attempted to rob Jing Shu's villa. All had their eyes gouged out. The sixth was Su Mei herself, who met her downfall after her arrogance and was now nowhere to be seen. Cho feared he might be next. He had once questioned why they didn't get to vote on the new welfare officer. Surely that had offended Jing Shu. I'm doomed. Cho spiraled into depression. Jing Shu, of course, had no idea someone in her neighborhood was suffering from depression out of fear of her. With Su Mei ousted and Wu Yui taking her place, Jing Shu had paid a small price but had successfully secured key positions for her family in agriculture, livestock farming, and as the welfare officer. These were golden jobs in the post-apocalyptic world, giving her family control over food and livestock with legitimate reasons to possess them. Jing Shu had asked Wu Yui in detail about her kidnapping by Shang Guanjun, learning everything that had been said and done. This incident solidified Wu Yui as a trusted member of Jing Shu's inner circle. Jing Shu was never stingy with her own people. After arranging for Wu Yui to get a government job, her third aunt, Jing Lai, was so grateful that she almost swore she would serve them for life. Wu Yui's leg, still missing chunks of flesh, was slowly healing. Every day, Jing Shu applied diluted spring water, which had helped her recover enough to walk again, though progress was slow. "Give it some time before you head home. Your wounds are still too noticeable," Jing Shu advised. In the scorching heat, if Wu Yui wore long pants, it would raise suspicion. But without them, the gaping wounds in her leg would be all too visible. However, the welfare officer role had given Wu Yui something to do. Every day she checked on the residents, verified high-risk individuals flagged by the data system, and kept an eye on key targets. At the same time, welfare officers across Wucheng began performing their duties, and it became clear just how accurate the data system was. The most shocking discovery was the pig farming case. In the remote Red Apple Old District, a gang had turned over 100 men into dried meat and kept 60 women as sex slaves, feeding them human flesh. Due to severe water shortages, the women were initially forced to drink blood. Later, the gang began using contaminated corpse water to force them to drink. Many of these women became infected with corpse larvae, which grew inside them and eventually devoured them from the inside out. The gang had tied the women up, gagging them to prevent suicide, and tortured them for months. The Red Apple District had become a playground for this depraved group who killed any newcomers. Men were slaughtered for food and women were added to their pig farm. It wasn't until the welfare officers arrived that the government discovered the district's horrifying state and sent in police forces to wipe out the gang. The news only mentioned this much. It was one of the bloodiest reports of late June, with the police killing all members of the gang. However, the fate of the remaining 20 women was left unspoken. Jing Shu knew those women had also been quietly killed. She wondered if, as Wu Yui's mentor had predicted, the government was deliberately letting criminals run amok, only to later cull them along with their victims as a solution to the food crisis. Or maybe, as Jing Shu suspected, the government had known things were off for some time and had been frantically hoarding resources. With limited police forces, chaos had ensued, though government compounds, police family housing, and oil district units had remained well guarded. Either way, this was a shift in power, and now the government was finally starting to take action. The first to fall were the various factions claiming territory and the bandits who declared themselves kings of the apocalypse. Not just in Wucheng but nationwide, police forces that had previously been absent suddenly reappeared, shooting robbers on sight, killing those who had taken over districts, and executing anyone with a data score above 100. Wang Qiki posted in the group chat. "Everyone, don't venture far these days. The Wucheng police have started cleaning up criminals from the new city area. The news reported that over 300 people were shot dead in Wucheng in a single day." Zhu Fan from Building 7 asked, "Can you explain what's going on? My cousin and I went to the supermarket to get food, but when he scanned his ID, alarms went off and a bunch of people took him away. It's been 3 days, and I still can't reach him." Wang Qiki replied, "Maybe he was flagged by the data system." Zhu Fan asked, "What happens if you're flagged? Do they lock you up?" Wu Yui interjected, "Lock up? Do you think there's enough food to feed prisoners these days?" Fei Niu said, "These government workers really have it good. Not only do they earn work points every day, but they also get vegetables to eat. Now with this going on, they don't even have to show up. Even the cafeteria ladies are higher up than us." Luo Zhu added, "Yeah, but you need a government official to recommend you, and each official only gets 2 recommendation slots, which are super valuable. I heard you can trade snacks for a slot. Little Master Have Kids, did you get one?" Little Master Have Kids responded, "I traded all my dried sweet potatoes for a security guard job at IGA supermarket." Fei Niu lamented, "I regret it so much. 3 months ago, my uncle offered to recommend me as a security guard for 2 bags of rice, which included a daily meal, but I thought I could stretch my food until the end of the dark days. If only I had listened, I'd have a job with meals every day by now." Zhang Bingbing's husband chimed in, "This is corruption. Everywhere you go, it's about who you know. Isn't anyone reporting this? Jing Shu, who usually lurked in the group chat, couldn't help but be surprised. Police inspections were happening soon, and yet these two bold souls didn't seem to be planning to flee. The group was arguing about the public trading of job recommendations for food by government workers. Everyone knew the new law in Huaxia. Government officials not only received a daily supply of vegetables, but also had 2 slots to recommend people for jobs as security guards, kitchen workers, cleaners, and various other positions related to material collection and sorting. Of course, only those without criminal records could be recommended. However, there was a catch. If the person you recommended committed a crime, you'd be held responsible too, an old system where you'd act as a guarantor for their actions. Due to the limited production during the dark days, these jobs didn't require much skill, just loyalty and reliability. They were considered half a lifelong job in the system. Those who performed well in these roles could even be promoted to full government officials, gaining access to a daily vegetable supply. All new laws applied strictly during the dark days. Wang Qi commented, "I think this system is good. Why should someone risk recommending you for a job without compensation? If something goes wrong, they're held responsible. But if you pay a price for the opportunity, you'll treasure the job more, and if you lose it, it's your own fault." Fei Niu agreed. Exactly. It's a way to prevent crime by increasing the consequences. Jing Shu found herself agreeing with Wang Qi's point of view. At noon, Grandma Jing cooked a pot of winter melon and radish pork bone soup and made some flatbread to go with pickled cucumbers and fermented garlic. Jing Shu ate with her grandparents, but due to her large appetite, 1 pot of pork ribs wasn't enough. She ended up making another pot of dragon whisker noodles, added 6 poached eggs, and threw some vegetable leaves into the soup. The dish turned into a hearty noodle soup with pork ribs. Jing Shu slurped it all down, leaving nothing behind, not even the ginger slices. Water was becoming increasingly scarce. Each family member's bowl was labeled, and they reused them throughout the day, only washing them once at the end using the dishwasher. The water was filtered and recycled, though about 10% was lost in the process. 20 large ice blocks were placed around the courtyard to cool the villa. Without them, the yard felt like a steam room. Once the ice melted, they replaced it to prevent rapid evaporation. After feeding the poultry, Jing Shu took her grandparents down to the underground garage, where Wang Qi had organized the neighborhood into orderly lines. The 2nd police unit had also arrived. The heat was still unbearable, reaching 52 degrees C. As soon as Jing Shu opened the villa door, a wave of heat hit her, making her feel like she had stepped into a sauna. The news had recently warned about the excessive humidity in the atmosphere, saying a massive rainstorm was coming soon, and everyone just had to hold on a little longer. Jing Shu knew that with all the moisture and dust in the atmosphere, it was only a matter of time before the new species of red nematodes began to appear. When they reached the underground garage, the temperature dropped a few degrees. The neighborhood residents were already gathered, whispering among themselves. After enduring the hardships of the apocalypse for half a year, they were now dirtier than refugees, reeking of filth. Their hands were covered in layers of grime and dried insect juice from digging for bugs. 10 military trucks had arrived, illuminating the garage with their headlights. 2 rows of police officers stood tall with rifles, while behind them were 4 rows of disheveled criminals, their ankles shackled. For Jing Shu, it was her first time seeing police officers in the apocalypse. They still exuded a sense of security, standing firm as ever. The criminals, on the other hand, looked like wilted eggplants, their faces pale and sickly. Grandma Jing and Grandpa Jing, along with the rest of the neighborhood, were all intimidated by the display. "What's going on?" someone whispered. "Are they trying to intimidate us?" another wondered. A young officer addressed Wang Qi, who was holding the attendance list. "Is everyone here?" The now thin and dark-skinned Wang Qi handed over the list. "Captain Li, we're missing Wang Jin from Building 14 and Liu Qinyi from Building 18. Everyone else is here." "Good. Zhou Xiang, Shizi, Luoju, step forward," the officer shouted. The crowd fell silent, and although the three individuals didn't step forward, everyone around them took several steps back. "Who is Luo Ju?" the officer asked. A young woman, unable to avoid it any longer, raised her hand. "Take her into custody for questioning," the officer ordered. The police immediately cuffed the woman and escorted her to a truck. "And Shizi?" the officer continued. A man in his 30s, covered in sores, raised his hand. "Cuff him and confiscate all his property. As for Zhou Xiang, wherever he is, treat him the same. Mark him as a fugitive, and once his identity is flagged, he won't be able to escape. He'll die of thirst without water," the officer sneered. Two more officers approached and shackled Shizi, dragging him aside. His legs trembled as he stammered, "What did I do? Why don't you even ask?" The officer glanced at the paperwork and then addressed the last man, who was frozen in fear. "You're Zhou Xiang, right? Is this him?" he asked. The man nodded blankly, as did Wang Chiqi. "Execute him on the spot. Confiscate all his belongings." The officer's voice was like the judgment of a demon from hell. Two police officers sprang into action. In one swift move, one restrained the man while the other drove a knife into his heart, pulling it out just as quickly. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. The swift execution left the entire neighborhood in stunned silence. Shizi's trembling legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground, urine pooling beneath him. "No, please, don't kill me," he begged. The officer frowned and waved his hand. "Enough. You, take a team and start organizing the belongings from the houses of the deceased and the criminals. Load everything onto the trucks. I'll stay here to conduct an investigation." "Yes, sir," responded the subordinate. Shizi was forcibly taken away, and at the same time a team of police officers, accompanied by 4 rows of criminals, began dividing up the list of addresses. They split into groups of 5 and headed off to clear out the designated houses. Jing Shu explained to her grandparents, "The criminals they brought along are here for re-education through labor. Their job is to clear out the belongings from the homes of the deceased or the convicted." Grandpa Jing had just pulled out a cigarette to smoke, but thought better of it and put it back. "Those houses must be empty of anything valuable. No food, no knives. They've even taken things like sheets, fabric, and bowls. What else could be worth taking?" "They'll take anything: beds, sofas, cabinets, even doors and tables if they can. There's no sunlight now, and with the drought and fires, trees are scarce. Other materials are hard to come by too. It might be years before anything can be produced again. The government is stockpiling for the future." Jing Shu figured the government had moved on from stockpiling food to hoarding fabric, cloth, and wood. These materials were still valuable, especially as fuel for the harsh winters ahead, and would save many lives. On the ground, Zhou Xiang twitched for a moment, a pool of blood forming beneath him before slowly going still, his life slipping away. Within minutes, a swarm of corpse-eating insects descended on the body to lay their eggs. Soon after, flies began to gather, doing the same in the blood. It was the first time the residents of the neighborhood had witnessed the process of a body being devoured. Everyone was too terrified to speak. The officer gave a salute and introduced himself. "My name is Li Tian. Tian, as in the teachings of Confucius. You may call me Officer Li, and I'm in charge of your neighborhood's security." He went on to explain the new laws, emphasizing the consequences for criminals. Those who committed murder or robbery would face immediate execution. Then he outlined the benefits of being a government official, highlighting the hierarchy and privileges to stir envy among the crowd. Finally, Officer Li concluded, "As long as you follow the rules and cooperate with the government's efforts, those without any criminal records may have a chance to enter the system. Don't cause trouble, or the consequences will be severe." He then began conducting a census and investigation, going door to door. When it was Jing Shu's family's turn, Officer Li couldn't help but take notice. It wasn't just because her family was clean and didn't smell bad, but also because her grandparents were in their 80s and still relatively healthy, despite the extreme heat. In the apocalypse, the elderly were the most vulnerable, followed by children. "You have high blood pressure. Are you still taking your medication?" Officer Li asked, looking at Grandma Jing's records. How could I not? Luckily, my granddaughter stocked up on a lot of high blood pressure medication before all this happened. Officer Lee scribbled notes. What a lucky girl, he thought. This girl, Jing Shu, had been a food blogger before the apocalypse and had made several large purchases of food, which she then sold, earning a substantial amount of money. That's how her family had managed to live comfortably during these hard times. She's really fortunate, Officer Lee remarked. He didn't think too much of it. He'd seen others stock up too. One young man who believed in the apocalypse sold his house and spent over 2 million won on food, most of which ended up rotting or infested with corpse-eating worms. What a waste. Jing Shu, however, was more focused on one man in the crowd. He kept stealing glances at her, and when she turned to look at him, he immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Jing Shu was perplexed. She didn't even know this person. Cho Chu, the man in question, felt like he was about to die. Thankfully, Officer Lee spoke up just in time. Who is Zhang Bingbing? Officer Lee asked. Wang Qiki led Zhang Bingbing forward. She was wearing a dirty dress, holding onto a slightly bulging belly, and clutching the arm of a 50-something-year-old man. A 20-something young man stood beside them. Officer Lee frowned as he reviewed Wu Yuai's report. He had been briefed on the horrendous situation in this neighborhood. If it were up to him, he would have executed both men immediately. Zhang Bingbing had been tormented into madness. What was the point of her living on like this? But she was pregnant, and the child was innocent. Officer Lee forced a smile, which came out more terrifying than reassuring. He pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it. Here, have some candy. Zhang Bingbing numbly accepted it and immediately gave it to the old man. The old man grinned smugly. He had trained Zhang Bingbing well. He had also taught her that if anyone dared to harm them, she should threaten to kill herself. Unable to hold back any longer, Officer Lee snarled, "To hell with this! Arrest both of them!" He waved his hand and 2 police officers rushed forward, restraining the father and son while pulling Zhang Bingbing aside. Zhang Bingbing, they're going to kill your husbands. The baby inside you will grow up without a father, an officer taunted. Zhang Bingbing went berserk, pulling at her hair and slapping herself, desperately trying to break free from the officer's grip. I need my husbands. I need both of them. Without them, I can't live. I want to die. I want to die, she screamed. Jing Shu was shocked. The once professional Zhang Bingbing had been reduced to this, a woman so far gone, mentally broken and brainwashed. The police had no choice but to knock her unconscious. Seeing the murderous intent in Officer Lee's eyes, the old man panicked. Officer! We are in a consensual relationship with Zhang Bingbing. We take good care of her. Without us, she'll kill herself. You can't keep her restrained forever, and who will take care of her if we're gone? Officer Lee glared at the old man, then called over Wang Qiki for a private conversation. After a brief exchange, he waved his hand once more. That's settled then. Dismissed. Although Jing Shu was standing some distance away, she still overheard him. Keep an eye on them. Whether the baby is born or not, let me know. I won't rest until these scumbags are dead. Jing Shu sighed. In the years following the apocalypse, there would be many more cases like this. The moral bottom line had plummeted to new lows. Grandma Jing lamented, "What a sin," as they returned to the comfort of the villa. Meanwhile, Jing Shu busied herself preparing dried vegetables. The first batch of dried daylilies and radishes had been completed and stored in her spatial space. The second batch of eggplants and cucumbers had already been planted, with a few more growing in the villa's garden. With these, she now had a legitimate source for her vegetables. That day, she harvested some fresh cucumbers and eggplants. Dried eggplant was delicious when sliced and dehydrated, making it versatile for many dishes. Dried cucumber could be prepared in several ways as well, such as being placed in jars for pickling or rehydrated later. As Jing Shu busied herself with preparing dried vegetables over the past few days, the increasing surplus of eggs and milk in her magical cube space became a source of frustration. She had to admit, managing the cube space was like playing an intricate farming game. A slight imbalance could cause trouble. Sometimes there would be a shortage of something, and other times, there'd be an overwhelming surplus. The previous batch of salted duck eggs had nearly been consumed, so Grandma Jing took the opportunity to cure another batch. A salted duck egg with breakfast always boosted their energy for the day. As for the excess quail eggs, they could be marinated and vacuum-packed for long-term storage. The real problem was the excess chicken eggs, which had piled up in the villa. The family was eating eggs in every way imaginable, scrambled, steamed, boiled, but they couldn't keep up. Even after sending some chickens and eggs to her aunt's house, the eggs from number 1 and the other laying hens were still in abundance. Jing Shu couldn't help but praise the miracle of the fat chicken, which consumed all sorts of bizarre things yet continued laying eggs prolifically. The dairy cows were also producing an astonishing amount of milk, tens of kilograms every day, thanks to their modest diet of leaves. Jing Shu had already made several batches of yogurt ice and coconut milk from the surplus. Fortunately, the solution to this problem presented itself before Jing Shu had to worry too much. In Wucheng, the son of the city's wealthiest man, Qian Duoduo, was throwing a tantrum in the sweltering heat, demanding ice cream. His father, Qian Duoduo, used his influence and connections to trade oil with the government in exchange for a stockpile of pre-apocalypse ice cream. Unfortunately, the ice cream had absorbed some strange flavors from the cold storage and tasted off. His son refused to eat it, so Qian Duoduo gave it away to his bodyguards instead. One of those lucky bodyguards happened to be Luo Hao, a resident of Jing Shu's neighborhood. Luo Hao had previously been recruited by Zhu Fan to work as a bodyguard for Qian Duoduo in exchange for 2 meals a day. Later, one of their colleagues was kidnapped and tortured to death by the Zhetian, Shrouded Sky, gang, and Zhu Fan, lacking the necessary skills, was dismissed, leaving only Luo Hao behind. "You can't even imagine the lifestyle of the rich," Luo Hao boasted in the neighborhood group chat. "Their family of 5 is being served by 300 of us. The kid took one bite of a perfectly good ice cream cone and just tossed it aside, complaining that it tasted funny. But man, that was the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. I'll never forget the flavor." He continued, "I heard Qian Duoduo is scouring the world for more ice cream now. The government has flipped through every cold storage facility and hasn't found any more. Rumor has it he's looking for someone to make fresh ice cream." Jing Shu, who had been quietly lurking in the chat, suddenly had an idea. Her eyes gleamed. She didn't know much about Qian Duoduo, only that his sister was married to a high-ranking official in the capital. Qian had made his fortune through oil in Wucheng, eventually becoming a major shareholder in the national oil industry. In the post-apocalyptic world, while others were having their assets seized, Qian Duoduo managed to expand his influence further. He was swimming in wealth, even as most people were struggling to afford a meal. Jing Shu needed diesel for her upcoming road trip in the RV. Based on her calculations, she'd need at least 10 tons of fuel for the trip back and forth. "That settles it. I'll make all kinds of ice cream," she declared. It had seemed like too much effort before, but now that she could turn it into something valuable, it was worth it. Jing Shu wouldn't admit it to herself, but she had a craving for Haagen-Dazs ice cream and wanted to make her own, knowing it might be years before she'd have another chance. The key to making ice cream was whipping egg whites with sugar until they became frothy, then adding milk, sugar, and oil to form the base. It required relentless whipping, along with repeated heating and cooling of the milk until it thickened. Finally, she combined the whipped cream, egg yolks, and milk to create a silky ice cream mixture. Jing Shu made several flavors: strawberry, chocolate, matcha, and classic vanilla. She poured the mixture into the freezer, stirring it every hour for 5 to 6 rounds. Once done, it could be scooped and enjoyed for days. After days of work, Jing Shu had used up all her surplus milk and most of her eggs, but she had produced a full 2 cubic meters of ice cream. With each bite, the ice melted on her tongue and cooled her soul. The rich, creamy flavors were as good as Haagen-Dazs, and in the sweltering heat, a single spoonful was pure bliss. Jing Shu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She packed the ice cream into 1-liter airtight containers with high-end lids, elevating its presentation. "I'd better charge 100 times more for these. Space-produced goods don't come cheap," she thought with a smirk. Of course, she wasn't about to show up at Duo's doorstep and offer to sell ice cream. That would be undignified. Instead, she needed to let the product speak for itself and wait for the wealthy to come knocking at her door, raising its value. She knew just the person to help with that. The next day, Jing Shu prepared a small box of ice cream in glass jars, along with a packet of strawberries, and sent them to Niu Yunyu, who was celebrating his birthday. It was her gift to him. When the boy took his first bite of the ice cream, a radiant smile spread across his face. On the third day, a Maybach pulled up in front of the villa. Jing Shu, unfamiliar with luxury cars, looked it up online and gasped, starting price, 6 million yuan. Minister Niu Yunyu did not disappoint. Stepping out of the car, his first words were, "Got any more of that ice cream you gave my son yesterday? It was amazing." Jing Shu smiled modestly, nodding. "I just whipped it up for fun." "Great. Pack up more of it and come with me," Niu Yunyu said, a knowing look in his eyes as they exchanged glances. And so, Jing Shu packed the 1-liter containers into a cooler and accompanied Niu Yunyu in the car. The luxury of the car was astounding. Air conditioning, a spotless, well-dressed driver in a black suit, and all the comforts that set it worlds apart from the struggles of ordinary citizens. Even the drivers of the rich lived far better than most people in the apocalypse. As they drove, Jing Shu and Niu Yunyu communicated through brief exchanges of glances, though Jing Shu spent most of the trip marveling at the sheer opulence of the car. She thought they were headed to Duo's massive villa in the Western Hills, but the car instead pulled into a research institute. When they arrived, Jing Shu finally saw the extent of Duo's wealth. The entrance was guarded by over 30 intimidating men, his personal bodyguards, who starkly contrasted the 5 or 6 regular security guards nearby. Inside, the facility was cluttered with various experimental tools and equipment. It was clearly a working laboratory. At the center of it all sat a middle-aged man in a traditional Tang suit with a distinct inverted ba mustache dripping with sweat. 4 bodyguards stood behind him. The mustached man frowned as he listened to a man in a white lab coat explain something. Around them, several anxious-looking individuals fidgeted nervously. "Mr. Qian, we've arrived and we've brought the ice cream," Niu Yunyu announced cheerfully. As expected, the man before her was indeed the infamous Duo. Aside from his signature drooping mustache, he also kept a pair of well-worn walnut shells in hand, skillfully rolling them between his fingers. Jing Shu could tell from his adept movements and nimble fingers that he must have handled many valuable objects. She couldn't help but wonder if Duo had a habit of rubbing anything he laid eyes on. Duo finally turned his attention to Jing Shu and smiled in satisfaction. At least she was clean, he thought. After all, his family wouldn't touch food prepared by anyone with a foul smell on them. "Thank you for your hard work," Duo said with a warm smile. "You must be Miss Jing. I've heard that your ice cream is quite good. I specifically asked Minister Niu to invite you here, but my son has allergies to certain additives, so we'll need to check the ingredients first." Jing Shu nodded in understanding. It was common knowledge that the wealthier people were, the more cautious they became, fearing poison, harmful additives, or ingredients that might compromise their health. It was only prudent for Duo to be careful. "Don't worry, Miss Jing. Whether we can use your ice cream or not, I will ensure you're well compensated," he added, exuding the aura of someone accustomed to wealth. Jing Shu handed over the beautifully packaged ice cream from her cooler to the lab technician, who promptly took it for testing. "Please wait for a moment," Duo said, his mustache shifting from a 60-degree angle of a friendly smile to an aggressive downward glare. With a simple hand gesture, his 4 bodyguards subdued the 3 trembling men before him. The men pleaded for mercy, but Duo remained unfazed. Still rolling his walnut shells, Duo pointed at the cowering men. "Do you take me for a fool? You think you can sell me junk just because I have money? One of you used an additive 10 times the legal limit." Another sold me something 6 months expired, and this last one, adding opium to my food? His voice turned icy. Do you think you can pull one over on me? Opium is not something just anyone can get their hands on. Jing Shu squinted. It seemed Duo had been burned before, which explained his extreme caution. Niu whispered to Jing Shu, "This research institute is funded by Duo. It's mainly used to test the ingredients of everything he consumes." Impressive, Jing Shu muttered. Money attracts trouble, she thought, realizing just how many people must have envied and targeted Duo. She felt relieved that someone like him was drawing all the attention, keeping her out of the spotlight. Soon after, Duo's patience ran out. He shot a glance at his bodyguards, and the 3 men were quickly dragged away, their cries for mercy fading as they disappeared. Perhaps, since there were outsiders present, Duo didn't resort to harsher punishments. "Please forgive the unpleasant scene," Duo said with an awkward but polite smile. "I heard your ice cream is made with fresh milk, free of artificial additives. Surely it's not filled with harmful ingredients, right?" Jing Shu smiled at the perfect setup. "What an excellent opportunity to play up the benefits of my ice cream," she thought. "I've only added things that are beneficial to the body," Jing Shu said with a hint of mystery in her voice. Earlier, she had been worried about how to market the health benefits of her ice cream. But now, with Duo's own team of testers, it felt like a gift-wrapped opportunity to boost her product's value. Duo, however, remained skeptical. "Oh, I look forward to it then," he said, though his tone was less than enthusiastic. Moments later, the lab technician returned. "There are no artificial additives, and it's made entirely of natural ingredients. Furthermore, it retains all of its nutritional value, unlike other ice creams. Each 100 grams provides calcium, protein, minerals, and phospholipids equivalent to consuming 1 egg and 200 grams of milk. The phospholipids, in particular, promote brain health and could be beneficial for your son's recovery. Naturally absorbed nutrients like these are much more effective than injections." Duo's walnut shells clattered to the ground. He stood up, his face filled with disbelief. "Say that again?" The technician repeated the results, and Duo began pacing back and forth, excitement evident in his movements. "Wonderful. My son refuses to eat eggs or drink milk, but this is perfect. How's the taste?" "It's fantastic," the technician replied. Duo immediately grabbed Niu's hand, shaking it in gratitude before turning to Jing Shu, his face beaming with excitement. "You've added nothing but beneficial ingredients. I don't care what it costs. I want your ice cream. Let's all have a taste." The technician served portions to himself, Duo, the 2 bodyguards, Niu, and Jing Shu, all using paper cups. The moment Duo took a bite, his eyes lit up. In the oppressive heat, the coolness of the ice cream spread through his body like a wave of pure relief. He couldn't help but give Jing Shu a thumbs up. "This is real ice cream. Everything else I've had was trash compared to this." Everyone else shared the same sentiment, their faces showing satisfaction as they felt refreshed by the cool dessert. "I'll take this jar. Name your price," Duo said confidently. Despite his exuberant demeanor, Duo was testing her. Was she the type to gouge for a one-time sale, or would she strike a deal that could open the door for future transactions? "I'd like to trade for diesel," Jing Shu replied smoothly. "Mr. Qian, you can decide how much diesel this jar is worth. If the deal is fair, I'd be happy to continue doing business." Duo picked up his walnut shells and pondered. "Water is scarce, and your ice cream is made from rare resources like pure milk and eggs. Plus, the skill and care in preserving its nutritional value make it quite valuable." He continued, "However, you should know that extracting 1 ton of crude oil only yields about 480 liters of diesel and 310 liters of gasoline. Labor costs have also skyrocketed, so given the rarity of your product and the current market conditions, I'd say your 1-liter jar is worth 100 liters of diesel. But I'd like to offer 3 times that for 300 liters of diesel. How does that sound?" Jing Shu felt her lips curve upward. A 1-liter jar of ice cream for 300 liters of diesel? She was eating ice cream worth tons of fuel every day without realizing it. Duo's offer was generous, considering the ever-tightening supply of oil. Deal? Jing Shu replied with a satisfied smile. Both parties were pleased with the outcome. Duo wasn't short on fuel. He valued Jing Shu's attitude just as much. In total, they agreed on 5 liters of ice cream for 1.5 tons of diesel. Compared to trading a pig for 1 ton of diesel and 5 tons of water, the ice cream was far more cost-effective. Jing Shu recalled a popular saying, "No middlemen, no markups. That's why it's cheaper." In the end, Jing Shu never saw Duo's legendary villa on the Western Hills or met his supposedly foolish son. But Minister Niu did share plenty of insider information. Update delayed until 10 p.m. Due to being stuck in traffic over the weekend, the update will be delayed until around 10 p.m. Love you all. T. Meanwhile, Minister Niu solved many of Jing Shu's doubts. As Jing Shu and Minister Niu rode the Maybach back to the administrative department where Jing Shu's mother worked, Niu revealed that this Maybach was only used for transporting VIPs. Duo, on the other hand, boarded an all-black stretch car. From the outside, it looked quite ordinary, not a luxury vehicle, with no brand labels. If not for the license plate 8088, Jing Shu would not have thought it was Duo's personal vehicle. According to Minister Niu, Duo had 2 such custom-made cars, designed entirely to his specifications. The interior was extremely luxurious, and the body was made of carbon fiber, the same high-end material used in aerospace. Globally, it's a rare and expensive commodity. The car also had the most advanced security systems. If it fell into water, it could function as a yacht. If it went off a cliff, it had emergency parachutes and gliding wings. In the event of a collision with a large truck, the car would envelop Duo in a safety pod in an instant. This car could prevent 98% of all potential weapon threats. In short, it was designed so that the occupant would not die in almost any scenario. The car's price exceeded $1 billion, and the second car was rumored to be even more extraordinary, but no one had ever seen it. Jing Shu was starry-eyed hearing all of this. The life of the rich was truly something else. A few months ago, the government merged many private oil companies. As oil became a strategic reserve, resources had to be centrally managed. However, Duo was an exception. He still controlled the oil field. In fact, he's still a major shareholder in the oil industry. Building a solar simulator in Wucheng has drained countless resources into a black hole, yet it can't be abandoned. Water resources are becoming increasingly contaminated, and underground water is being overexploited. If this continues, many areas will collapse due to subsidence. Jing Shu nodded. This really was a no-win situation, and creating an artificial sun was no small feat. The administrative department was bustling, short on water like the rest of the city. With less water, there was less produce being grown. Without Jing Shu's hundreds of frogs devouring pests, the last vegetable farming zone in Wucheng would have been lost. Jing Shu noticed a familiar figure among those hauling manure, none other than Yu Kai-ni. The once refined and unrecognizable woman had become an old hag, emanating a terrible odor. If it weren't for the hateful look in her eyes, Jing Shu wouldn't have recognized her at all. It seemed her life had taken a turn for the worse, and that reassured Jing Shu. When Yu Kai-ni saw Jing Shu's challenging gaze, she was reminded of that humiliating day and fled, head hanging. Minister Niu, how can I ensure Yu Kai-ni loses her official position? Her roots are in New City. Significant errors leading to severe financial losses will cost her the position. Got it. Now I know what to do. Jing Shu smirked. In her previous life, Yu Kai-ni had been responsible for her mother losing her government job. This time, Jing Shu wouldn't kill her, but she'd make sure Yu Kai-ni lost her job and had to watch Jing Shu's family thrive. Minister Niu had to admit, Yu Kai-ni's fall from grace was swift. Once surrounded by a team of researchers, she'd now lost her ironclad position, reduced to nothing. Those who had supported her were powerless to help now, but Jing Shu's family had proven to be his lucky stars. Minister Niu couldn't help but fondly recall that fateful night of indulgence. Jing Shu warned her family in advance about the diesel deal and the arrival of a motorhome so they wouldn't be surprised when it happened. She also introduced the new frozen treat, ice cream, into their lives as a delicious snack. Jing Shu sent a jar of ice cream to Wu Yui and her mentor, hoping to earn some goodwill. If her mentor accepted the ice cream, future favors might be easier to ask for. The news of the southern migration had finally been settled, stirring up public discussion. Despite the widespread tragedy of the first migration, which saw half of the population die, the government remained firm. This time, anyone who refused to migrate would be denied food, while those who complied would receive white rice and other benefits. Though South China later became a sought-after destination, during the 5th year it reappeared as the most habitable place in the country with the mildest temperatures. The need for migration was clear. By the end of July, Wucheng had completed its citywide crime sweep. Hundreds of criminals were executed daily, and even those fleeing the city couldn't escape the dragnet. In every community, monitoring officers kept close tabs on the population. Within 2 months, the crime rate had dropped to below 1%, with all suspects being registered and traced through a national database. And finally, on July 27th, the news broke. The national database, which had been collecting data for months, was officially unveiled. The government had known about crimes and wrongdoings through this data, which acted as a walking Holmes. Jack Ma, long missing from the public eye, reappeared in a new role as the CFO of the National Database Project. In a news segment, he reassured the public, "The purpose of the National Database is not to monitor you, but to better protect everyone. From today onwards, every citizen is required to carry their mobile phone with them so the system can track their whereabouts. If you choose not to carry your phone, you'll be flagged and investigated." As the big data system was synced with WeChat's movement tracker, people's daily routines, including where and when they went, became visible. There was even an option to link to family members to track their movements. From now on, everyone had to check in with facial recognition, under the supervision of local visitation officers, while government offices handled any screening processes. Certain groups, such as government employees and seniors over 65, were exempt from the rule. The news added that the system would soon incorporate a virtual currency exchange and marketplace by the next year, along with other new features for trading goods and services. The moment the announcement aired, it seemed like everyone was talking about the new features. Government workers, who were increasingly seen as the most privileged group, became the subject of envy. People like cleaners, cooks, and security guards were considered part of the system, and securing a job with the government was becoming harder. Most people would be grateful for whatever temporary or part-time work they could find just to avoid starvation. After dinner, Static family sat down to explore the newly updated WeChat system. "Wow, I don't even remember going there that day," said Static Dad, surprised at the level of detail in his movement history. Static sighed with relief when she saw her record: honorary consultant at the Development Zone Management Office. Then, there were her accomplishments. January 14th, 2023. Commendation for bravery. May 29th, 2023. Assisted in the arrest of Zhang Qiang, leader of the gang Tian, Sky, and other criminals. Awarded second-class honors. A note followed. Holders of second-class honors receive priority service for any face recognition tasks. "I don't need to check in," Static Mom laughed as she showed her phone, and Static Dad joined in, adding, "Me neither." Even Static's third aunt, who had just recently been promoted to team leader, proudly chimed in, and Static, whose accolades now allowed her to skip lines, couldn't help but smile at the thought of her new privileges. "I'm exempt too, thank goodness," said Static's grandparents, prompting laughter from the whole family. As the government's new rules took hold, anyone without a government job sought out ways to secure one. Many realized that obedience meant food and safety, while defiance meant death, an inevitable conclusion hammered home by the steady reports of criminals being killed by authorities. One such visitor was Wang Zhang, an old acquaintance of Static Dad's from his days at the construction company. That afternoon, as Static was working with cement near the front of the villa, a man on an electric bike approached. Dressed in an old army coat, the middle-aged man had a package in each hand. He eyed the villa and then Static. "I'm looking for Jing An," he said. "Nope, wrong place." The man frowned, confused. "This is the right address. You know Jing An, right?" "Nope. I'm Wang Zhong. We go way back. His wife's Su Lianzi and their daughter is named Jing Shu. I brought gifts to visit them." Jing Shu, huh? Static thought to herself. He couldn't even get the name right. "That's not me," she replied curtly. She wasn't surprised by the appearance of this supposed friend, who had long been a mythic figure in her father's tales. Wang Zhong had never shown up in person, not in this life, nor the previous one. Wang Zhong scowled. "Get out of the way, kid. I'm here to see your father." Static kept her place by the door, and she could feel a sense of rising tension. She recalled how Wang Zhong and the other shareholders had pushed her father out of the company, first reducing his role to a minor shareholder and then forcing him to resign. Now, here was this man, standing before her, with no clue that the tide had turned. She hesitated. Her father had changed. He was no longer the pushover he once was, but was it enough? Could he truly face down this man from his past? Part of her wanted to test him. From the back of the villa, her father's voice echoed, "Static, bring me more cement." Static took a deep breath and, in a split-second decision, decided to stir the pot. "Dad!" she cried, loudly enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. "Someone's bullying me!" With just one loud shout from Jing Shu, both Jing An and Grandpa, covered in cement, rushed over from the backyard. Wang Zhong stood there dumbfounded, unable to process the sight of this woman. Before he could react, a fist the size of a sandbag landed squarely on his face. Two of his teeth flew out, and whether it was the wind blowing them away or the stubbornness of his roots letting go, Wang Zhong had no time to contemplate. His thoughts were interrupted by another fist, this time harder and faster. While Wang Zhong's mind was still reeling, his body had already responded in the most honest way possible. He let out a blood-curdling scream from the sheer pain. After being pummeled for what felt like an eternity, Jing An finally realized something was off. This person looked oddly familiar. He shined a flashlight on the man, who was now sprawled on the ground, desperately trying to crawl away. "Stop! Stop!" Wang Zhong begged. "Wang Zhong?" Jing An exclaimed, recognizing the battered man and immediately switching from surprise to rage. "What did you do to my daughter?" Through his swollen, bloodied face, Wang Zhong could barely see Jing An clearly. He began to wail, explaining how he came with the best of intentions, just to bring gifts and rekindle their old friendship. But Jing Shu had refused to admit who she was, and he certainly hadn't done anything to her. Jing An turned to his daughter with a confused expression. Jing Shu blinked innocently. "He asked me if I was Jing Shu, and I told him no." "Jing Shu, your daughter's name is Jing Shu, and you're just pretending she's not," Wang Zhong insisted through his now toothless grin. Jing An furrowed his brow. "My daughter's name is Jing Shu." "Ah," Wang Zhong stammered, realizing his mistake. He awkwardly chuckled. "My bad. Such a stupid misunderstanding. Look, old buddy, I've brought you some treats. Here's a pack of noodles and some walnuts. These are rare finds, you know. Let's not stand outside. Come on, let me in. And wow, is that the tempered glass dome from the old factory? Good stuff. You sure made good use of it." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, waiting for her father's reaction. "Whatever you need to say, just say it here. The house is not convenient right now," Jing An said, blocking Wang Zhong's path. "You're still mad at me? Look, we've been brothers for over 20 years. I'll admit I was wrong back then, but I had no choice when I asked you to leave the company. I felt bad, but you made a fortune from the buyout, didn't you? I mean, you must have put that money to good use. I came to apologize, old friend," Wang Zhong whined, nursing his injuries. "What do you want?" Jing An asked, handing the shovel to Grandpa. "Dad, you go ahead. I'll talk to him." "All right," Grandpa said as he walked off. Seeing Jing An wasn't budging, Wang Zhong resorted to his next tactic. "Jing An, my brother, I'm desperate. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. I need you to recommend me for a job at the animal farm. I'll do anything. Clean, feed the animals, whatever it takes. I know there's a cost to be someone's recommender, and I'll give you whatever you need. Jing An glanced at the items Wang Zheng had brought. Those things would be enough to get you a basic job at the supermarket, or one of the recycling centers. I know, but those jobs have no future. The animal farms and agriculture departments are the only places with real prospects. Meat and vegetables are scarce, and soon they'll be priceless. At the farm, you can even get eggs, which are worth their weight in gold these days. That's why I'm begging you, please, old friend, help me out. I'll give you anything you ask for. I don't have any more recommendations left, Jing An said firmly. You should find someone else. Wang Zheng grew frantic. Jing An, if it's not enough, I'll get more food. Please, just get me in, I'll do anything. Shaking his head, Jing An replied, I'm sorry, I can't help you. He added with a hint of finality, From the moment I left the company, I cut ties with everyone. Jing Shu could barely contain her grin. Her father had truly come a long way. All her constant nagging and pushing had finally paid off. The once spineless man was standing his ground. Wang Zhong's face twisted with anger. You ungrateful traitor! I gave you a share of the company, let you sit at the table, and this is how you repay me? You were lucky I didn't kick you out years ago. All you ever had was some technical skill. I had to make up for the money you wasted by not cutting corners. Now it was Jing An's turn to get angry. For 20 years I slaved away, working day and night supervising and ensuring we delivered quality. My dedication built the company's reputation, with over half of our clients coming back because of me. Do you have any idea how much I contributed? And yet I watched as you chipped away at my shares until I was left with just 2%, and then you kicked me out entirely. Jing An's anger boiled over. Without another word, he rolled up his sleeves and gave Wang Zheng another round of beatings. More teeth flew, and with every punch, Jing An felt a weight lifting from his chest. Feels good, he muttered, taking a deep breath. Wang Zheng had never imagined that his first use of the new emergency function on the big data system would be in this kind of situation. You're done for, he growled, blood dripping from his gums. He smirked as he activated the emergency alert, certain that the authorities would come to his aid. The automated system began to process, connecting to the visitation officer for this neighborhood, Wu Yui. Video call connecting. Help! I'm in the villa area, getting beaten to death by the family of Jing An. Wang Zheng cried into the camera, throwing a smug glance at Jing An and Jing Shu. Jing An blinked, a little unsure of what to do. Oh, could you pass the phone over to them? I'd like to hear their side of the story, came a calm voice from the other end, a young woman, sounding surprisingly casual. Wang Zheng was confused. Wasn't the first step supposed to be comforting the victim? Shouldn't they be sending help by now? When did they start asking for the other side's story before making an arrest? Wang Zheng muttered to himself. Author's note, big thanks to Luli Amy for the tip, moi. Despite everything, Wang Zheng reluctantly handed over the phone, and Jing Shu casually took it. On the screen, Wu Yui's face, a classic stay-at-home look, appeared, still happily slurping her ice cream. Cousin, Jing Shu said sweetly, this crazy guy was sneaking around our house trying to break in. I caught him red-handed before he could steal anything, and he tried to do some unmentionable things. My dad had to give him a beating to stop him. That's what happened. Wu Yui, still savoring her ice cream, replied, Attempted robbery, huh? That's not too serious, but he'll need to be taken in for some labor reform. Got it, I'll let him know, Jing Shu responded, handing the phone back to the utterly dumbfounded Wang Zheng. They said someone will be here to pick you up soon. Just wait a bit, Jing Shu informed him. Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng couldn't believe his ears. Did she say cousin? Did I just contact their family for help? He was the victim here. How did calling for help result in him being arrested? Hey! Wang Zheng shouted into the now disconnected phone, staring at Jing An and Jing Shu with growing resentment. This can't be real. Desperate, Wang Zheng dialed again, this time hoping to reach emergency services. Hello, 911? He began, but was cut off by a busy tone. Frustrated, he tried the emergency call again, only to see the same face pop up on the screen. "Still me. Don't worry, just stay put. Someone will be there soon to take you in," Wu Yui said, waving cheerfully before hanging up again. Wang Zhong was speechless. This couldn't be happening. He was the one calling for help. How had it all gone so wrong? Realizing he was trapped, Wang Zhong got up, determined to flee. No way he was staying to be arrested. He wasn't stupid. Before he could make it far, Jing Shu delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling back to the ground. "Run where? You forget your data's been uploaded. You've been logged in the system now. Wherever you go, they'll find you. Do you want to end up a fugitive? Just think about what happens to fugitives." Wang Zhong's mind flashed to the brutal fates of the criminals caught recently, and the fear overwhelmed him. He fainted on the spot. When he came to, he was being kicked awake by a police officer. He groggily heard Jing An's daughter explaining something to them. The officer then turned to him and asked, "If you admit to your crimes, it'll only be labor reform. Deny it and—" "I admit it. I admit it. I don't want to die," Wang Zhong sobbed, waving his hands in surrender. The officer smirked, turning to his superior. "Boss, I was going to say we didn't have enough evidence to hold him, but he confessed right away. Definitely guilty." Hearing that, Wang Zhong's face went white, and he fainted again. When he next woke up, he was already handcuffed, beginning his labor reform by collecting waste and sorting out maggot-infested garbage. As Wang Zhong was hauled away, Jing An watched his former friend's retreating figure and said, "Justice may be delayed, but it will never be denied. After all these years of taking advantage of others, it's about time you paid for your sins." Before the police left, Jing Shu handed each of them a bag of dried black fungus as a small token of thanks. "Thank you for coming out, or we might have been dealing with this burglar for a while." One of the officers, the same young man who had stood behind Li Yuetian last time, smiled and accepted. "Just doing our job. Always here to serve." After they left, Grandma's voice rang out from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready?" That night's dinner was a feast. Roast duck from the oven, an old hen soup, and iron-grilled fatty pork belly strips sizzling on paper. Jing Shu tucked into the meal with relish, wrapping crispy pork in fresh lettuce and savoring each bite as the rich, juicy flavor mixed with the crunch of the greens. Every mouthful was heaven. After downing the broth from the chicken soup, she enjoyed another delicacy, a thin pancake wrapped around crispy roast duck, fresh cucumber, and slivers of scallion dipped in sweet sauce. Each bite was a new flavor experience. In the end, Jing Shu alone ate 80% of the meat, half the roast duck, and most of the chicken from the soup. Her family chuckled as they watched her eat, Grandma announcing proudly, "She eats so well because she's working so hard." After dinner, Jing Shu went to handle her vegetables for the next day, cutting and preparing the cucumbers and eggplants she had harvested. She planned to sun-dry them in the morning, adding to the stockpile of dried food in her magical storage space. The dehydrated vegetables and other ingredients were steadily growing in number, alongside the massive harvest of coconuts, which Jing Shu used as both food and drink. As for the herbs she had been cultivating, the results were beyond her expectations. The special environment inside her space had accelerated the growth of these rare plants, though they still required careful nurturing. "Perhaps it's time I start thinking about using these herbs," Jing Shu mused. "If I can heal people and maybe even help the country, I could be a valuable asset. But I need to be cautious. There are always risks." With a satisfied sigh, she closed her magical storage and headed off to bed, already planning her next moves. Author's note: a big thanks to Shi for the tip. Moi. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, August had arrived. With the relentless high temperatures showing no signs of easing, coastal countries were bracing for the inevitable flooding and rising sea levels. One distant Western nation had already undergone a mass migration, and Hainan's second wave of migration was still ongoing. Meanwhile, a certain island nation was in talks about temporarily relocating to South Korea. The Science Channel continued to harp on the same old issues. When will the dark days end? Based on the decreasing amount of dustfall, some experts predicted that once the dust stopped entirely, the sun would reappear. When will this intense heat end? The World Alliance had recently developed a new propulsion system that could manipulate Earth's magnetic field and potentially return the planet to its original orbit. What about the growing water shortage? The construction of an artificial sun was underway and expected to be operational by early October. The energy from nuclear fusion would provide a virtually limitless supply of clean energy. On the news, reports of criminal arrests were dwindling. Apart from a few lucky criminals who hadn't been caught by the system, most of those recorded as offenders had already met their demise. More troubling, though, were the reports of droughts across various regions. While Wu City was holding up relatively well, other places weren't so lucky. Some cities were collapsing due to over-extraction of groundwater, while others were losing their illegal wells and water sources, confiscated by the government. Not that it mattered much, most wells had already dried up. Jing Shu was well aware that the most challenging months of the first year of the apocalypse had arrived. 2 months of extreme water shortages, during which the ground cracked open from drought. In the neighborhood chat group, Wang Qi. Everyone, Wu City's free water supply has been reduced from 500 mil per person to 300 mil, and the price of water has increased. A 300 mil bottle now costs 2 work points. Try to stay indoors during the day or reduce your meals. Fatty girl. In this heat, how can they expect us to survive without water? Even my frogs are dying. Zheng Kuihua. A few weeks ago, I was still earning a dozen work points a day from collecting maggots. I should have saved those points instead of exchanging them for rice. Now maggots aren't even worth that much. Wu Yui. If you have wooden items, knives, or steel tools at home, you can exchange them for work points to help build the artificial sun. Once it's operational, we won't be short on water anymore. Zhang Bingbing's little husband. I used to be able to pee for 3 seconds. Now it's down to 2 drops. Big head. I've even torn down my door to exchange for work points. My house is practically empty now. I swallow more saliva than I drink water. 300 ml a day is nowhere near enough. They're going to dehydrate us to death. Indeed, many households were now trading even their knives for water, unable to bear the extreme drought any longer. By this time, the 3-month campaign to collect knives, iron tools, and other potential weapons was drawing to a close. With no sharp objects left in the hands of ordinary citizens, the foundation for the next decade of peace had been laid. The most dangerous weapons civilians might encounter would now be bricks or glass bottles. Those who used to eat 2 meals a day were back to 1, using the saved work points to buy water. Without enough water, death was a real threat. Despite the chaos outside, life in Jing Shu's household remained steady. Not long after, her third aunt, Jing Lai, brought home some good news. The supervisor said I've done well as a group leader. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be promoted to head of the department soon. In a year, I might become a full-time employee and start getting vegetables every day, Jing Lai said, gulping down a bowl of yogurt. Like everyone else, she was surviving on 300 ml of water a day and was constantly thirsty. The next day, Grandma threw a celebratory dinner for Jing Lai. However, when she returned home the following day, she looked as dejected as a wilting flower. Upon inquiry, Jing Shu learned that someone in her group had stolen her promotion by giving the supervisor a bunch of spinach. Jing Shu handed her a plate of thriving garlic shoots and 2 bottles of mineral water. Aunt, even if the promotion list is out, things can still change. Maybe there was a mistake in the name? Besides, our garlic shoots can be harvested again and again, which is better than spinach. And think about it. How many people can still give away bottled water these days? Your supervisor should weigh his options. Should he offend a family with a steady supply of water? And don't forget, my parents' jobs can still carry some weight. Jing Shu had mastered the art of soft threats and subtle persuasion. Smart people would understand what to do without her needing to spell it out. And for those who weren't so clever, she'd make sure they knew who they were dealing with. Thanks, Jing Shu. I know what to do now, Jing Lai said, feeling a newfound resolve. She didn't want to be a burden to her family. Jing Shu was right. Why shouldn't she take advantage of the connections she had? With such strong backing, she had every reason to use it. When Jing Lai entered the supervisor's office carrying a fresh green plate of garlic shoots, she saw the man's eyes light up with greed. "Ah, Jing Lai, you didn't have to bring anything. The promotion list is already up." The bald-headed man trailed off as Jing Lai pulled out 2 bottles of mineral water. The supervisor's eyes widened. He had assumed Jing Lai, like everyone else, was struggling to scrape by on meager rations. Yet her healthy appearance, free of dry lips or dehydration, suggested otherwise. Clearly, she wasn't short on water, meaning these bottles weren't a precious stash she'd saved up. "So, Jing Lai, what does your family do? How do you still have fresh garlic shoots?" "My little brother works at the poultry farm. My sister-in-law is a director at the Agricultural Management Bureau, and my daughter is a liaison officer for the neighborhood." "Ah, excellent connections indeed. You've come at just the right time. I was just thinking the department head position in the recycling division would suit you better. It's much lighter work." By mid-August, Wu City was losing hundreds of people daily to heat and dehydration. With cracked lips and parched throats, people were dying of thirst. And if humans couldn't get water, neither could plants and animals. Earth's remaining life forms were nearing extinction. August had come to be known as the Deadly August. The nation faced a new challenge. In Jing Shu's household, they held a family meeting. Of the 5 tons of water they had stockpiled, only 1 ton remained. Even the water tanks on the roof were down to a quarter full, despite Jing Shu regularly replenishing them. While they still had some recycled water for non-drinking purposes, the situation was dire. "I suggest we cut back," Jing Ma proposed. "Let's limit ourselves to 1 bath a week and just wipe ourselves down in between. We can stop washing clothes for now since we have plenty of spare outfits. And dishes, let's wash them every 3 days." Zhang Ling was the class monitor during Jing Shu's high school years. Although she wasn't exceptional academically, her family was in business, making her a smooth talker with strong organizational skills. However, she had a controlling personality and loved to boss people around, enjoying the process of leadership. In 2018, she had created a WeChat group for the class, but after a dispute with another classmate, she dissolved it. Since then, everyone had gone their separate ways, and most of them hadn't kept in touch. Jing Shu's memories of high school classmates were starting to resurface. She vaguely remembered some unpleasant events that followed, which ultimately led her to leave the group. In the previous life, she was too preoccupied with survival to bother with such things. Back then, her favorite snack, spiced grain bugs, had become too risky to eat due to the water shortage. Every afternoon when the electricity came on, she'd rush to charge her phone, boil water, and scavenge for tree branches and wood to exchange for a bottle of water. At the same time, she'd collect enough food for her family's dinner and sit down to watch the evening news at 7 p.m., hoping to hear something about new policies or an end to the dark days. At night, she'd venture into abandoned factories or malls, searching for useful items or scavenging maggots from stagnant water for raising grain bugs. Before she knew it, the night was gone. By day, the searing 50-degree heat made even moving her eyeballs feel like burning calories. In the first few years of the apocalypse, things were still manageable. There was occasional electricity to charge phones. But when mass migrations started, electricity became a luxury, and even if it was available, the network signals were unreliable. The following year, the power supply was reduced to just half an hour a day, not even enough to fully charge a phone. Like a frog in slowly boiling water, these changes crept up gradually. By the time you realized how dire things were, you'd miraculously survived. So, in the previous life, Jing Shu didn't have time for classmates' group chats. "Wang Chao, why don't we all pop in and say hi? It's been ages since we've heard from many people. We could even check the step count in the group chat. Anyone with 0 steps daily is probably dead, right?" Mu Xiaoshuan. "Zhang Ling, you still have everyone's contact info? Glad you brought us back together. Now that the apocalypse is here, let's let bygones be bygones. When are we going to have a reunion? It's been 5 years since we graduated from high school. Where is everyone now?" Shirley. "Come on, let's have some fun. We've got plenty of time to kill anyway." Nima sang. "Need a wedding car? How about one with a surprise price hike halfway through? Want insurance? I've got 60K plans with a 50K payout," Need a house? I've got 260K deals that come with gifts. Need me? I can rotate 180 degrees, and if you order now, I'll throw in an unborn child. Fulfill your dream of becoming a dad. Nima Sang was the only girl in class who got along well with the boys, but was disliked by the other girls. He Shu. That's nothing. My girlfriend can rotate 360 degrees, always at my beck and call, fast or slow. 3 or 4 times a day, she never complains, never asks for gifts, and takes my insults without a word. He Shu, whose real name was He Shou Wu, had a family that grew medicinal herbs. Back in high school, they'd had to sell a precious ginseng to cover his tuition. After graduation, it became known that his family had ginseng ranging from 1-year-old to a century-old. He was a classic introverted nerd and a Taurus, always quick to throw out inappropriate comments. Nima Sang, you win. Sumali. Who are you talking about? Sounds amazing. Curious. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes when she saw the ID Mary. She didn't know what to say. This was someone she wanted to avoid at all costs in this life. Someone she'd steer clear of at all costs. Sumali was the one person Jing Shu never wanted to deal with again. He Shou Wu, my right hand, smug. Sumali. He Shou Wu. Seriously? You don't get it? Shocked. Nima Sang. Wow, our class beauty really is pure. Watching the chat unfold much like it had in her previous life, Jing Shu was about to close the app and go dry some vegetables when Zhang Lingling's message caught her attention. Zhang Lingling said, I brought everyone back into this group not just for old time's sake, but to pool our resources. With inflation going crazy, small businesses have come to a standstill. Even though next year the big data system will launch a bartering market, we could start something small within this group. I remember some of you have family stores or wholesale businesses, right? She continued, let's set up a time for a reunion, figure out who's still alive, and see what resources everyone has. We can set up a small exchange market. He Shou was the first to respond. I've been thinking the same. My family still has some wind oil, insect repellent, heat stroke meds, and fever medicine. Looking to exchange them for thermal bricks or insulation materials to build a basement? Liang Xin. We own a hardware store. We're looking to exchange for water or food. Shi Lei. My family has tiles, but we'll only exchange for water. Yao Zixin. We work with PVC plastics and can do custom orders. Looking to exchange for water. Wang Chao. Who's going to trade water for plastic these days? Yao Zixin. Almost crying. I know, right? The government didn't confiscate our stuff like everyone else's, so now we have tons of materials that are just going to waste. Jing Shu thought for a moment. She really did need custom PVC plastic. If the glass shield was going to be unavailable next year, her estate would be exposed. And then there were the red worms. She couldn't let those go to waste. Red worms could be mixed with eggs and leaves to make a delicious meal for her chickens, ducks, cows, and pigs, saving her plenty of feed. They could even be fed to the fish in the pond. So custom PVC plastic was necessary. She needed to cover her estate and create slopes and integrated pipes in every corner. She planned to build a massive rain collection tank beside the villa, so when the rains came, along with the red worms, everything would flow into the tank. She could scoop out what she needed to feed the animals, and if there was an overflow, it didn't matter. She had her #1 glutton to help out. The PVC system would not only shield the estate and collect red worms, but also serve as an automatic filter, keeping the vast majority of the worms outside the property. Any that made it inside would still be blocked by the tempered glass shield. Plus, looking up and seeing a mass of writhing worms wouldn't be pleasant. Adding a PVC cover to the glass structure seemed like a good idea, and it wouldn't be too costly. In the past few days, Grandpa Jing and Dad Jing had finished building the garage for the future motorhome. That would need a PVC cover as well. After all, letting the red worms crawl all over the garage would be disgusting. Jing Shu, Yao Zixin, I need PVC plastic. I'll trade you water. Add me so we can discuss the details. Nima Sang. You really want that after she just said no one needs it? Do you have a thing for Yao Zixin? I always thought you had a crush on him in high school. He was the school heartthrob after all. Jing Shu frowned. That's just your opinion. I really need PVC plastic. Why would I trade water for it otherwise? She vaguely recalled that Nima Sang had a crush on Yao Zixin and might be getting defensive, thinking Jing Shu was interested in Yao Zixin too. Nima Sang. Maybe you're just trading some free 300 millimol of water to get his attention. Oh, don't pretend. I've got you figured out. You're just using some low-level tactics to catch his eye. Before Jing Shu could respond, Yao Zixin, who had been silent, sent her a friend request and messaged her privately. Yao Zixin. Jing Shu, what kind of PVC plastic do you need? How much? And what type of water are you offering in exchange? Seeing Nima Sang's increasingly rude comments, Jing Shu, who had initially wanted to be diplomatic, decided against it. Jing Shu. Nima Sang, it seems like you're the one interested in Yao Zixin. Aren't you worried about your ex, Xie Zihao, getting jealous, considering you two took a romantic bath together after graduation? The incident had come to light in Jing Shu's previous life, and she didn't mind revealing it a bit earlier this time. As someone who had experienced rebirth, her strategy was leagues ahead. Playing low-level mind games with her was a waste of time. He Shou. Whoa, for real. Nima Sang. You're talking nonsense. This is a baseless accusation. You're just trying to smear me out of desperation. Jing Shu smirked. Remember that time you insisted on booking a private mixed-gender bath? Xie Zihao paid 200 yuan to get you both in. I happened to be right next door and I heard everything. You screamed pretty loud too. There was even a hidden camera. Did you forget? Jing Shu's bombshell was like a grenade dropped into the group chat, exploding with reactions from all sides. Group member 1. Whoa, that's some juicy gossip. Xie Zihao? That acne-covered guy? Group member 2. Well, he may be ugly, but he's loaded. Group member 3. Never imagined Nima Sang would be involved in something like that. Group member 4. I want to see that high school sweetheart's secret video. Nima Sang. Enough. Xie Zihao and I are over. The apocalypse is here and we should focus on survival. Jing Shu, I suggest you be kind. Ah, these kinds of people. If you talk to them about personal matters, they'll bring up ideals. Talk to them about ideals and they'll start lecturing you about life. No matter what, they'll always twist the narrative to their favor. At that moment, Xie Zihao chimed in. On the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, where is my beloved playing the flute? You really said that to me, Nima Sang. It hurts to hear you talk like this now. You didn't seem to mind when we were in the bath together. If Jing Shu's comments needed validation, the appearance of the person involved was proof enough. Group member 5. 666, the truth has come out. Group member 6. I never imagined Nima Sang as such a pure person. Su Mali. What's the connection between playing the flute and taking a bath together? Everyone. He Shu. Let me explain it to you. The group chat quickly veered off topic, fixating on Nima Sang's scandal. Zhang Ling, however, managed to steer things back on track, taking the opportunity to record who was still active in the group. Out of the original 56 classmates, only about half had any activity, while the rest hadn't been heard from in ages. Some of their WeChat timelines had stopped permanently on a specific date. Meanwhile, Jing Shu and Yao Zixin had begun their exchange. Luckily for her, Yao Zixin's factory was still operational and capable of producing the custom PVC plastic she needed. She wanted an integrated PVC roof that sloped downward from the center to the edges, ensuring rain would flow down naturally. To address the issue of red worms potentially lingering on the roof, Jing Shu requested a manual PVC wiper system, similar to a retractable window blind, so she could easily scrape away any debris. She also needed 4 large rain collection tanks placed at each corner of the villa and another for the motorhome garage. Speaking of which, the garage was finished, but where were Wang Dezhao and Yang Yang? After all this time, they still hadn't checked in from the US. Jing Shu had tried calling them multiple times, but their phones were always out of service. Okay, there's no international roaming anymore, but there's still Wi-Fi, right? Couldn't they at least send a message? If there's still no word from them in a month, she might have to ask Minister Niu for help. As for the color of the PVC roof, Jing Shu requested it be black. Initially, Yao Zixin was unsure whether Jing Shu might be using this trade as an excuse to get closer to him, as Nima Sang had suggested. After all, PVC wasn't exactly in high demand these days. However, after hearing Jing Shu's detailed requirements, Yao Zixin realized this was a significant order. Yao Zixin: we can definitely do it. But how much water are you willing to exchange? Jing Shu: do you want mineral water or regular water? Yao Zixin: regular water would be better, we can get more of it. Jing Shu: how about 50 liters? This amount would keep her family supplied until October, when the water shortage would hopefully ease a little. 50 liters was about what one of her cows consumed in a day. The gap between rich and poor was staggering. Yao Zixin: that's about 300 square meters. Deal. Yao Zixin did a quick calculation. His family had sold off most of their assets for just a few dozen work points. Now, after days of gathering firewood, they only had a few more work points saved. This order alone would net them a considerable amount. Definitely worth it. Jing Shu: I'll give you 10 liters as a down payment. How does that sound? Yao Zixin: perfect, thanks. We'll get started right away. With the deal finalized, Jing Shu left the group chat. She wasn't particularly interested in attending the upcoming reunion or exchange event. After all, showing up too clean would draw unwanted attention, and pretending to be low-key simply wasn't in her nature anymore. As the number of people dying from thirst continued to rise, public outcry grew. Many demanded that the government build underground dwellings like in Africa, where temperatures were lower and people didn't need as much water to survive. However, experts predicted that the extreme heat wouldn't last long, but the longer it persisted, the higher the seas would rise. When the floods came, underground dwellings would be swept away. That night, after finishing dinner, Jing Shu reluctantly drove to the reunion, bringing several large containers of water with her. She swore she didn't want to go, but the person named Su Mali seemed to be her nemesis. As it turned out, the items she needed could only be traded at the reunion. Fate, it seemed, had other plans. If the landlord's foolish son represents the emerging wealthy second generation, then Su Mali is the local aristocratic tycoon, a fifth-generation rich kid born and raised in wealth. Wucheng, located in the northwest of China, is known for its vast land and abundant resources, particularly rich in natural gas, coal, and oil. Among these, natural gas boasts the fame of the west-to-east gas transmission project, starting from Luntai in the Tarim Basin in the west to the Magic City in the east, covering the Central Plains, East China, and the Yangtze River Delta, supplying natural gas to 400 million people in China. It contains over 30% of the country's oil and gas resources. Su Mali's family specializes in natural gas development and holds an unshakable position in Wucheng's natural gas sector. The resources needed for constructing the artificial sun include not only oil, but also natural gas, along with coal. In her past life, Jing Shu had no idea that such a low-key, naive, and foolish wealthy person existed in her class. She only knew that Su Mali's family was rich and that she was generous, often falling for scams. It wasn't until the second year after the apocalypse that she heard Su Mali's family had been flooded and then moved into a villa in Jing Shu's neighborhood. Of course, they transformed 3 villas into a single estate, and it was right next to Jing Shu's villa. In this life, when Su Mali mentioned exchanging CNG, compressed natural gas, Jing Shu's eyes lit up. Natural gas is a regulated resource. Having electricity and using coal to burn the boiler made using CNG a hassle, but CNG has greater utility. It's essential for gas vehicles. Most of the taxis and buses we usually take run on natural gas, costing less than 1 jiao per kilometer, while running on oil costs about 5 jiao, making taxis very profitable. A 25-liter CNG tank can last for about 270 kilometers. While this isn't as much as liquefied petroleum gas, natural gas is the cleanest energy source, making it excellent for cooking. Su Mali's setup is for a 50-liter tank. Jing Shu's main purpose for needing it was to use it in her villa before relocating. She could cook with natural gas every day, and a 50-liter tank would last her half a year. After moving, it would be installed in the RV, primarily for cooking. UBC solar power would handle other daily needs in the RV, like heating. After all, a 1500W induction cooker consumes a lot of electricity for cooking. Outside temperatures would plummet to at least 50 degc, so ensuring warmth inside the RV was a priority. Diesel and batteries would provide power for the RV's mobility. If CNG gave Jing Shu a sense of excitement, then Sumali's second item made her feel even more intrigued. The Shark Submarine is an amphibious vehicle from 2022. It mimics the appearance and behavior of a great white shark, capable of submerging underwater and functioning as a speedboat on the surface. With 10 gears and 360 degrees control, it offers an exhilarating experience. Its size is comparable to that of a real great white shark, and it can reach speeds of up to 80 km/h. Initially created as a super toy by an American millionaire, it was later modified into an amphibious vehicle priced at 740,000 RMB. Sumali said, "I originally wanted to enjoy some diving, but unfortunately the rivers are all dried up now and I can't use it at all. I'll trade it for an antidote. I urgently need the antidote for carbuncles, whether Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine is fine. So," Shu replied, "Not to mention I don't have one. Even if I did, I'd be killed for trading for something like this." Terrified, Zhao commented, "Sumali, I've had my eye on that thing for a long time, but unfortunately I can't afford it. Now it's even more out of reach." Wang Chao remarked, "Isn't this just a jet ski? It can't be more than 50-60,000 RMB, right?" Zhao responded with a smile and no words. Sumali insisted, "I have many other unwanted items. Does anyone really not have an antidote?" This time, Jing Shu learned from her past mistakes and secretly added Sumali, reaching a trade agreement with her. It's simply because this shark submarine is truly something to flaunt. No, it's for next year's flooding. Half the city of Wucheng will be submerged. Just thinking about how many supplies will be in the city center. She can't swim through a sea of red lineworms, can she? Even if she could swim through, the houses would be underwater, and those who are poor swimmers or get lost would be done for. As for diving suits, it wouldn't be a problem without red lineworms, but there would be leeches, rotting corpse worms, and all sorts of other bugs lurking in the water, and getting bitten wouldn't be ideal. Of course, it's not just about scavenging supplies. If she needs to go somewhere, driving won't be necessary. She can use this shark submarine regardless of whether it's on land or in a submerged city, truly experiencing freedom of movement. Though this submarine can only be used for a year or two, the key point is that Sumali's asking price is genuinely low. She is genuinely getting rid of things she doesn't need. Trading a little bit of medicine for this submarine feels very worthwhile to Jing Shu. Yes, Sumali has a mysterious good habit. She loves trading her unnecessary items for low prices. No matter how much she originally paid, when she no longer wants something, it's worthless in her eyes. Yet she doesn't throw it away. She enjoys trading things. In the eyes of Jing Shu and others, Sumali is like someone who trades a watermelon for sesame seeds. But the sesame seeds must be something Sumali needs and finds appealing. In high school, Sumali once traded a watch worth several thousand for a rabbit-shaped hat. Some people say Sumali is foolish. She replies, "Nothing is worth more than my happiness." Later, Jing Shu realized this might just be wealth. To be honest, Jing Shu is envious of everything about Sumali. Someone with Sumali's temperament wouldn't survive in the apocalypse. She seems like a shining, fat sheep ready for slaughter. Yet contrary to expectations, she not only survives but does so exceptionally well. Those who target her for attention seem to end up mysteriously unlucky, facing terrible fates. Jing Shu pressed the brakes, stopping in front of the new city mall, where a crowd had gathered. In the darkness, Jing Shu spotted a group of her old classmates, bundled up in thick clothes, hopping from foot to foot, eagerly looking at a pile of items on the ground, which resembled a small mountain, among which the most eye-catching was the shark submarine she had been longing for. Standing in the middle was Sumali, wearing a friendly smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling, dressed in a princess gown. She looked delighted as she explained the pile of items to everyone. "Can I have this? You don't want it anyway." This thing is great. Sumali, you're really rich. Every time Jing Shu sees that pure, innocent, kind smile, she feels Sumali is like a disguised white lotus. What could be the true face hidden beneath her facade? How could anyone be so pure and kind, just like the Virgin Mary? No. She is the very embodiment of the Virgin. In this life, she must stay far away from the Virgin Sumali. The car headlights and the sound of brakes attracted attention as people turned their heads to look. Jing Shu, wrapped tightly in her jumpsuit, stepped out of her red BYD song. Wow, someone still has the ability to drive an energy car. Impressive. What's so special about that? Didn't you see that Sumali's chauffeur just dropped her off? The BYD song was worth just a few thousand yuan last year. Only people without money would buy that. Jing Shu is really lucky. Jing Shu had expected everyone to be inside, but to her surprise, they were all standing at the door, creating this scene. If Jing Shu had the option, she'd probably feel quite awkward right now. She had told Sumali to move the submarine later, but Sumali had brought it directly, making a spectacle of it. Sumali's eyes sparkled as she saw Jing Shu. With her arms crossed, she ran over, her princess dress bouncing up and down. Now some may wonder, why run with your arms crossed? It's said that people with large chests have this problem. They must hold them in place when running due to excessive bouncing. Jing Shu glanced down at herself and sighed, feeling a bit envious that she never had such problems. Before Jing Shu could react, she felt a pair of warm, soft hands take hers. Sumali cheerfully said, "Jing Shu, you're finally here." Yeah, I'm here," Jing Shu responded instinctively, but then realized something was off. She had spoken less than 100 words to Sumali throughout high school, so why was Sumali acting so familiar? Oh, right. She's familiar with everyone. Sumali looked at Jing Shu with anticipation. "Did you bring the stuff?" Jing Shu nodded. "Great. Come on, Jing Shu, I brought your shark yacht too. If it's inconvenient for you, I can have it delivered to your home." Without waiting for a response, Sumali dragged Jing Shu over to the shark yacht, handing her the keys. "From now on, it's yours. It's got 280 horsepower and I filled it with diesel." See, she trades things without even checking the goods, trusting people like this. How does someone like her survive in the apocalypse? Their old classmates were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Another big item given away by the generous Sumali. Jing Shu noticed familiar faces in the crowd: Mu Xiaoshuan, Zhang Ling, He Shou, Wang Chao, Jie Zihao, Nima. "Thanks." Jing Shu took the keys and carefully examined the Blue Shark submarine. It was 5 meters long, about 1 meter wide, with a 2-meter wingspan. To store it, she would need at least 10 cubic meters of space. The Shark submarine had a seat in the front and back, and the wheels under its belly could retract. It had a top speed of around 50 km/h. It was designed more for water, with land as a secondary function. Jing Shu ran her hand over it. It felt solid. The fully enclosed submarine could effectively keep out red threadworms and other bugs. Jing Shu had originally planned to get a boat the following year since there would be water everywhere, and wherever there's water, there are red threadworms. But she never expected to receive such a big gift so suddenly. A submarine that could also function as a boat was rare, and most importantly, this Blue Shark was just too cool. She loved it. Jing Shu already knew where she would store it. The Conqueror RV had a lift at the back meant for off-road motorcycles. She could use it to store the shark yacht instead. Perfect. Now, all she needed was the RV. Zhang Ling led the applause. "Congratulations to Jing Shu for snagging the first big deal of the trade meet. You've gotten prettier over the years, even more than our class beauty, Nima." Nima stood among the crowd, her red hat covering her greasy hair, wearing a long black down jacket and high heels that highlighted her long legs. She had light makeup on, looking mature. But in the dim light, she didn't quite live up to her appearance. When a few flashlights shone on her, Nima's true state was revealed. Her dark, dirty hands and the filth under her nails made it clear. She looked like she had been mining coal, though most people were in the same state, with only a few managing to stay clean. Nima gritted her teeth and stuffed her dirty hands into her pockets. She couldn't understand how these people stayed clean in such a water-scarce situation. In contrast, Jing Shu was dressed casually in a fluffy red jumpsuit that looked like pajamas, paired with warm boots. She looked much more relaxed, with a playful charm beneath her bright exterior. As a few flashlights shone on her, Jing Shu frowned and pulled out a high-powered flashlight of her own, blinding several people with its brightness until they quickly turned off their own lights. Jing Shu, I'm curious, what did you trade for the submarine? Was it antidote medicine? Where did you even get that? Yeah, I'm curious too. Sumali, do you still want anything else? Can I have that bag of yours? Voices chattered all around. Come on, get in the car and I'll give you the goods, Jing Shu said, heading back to her car. Sumali eagerly followed her and got into the car. Jing Shu pulled out a wooden box and opened it, revealing honeysuckle. This is the best remedy for carbuncles. Take it home and try it. If it's not enough, I have more. Thank you so much. Sumali gratefully accepted it. So you traded a can of compressed natural gas for just one anesthetic? Jing Shu asked. Sumali nodded. We're running low on anesthetics, so I'll take however much you have. Jing Shu had exchanged 4 pig legs with Alan for 7 anesthetics, originally intended for Wu Yui, but never used. She kept 3 as a backup and traded 4 large cans of CNG, complete with full equipment. Jing Shu planned to study how to cultivate anesthetics once her herbs matured. Currently, the space in her cube world was completely full. She had 6 cubic meters for fruit, 6 for vegetables, and 6 for herbs. She didn't plan to change this ratio, but when the cube world upgraded again, she intended to plant some other varieties. Sumali, are you leaving already? Aren't you going to take your stuff? Didn't you come to trade? After getting out of the car, Sumali impatiently called her driver. The others looked on with envy as Sumali left early in the event, leaving behind piles of items. Sumali smiled sweetly. I've already gotten what I wanted. I only trade things for items that interest me. If you have something I like, let me know, but I'm leaving for today. See, even though Sumali is often generous, she still has her principles. Sumali left with a heap of things, making the rest of the trade meeting seem dull in comparison. What exactly does Sumali's family do? Oh my God, did you see her casually tossing Cartier items around? I saw several luxury watches that she was using as a bracelet. Her family must not be short on money. Why not trade us some water? That's ridiculous. Have you ever seen a wealthy person complain about having too much money? Do you think anyone would refuse money? Now that water is so scarce, do you think anyone would turn down free water? Zhang Lingling pulled a few people into the empty mall, which had been completely cleared out. There wasn't a single piece of clothing or even a needle left, just a sea of trash and large equipment that couldn't be moved. Like in many post-apocalyptic movies where malls are filled with new clothes, jewelry, and designer bags that the protagonist happily collects and tries on, none of that existed here. Either people had taken everything home or traded it for food at low prices. Anything left behind belonged to those who had died suddenly and hadn't had the chance to collect their things. It was known that thieves had even stolen the doors to trade for work points, and the mall had already been searched several times. All right, let's hurry in and see what we can trade, Zhang Lingling urged. It was like wandering through a ghost market, with everyone holding flashlights, inspecting unwanted items strapped to the back of bicycles. Some were comparing lists on their phones, while others had already agreed on what to trade. Jing Shu and Yao Zixin had also agreed in advance. Yao Zixin brought planning diagrams for Jing Shu to confirm and modify, while Jing Shu brought 10 liters of water as a deposit. The two agreed to discuss details once the trade meeting dispersed. Compared to the sunny and handsome school hunk he used to be, Yao Zixin had changed significantly. After half a year of poor nutrition, he looked pale and emaciated, but his handsome features were still evident, making him more attractive than other classmates. About 20 people showed up, mostly riding bicycles, with a few on electric scooters. The flashy Zhihao even drove a BMW energy vehicle. However, the place reeked of unpleasant sour odors, smelly feet, bad breath, body odor, and so on. Jing Shu couldn't wait to leave. She put on a mask to cover herself up. Jing Shu followed behind, observing this small trading event where anything could be exchanged: towels, cloth, pots, and pans. She saw someone trading a bag of potato chips for 3 packs of sanitary pads, another trading formula for He Shouwu's floral spray, and Xi Zihao swapping a can of luncheon meat for cold medicine. Speaking of formula, Jing Shu thought it was time to make some more. It was an essential item for home and travel. Dried milk powder could be made into milk with just hot water and added cereal, but she wanted to wait until she made another batch of ice cream first. Zhang Lingling's family used to deal in medical auxiliary equipment, which wasn't purely medical devices. To Jing Shu's understanding, they sold medical accessories like screws, which, though small, were crucial and profitable before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, medical equipment had become very valuable. Yet without medicine, even the most valuable equipment was useless, not to mention auxiliary devices. However, Zhang Lingling's family had made a small fortune recently. As everyone seemed to have completed their trades, Zhang Lingling suddenly stood up mysteriously and pulled out a box the size of a basketball. "Everyone, quiet down and listen. This trade meeting is actually a benefit for all of you. You all know water is scarce, right? Just look at how desperate things are. Nobody has brought water to trade." The classmates nodded in agreement. Everyone's lips were cracked and they kept swallowing saliva. Unable to hold back, they pulled out their water bottles to sip a little. Zhang Lingling's smile grew wider. "So, this is one of the popular medical devices we sell, a solar distiller. It's originally used in the desert. Just bury it in the ground and install it according to the instructions, and it will continuously provide moisture from the air. And it's drinkable. With this, you won't need to trade work points for water anymore. The distilled water will be more than enough." The students' eyes began to light up. Yes, they had learned about this method before, but how had they forgotten it? Seeing their reaction, Zhang Lingling nodded in satisfaction. "Now our batch is almost sold out, and I'm offering you this benefit because we're old classmates. A distiller costs 20 work points. Moreover, if you introduce someone else to buy one, you'll get 2 work points back. Plus, the person you introduced can also introduce someone else to buy one, and they'll get 2 work points and you'll get 1 work point." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. She couldn't quite remember why she had left the group in her past life. But now, as the scene played out, she began to recall some unpleasant memories. This situation was related to Zhang Lingling. Seeing the confusion on her classmates' faces, Zhang Lingling quickly took out paper and pen to calculate. For example, if you, Wang Chao, buy a distiller for 20 work points and you introduce Mu Xiaoshuan to buy one, you'll get 2 work points back. If you introduce another person, you'll get 2 work points again, and if that person introduces others, you'll get 1 work point. If Mu Xiaoshuan introduces Jing Shu, then Mu Xiaoshuan gets 2 work points, and you get 1 work point. As long as the person is introduced by Mu Xiaoshuan, she gets 2 work points, and you get 1 work point. If Jing Shu introduces someone else, you get 0.5 work points, and Mu Xiaoshuan gets 1 work point. Do you understand? In the end, you not only get a distiller for free, but also continuously earn work points. Mu Xiaoshuan suddenly realized, isn't this just a pyramid scheme? You have to buy a distiller first, then introduce everyone to buy one, and keep bringing in more people? Zhang Lingling shot Mu Xiaoshuan a glare. How is this a pyramid scheme? Do you even know what you're saying? A pyramid scheme has no product. We're holding an event using this high-end distiller. It can distill water. You see, it won't take long to distill this can of water. This is a great product that everyone would want, especially now that water is so scarce. Just ask around. Who wouldn't want this distiller? The students began to stir, clearly tempted by the offer. Who wouldn't want free equipment that could distill water? Mu Xiaoshuan asked again. But I saw in the news that many people have dug wells several dozen meters deep and still found no water. What if this distiller doesn't produce any water when buried underground? You country bumpkin, do you even understand science? Digging wells is illegal, and even if you do dig, you won't get any water because it's underground water. But this distiller extracts water from the air. If it can extract water from the desert, do you think it can't get water here? It's low cost, fast, and effective. Isn't it better than digging a well? If you weren't my classmates, I wouldn't even share this benefit with you." Several classmates quickly did the math and realized that if they introduced 10 people, they'd break even. If those 10 each introduced one more, they'd earn 10 work points, which is equivalent to 5 bottles of water. If those 10 people introduced another 10, they'd earn 100 work points. Greed and desire took over their minds. With 100 work points, what could they do? They could buy 50 bottles of water or 50 servings of white rice and never have to eat maggots again. If they worked hard enough, they could drink as much water as they wanted and even eat white rice every day. How amazing would that life be? Jing Shu saw in their eyes the same look she had in her previous life. Despite thinking about whether it was a scam or whether there were really no free lunches, Zhang Lingling's next words dispelled all their doubts. Zhang Lingling pulled out her phone and opened the Overwhelming World app. "What are you hesitating for? Our company is legitimate. Download this app, then register. There are just over 20 of you, so split into 5 groups. One person buys first, then shares the invite code with the others. You'll save 4 work points. If you don't have enough work points, write an IOU. I'll cover you first, but there's a 1-point interest." What Zhang Lingling said convinced the remaining doubters, and they began asking about the process and how to go about it. "Just scan my invite code and download the app. After that, go to the supermarket and transfer the work points from your account. If you don't have enough, I'll lend you the difference. Then you can come to my house to get the distiller, and you'll be able to share your own invite codes and introduce others. Every successful purchase will have the work points credited to your account." Hearing that even work points could be borrowed reassured everyone further. After all, if it were a scam, why would she lend them work points? Besides, they'd known each other for years. There's no way she'd scam them, right? Due to severe inflation, the government had implemented virtual currency, used only for purchasing food and water, though limited transactions were now allowed, but only at supermarket transaction zones. At this point, Wang Chao asked, "This virtual currency is just in the app, right? We can't use it at the supermarket or buy food with it." Zhang Lingling replied, "The government hasn't opened virtual currency for trade yet, but it will next year. Once you accumulate 10 work points, come to me, and I'll help you exchange them at the supermarket." Zhang Lingling had everything planned out, and everyone calculated that this was a 100% guaranteed way to earn work points. They all eagerly downloaded the app Zhang Lingling mentioned. After all, money was no longer useful, and they didn't worry about viruses. They followed the steps she outlined. The app was simple, mostly just showing who you had introduced, how many virtual points you had earned, your current balance, and a reservation option for withdrawing points. It was straightforward, giving everyone the illusion that money was multiplying. Then, the group headed to the supermarket to transfer their virtual points to Zhang Lingling's account. For most families, owning a few virtual points was considered good. But these classmates, mostly having 7 or 8 points, were ready to borrow the rest to reach the full 16 points needed to pay Zhang Lingling. "Jing Shu, Yao Zixin, aren't you going to buy one?" After counting the participants, Zhang Lingling noticed that everyone had purchased except for these 2. She frowned. "Everyone else is doing it. What's the deal with you 2? This was a classic case of using peer pressure. Yao Zixin coughed awkwardly and said, "All right, I'll get one too." The group quieted down and turned to look at Jing Shu, with expressions ranging from doubt to jealousy and disdain. In her previous life, Jing Shu also fantasized about earning virtual points, drinking water, and eating white rice. But what was the outcome? Her uncle's family and Su Mei's family, each of whom had bought one of these distillers, spent 60 work points in total. They brought in their friends and relatives to buy the product. They finally managed to recoup 20 virtual points, but there was a problem. The distiller produced less water than a sip of saliva. Her uncle and Su Mei's family noticed the issue too, but for their own benefit, they claimed the distiller worked fine and continued bringing in people. When Jing Shu stood up and said it was a pyramid scheme scam, she was attacked by those who were trying to protect their own interests. They all claimed their distillers were working, ganging up on her until she left the group. Later, the shortage of water ended thanks to the activation of the artificial sun. However, many people in Wucheng had already spent 20 work points recruiting others, and when the water shortage ended, they couldn't find new recruits, losing their investment. The scandal became so big that the government stepped in and shut it down. But it was too late. 1% of people earned thousands of work points, 10% earned back their 20 points, while everyone else lost out. Those who had earned virtual points had already spent them on water and food. Because of this, Su Meimei's family blamed Jing Shu, saying she had dragged them into a scam, costing them 60 work points without breaking even. Now, Zhang Lingling asked her, "What's the deal?" Jing Shu replied, "These distillers don't produce much water daily, so I won't buy one. If I introduce it to friends and they're unhappy, they'll blame me." Jing Shu wanted to expose the scam, but surely there were smart people in the group, right? Yes, there were. Some people in the group didn't even lack water, but they still bought the distiller, hoping to earn the 2 work points by introducing others. She also remembered how extreme the reactions had been when she tried to reveal the scam in her past life. This was as much as she could warn them. "Jing Shu's right," Mu Xiaoshuan said. "I heard that solar distillers need sunlight and moisture from the air. With no sunlight and little moisture in the air, how will it distill water? I'll pass." Mu Xiaoshuan's words broke Zhang Lingling's smile. "Mu Xiaoshuan, you've already registered on the app and I've already submitted your details. The 20 virtual points have been deducted, so you can't back out. You can introduce others to buy it. But if the product doesn't work, wouldn't I be scamming them?" Mu Xiaoshuan shook his head. "I don't have any work points left, so I'll pass." Wang Chao, frustrated, said, "Mu Xiaoshuan, if you back out, I'll lose my 2 work points and Ji Zihao will lose 1 work point. How can you do this?" "Exactly, Mu Xiaoshuan. Do you realize how many people you're putting at risk by backing out? Our group can't function without you." "And didn't you hear Zhang Lingling? She already submitted everything and her virtual points have been deducted." Mu Xiaoshuan lowered his head in frustration. "But I really don't want it. This distiller won't produce much water. Do you want to introduce this to friends and waste virtual points?" "It doesn't matter how much it produces. It's essentially a free water collector. Introduce it to friends and they introduce others. Everyone wins and there are lots of points to earn." "Exactly!" Tears began to stream down Mu Xiaoshuan's face. But... Seeing Mu Xiaoshuan surrounded, Jing Shu pushed through with her flashlight, clearing a path. "If he doesn't want it, he doesn't want it. Are you seriously trying to force him? Stop pretending your scam is anything else. You know exactly what you're doing." The aura of someone who drank spiritual spring water and had killed before was unmistakable. Jing Shu's imposing presence silenced the crowd. Zhang Lingling pointed at Jing Shu. "You, fine, don't buy it if you don't want to. But do you have to be so unreasonable?" All right. If they don't want to buy it, just let it go. It's not a big deal." Ji Zihao intervened to calm the situation. Zhang Lingling huffed. "I was just trying to help her make money, but she thinks I'm trying to scam her. Fine, let's go to the supermarket and transfer the virtual points." Zhang Lingling feared that Jing Shu would mess up her grand scheme. Since when had Jing Shu become so bold? Yao Zixin quickly chimed in. "Since I haven't registered yet, I'll pass. Jing Shu and I have other things to discuss." Don't come to me for help later," Zhang Lingling grumbled before leading her group away on bicycles. Soon the mall was quiet, with only 3 people left. Mu Xiaoshuan sobbed quietly. "This is definitely a pyramid scheme. My uncle got caught in something similar, and no matter how hard I tried to convince him, he wouldn't listen." Jing Shu handed him a tissue and a bottle of mineral water. Mu Xiaoshuan cautiously accepted the tissue but didn't take the water. Jing Shu insisted, "Take it and go home early." "Thank you." Mu Xiaoshuan hesitated for a moment before pulling out a red wooden box from the back of his bicycle. "This is the mother seed of the Bodhi tree. My grandfather said it can grow into a Bodhi tree. It's probably useless now, but if the dark days ever end, it's a symbol of hope. The tree can produce rubber, its leaves can feed livestock, and it has many medicinal uses. It's a treasure in itself." Jing Shu suddenly remembered that during one of the apocalyptic years, a disaster occurred and many people died. A doctor had mentioned that if they had Bodhi trees, they could have saved lives. What was the cause of that disaster? Jing Shu quickly searched for the medicinal value of the Bodhi tree on her phone, while Mu Xiaoshuan and Yao Zixin stared at her in bewilderment. "This is it!" Jing Shu exclaimed in excitement. She had forgotten exactly which year it was, but at some point in the apocalypse, an evolved parasite appeared. Infected people suffered from stomach and intestinal ulcers, enduring excruciating pain for days without dying. They passed bloody stools until the parasite consumed their internal organs completely, resulting in a gruesome death, a real-life horror similar to ironworms. However, these parasites had specific survival conditions and weren't widespread. It was a matter of luck not to get infected. The Bodhi tree, traditionally used to treat asthma, diabetes, and epilepsy in Chinese medicine, also had significant effects against parasites. Unfortunately, the Bodhi trees had mostly died off in the first year and the species became nearly extinct. Prevention is always better, Jing Shu thought as she pulled out a large container of water from her car. "This is payment for the Bodhi seed. Don't refuse. It's yours. I need it." This seed might not be much use to Mu Xiaoshuan, but in her hands it could save lives. Whether she charged for it or offered help for free, it would be a significant contribution. Besides, it was also a way to protect her own family. Mu Xiaoshuan left, pushing his bicycle with a confused expression, while Jing Shu hurried through her discussion with Yao Zixin. She reviewed the designs and dimensions quickly, handed over 10 liters of water, and headed home. When she got home, Jing Shu dragged the shark submarine behind her BID song. With no space left at the villa, she stored it in the RV's garage. Her mother, who had been waiting, squinted at the strange vehicle. "What useless thing did you bring home this time? Come on, tell me a story. Did you save old Wang next door, or did the president give you this as a gift? You're always busy rescuing people, and they keep giving you the weirdest things." Jing Shu's mother stared at the submarine, trying to figure out what it was. For the first time, her father defended her. "All right, enough. Every time she brings something home, you say it's useless, and what happens?" Every time it ended up being useful. Jing Shu's mother blushed slightly. Fine. Put your precious toy away and get some rest." "Sure." After some hesitation, Jing Shu cleared out 1 cubic meter of her medicinal plant space and planted the Bodhi tree. She wasn't sure when she would need it, but it couldn't hurt to be prepared. According to her research, Bodhi trees grew quickly, and once it matured, she could store the wood and leaves in her space. "I heard the young miss exchanged for some honeysuckle today." A middle-aged man rubbed his temples, his voice cold. An older man, well-dressed and portly, stirred his milk coffee slowly and smiled. "Yes, she traded with a classmate. She's treating it like a treasure, and I haven't had a chance to analyze its components yet." Bang! The middle-aged man slammed the redwood table hard. "Analyze what? I hope it's poison that'll kill that old bastard. The man takes my resources and has my daughter's admiration, but I can't do a thing about it. I want to tell that fool that the person she's trying to save is her father's mortal enemy." The older man continued to smile, unbothered. "You know as well as I do that the young miss is blessed by the heavens. Master Zhang said she has the fortune to achieve anything she sets her heart on. If she wants a cure, she'll find it. If she wants to heal that person, maybe he'll be up and about tomorrow." Well, that disease has been torturing him for long enough. Dying might be a relief, but who knows? The next person might be an even worse scoundrel. Let's just hope the artificial sun project goes smoothly. Shall we still investigate? Investigate. We've almost run out of herbal medicine over these past 9 months. If it's real, I hope it's fake. If it's fake, I hope it's real. The older man chuckled. "I fear you'll be disappointed again." Time flew by. During the hottest days, Jing Shu stayed home, enjoying air conditioning, drinking cold beverages, feasting, practicing her Rubik's Cube skills, and drying vegetables. She would occasionally check the small, trivial squabbles happening in the group chats, silently observing without saying a word, not willing to step outside unless absolutely necessary. People were still dying in droves. In Jing Shu's neighborhood, 3 more people had died from prolonged dehydration. When Wu Yui called to arrange for the bodies to be removed, she mentioned they had dried up like mummies. The corpses were sent to the crematorium to feed the maggots, but even the maggots refused to lay eggs on them. The government's water supply had dwindled again, reducing by another 100 millimers. Even the spring water reserved for the high-ranking officials was nearly depleted. Wealthy people no longer dared to take baths casually, and Jing Shu's family, too, had stopped washing clothes and bathing. The dirty laundry was piling up in one of the rooms. With their last ton of water almost gone, they were now using water from the fish pond to irrigate their crops, but even the fish pond had dropped by a significant level, much to the concern of Jing Shu's grandmother. Yet Jing Shu herself remained calm and unbothered, continuing to eat, drink, and live as usual. The reservoirs in Wuchang had dried into mud pits, and part of the current drinking water came from snowmelt collected from the mountains, filtered through a basic process. The water had a strong, bitter, and fishy taste, which often made people gag. Jing Shu knew that the taste came from the excrement of corpse bugs. Don't ask how Jing Shu knew. Ugh! In the chat groups, people constantly asked why the water tasted so foul, and even after boiling, there were black specks floating in it. Some wondered if it was a virus. Eventually, after a long delay, the government admitted, "Oh, those black specks? That's corpse bug poop." Jing Shu's family no longer bothered to collect water. The supply was too little, and even filtered water couldn't sustain the crops. The livestock refused to drink the foul water. Outside their villa, the world had turned into a living hell. But inside, it was a paradise. This time around, Jing Shu had managed to create the life she had dreamed of during the apocalypse. Just when most people were on the verge of collapse from dehydration, the government of China finally delivered an inspiring message. The artificial sun was ready to be activated. Wucheng's government announced that the artificial sun would be officially operational on October 1st, National Day. Just a few more days of endurance, and everything would change. At the same time, to ensure the artificial sun operated smoothly, Wucheng gathered all available energy sources, including oil, natural gas, and coal. Operating the artificial sun was essentially a nuclear fusion process, though the government hadn't disclosed a key detail. One crucial technical problem remained unsolved, forcing them to push forward despite it. The result? It was burning through resources at an astronomical rate, as it hadn't yet achieved self-sustaining nuclear fusion and still required massive amounts of energy to function. Regardless, the artificial sun gave people hope, a chance to survive. When the news broke, Jing Shu's high school group chat exploded. Those who had previously bought distillers, along with those who hadn't, scrambled to sell more. Classmates invited relatives and friends, trying to pull as many people as possible into the distiller scheme. Zhang Lingling had been overwhelmed, managing her 20 accounts scheme. Jing Shu, having left the group in her previous life, hadn't known what happened later. But in this life, she found out that Zhang Lingling had recklessly opened 20 accounts, investing 400 work points. This meant she had to recruit 200 people just to break even. For every 10 recruits, she'd open another account, using each account to feed the next. However, her high school group alone had already brought her substantial returns. Excitedly following the instructions in the manual, her classmates buried the distillers in deep holes, expecting water to collect in the boxes by the next day. Everyone pulled in their relatives and friends to gather more work points. Some even sold their last possessions to buy these devices, but eventually the distillers themselves became secondary to the scheme. After a few days, doubts started to surface. "My distiller has only collected a sip of water after 2 days. Isn't that kind of useless?" Zhang Lingling replied, "Mine has collected plenty. You must not have positioned it correctly." Nima added, "Exactly. We bought 3 of them. Just buy more if it's not enough." Whenever someone raised a concern, the group's response was unified. Those who questioned the product were quickly silenced. After all, whether the distillers worked or not, you had to promote them positively if you wanted to sell them. Even if the distillers didn't work, no one dared to admit it out loud. But now that the artificial sun was set to provide an endless water supply, These distillers, which had been marketed as crucial for survival, would soon become obsolete. The chat group was in an uproar. "I've only earned back 10 work points. I've made 10 or so, but my relatives haven't recouped their costs yet." Zhang Ling addressed the group. "Everyone, don't be misled by the news. The artificial sun won't start providing water right away. It'll take 10 to 14 days for water to reach the public. There's still plenty of time. Gather your work points quickly, but stop opening new accounts." Wang Chao. "Got it." While the news of the artificial sun launching shocked the entire country, the accompanying announcement of reduced electricity availability barely caused a stir. Wu Yui informed the group, "Everyone, due to the energy requirements for the artificial sun, Wucheng's electricity supply will now only run from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Once the artificial sun stabilizes, it's possible we'll return to the pre-apocalyptic power schedule, but for now, no one's cooking or bathing anyway, so we'll manage." Electricity time had been cut from 2 hours to 1, but people were already counting down the days until the artificial sun would bring salvation. Wang Jiqi added, "Oh, by the way, on September 29th, Wucheng's government will host a self-service buffet to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival. It's only 0.1 work points, and you can eat all the 5-grain insects you want." Fan Yu excitedly responded, "That's great! I can eat as many salted 5-grain insects as I want. Awesome!" Zhang Bingbing's husband chimed in, "Taking my wife to fill up. Gotta make sure the baby gets some nutrition." On September 29th, 2023, Mid-Autumn Festival, Jing Shu's father invited her uncle's family to the villa for a reunion meal. Normally, they would have gathered at her uncle's house for dinner. However, her uncle and aunt, who had become visiting officials, were struggling. First, the natural gas supply had been cut off, making it impossible to cook. Second, vegetable supplies had been stopped, leaving them with no proper food to offer. Jing Shu's mother, who worked in agricultural management, knew that the water shortage had become so severe that the government had stopped supplying vegetables to regular civil servants, limiting them to the top few hundred officials. In place of vegetables, the government now provided 2 servings of white rice and a small piece of meat each day to civil servants. This level of treatment drove people to madness with jealousy. Many were desperate to secure a government job, as the clear class distinctions spurred people to seek upward mobility. In true Mid-Autumn Festival tradition, the family planned to eat dinner while admiring the full moon. As the daytime temperatures were unbearable, the meal was set for the evening. There were no stars or moon in the sky, just a vast blackness, like a dark cloth covering the heavens, blocking out any sunlight. A faint blood-red glow seeped through the darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. This time, Jing Shu's aunt had learned her lesson. She hadn't invited anyone from her family, and upon entering the villa, she felt instantly surrounded by warmth, once again catching the distinct scent of Fengyu Jing oil. "How much Fengyu Jing does this family have? Does Jing Shu have a particular fondness for it?" Auntie muttered quietly, holding onto Su Long tightly as they stepped through the dark into the villa. The green eyes in the darkness had made Su Long's legs tremble. This time they obediently entered the villa, sat quietly, and waited for dinner. They didn't dare wander around, feeling as if they had just walked through a life and death experience. Those green eyes were terrifying. The table was filled with delicious food, and Jing Shu handed out gloves and shoe covers to everyone. "Since we're so short on water, let's skip washing our hands and use disposable gloves." The last time they had visited was during the Dragon Boat Festival in June. Auntie had thought the feast back then was just because they had more food at the time. But now it was October, and the water shortage was more severe than ever. Yet the family was still drinking homemade red bean milk tea, even having milk. The soup was pork knuckle stew with soybeans, and the dishes were the usual dried goods: stir-fried black fungus with eggs, steamed egg custard, fried eggs, egg pancakes, and steamed fish. Oh, right. Auntie realized, working at the livestock farm, Jing Shu's family would have all the eggs and milk they wanted. Auntie felt a twinge of jealousy, regretting that she hadn't sought work at the farm herself. Jing Shu's grandmother smiled warmly. Try the mooncakes I made. They might not be as good as the ones from the store. Auntie gingerly picked up a mooncake and took a bite. The soft, sticky sweetness filled her mouth, with the rich flavors of nuts and a salted egg yolk in the center. It was delicious. Moved, Auntie was on the verge of tears. Jing Shu herself devoured over a dozen mooncakes. The flaky mooncake crust was just too irresistible. Her large appetite continued to shock everyone. To survive in this famine-stricken world with such an appetite was truly impressive. After dinner, they chatted for a while, eventually discussing the artificial sun. Auntie suddenly slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "A friend just introduced me to a solar distiller that collects water, and now the news says the artificial sun is launching. People in our group chat were saying the artificial sun might not be reliable, but the distiller is. If it works well, I'll introduce it to you all too." The whole family was speechless. "Auntie, how many did you buy?" Jing Shu covered her face. It seemed that in both her past and current lives, they were destined to fall for this scheme. "We just bought one. This whole model is a pyramid scheme. The money is in recruiting people early. I just wanted to earn some work points and get a bit of extra water," Auntie said proudly. It was the exact same situation as in her previous life. Even though Auntie knew it was a scam, she still wanted to try it. Whether or not she recommended it, the outcome was the same. There's a saying, "It's the good swimmers who drown." This time, Auntie had fallen into the trap, but with her current resources, 20 work points wasn't a crippling loss. Jing Shu couldn't very well predict the future and spoil the ending for her, right? "So, do you want to buy a distiller too?" "The artificial sun will be activated in a couple of days, so we don't need one." Jing Shu quickly declined. "All right, I figured you wouldn't need it." Auntie looked a bit disappointed. She glanced around the villa. It had electricity, water, and a consistent temperature, clean and odorless. How had Jing Shu's family managed to live so well during such hard times? On Mid-Autumn Festival, Jing Shu's grandmother sent more than 20 mooncakes to her eldest daughter's family. When they returned, they brought back a car full of gifts as a token of respect for the elderly couple. Grandmother beamed with joy. Her eldest daughter was so thoughtful. They also learned that the sow at Auntie's place had given birth to several piglets, which had earned them a transfer to the livestock farm, where they were now doing quite well. Wei Zheng had also brought his fiancée home, and they planned to hold a wedding next year once things stabilized. Grandmother was over the moon with happiness. Jing Shu's success had truly benefited the whole family, and they were all thriving. At 10 a.m. on October 1st, as was customary, the National Day military parade began. This year, the whole country was granted electricity during the event so that every citizen could witness this historic day. Although the parade was simplified due to the circumstances, the soldiers' spirit was still on full display. The government also introduced new foods and technologies developed during the dark times, giving everyone hope for a better future. The subsequent speech brought many to tears, touching everyone deeply. On this day, the start of a new era was officially declared, the post-apocalyptic survival era. The government also established that January 1st, 2023 would be recognized as the first day of the apocalypse, and that the end of the apocalypse would be declared once sunlight returned to the earth. I hope the apocalypse lasts only a year, or even less. But we will not fear how long it might continue. As long as we stand united and work together, no matter how long it takes, the people of China will continue to live strong and unwavering. At that moment, the national anthem began to play, and the flag slowly rose. Although it wasn't accompanied by the sun, the flag still fluttered proudly in the wind. Jing Shu's family stood before the television, and without realizing it, they all stood at attention and sang the national anthem. No matter how many times Jing Shu heard it, she couldn't help but feel emotional. China, with all its flaws, was still her homeland, the nation that had helped her survive the apocalypse for 10 long years. To celebrate National Day, all supermarkets in Wucheng would offer 3 days of unlimited insect buffets, with everyone also receiving a serving of white rice. This news spread like wildfire, and people celebrated wildly. Who could have imagined that a simple meal of white rice could bring such excitement? The artificial sun had been activated, but there was still no water, and more people succumbed to dehydration. At this point, they would drink anything, no matter how foul-tasting. Despair began to set in for many, but finally, on October 8th, the artificial sun completed the purification of the contaminated freshwater lakes. The people of Wucheng finally had clean water to drink. Wang Qi excitedly shared in the chat, "Everyone, amazing news, we finally have water. From now on, water trucks will deliver water to every neighborhood. Civil servants will get 5 liters per day, other workers 4 liters, and ordinary citizens 3 liters. All 20 water trucks in Wucheng have been dispatched. Our hard times are over." Fine Yu responded, "Oh my gosh, is this real? We're actually getting 3 kilos of water. I'm so happy I can finally wipe my body down." Cho Chu added, "I'll make sure to drink every last drop of my 3 kilos of water." Today was destined to be a day of excitement. Not long after, the water trucks really did arrive. Everyone had already lined up and registered, and even Wu Yui, who had been recovering for the past 4 months, came out to oversee the operation in person. After a long recovery period, with plenty of nourishing care like raising pigs, Jing Shu even brought Wu Yui some nutritious meat soups regularly. The holes in Wu Yui's legs had mostly healed. Maybe due to the spiritual spring water, the scars were not very visible, but the indentations remained, and it was unclear if they would ever fully heal. As for the Junction gang members, Shangguan Jun and Codename Zero, there had been no news, leaving Jing Shu waiting for updates from Officer Yang Yang. However, Wu Yui had clearly gained some weight, looking healthier and more robust than before. To avoid wasting time while distributing water and allowing the water truck to move quickly to the next location, each household had sent a representative with a large container to report the number of people and the corresponding amount of water they were due. Wu Yui, holding her phone, cross-checked and registered the data. Jing Shu's family, 29 liters. Wang Qi's family, 10 liters. Wang Kuihua's family, 12 liters. Wang Suimei, 3 liters. Zhang Bingbing, pregnant, double ration, 12 liters for her family. Jing Shu, carrying a large bucket, stood at the front of the line. She had a special privilege. In the future, she wouldn't need to queue for any distributions. Did you hear that? Jing Shu's family gets 29 liters. Why do they get so much? Isn't the visiting official playing favorites? Her whole family works as civil servants, plus she's got 2 elderly people in her house. Of course, they get more water. Look at her, so clean even during a water shortage. I heard they even keep frogs at home. Clearly she's not suffering like the rest of us. No wonder they live in a villa. Even in the apocalypse, they've got their ways. Jing Shu listened to the gossip with a calm smile. The water truck arrived, carrying the precious life-giving water. Armed police moved quickly, distributing the water as the residents cheered. Then the truck rushed off to the next distribution point. Neighbors, having received their water, couldn't wait to gulp it down. This water is so refreshing. So sweet, it tastes like spring water. Feels amazing. After months of deprivation, they finally had a full, satisfying drink of water. Some people started crying tears of joy, remembering how they once complained about the muddy water they were given. They'd even complained when they were given a single bucket of water per family. They felt ashamed for taking those times for granted. Even old Wang next door hadn't survived the drought, yet here they were, alive. It hadn't been easy. Sob, sob. As the sobs and cries filled the neighborhood, people sat down, drinking and chatting, most of them overwhelmed with emotion. Jing Shu, carrying her bucket, sighed as she headed home. The government had poured immense manpower and resources into providing this water. While it seemed like only a few days of effort, the resources required to operate the artificial sun were astronomical. Each second burned through tens of thousands in resources, and the cost over these few days was staggering. This activation of the artificial sun had essentially drained the country's resources, making these already scarce non-renewable resources even rarer. Without sunlight, the situation felt more and more like the world's end. But, as Jing Shu had said, if they hadn't used these resources, and with no rain in sight, countless people would have died of thirst. The Chinese government couldn't risk waiting for rain. At least the investment had paid off. Not only had they produced sweet water, but the government had also used the artificial sun to cultivate vegetables and generate the purest form of energy. The government planned to use this new energy for further research. As for the vegetables, they would be supplied to Wucheng's residents once a week. Wu Yuai shared the news in the group chat. Everyone, starting tomorrow, all major supermarkets will provide vegetables once a week, 1 portion per person for 1 virtual coin. Ice pops will also be available for 0.1 virtual coins each, limit 1 per person. The mention of ice pops sent the neighborhood into a frenzy. In this extreme heat, the chance to eat something cold was an unimaginable luxury. Jing Shu didn't know if the others were happy, but she knew that the landlord's foolish son was definitely happy. He was still trading diesel for ice cream every day. However, starting today, diesel would probably no longer be traded by the ton. This time, oil tycoon Chen Duo had likely lost half of his wealth, even reducing the number of bodyguards he employed. Luckily, Jing Shu had already prepared spicy-flavored ice cream for the foolish son, trading enough diesel to meet her needs. It was worth mentioning that Jing Shu had finally met the landlord's foolish son. Although the meeting didn't go as smoothly as she'd hoped, thinking about the high price his father had paid, Jing Shu managed to hold back her anger, although a beating couldn't be avoided. After all, as they say, the customer is always right. Jing Shu had racked her brain, analyzing why the foolish son seemed to enjoy spicy food. She eventually extracted the flavor from spicy strips and infused it into the ice cream. In simple terms, she soaked spicy strips in water, mixed the juice into the ice cream, and used the soggy spicy strips in the mix. Jing Shu tasted the result and, well, it was both sweet and spicy with a bit of saltiness. With a nervous heart, Jing Shu delivered the test batch to the foolish son. The next day, she was summoned and asked to bring her tools along. Jing Shu packed the ice cream in a cooler and was escorted by luxury car to the Shishan Villa district. Though the day was dim, Jing Shu's night vision let her see clearly. They passed her uncle's house and gradually left the bustling city behind. The road became increasingly remote, winding up the mountainside in loops. Jing Shu could even see the clouds at the mountain peaks. Before the apocalypse, this mountain wilderness would have been quite beautiful, but now, the trees had been chopped down, stacked in piles. Jing Shu suddenly recalled the Shishan dismemberment case. They drove for another 7 or 8 minutes, circling one mountain and crossing a bridge, before continuing along another winding road. Jing Shu even spotted a cable car. In her combined 30-plus years of life across 2 timelines, she had never visited this part of Wucheng. "Are we there yet?" Jing Shu couldn't help but ask. The driver replied, "We've arrived." Jing Shu, "Ah, are you kidding me? There's a house in this wilderness?" The driver, seeing her expression, smirked knowingly. It was the same reaction everyone had the first time. Recognizing her as an important guest, he explained, "The moment we started the mountain road, we entered private property. All these mountains belong to Mr. Qian. The area we just passed used to be a sightseeing resort, with spots for watching the sunrise, riding the cable car, and skiing in the winter. The area we passed just now is Mr. Qian's golf course. Ahead is the staff base, and further on is the orchard, though most of the trees have died. There's also a farm with the young master's favorite animals, including a leopard. We're now entering the guest villa area. We're almost there." Jing Shu's jaw dropped. Poverty really has limited my imagination. Wucheng is not like Shanghai or Guangdong, where every inch of land is worth gold. If you're rich enough, buying a few mountains is no big deal. No wonder it's called Shishan Villa. The entire western mountain range in Wucheng belongs to Duo. The villa was located halfway up the mountain, resembling a castle. Jing Shu found it quite impressive, and she couldn't help but recall the ridiculous plan during the Zhengqian robbery, where they had talked about robbing Duo. They probably wouldn't even have been able to find his house, which is why they switched to targeting the oil base instead. Calling number 13, where is the young master? Over. No. 11 here. The young master is in the haunted house. Over. Jing Shu was then taken to the so-called haunted house. In reality, it was just a place filled with props, but it was still decorated as luxuriously as it had been before the apocalypse. According to the driver, back when there was sunlight, the daily expenses for water, electricity, and staff were around 300,000 yuan. If they held an event or a party, the costs would be even higher. After the apocalypse, they had cut back on some of those expenses. "Criminal! It's you!" A sudden shout startled Jing Shu. A figure who had been sitting with their back to her at the dining table suddenly turned around, pointing at her dramatically. Jing Shu. There's no such thing as high or low in reasoning, nor is there victory or defeat. That's because the truth is always only one. A boy of about 14 or 15 was completely immersed in his own world. Jing Shu suddenly realized, this must be the landlord's foolish son. Unlike his father's big burly appearance, he looked delicate and refined, standing at about 1.6 meters tall, the same height as Jing Shu. But this kid had an aura that made you want to punch him. Why aren't you applauding? The landlord's foolish son, disappointed by the lack of praise, became unhappy. Dealing with a child who seemed mentally off required patience and tolerance. Clap, 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 Jing Shu enthusiastically applauded, even adding, amazing. Only then did the foolish son, Qian Shengqian, smile a little. See, he's easy to please. Or not. Oh, and according to the driver, Jing Shu learned his name was Qian Shengqian, literally money-making money. He also had a sister named Qian Qianjin, literally 1,000 pounds of money. Is she really that heavy? Jing Shu asked, intrigued. The driver gave her a strange look, and Jing Shu understood. This family's names were really something. Where's your dining set? Qian Shengqian asked. Jing Shu placed the cooler on the dining table. The ice cream is all inside. Qian Shengqian, however, pressed a button. A group of people dressed in strange costumes entered, each carrying a dish. Jing Shu felt a bit confused. Weren't we talking about the tools to eat with? Doesn't that refer to ice cream? Wait, are we having an actual meal? Qian Shengqian pulled out a small ivory-like bowl and chopsticks. Without bringing your own tableware, you're not allowed to eat. That's the rule in our house. My dad said we should thank you for making such delicious ice cream, but I still have to follow the rules. He looked a bit smug. So, I've been tricked. Wasn't the landlord's son supposed to be foolish? Did I misunderstand the definition of foolish? Fortunately, Jing Shu always kept a variety of things in her space. She smiled and opened the cooler, pulling out a set of chopsticks and a bowl. Good thing I brought mine. Qian Shengqian burst out laughing. It's fake. He then flipped over the dishes, shaking them vigorously, revealing them to be props. Jing Shu. Haha. I'm not going to stoop to the level of a fool. Stay calm, stay calm. But it was getting hard to keep her composure. What's with this kid's love for playing pranks? Next, Qian Shengqian clapped his hands, announcing they were switching scenes. Then, with a dramatic click, he declared, Now it's time for the Tom and Jerry plot. You'll play Jerry the mouse, I'll play Tom the cat, and I'll start chasing you. Once I catch you, we'll... Yet percent? Jing Shu's expression turned strange. You sure about that? Forgive Jing Shu for being the mouse who accidentally beat the cat, Qian Shengqian, several times, purposely letting herself get caught and then flipping him over to the ground for another round of pummeling. Qian Shengqian cried real tears, sobbing, This isn't how the story was supposed to go. Jing Shu sighed with satisfaction. Doesn't the mouse always beat up the cat when it gets caught in the cartoons? Qian Shengqian hiccuped through his tears. I guess that's true. Just then, a deep voice interrupted their fun. A burly man with a raspy voice burst into the haunted house, explaining the situation. My apologies, Miss Jing. Mr. Qian invited you for dinner, but somehow the young master found out and intercepted you. Mr. Qian has been looking for you for a while and only just found out you were here. The young master didn't make you do anything strange, did he? Oh dear, why is he crying? Jing Shu suddenly felt like she had been tricked into a mental hospital, asked to do strange things, only to be told later by the real head doctor that the person who met her was actually a mentally ill patient. Jing Shu calmly said, "Your young master was performing a crying scene. Doesn't it look convincing? Shouldn't you applaud?" The burly man hesitated for a moment before clapping loudly. "Young master, that was an amazing performance." Qian Shengqian grinned widely. Jing Shu facepalmed. She had been invited under strange circumstances, asked to perform strange tasks, only to discover that the landlord's foolish son wasn't just foolish. He might have some mental issues as well. As it turned out, Jing Shu had been meant to have dinner with Mr. Qian. However, due to a delay and some last-minute changes, the dinner was cancelled. But at least Qian Shengqian had been satisfied with the spicy-flavored ice cream, and to apologize, Qian Duo had even offered more diesel as compensation, promising to properly treat her to a meal next time. "Next time you'll be Tom the cat, and I'll be Jerry the mouse." That's what Qian Shengqian said as they bid farewell. Jing Shu smiled sweetly and nodded. "If there's a next time, I'll make sure it's unforgettable." For now, Qian Shengqian wouldn't need any more ice cream, and Jing Shu didn't need any more diesel. Jing Shu's stockpile of ice cream was sufficient for now. As the future months would grow colder and colder, she wouldn't be eating ice cream for much longer. The milk stockpiled at home would soon be turned into powdered milk and milk tablets. During this period, Jing Shu transformed into a hard-working little bee. In the final, hottest 2 months of the apocalypse's first 10 years, she worked to dry as many vegetables, fruits, and various foods as possible for future migrations and daily use. For example, her mother's favorite apricots. One batch was eaten, another dried. The yard was filled with dried apples, strawberries, and grapes from the greenhouse. The coconut trees that had been growing for over half a year now ripened every 5 days, producing an amazing yield. Apart from drinking them constantly, Jing Shu processed the remaining coconuts into 3 cubic meters of coconut milk and fruit. Then, she cut down the 6 coconut trees and planted 6 cubic meters worth of other fruits, beginning a frenzy of fruit drying. The coconut leaves were naturally fed to the livestock in the space. As for the coconut trees themselves, they weren't wasted either. Jing Shu visited a charcoal production plant and used the equipment there to turn the trees into over a dozen tons of compressed charcoal, preparing enough fuel for the increasingly cold weather. Jing Shu also decided that in the second year of the apocalypse, she would keep the boiler room running throughout the year. After all, she had plenty of charcoal now. Nothing from the space's produce ever went to waste, and Jing Shu prided herself on achieving a perfect cycle of reuse, creating a complete biological chain. Next year, when the heavy rains arrived, everything would get unbearably damp, and she would have to prevent her food supplies from going moldy. Thankfully, she had the space to store everything, because if her food were to spoil, she'd be in tears with nowhere to turn. Jing Shu also needed to make more desiccants, because when the rainy season hit, thick layers of mold would grow in the corners and on the walls. That mold would become a breeding ground for all kinds of bugs. In her previous life, within just a few months, the walls of every building were covered in mold and various bugs crawled everywhere. Colorful mushrooms would even start sprouting. Mold grew outside and inside houses, soaking into everything. The results were predictable. After surviving the intense heat of the first year, the second year's dampness could kill people, leaving many with chronic rheumatism. For those who hadn't experienced it, it was hard to imagine living in constant rain, with houses soaked through for months. Water would drip from every corner, along with insects. Clothes, blankets, and beds were constantly damp and icy cold. At night, the cold was unbearable, leaving people awake and shivering. The next morning, they would wake up sore, with the moisture having seeped into their bodies. Often clothes and blankets would even grow mold overnight, becoming covered in small insects by morning. The steam from a shower would form large droplets on the ceiling. In the second year of the apocalypse, every household dealt with water droplets on the roof and walls, with leaks everywhere. It was a nightmare. In her previous life, Jing Shu's daily routine involved hanging plastic bags over her bed to catch the constant drip of red worms and water. Sometimes, she'd even snack on the falling worms. During the 1 hour of electricity each day, she'd use a hairdryer to blow everything dry. I was proud and reckless. Wait, that's getting off track. Speaking of desiccants, before the apocalypse, Jing Shu had prepared a large supply of quicklime specifically for the second year's rainy season. She had already used some for traps around the villa during the earlier chaos, but the rest could serve as excellent desiccants. Quicklime was one of the best materials for absorbing moisture, releasing large amounts of heat in the process, making it ideal for placing around the villa courtyard and in corners. As for the most effective desiccant, calcium chloride, it was too expensive, and Jing Shu would have needed far too much of it, so she didn't buy any. Instead, she had installed dehumidifiers in the villa, central air conditioning for dehumidification, underfloor heating, and wall-mounted heaters. With all these tools combined, Jing Shu was confident she could keep the moisture at bay. If not, she'd come up with another solution. Jing Shu also planned to waterproof the villa, but she'd have to wait until the heavy rains and flooding arrived. There wasn't a good reason to do it right now. After happily finishing a bowl of ice cream, Jing Shu couldn't help but think that the first year of the apocalypse was still relatively easy compared to the increasingly difficult years ahead. The preparations she needed to make were only growing. With the artificial sun finally fulfilling its purpose of relieving the water shortage and Jing Shu enjoying a bit of free time, the group chats were buzzing with activity. The solar distiller scam had also reached its conclusion. After the government finished distributing water, they turned their attention to this scam that had cropped up. Furious at the audacity of such a pyramid scheme, the authorities swiftly arrested anyone with more than 1,000 virtual coins in their accounts, rounding them up in just 2 days. It was also a lesson for the public. Wang Chao. Zhang Ling, you owe me my hard-earned money. Let's all go after her. Wang Can. Scammer. You promised we'd all make money, but instead you took our money and lived it up. And you call yourself a class rep? You're a disgrace. Shilei. Even when water was scarce, the amount your distillers collected wasn't enough for a sip. I went broke buying one of those things, and it cost me my relationship with my relatives. You've ruined lives. Wang Chao. Exactly. I bought 3 of them, got all my family and friends to buy them too, and now there's no water shortage and nobody left to recruit. The worst part is, the distillers don't even work. What happened to all your big promises? The group chat had turned into the expected chaos. In her previous life, Jing Shu had left the group before seeing the fallout. Now she was sitting back, snacking on Brazilian pine nuts, drinking watermelon juice, and watching the drama unfold from her massage chair. This feels so satisfying. The truth is, there's no such thing as free money falling from the sky, only traps. Unless you're Bill Gates, making money with your eyes closed, you should stick to earning an honest living through hard work. Mu Xiaoshuan, who hadn't bought into the scheme, chimed in. The news today said that these fake distillers were sold across the country, scamming a lot of people. The perpetrators have been arrested and are being sent to labor camps for re-education. They say the top-tier members of the pyramid scheme made thousands or even tens of thousands of virtual coins, which they spent on rice and flour. But it's all been confiscated and the app has been shut down. There's no recruiting anyone now. So will those of us who were scammed get any compensation? I heard the government won't compensate us. We'll have to live with the consequences of our own decisions. Zhang Ling then jumped into the conversation, crying, "Please listen to me. I'm a victim too. If I weren't, I'd be in jail right now. I opened 20 accounts and lost everything. I pulled everyone in because I wanted us all to make money together. Some of you even made a few dozen coins. You're better off than me. I lost hundreds." Wang Chao. We don't care about anything else. Just give us back the money we invested. You can take back the distillers. Zhao Yun. Exactly, refund us? You're playing the victim now after you sold us this junk? Zhang Ling kept crying in the group chat, saying how she was truly well-intentioned, never expected this outcome, and was begging for everyone's forgiveness because they'd known each other for so many years. She even went as far as to say, "How have I treated you all over the years? What kind of person am I? If I were really trying to scam you, then let my family be washed away by floods next year and have our house collapse in an earthquake the year after." After thinking it over, Zhang Ling figured that swearing on her life was too extreme, so she made her family the wager instead. After all, the drought would kill them all before any floods could come. She couldn't help but pat herself on the back for her cleverness. Some of the classmates still wanted to ask Zhang Ling to refund their virtual coins, but others had given up, grumbling for a bit before falling silent. Zhang Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. The ordeal was over. Jing Shu was left speechless for a while before giving a thumbs up. That oath was made quite cleverly. Now, it remains to be seen whether her house will actually be flooded or if an earthquake will flatten it. Time will tell. When that time comes, let's see how she explains it. "Look, the oath you made years ago has come true. What do you have to say for yourself now?" But, credit where it's due, Zhang Ling, as class rep, was pretty good at diverting attention. "Classmates, I have some sad news to share. Out of the 59 people in our class, only 32 are still alive. I've changed the nicknames of those who've passed to deceased. If any of you have something you'd like to say to them, feel free to send them a message, but they'll never be able to read it. Zihao. Back then, the ones who called me ugly are dead now, and here I am, still alive. I should be grateful to the heavens for sparing me." The water shortage that had plagued everyone for months was finally resolved, but things didn't slow down. Instead, the authorities started enforcing new rules more strictly. After all, as the saying goes, without rules, nothing works. With the chaos of inflation and food shortages disrupting the world's economies, many countries had fallen into disarray. But there was no need to worry here, as we had already switched to using virtual coins, essentially the same as using WeChat wallet credits, just with a slight change in terminology. On October 20th, the government officially introduced the facial recognition payment system, ushering in an advanced era of consumerism linked tightly to big data. What was even more shocking was the decision to recall all metal items and household cutting tools. This drastic move reduced accidents from June to now by 0.1% and allowed the collected materials to be melted down and repurposed for the artificial sun project. As the purified water from various regions was distributed to the people, scenes of citizens lining up for meals and ice pops, paying with facial recognition, spread to other countries, leaving the world in awe. Why do they still have drinking water over there? Why is it that people there still have such order queuing for meals? Oh my God, those people are so lucky. They even have ice pops to eat. I can't take it anymore. Even though we have more food, I still want to go there. It's so safe. No one has dangerous weapons and no one gets mugged. You can live there without fear. As someone who had been reborn, Jing Shu was naturally curious about these reports on TV and the foreign news. But it was only idle curiosity. After all, Jing Shu's abilities didn't extend to altering the course of history. She merely needed to understand the world better to ensure her own survival. All the chaos happening in other countries seemed distant to Jing Shu. Her main concern was whether the RV she had paid for would still be delivered. Fortunately, after asking Niu Mu, she learned that Yang was still alive, meaning he should return soon. Based on the clues she had gathered in recent days and her memories from her past life, Jing Shu suspected that Yang was up to something big in the US, along with Wang Dezhao and the others. After all, Yang didn't seem like he was going there for anything good. They even managed to ship the RV back, and with the recent reports of missing high-tech equipment from the US, Jing Shu couldn't help but wonder what they were up to. Back then, she had been puzzled about why they needed such a large cargo ship and why they were acting so secretive, saying the trip would take months. Yang had even mentioned that they couldn't reveal their identities, even in death. Now, Jing Shu understood. If their identities were exposed, they'd be done for. Later, Jing Shu learned that the missing high-tech equipment was indeed part of Yang and his team's grand heist. Not only did Yang end up on a blacklist, but the funniest part was that the authorities there still hadn't figured out their true identities. it was quite an embarrassing situation for them. Everything is ready. Talking about this now seems a bit late, doesn't it? True. And with that, the matter with Yao Zixin was put to rest. When it starts raining heavily every day and red worms begin infesting everything, Yao Zixin will appreciate Jing Shu's foresight in getting a large umbrella to shield the house from the elements. People like Jing Shu live well in the apocalypse for a reason. They're always well prepared. It seemed that Yao Zixin should stick with Jing Shu for future endeavors. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. The rising sea levels were something scientists had long been predicting, with many constantly testing and monitoring to issue warnings. So why did so many places get flooded before people could evacuate? Because many of the changes happening on Earth were beyond the current understanding of science. People labeled it unscientific. In reality, the rise of the sea levels was terrifyingly fast. From the moment it was discovered that they were rising rapidly, to the point where floods and heavy rains started happening worldwide, it took just a few days. The floods came too quickly, like a tornado. You couldn't escape the storm in time, and there was no way to hide or endure it. Who would have thought that, while the sea levels were rising by just 5 millimeters a year now, in just a few dozen days, they'd suddenly surge uncontrollably? The most terrifying part was that it didn't follow any predictable pattern. Even high-altitude places like the African plateau could be submerged. Newton. The physics of Earth are no longer within my domain. Jing Shu sighed. The best she could do was to lead her family through the apocalypse and make thorough preparations for the upcoming natural disasters. When she expressed her concerns during dinner that evening, her family surprisingly agreed with her. Thankfully, the scientists' predictions had been correct, even if their timing was a bit off. This gave Jing Shu the perfect excuse to justify her preparations for the future. Wu Yui was the first to support her. My mentor said it's a case of extremes coming to a head. Heavy rains are inevitable, and nationwide flooding is only a matter of time. That makes sense. The scientists have solid evidence, so we should prepare as well, Jing Shu's grandfather added in support. Jing Shu's mother chimed in. I've already dried the vegetables and fruits, so we won't run out of food. Plus, our lamps are on for 10 hours a day, so the vegetables are growing like crazy. We should pack food in advance and be ready to flee at any moment. But what about the chickens, ducks, and pigs? We need to figure out how to save our livestock too, said Jing Shu's grandmother, clearly valuing the animals. Those animals were as precious as national treasures. Jing Shu nodded in agreement. Even though the floods wouldn't reach their area, it was still wise to prepare for the worst. No one should gamble with their lives. Jing Shu's grandmother was so fond of their livestock that she would likely insist on taking them along during any future migration. But, while others might be fleeing for their lives, would their family really be bringing chickens, ducks, and pigs on the road? The thought of that scene was too much for Jing Shu to imagine. Jing Shu's father offered some practical advice for the house. With heavy rains, we'll need to handle drainage. Aside from the water tank you've already set up, we should raise the ground level. Your grandfather can help pave a sloped cement floor and dig a channel to direct excess water to the back of the mountain. Each family member had something helpful to contribute. Jing Shu then put on her performance, bringing up the batch of supplies she had stored on the second floor of the villa but hadn't yet mentioned. Besides that, I'm planning to get some umbrellas, raincoats, life jackets, and inflatable boats. Jing Shu's preparations didn't stop there. To keep the red worms from jumping inside, she had bought full-body rain suits, boots connected to pants, which were connected to a coat and hat. The face was covered with a visor, while the rest of the suit was fully sealed. The suits might look a bit ugly, but at least she wouldn't be wrapping herself in plastic bags like in her previous life, where red worms would crawl into her collar and crevices. It wasn't just uncomfortable. Having them wriggle on your skin was unbearable, like having hair tangled on your body. If they bounced around, it felt like an itch you couldn't scratch. As for the life jackets, Jing Shu had both old and new automatic inflatable models. The new model looked like a wristband, and when it hit the water, it automatically inflated to keep a person afloat. Jing Shu's grandmother even suggested putting the new life jackets on their livestock. That way, if a flood came, They could all float together with the family and the animals. Jing Shu. The next day, Jing Shu's grandfather used up the last few bags of cement to pave a slope around the villa for better drainage. He also raised the area around the coal shed. Coal becomes useless if it gets soaked. Meanwhile, Jing Shu wasn't idle either. She began digging a drainage channel behind the villa to redirect excess water, as even 3 or 4 days of heavy rain could flood up to ankle height. If it rained for months without proper drainage, the water could reach waist-deep levels. As Jing Shu busied herself with these preparations, she received a sudden call from New Mu. Apparently, Yang Yang had left a message saying that the goods Jing Shu had requested were on their way and would arrive at a port in China in about 20 days. She needed to be ready to receive them. Jing Shu was thrilled. Thankfully, sending out the meat bun hadn't been in vain. She would finally receive her long-awaited RV. One of the top 3 most luxurious items in the apocalypse was soon to be hers. Jing Shu calculated the time. It should arrive by early December, right? The port was about 4,000 kilometers away. Before the apocalypse, it would take 3 to 4 days via the Lianhuo Expressway. But the problem now was that some highways had been blocked by a year's worth of dirt. Or there could be other issues like road closures. Not knowing the road conditions or whether she'd have to take detours, Jing Shu figured it would take at least 10 days. If things went smoothly, she could make it back before the end of December. If not, she might end up returning during the floods. The timing of it all was nerve-wracking. Jing Shu, Yang Yang also asked me to apologize. The RV may have suffered some damage. It's in pretty rough shape. You might need to repair it when it arrives. How bad is pretty rough? Jing Shu's face darkened. Oh, and Jing Shu, Yang Yang said he made arrangements with a trustworthy government-owned logistics company, Hengda Logistics, to help transport the RV back. They'll be delivering some government cargo and can bring your RV along, but you'll have to cover the costs yourself. New Mu didn't give specific details, but Jing Shu had a feeling that when Yang Yang said the RV was in rough shape, it was worse than he was letting on. Still, the arrangement saved Jing Shu the trouble of figuring out how to retrieve the RV herself. She had been worried about the time it would take to travel to the port and drive it back. But with Yang Yang's help, that was no longer necessary. Even if it costs her, it's worth it. Right now, the most valuable things are food and resources, but luckily she doesn't lack those. However, Hengda Logistics, isn't that Heng Jin's company? It seems like, even after the apocalypse, he managed to work his way into the government system, helping out with logistics for them. All right, I'll contact him and see just how bad the RV looks when it's delivered. Jing Shu hung up the phone and immediately contacted Heng Jin via WeChat. You're transporting an RV back, right? Yeah, how'd you know? Heng Jin squinted. Because that RV is for me. Heng Jin. Fate between people is strange indeed. Jing Shu never expected to do business with Heng Jin again. Before the apocalypse, Jing Shu was just an ordinary young woman who managed to earn some money by serving as a witness for Heng Jin. Heng Jin, on the other hand, was the well-off heir of a logistics company. After the apocalypse hit and resources became scarce, while Heng Jin was struggling to survive, Jing Shu lived comfortably in a villa, well-fed and unbothered. Now she's ordering an extravagant RV all the way from the US, brought back by military personnel just for her. Meanwhile, Heng Jin had to scramble, eventually earning a spot within the government system, working tirelessly for over a year transporting supplies. Now, he's helping the very woman he once employed. The contrast was overwhelming. Heng Jin felt conflicted. I never expected the owner of the RV we brought back from the US would be you, but even though we're friends, I can't cut the transportation fee too much. Fair enough. What do you need? Look at her. Someone who's consistently ranked among the lowest in daily WeChat step counts, but now she's ridiculously wealthy. What had this woman been up to over the past year? 800 virtual coins or 60 kilograms of grain will work. Half of the journey will be by sea, but we'll still have to drive it over 1,000 kilometers, and that takes a lot of fuel. 800 virtual coins is equivalent to 6 months' salary for a government worker. A family of 3 could live for a month on just 50 virtual coins, eating 2 meals of plain rice a day and supplementing with occasional vegetables and insects. This is the stark difference between them. As food becomes more valuable in the post-apocalypse world, it will create a deep class divide. Those who can't afford food will be even more reliant on basic rations and work for survival. Jing Shu thought for a moment and decided to use virtual coins. In her last trade with New Mu, she earned 300 units of electricity, 200 bottles of mineral water, and 500 virtual coins, as well as 300 virtual coins as a reward for her life-saving actions. With her regular salary, she had plenty to spare. There was no sense in hoarding virtual coins she couldn't use effectively, like buying moldy rice next year. 800 virtual coins it is. I'll give you 200 as a down payment, and the rest when the RV is delivered. Deal. With that problem settled, Jing Shu felt a weight lift off her shoulders. That evening, as she practiced solving her Rubik's Cube, she felt a sense of mental clarity and even gained a deeper understanding of the 7-layer cube. Finally, she had mastered restoring it with ease. The journey from proficiency to mastery was another hurdle, but she realized that practicing regularly had significantly improved her skills. The 7-layer cube was much larger than the regular Rubik's Cube, and her family couldn't help but give her strange looks every time she pulled it out. Especially when Jing Shu sat on the couch, munching on fried chicken and drinking soda while twisting the cube. It was the same look parents give kids who spend too much time playing video games. Her mother had commented several times over the past few days, "If you're not streaming anymore, why don't you find a stable government job? Or maybe use those piglets to trade for a position at a livestock farm and start raising pigs? You can't just sit around all day eating, drinking, and fiddling with that cube. It's embarrassing to be known as the honorary frog breeder. Besides, now that the water shortage is over, frogs won't be in demand in a couple of months, and you'll be out of a job." It was true. Now that there was plenty of water, everything could be cultivated again. Even though it was still hot, people were now able to eat stir-fried vegetables with insects, and they were quite content with their lives. Jing Shu's father interjected with a non sequitur. "Didn't I buy her a regular-size Rubik's Cube back in the day?" Jing Shu continued twisting the cube and said, "Mom, my skills are beyond raising pigs now. There will be bigger and better things for me in the future." "What, so you think you're going to raise a mythical beast instead of pigs? Or maybe you're planning to fly?" her mom teased while sorting out the dried string beans. "And why do I feel like the amount of dried vegetables keeps increasing?" Aside from dried string beans, there were also dried bamboo shoots and bracken. Jing Shu had even planted another batch of peppers, which she also dried. Last year, she had dried enough peppers to make over 100 kilograms of chili powder, which still hadn't been used up. This year, she planned to use the dried peppers mainly to flavor dishes. Dried peppers were also effective at removing dampness from the body, which would help prevent illness during the rainy and humid months of the coming year. The process of making powdered milk took Jing Shu several days. The cows produced dozens of kilograms of milk each day, far more than they could consume. So, Jing Shu made yogurt, frozen yogurt, ice cream, and cheese. But with a month's worth of milk accumulating, she decided to make powdered milk and milk tablets. Powdered milk required specialized equipment, which she eventually found at an abandoned dairy factory in Wucheng. She brought her own power generator, boiled the milk in a pressure cooker, and used a centrifugal spray dryer to produce pure, natural powdered milk. It took 10 kilograms of milk to make 1 kilogram of powdered milk. Jing Shu produced over 100 kilograms, enough to last through the apocalypse. Using the factory's tablet press, she also made some milk tablets. The factory still had storage containers which she disinfected and filled with the powdered milk before sealing them. Her homemade powdered milk was complete. When Jing Shu returned home with a truckload of powdered milk, her family's reactions were priceless. Her mother had initially thought she was overcomplicating things by turning all that milk into powder. Why go through all that trouble when we could just drink the milk? But powdered milk lasts longer. We can use it in emergencies, and it'll be even more valuable later. It'll make a nice gift, too. Her grandmother wasn't convinced either. Why bother? Wherever we go, we can just take the cows with us. We don't need powdered milk. Jing Shu. Jing Shu didn't expect that a month later her entire family would be preparing to leave, with her grandmother insisting on taking all the livestock along. But still, no one had expected that Jing Shu would actually manage to pull it off. Wu Yui gave her a thumbs up. There's nothing you can't do. When her mom saw the beautifully packaged cans of powdered milk, she opened one and was greeted by a rich, creamy aroma. I have to admit, this is really well done. My daughter is good at everything except for studying. Thanks, Mom. Just as Jing Shu's mom continued to nag her every day to find a proper job, preferably raising pigs, the one person Jing Shu had hoped to avoid, Su Mali, the saint, contacted her again. It seemed that the herbal medicine from last time had come back to haunt her. Jing Shu, the medicine you gave me last time was really effective, even better than expected. The patient has fully recovered. I was wondering if you have any other herbs. And also, where did you get these medicines from? With the magical touch of spiritual spring water, these herbs are more like divine medicine. How could they not be effective? A hero's origins don't need to be questioned. We're still good friends. Jing Shu scratched her head and said, You know why my grandma has lived to 80? Su Mali responded, Because she took the antidote you gave me? No, it's because she never meddles in my affairs. Su Mali said, My grandmother lived to 90 and is still very energetic because she worries about me every day. Jing Shu, I can't talk to her anymore. So where do you get your medicines from? I'm asking for someone else. Jing Shu stroked her chin. She knew that once this herbal medicine was shared, people would inevitably ask questions. But she also needed to prepare an explanation for the future as more of her herbal remedies became known. I grow them myself. How? I plant the seeds, water them, and they grow. Meanwhile, in a private rehabilitation center in Wucheng, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, looking rather refined, stared at the message on his phone and muttered, She grows them herself? Under these conditions, even with lighting and air conditioning, it's impossible to simulate the right climate. The key is the quality. Growing misshapen, inferior medicinal plants would be more normal. Another stern-faced middle-aged man standing nearby snorted disdainfully. After checking transaction records from recent years, he found no records of medicine purchases, though there was a seed purchase from a year ago. Maybe she really did grow them herself. She just wasn't sharing her secret. The man reached out, and the elderly servant behind him promptly handed him a cup of milk coffee. Another muscular, bald man with one eye shook his impressive biceps while watching the gold-rimmed man's phone message. Meanwhile, he video-called an elder on another phone. That young woman said she planted the seeds, watered them, and they just grew. A voice came through the video call. Nonsense! Absolute rubbish! If that were possible, we herbal medicine families have been eating dirt for the past year. The gold-rimmed man pushed his glasses up slightly and said, Oh? But old Sue said her medicine's potency is far greater than what's available on the market. You see, the poison you couldn't cure had you scouring other regions for an antidote, but this young girl's medicine solved it instantly. The elder on the video call turned red with anger. I don't believe it's possible to grow high-quality herbs in a home environment unless she sends me a photo as proof. The gold-rimmed man conveyed this message with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Mali, sipping on a Wangzai milk drink with a straw, glanced at her iPad's personality quiz. People who chew on straws while drinking are highly driven by desire. She stared at the nearly shredded straw and began to let her imagination run wild. On the other side, Jing Shu frowned at Su Mali's messages. She felt Su Mali was unusually curious and persistent today, so she decided to stop replying. But soon, Su Mali offered a trade. 1 branch of honeysuckle for a tank of compressed natural gas. All right, I guess it's time to be upfront about my herbs anyway. It's not like I'm doing this just for a tank of natural gas. Jing Shu transplanted a honeysuckle plant into a pot and, after some thought, added an astragalus plant as well. She took a photo and sent it over. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses shook his head in disbelief as he showed the photo to the elder on the video call. The elder, now breathing heavily, exclaimed, "This is such a waste. Growing honeysuckle is one thing, but if astragalus grows like that, I'll live stream myself eating my hat. No, I'm coming over right away from Guangdong to see it with my own eyes." The elder was visibly shaken, as though someone had suddenly claimed that 1 + 1 could equal 5. He wasn't sure if he had gone mad or if the world had. Su Mali messaged Jing Shu. "Someone said if astragalus grows like this, they'll live stream themselves eating their hat. He's coming from Guangdong to see it for himself. Make sure to take good care of the astragalus. Don't let it die." Jing Shu. What just happened? Wait, could it be that an expert is coming? Jing Shu felt a little excited. This was exactly the effect she wanted. The more she appeared to be an amateur with excellent results, the more she would seem like a hidden expert. It would look like she was purposely keeping her abilities under wraps, creating an aura of mystique. This was a classic case of using the strategy of reversal. After Sumali's message, there was radio silence. Jing Shu wasn't in a hurry. When it came to these herbs, she had to tread carefully. They were more valuable than food. Revealing a little would show potential for collaboration with the right people, but revealing too much could incite greed. You don't want to expose something so valuable that even those more powerful than you would want to take it. Time flew by, and by mid-December 2023, while everyone enjoyed the most peaceful month of the apocalypse, free from hunger, with plenty of insects to eat and water to drink, Jing Shu had finally completed all the renovations for her villa. The villa was now covered by a giant VPC plastic waterproof umbrella, equipped with wipers, slanted gutters at the 4 corners, and 4 large water tanks. The water tanks had outlets, and a new drainage system diverted excess water to the back of the mountain. The RV garage was built on the empty lot behind the villa, now also covered by a waterproof umbrella. The coal shed that was added back in March had also been sealed for protection. In every nook and cranny, Jing Shu had placed homemade small packets of desiccants made from quicklime. Dehumidifiers, dryers, and wall-mounted heaters were also in place. The pond was once again teeming with fish and shrimp. Taking advantage of the last days of high temperatures, Jing Shu dried another batch of shrimp, salted fish, and various seafood for storage in the basement. She also made 1 cubic meter of spicy crayfish to enjoy as a midnight snack. As for the chickens, ducks, rabbits, and pigs that had overrun her space, Jing Shu slaughtered a batch, turning them into dried goods and cured meats for storage in her dimension, keeping them as snacks for herself without sharing. She also dried the last batch of vegetables and fruits, turning them into preserved goods for emergency rations. She organized the animal feed, combining vegetable leaves, weeds, roots, dried shrimp, orange peels, and garlic. This nutrient-rich mixture would be enough to last the animals for a long time. The chicken manure, which had been fermenting for some time, was also dried and mixed into black pig feed. The animals would be well fed for the foreseeable future. Fish feed was even simpler. Leftover bones, chicken intestines, and other organs went straight into the pond with egg wash, where the fish and shrimp put on quite the show, leaping out of the water to feast. The extreme heat gradually receded, dropping to around 40 degrees C. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing the apocalypse was finally coming to an end, the second year of the apocalypse began. As the villa's water tanks filled to their lowest level, the first major rain finally arrived, soaking the parched earth. "It's raining!" The damn sky finally opened up. On Sunday, December 31st, 2023, with the temperature at 37 degrees C, after an entire year of drought, the skies finally unleashed a heavy downpour. The day began as uneventful as ever, but at 1 p.m., the meteorological department, famed for forecasting weather up to 15 days in advance, urgently announced on all major platforms that there would be a heavy rainstorm across the country starting tomorrow. As soon as the announcement was made, it was as if the skies across the nation had conspired, and torrential rain began to pour everywhere. Netizens across the country joked about the weather forecast. This season's weather is hard to manage, huh? It keeps slapping them in the face. However, in Jing Shu's view, The atmosphere had been accumulating water vapor for an entire year. The atmosphere couldn't hold it any longer, and the rain had to fall sooner than predicted, like an overfilled water balloon bursting. That day, Jing Shu's parents, who rarely had a day off, were at home, and the family enjoyed a meal of lamb hot pot together. They had butchered a sheep 2 days earlier, and after processing the meat, the lamb slices and offal were perfect for hot pot. Dipped in garlic, chopped chili, drizzled with sesame oil and vinegar, the chewy, flavorful tripe was an absolute delight. Washing it down with a cool sip of coconut milk was the ultimate indulgence. So delicious. During the meal, Grandma mentioned that the water in the tank on the third-floor terrace was running low. Although they were still receiving the daily allotment of 30 liters, it was just enough for the cows. At this rate, we'll run out of water for the crops in less than a week. Grandpa added, "Didn't the news say it was going to rain heavily and flood?" "They've been saying that for months, but no rain so far." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud pitter-patter on the PVC plastic umbrella covering the house. Shh. The whole family paused to listen carefully. Grandma, in disbelief, asked, "Is that rain?" Jing Shu sighed. It had arrived right on time, no sooner, no later, exactly as it had in her previous life. Grandma was the first to spring into action, rushing to the door. For her, this rain meant life-saving water for their crops. The whole family grabbed their chopsticks and followed her out. Jing Shu casually filled her bowl with more meat before leisurely joining them. Wu Yui, unbothered, continued scrolling through her phone while eating hot pot. When they turned on the courtyard lights, they saw Grandma already at the front door. Jing Shu called out, "Grandma, slow down! The dust outside is thick. Don't go into the rain." Jing Shu was mostly worried about Grandma getting soaked and bringing back a bunch of red worms. If those things got into her hair, the consequences would be disastrous. As soon as the courtyard door opened, their plump chickens, who had been cooped up like restless huskies, rushed out excitedly, clucking and jumping around in the rain. The earthy smell of rain hitting the dry ground wafted over. Jing Shu also caught a familiar foul odor. It was the same as it had been back then. Nothing had changed. Standing at the doorway, Grandma, looking out at the rain in the light, exclaimed, "Old man, do you see? It's raining. The rain is here. The crops are saved." "Yes, the drought is finally over. As long as we have rain, we won't have trouble growing crops," Grandpa replied, equally excited. Famine had always followed drought. Jing Shu was silent. Things weren't as simple as that. Meanwhile, Jing Shu's phone buzzed non-stop as people in her group chats shared their excitement. Wang Qi, "It's raining, a heavy downpour." Fei Niu, "Oh my God, I'm going to finally take a proper bath. Dear heavens, please let this rain continue forever. I'd rather be drowned than die of thirst again." Luo Ju, "Same. I'd rather be bloated with water than die of thirst." Jing Shu shook her head. The promises people made during desperate times always came back to haunt them. Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. "Everyone, hurry up and take out all your dirty clothes and dishes to wash. Who knows when the rain will stop? Anyone want to team up for a group bath?" Cho Chu, "I'm going to wash all my bedding. It's so sour and smelly. The stains have been impossible to clean." Fei Niu, "Yes, wash everything. Anyway, it's hot, so things will dry quickly. We should also collect as much water as possible." Young madam with a child, "Exactly." In hindsight, anyone who did laundry now would regret it for the entire year, as nothing would dry, and everything would end up moldy and full of bugs. Those government-issued items would finally come in handy. However, for people who hadn't bathed or washed clothes in a year, the dirt on their bodies was probably thick enough to roll into noodles, thick as fingers. The discomfort from the accumulated grime made a bath absolutely necessary, even if the rain carried other living organisms. Soon, small groups of people gathered downstairs with buckets, basins, and laundry. The temperature was 37 degrees C, and though the rain wasn't as cold as it would be later in the year, it was still pleasantly cool, perfect for a bath. Many people chatted while washing their things. Cho Cho even took a big gulp of the rainwater. Hey, why does this rain feel so slippery? When I drank a few sips earlier, it tasted really fishy, like something slid down my throat. Be grateful. The water they've been giving us is barely enough to drink, let alone wash with. Because of the darkness and the intensity of the rain, it was hard to see anything beyond 3 meters. No one noticed anything strange about the rain at first. But soon, people started to feel something was off. As they stood in the rain washing clothes or themselves, small red worms started to fall, sliding onto their skin, into their ears, clinging to their hair, and even into their mouths. These red worms were tiny, less than 1 millimeter thick but up to 20 centimeters long. But they all shared a few key characteristics. They were as thin as strands of hair, bright red with black heads at both ends. They also loved to squirm and jump around. The red worms had been studied before. Their distinctive behavior was due to their unique biology. They were hermaphroditic, with both male-male and female-female pairs sharing a single body. What did that mean? If one end of the worm was female, the other end was also female. They shared one body but had 2 distinct brains. The red worms perfectly illustrated the principle that opposites attract and like repels like. Both ends of the worm sought mates, leading them to coil up in tangled clusters. With 2 minds controlling one body, each end constantly struggled for dominance. One wanted to go east, the other west, and neither would yield. This constant tension made them squirm and jump continuously. This was why the red worms, despite being thin, were incredibly tough and chewy, almost impossible to bite through. Their muscles were extremely strong, and their skin was tough and resilient. The black ends of the worms were their organs and mouths. Since they shared a body, if one end died, the other couldn't survive either, so their bodies had developed a high level of resilience. This was another reason they were so hard to kill. So, as people stood in the rain, they soon realized something was wrong. Their entire bodies began to itch as if something was trying to burrow into their skin. Worse, their heads felt incredibly heavy. Fei Niu, whose hair had grown thick and matted like felt, suddenly felt her head becoming even heavier, almost too heavy to lift. When she reached up to touch her hair, she felt something soft and slippery, wriggling and bouncing around in clumps. At first, Fei Niu thought her head was getting heavier because of the rain soaking her hair, but as it got heavier and itchier, she couldn't lift her head anymore. She casually reached up to touch her head, and to her horror, she felt something strange, an entire handful of worms. It felt like grabbing hundreds of tiny snakes. They were long and thin. This wasn't a maggot, nor was it a corpse worm. What was it? The unknown is always more terrifying. The thought of hundreds of tiny snakes crawling on her head, ready to bite or suck her blood, sent shivers through Fei Niu's entire body. "Ah! Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the quiet of the neighborhood. Then came a panicked wail. "Help! Help! There are so many snakes, so many worms in my hair! Wah!" Fei Niu burst into tears, running toward the building. From behind, her hair seemed to grow by the minute, with hundreds of worms tangled in it, dragging behind her. She shook her head frantically, trying to fling the red worms off. But it was useless. The worms clung to each other in her hair, like a horrifying mass of matted cloth. The red worms were busy twisting and coiling around each other, pairing up. One end of the worm constantly searched for a mate. Fei Niu tugged at the worms fiercely, trying to rip them from her hair, almost tearing her scalp in the process. But no matter how hard she pulled, the worms wouldn't come off, and the feeling of her scalp going numb from the pulling only added to the horror. As she gasped for air, she accidentally sucked in a mouthful of rainwater along with the red worms, filling her mouth with writhing worms. Without the rainwater to wash them down, the worms squirmed around in her mouth, jumping like pop rocks. Fei Niu gagged and spat them out, but many of the worms, being so thin, tangled around her teeth. The red worms reacted to the discomfort by latching onto her gums and lips with their tiny mouths, biting down hard. Fei Niu's mouth became a battlefield. She tried to spit them out but couldn't. Her hands, which were also covered in worms, tingled with the sensation of their movement. Some worms burrowed into her neck, jumping and twisting. making her itch uncontrollably as she rolled on the ground. Once she finally made it inside the building to escape the rain, Fei Nu realized her entire body was covered in the terrifying worms. "Help! Mom, what are these things?" "Oh my God, there are so many worms in the rain. What are they?" "My hair. There are so many worms in my hair." Fei Nu wasn't the only one experiencing this nightmare. Soon after she screamed, Wang Tuihua, Luo Ju, and several others who had been bathing in the rain began to scream in terror as well. Cries of horror echoed throughout the neighborhood. This first encounter with the red worms left many people traumatized. Jing Shu had experienced it in her previous life, and the memory left a deep psychological scar, which is why she had vowed never to come into contact with these worms again. Before, neither maggots nor corpse worms would attack living people. Unless someone was dead, those worms wouldn't crawl all over them. People actively sought out maggots and corpse worms in the past. But today's situation was entirely different. And even if they were crawling on her, why were they burrowing? Why were they jumping? They made the entire body itch, and they loved to find any small hole to crawl into. That's exactly what red worms did. They loved to cling to human hair, especially thick and long hair, from which they would never come down. This is why Jing Shu always said, "Never let your hair get wet in the rain." When it rains, more and more red worms will cling to your hair. Some red worms will even start pairing up immediately, and those that move quickly will complete the act and lay eggs in the blink of an eye. Soon the eggs will hatch into tiny 0.1 millimeter red worms. Whatever you do, don't let them lay eggs in your hair, because once they start, they won't stop. In her previous life, Jing Shu, not knowing any better, ran into the rain like a maniac to bathe. And the result? Her long hair became entangled with thousands upon thousands of red worms. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull them out. Soon after, her hair and scalp were infested with eggs, which were impossible to remove because they were invisible to the naked eye and stuck firmly to her scalp. Her only option was to shave her head. A few days later, your head would itch unbearably. There would be countless tiny worms crawling and jumping around in your hair, and some would find their way into your ears, nostrils, or mouth. At that point, there would be no clean water to wash your hair or body with. All the water was infested with red worms that couldn't be filtered out. Washing would only make the situation worse. Even towels and blankets that had been washed would become infested with red worms. There would be no way to remove the worms tangled in your hair, even with a comb. The only thing left to do would be to shave off all your hair. Yes, every single bit of it. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. It wouldn't be long before you'd see people at the supermarket with shaved heads, men and women alike. They weren't following a new trend, they were forced to do it. In fact, a few days later, the government would set up inspection points at supermarket entrances. They would have security guards stationed with clippers, ready to shave the heads of anyone coming in. Otherwise, people would walk into the supermarket with 10 or 20 pounds of red worms on their heads. They couldn't be pulled off. Once inside, the worms would scatter everywhere, on the floors, walls, and shelves. Sometimes a person's red worms would jump onto someone else's head. Soon those two people would be inseparable. And before long, the entire group of people would be stuck together. What a lovely sight. One big, united family. In her previous life, Jing Shu had seen this firsthand when she went to collect food at the supermarket. Everyone stood together, their expressions numb and defeated. Those who had no red worms at first would inevitably get infested by others. It was hopeless. People stood frozen in place, unable to move, their hair tangled together by the worms. No one could get in or out of the supermarket. Everyone was too scared to move, knowing that if one person moved, they'd drag 100 others with them. From afar, you could hear the cries and curses of people telling each other not to move. In the end, the government decided it was easier to just shave everyone's head. Jing Shu even met a particularly stubborn person in her previous life. This person had been growing their hair for 20 years and had never cut it. Even when faced with the red worms, they refused to shave their hair. Every time this person entered or exited the supermarket, their long hair dragged on the ground, tangled with red worms. Jing Shu estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of red worms living and laying eggs in that person's hair. Every time she came to the supermarket to collect food, Jing Shu would see worms constantly jumping out of her scalp. Some crawled into her nostrils, some into her ears, and when they got tired, they'd jump back out. She ignored the worms as if they weren't even there. Sometimes, when the worms became too much, she would casually remove them. Even with her long worm-infested hair dragging behind her, she still walked through the supermarket, indifferent to the shocked gazes of everyone around her. Sometimes, when her hair got too heavy, she would cradle her head full of worms as she walked. At night, to keep the worms from disturbing her sleep, she would wrap her face completely and let the worms wriggle around her head. She once said, "I don't care about these worms. They'll die on their own in a few days. Once they're dead, it'll be fine." But every day she still had to go out in the torrential rain to get her food from the supermarket. As long as her hair got even a little wet, countless red worms would swarm it. She didn't care about what people thought. Wherever she went, people would automatically clear a path for her. No one dared to provoke someone like that. It wasn't until later that people found out the truth. When she was 18, her childhood sweetheart had gone off to the army telling her, "When your hair reaches your waist, I'll marry you." He had gone to the 2008 Sichuan earthquake to assist in rescue efforts but never returned. From that day, she had never cut her hair again and remained unmarried ever since. In this life, if Jing Shu ever had the chance, she would want to meet this woman again, someone who had once helped her. Jing Nai watched the rain for a long time, still not satisfied. The whole family stood at the entrance of the villa with their chopsticks in hand. Jing Ye was even more excited, exclaiming, "This rain is perfect." At this point, the benefits of the PVC canopy that Jing Shu had installed became clear. The heavy rain flowed down the four corners of the canopy, leaving the area within a meter of the villa entrance completely dry. The canopy extended far enough that even the walls of the villa didn't get wet. But to be safe, Jing Shu had still scattered desiccants everywhere. Meanwhile, their pet chicken, the fat chicken, was outside, prancing around in the rain, completely carefree, until its squawking suddenly changed. Around the same time, anguished cries began to rise from the neighborhood. "What's going on?" the family wondered. In the dim light, they noticed that the fat chicken's body was covered with long, thread-like things, and it had gotten significantly larger. In the end, the fat chicken came flying back towards the house, shrieking and looking for help. Its eyes blinked pitifully as it stared at Jing Shu. Jing Shu set down her chopsticks and rushed forward, grabbing a large fork and stopping the fat chicken at the gate of the villa. She couldn't let this chicken, covered in red worms, into the house. Under the bright lights, the family could finally see what was happening. They all gasped in shock, and Jing Nai took a few steps back, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens, thank goodness I didn't go outside." Jing Ba quickly moved to shield Jing Ma behind him. "What kind of worms are these? Are they poisonous? Is number 1 still savable?" "What do we do now?" Jing Ma paced around in distress. The sight of the fat chicken was horrifying, and the family couldn't believe what they were seeing. The poor chicken was covered in writhing red worms tangled in its feathers. Its head, its wings, even its legs were wrapped in the worms, making it look like a giant, grotesque ball of wriggling threads. The fat chicken desperately pecked at its own feathers, trying to pull the worms off, but it pecked so hard that it pulled out chunks of its feathers along with the worms. No sooner had it pulled out a few feathers than more worms piled onto the exposed areas, covering it completely. The worms were tightly bound together, making it impossible to pull them off one by one. Just like the saying goes, strength comes from unity. One worm may be easy to deal with, but a bundle of them? Not so much. The worms looked like vampires, suffocating the fat chicken, who was known for being a fierce fighter. Now, even it was at a loss. The fat chicken looked helplessly at Jing Shu, glancing down at its body, then back up at her, as if begging her to remove these damned worms. "Should we just use scissors and cut them off?" someone suggested. But wouldn't we have to shave all its feathers off? This chicken's going to end up bald, another remarked. The family shuddered. Not only were there so many worms, but the fact that they had rained down from the sky was terrifying. The fat chicken had only been outside for a short while, yet it had come back looking like this. Would it even be safe to go outside again? Wu Yui ran out of the house, holding her phone. "Don't go outside! The rain is full of worms!" Then she saw the fat chicken, covered in red worms, clucking pitifully as the family stood around it. People in the group are saying they took a shower in the rain and ended up with countless worms tangled in their hair. They can't get them off. I think it's these worms, but so far, no one's reported that they bite. Jing Shu held the fat chicken down with a fork and said to Wu Yui, "Go grab a bag of salt from the kitchen. Salt should work on these soft-bodied worms." Salt was the ultimate weapon against red worms. But in the apocalypse, salt was a precious commodity. Most people didn't even have enough salt to use on their food, let alone to deal with red worms. In her previous life, Jing Shu would rather have shaved her head than wasted salt on the worms. That's how rare and valuable salt had become. Oh, I get it. Soft-bodied creatures like worms regulate their water levels through their skin. Salt disrupts that process by increasing the water density, causing their cells to dehydrate and shrink. You're so clever, Jing Shu. Wu Yui exclaimed as she ran to get the salt. Jing Shu. Wu Yui, ever the academic, could take one simple statement and turn it into a biology lesson. Jing Shu had only just learned that explanation herself. If only she could be reborn back to her school days. She'd definitely study hard, strive for excellence, and steer clear of bad influences. Wu Yui returned with the salt. "Stand back, everyone," Jing Shu warned as she sprinkled a generous amount of salt over the fat chicken's writhing body. The family watched nervously as the fat chicken, usually so mischievous and full of energy, stood still under the cover, looking pitiful. Normally, the fat chicken loved stealing Jing Ma's white apricots, and Jing Ma would chase after it with a broom. The fat chicken enjoyed playing the game of "you can't catch me" too much. But despite all its antics, the fat chicken brought the family a lot of joy, and eggs, so no one wanted to see it suffer. Soon, they heard the rapid clicking and tapping of worms thrashing around in the cover, growing fainter and fainter until the noise finally stopped. Jing Shu lifted the cover to reveal dozens of curled-up, motionless worms scattered on the ground. The fat chicken let out a relieved cluck, shaking its feathers. Except for the few patches it had plucked out itself, its feathers were still intact. The fat chicken had returned. But when the fat chicken glanced back at the rain, its wariness was clear. It looked down at the dead worms, clucked twice in revenge, and ate them all. "Oh my goodness, that chicken really scared me. What a tough little bird," Jing Ma said, patting her chest in relief as she carried the fat chicken inside. "I wonder if you'll still want to go outside and act crazy after this. Hopefully, you've learned your lesson." Luckily, Jing Shu set up this plastic canopy with a layer of tempered glass beneath it. No way rainwater will get into the house now. The family sighed in relief. But suddenly, Jing Nai exclaimed in panic, "Oh no! Jing Lai went out to work today. There are so many bugs in the rain, what will she do?" Everyone's faces changed at the mention of Jing Lai being out in such conditions, especially after witnessing what happened to the fat chicken. They were terrified of the unknown worms now, though in a few weeks they'd fully understand the red worms. By then, people would be grabbing these worms as snacks, just like they had done with maggots before. "Should I go pick her up?" Jingba offered. Jing Shu quickly stopped him. "Come on, Nai. Don't you remember the sealed raincoat I prepared for Aunt Jing? Scientists kept warning about torrential rain, so I put a raincoat and an automatic life jacket in her bag. You even asked me how many life jackets I had and joked about putting them on the livestock." At the mention of the sealed raincoat, the whole family remembered. When Jing Shu had first brought that hideous raincoat home, everyone had resisted it. Jing Nai had protested, "In this heat you'll suffocate wearing such a non-breathable thing?" Jing Shu had shrugged helplessly. "This was all I could get. Everything else was out of stock. Just make do with it." But now, when Jing Shu brought it out again, even Jing Nai had to give a thumbs up. My granddaughter's always got foresight. This raincoat's perfect, those bugs can't get in. It's really thoughtful. With the raincoat, the family felt more at ease about Jinglai. Let's all stay inside. It's too dangerous to go out in this weather, Jingnai advised. Jing Shu handed a raincoat to Jingba. Dad, we need to attach a bag to the filter system to collect these worms regularly. Otherwise, they'll clog the purifier. You're always so detail-oriented, my girl. I'll go set it up right now, Jingba responded. Although water wasn't scarce in the second year, the pipes were still filled with red worms and their eggs. If the eggs weren't filtered out, they'd soon hatch into worms. So Jing Shu had installed a 6-stage filtration system that could even remove microorganisms, producing water that met international drinking standards. The downside? It had a short lifespan and required frequent filter replacements. Fortunately, Jing Shu had prepared in advance, purchasing enough filters to last. The filtration system, which had cost her 200,000 yuan, was finally being put to its intended use. In this life, Jing Shu was determined to keep all red worms outside the villa. Not a single one was allowed to enter. She had suffered enough from these worms in her previous life. For Jing Shu and her family, this situation was relatively minor. After all, they had the protection of the PVC canopy, salt to kill the worms, and Jinglai had her sealed raincoat for work. With hearts somewhat lighter, the family returned to their meal, finishing their hot pot and going about their business. Meanwhile, chaos was unfolding in the group chat, with Wu Yui struggling to keep up with the messages while Jing Shu chimed in with her mischievous suggestions. Fat Girl sent a tearful voice message. What should I do? I can't get these worms out of my hair. My scalp is so itchy, like there are thousands of ants crawling on it. Oh, you're not wrong. That's the eggs hatching into worms. They're having a party on your scalp, setting up their little homes and mingling with your hair. Soon you'll have a whole new batch of red worms. Ugly Girl chimed in. Luckily, I have short hair, so there aren't as many worms. But my blanket and clothes are ruined. I only had one set of clothes and now everything's covered in worms. My bed is crawling with them. I'm going insane. Wang Qiki. Wu Yui, can you report this situation to the higher-ups? What should we do? Wu Yui. They're working on it. Salt can quickly kill these soft-bodied worms. Wang Kuihua sent a voice message. But we traded all our seasonings for work credits. Wu Yui. Then just cut your hair. Fat Girl. But we traded away all our kitchen knives and big scissors. I can't cut anything with these tiny scissors. Young Mother. I have an electric razor, but there's no power. Luoju. Going bald would be so ugly. Isn't there any other solution? As they debated what to do, a cry for help came through. Zhang Bingbing's husband. Help us! The three of us are tangled together and we can't get free. Zhang Bingbing is about to give birth. Wu Yui. Stay where you are. I'll be right there. When a pregnant woman was involved, everything else had to wait, even if Zhang Bingbing was losing her mind. She still needed care. Jing Shu and Wu Yui donned their sealed raincoats, grabbed an electric razor, and headed to Zhang Bingbing's house. As they walked, their boots squelched on the slippery ground, making soft, squishy noises. That sound meant they were stepping on red worms. But no need to worry. The red worms were as resilient as silk strands. You could step on them several times and still not kill them. Wu Yui stared at the raincoat for a moment before saying to Jing Shu, You've got such incredible luck. You're like a child of destiny. When they arrived at Zhang Bingbing's house, the three people inside were tangled together in a bizarre position, with Zhang Bingbing and her swollen belly sandwiched in the middle. Zhang Bingbing let out strange noises, grabbing the worms in her hair and eating them while giggling gleefully. Animals! Wu Yui cursed. The three were stuck in place, unable to move, because the red worms in their hair had tightly bound them together. Jing Shu took the electric razor and shaved Zhang Bingbing's head first, then shaved the other two. Only then could they finally separate. Don't throw away these worms tangled in the hair. You can exchange them for work credits at the supermarket tomorrow, Wu Yui said to Zhang Bingbing's shameless husband before leaving. The new policy is out. They've officially named them red worms, and they're starting to collect them. I understand. I'll call you again when Zhang Bingbing is about to give birth? Wu Yui muttered a few curses under her breath about the two of them, vowing to call Li Yiqian after the birth to take them away. "Everyone, I'm shaving heads in the basement. If you need it, come on over." Also, the new policy is out. These worms are officially called red worms, and the supermarket will now collect them in exchange for virtual currency. Fat girl. "Oh no, does that mean we'll be eating these worms in the future?" Luo Ju. "The temperature's been dropping lately and the maggots aren't as active. We've been surviving off the stockpile, but it seems like these red worms will become our next food source." "You're absolutely right, Fat girl. These worms are so thin, like strands of hair. They don't look very tasty. I've finally gotten used to eating maggots at least. At least maggots have some meat on them. I don't know how these red worms will taste. But either way, I hate them." The people in the group chat had become much more immune to the idea of eating bugs. Recently, the supply of maggots had sharply decreased, driving the price of a single serving of maggots up to 0.3 virtual coins. People could no longer casually go out and grab handfuls of them like before. Just when the government was getting worried about what to feed the public next, the rain came, and with it, the red worms. The torrential rain wasn't just in Wucheng, but across the whole country. The central government immediately ordered research on the red worms, and within an hour, they had results. Edible, but hard to digest. That's it. The decision was made. The future meals were going to consist of red worms. The new name was announced, and the instructions went out on the government's data network. From the discovery of the red worms to the government's decision to make them a staple of the food supply, it took just 1 hour and 2 minutes. Fat girl complained because she had no choice but to join the others in the basement and let Wu Yui shave her head. "Everyone, gather your hair, take it to exchange for work credits, and feel free to collect worms while you're at it. We don't know how long this rain will last, and the worms might be gone once it stops. Take advantage of this chance to earn more credits. Oh, and these worms don't bite, they're harmless," Wu Yui said in her usual devilish tone. "So after all that, these vicious worms didn't bite? They were just like maggots waiting to be harvested?" "Well, even if I lose my hair, at least I can earn a few credits from these kilos of red worms," Fat girl thought. It's a fair trade. Cutting off thousands of strands of hair seemed to be the solution. No more worries now. Ah, the smooth sensation of rain and red worms on those shiny egg-like heads, so silky and soft. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Goodbye wrinkles. Wait, wrong script. Anyway, the entire neighborhood, regardless of age, had become bald, egg-headed, and focused on cleaning their blankets and clothes. Following Wu Yui's advice, they set about collecting red worms. Oh, all those shiny eggheads glistened in the rain, catching everyone's eye. At 37 degrees C, it felt just like taking a warm shower in the downpour. "Look, what's on the ground?" "That's work credits, dancing work credits." Now everyone understood the value of food and work credits. So, when word spread that the red worms could be exchanged for credits, people eagerly went out to collect them. The newly bald residents had wised up. They used their bed sheets to scoop up worms, collecting entire sheets full. Everyone followed suit. In the second year, the red worms were plentiful only in the first few months. Later on, their numbers dwindled sharply, partly because so many were harvested for food. It was nothing like Australia, where the country was nearly defeated, not by floods, but by the overwhelming infestation of red worms. Australia was a grim example of what happened when red worms were allowed to reproduce unchecked. While the neighborhood scrambled to gather worms, Jing Shu circled the villa, inspecting the 4 massive rainwater tanks. Each was already a quarter full. It seemed that every day she would need to harvest the red worms from the tanks and drain some water. The worms accumulating in Jing Shu's rain tanks alone would be enough to match what the entire neighborhood collected in a day. That's what happens when you see things from a higher perspective. Everything you do is on another level. Back at the villa, Jing Shu didn't relax. She called Jing Ye to help her build a small stone basin at the entrance of the courtyard using large rocks from the nearby hills. "What's this for?" Jing Ye asked, still confused after they'd finished. "You'll see when Aunt Jing Lai gets home," Jing Shu replied, keeping the surprise to herself. "Oh, I told my husband not to come pick me up, but he insisted, saying there were too many red worms. He's not good for much, but he sure loves me." Wei Wei extended her ring finger, showing off a 1-carat diamond ring. "Oh, your husband treats you so well," Jing Lai said, standing at the entrance of the supermarket, directing people to pack up for the day. "Oh, here I am bringing up your sad situation again. Why don't we head home together later? If you ride your bike back, you'll be soaked and covered in worms." "No worries. My niece Jing Shu packed me a raincoat," Jing Lai responded, her cheeks flushing with pride. That niece of hers, so thoughtful and caring. At that moment, Wei Wei's phone rang. "Hey, honey?" "What? You can't come? You're leaving me to go home alone?" Wei Wei's face darkened. "Jing Lai, let's head back together. My husband can't make it after all." "Sure." Wei Wei assumed Jing Lai's raincoat would be an ordinary one, but when Jing Lai stepped into her full-body sealed raincoat, everyone around her shot envious glances. Wei Wei's eyes brimmed with jealousy. Class monitor Jing really came prepared. With this raincoat, she can go anywhere. Jing Lai smiled modestly. "My family prepared it for me. Let's go." Inside, she felt a surge of pride. How lucky she was to have such a wonderful family. "Oh, sure," Wei Wei muttered, wrapping her head in a towel and covering herself in plastic bags before following Jing Lai on her bike ride home from the supermarket. The raincoat looked bulky, but it shielded Jing Lai from the rain and red worms. As raindrops splashed onto her face, red worms bounced off it. Wei Wei suddenly longed for a family like Jing Lai's, and a raincoat like that, instead of a husband who made promises but didn't follow through. Tears streamed down her face. When Jing Lai returned to the villa, she found Jing Shu and her dad filling up the stone basin at the entrance with water. Curious, she asked, "What's this for?" Jing Shu tossed a few bags of salt into the basin and filled it halfway with water. "Auntie, step in and take a spin." Still wearing her raincoat, Jing Lai stepped into the basin, did a little twirl, and when she stepped out, all the red worms clinging to her raincoat had curled up and fallen into the salt water. Jing Ye gave Jing Shu a big thumbs up. The red worms, which couldn't be shaken off the raincoat before, were now easily removed. And the salt water could last for a year without waste, perfect for feeding the chickens later on. That evening, the news reported torrential rain and red worm infestations across the country. Even places as dry as Africa were seeing unusual downpours accompanied by red worms. Governments around the world were still studying the worms. Only China had issued a clear order: eat them. The family continued their lamb hot pot for dinner. The temperature had dropped a few degrees, and they warmed themselves with bowls of lamb soup. Jing Shu upheld the family's tradition by cleaning out the pot and drinking the last of the broth. The rain outside continued to pour, and as Jing Shu practiced her Rubik's Cube in her room, the group chat came alive again, with people unable to sleep from sheer discomfort. "All my blankets are soaked, I can't sleep." "It's freezing. I've got no other blankets or clothes." "I really miss my stinky, moldy blanket." Jing Shu shook her head, focusing on her Rubik's Cube while planting a new batch of fruits and vegetables in her space. The weather was no longer hot, so there was no need to dry them out. She planned to grow crops that would be essential in the second year of the apocalypse. The chaotic events of the first day of the second year in the apocalypse had left everyone reeling. No one anticipated the floods that were soon to come, but the floodwaters were now dangerously close. It was time to start preparing for the floods. Inside her Rubik's Cube space, aside from the precious ginseng still growing, all of the other regular medicinal herbs had fully matured. During the hot weather, Jing Shu had already processed them according to their properties by sun-drying, air-drying, or oven-drying them, and had stored them in her space. The rest had been transplanted into potted plants in the second-floor greenhouse. Jing Shu watered them daily with diluted spiritual spring water, and they were growing well. Jing Shu often moved a few pots around in front of her family members as a way of laying the groundwork. When the herbs were needed again, it would be easier to explain their presence. Now, Jing Shu had replanted a batch of medicinal herbs for the prevention and treatment of rheumatism. She planned to make plenty of medicinal wine, which would be in high demand during the second year of the apocalypse. These herbs would not only provide her with some valuable trade items, but also help keep her family healthy. In her previous life, Jing Shu had suffered enough from such illnesses, so now she was preparing to prevent them. Next month, when these herbs matured, Jing Shu planned to follow specific formulas to brew medicinal wine. However, if she could get her hands on some snakes and scorpions, it would enhance the effectiveness. Jing Shu knew that the 5-snake wine was particularly potent. If only she could get some snakes. Oh, right. The Bodhi tree she had planted a few months ago was nearly mature. Jing Shu was considering transplanting some of its branches into pots once it was fully grown. First, it would help maintain her cover story. Second, she could sell them to wealthy buyers or trade them with the government for resources. As for the rest of the Bodhi, she could keep some for her own use. While multitasking, tending to the fields in her Rubik's Cube space and practicing the Rubik's Cube, Jing Shu noticed something strange. One of the cube's colored tiles seemed to flicker. Was that an illusion? Jing Shu frowned and quickly rotated the cube. She remembered that she had just solved the x2y3 position, so why had it reverted to its previous state? Solving a Rubik's Cube involved following specific algorithms, with each side's center point as the starting point, restoring each color layer by layer. The same principle applied to cubes of any size, but the small square in the middle of the layer she had just solved had somehow reverted to an unsolved color. Could I have made a mistake and not noticed? Jing Shu retraced her steps, solving the 7-layer cube again in 8 minutes. She shook her head. Something's not right. Could the cube be changing colors on its own? After a few more tests with no further anomalies, she gave up on the thought. Maybe it was just an illusion. After practicing with the Rubik's Cube, Jing Shu followed her routine and inspected the villa. All the dehumidifiers in the rooms were running, the central air conditioning was set to dehumidify only, and the wall-mounted heater and underfloor heating were warming the villa to a cozy temperature. The heavy rain outside had no impact on the villa's comfort. Jing Shu also organized the frogs she planned to take to the agricultural department tomorrow before going to bed. Her mother had been right. This rain had come at just the right time, bringing cooler temperatures and an abundant water supply. It had rendered Jing Shu, an honorary frog breeder, almost redundant. After delivering the last batch of several thousand frogs to the agricultural department and returning 5 frogs to Wu Yuai's mentor, Jing Shu only kept 2 frogs that had been nurtured with spiritual spring water. She named them, number 6 and number 7. Yes, you guessed right. Since frog number 6 had been fed with spiritual spring water, it had carved out its own territory under the lotus leaves in the pond and even dared to fight the piranhas for food. Such a frog deserved a proper name. Jing Shu officially adopted the 2 frogs as her pets, and no matter where she went in the future, whether to cold regions or distant islands, she would take them with her. Okay, she mostly kept them to deal with parasites and leeches, but hey, it sounded more sentimental that way. As for whether she would have more pets numbered 2 and 3, well, that was up to fate. The next day, when the whole family was preparing to go out, Jing Shu handed each of them a rain hat she had made herself. If you don't want to come back and have to shave your head, you'd better wear this. The rain hat was not only waterproof but also protected against red worms. Sure, it was ugly, but it was comfortable. Imagine if her mom went to the agricultural department and said hello to a colleague, only for the other person's head to be swarmed by red worms, which then jumped onto her. The two would be stuck together. And that's not even the most embarrassing scenario. Her dad worked at a livestock farm. What if he bent down to look at a pig and ended up entangled with the pig, unable to get free? That would be mortifying. When you're out and about, you have to protect yourself. Lessons learned the hard way, with tears and blood. Once everyone left, Jing Shu got busy preparing for the impending flood. Wucheng was situated in a basin surrounded by mountains, so when the floodwaters came this year, the entire city center would be submerged. However, the more remote areas on the outskirts, like where she lived, would remain relatively intact. The old town, located in the highlands of West Mountain, wouldn't flood, but it was overcrowded, and the buildings were old and unsuitable for further development. Meanwhile, Jing Shu's area was part of a new development zone, sparsely populated and with plenty of newly constructed buildings that were still unoccupied. About half of them were held by property speculators, leaving entire blocks of empty homes. As a result, 7 of the city's 13 district governments had relocated to this area. Jing Shu's neighborhood had become one of the most popular areas in the city, thanks to its prime location, ample space, and villas. It was now considered the best place to live in Wucheng. When half the city was flooded, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, with looters and opportunists taking advantage of the situation. Jing Shu's family would have to evacuate, leaving the villa unguarded. Jing Shu's first priority was to increase the villa's security. The villa was protected by tempered glass barriers, surveillance cameras, and traps, making it difficult for thieves to climb the walls or break through the glass in a short amount of time. The weak point was the front door, which only had a single trap. If someone managed to avoid it and pick the lock, they could get in. To fix this, Jing Shu moved the electric fence closer to the front door. Now, even if someone broke in, they would be electrocuted. Her second line of defense was an array of automatic crossbows that Jing Shu had rigged to the front entrance. If the door opened, the crossbows would be triggered, firing a volley of arrows. They would either kill or severely injure the intruder. And if that wasn't enough, the steel spikes she had installed last year above the entrance would take care of anyone brave enough to step inside. They'd be skewered. Finally, Jing Shu kept a close watch on the security cameras. She would be back in the villa before anyone could disable all the traps. Her second task was to prepare a place to sleep. Originally, she had planned to receive the camper van from Hengjin's logistics company by the end of December. Even if the van was a little banged up, it would be enough to house the whole family for a few days during the flood evacuation. But Hengjin's crew got delayed on the road for over 10 days. Then, they sent her a message saying they had gotten lost and couldn't find their way back. Jing Shu, it's not our fault. It's the road's fault. Jing Shu was utterly speechless. As a professional logistics company responsible for sea, land, and air transport, the fact that they could still get lost made Jing Shu feel completely exasperated. What's next? Roads that teleport? Sure. Keep making things up. Hengjin sent over a photo of the highway. Under the light of large headlights, it was clear that a few meters ahead the road looked normal, but just beyond that, it abruptly transformed into towering black mountains. The mountains were filled with dry, withered trees. Just like that, the massive mountains had blocked their path. There was no way to climb over because of the trees, so they had to either detour or turn back. You probably won't believe this, but I think these mountains are actually moving. So it really is the road's fault, huh? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes as she studied the picture. This looked like a case of tectonic plate displacement. She hadn't realized that tectonic activity had started so early. She had always thought it would begin in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. The massive earthquakes of the 3rd year, according to scientists, were partly caused by seafloor expansion and frequent tectonic movements, which were linked to this year's heavy rains and rising sea levels. It seemed that some of the tectonic plates had already started shifting, and next year the movements would only increase. This would eventually lead to a complete reshuffling of the world map. It would be like taking apart a perfectly complete map and then chaotically reassembling the pieces into a new Earth. In a few years, paths would no longer be paths, and mountains would no longer be mountains. Seeing that Jing Shu hadn't replied, Hengjin sent their current location and said, "Believe it or not, we're detouring around the mountains and planning to take the direct route." Jing Shu opened the map and thought for a moment. With global flooding on the horizon, she didn't want her camper van to get swept away. She advised Hengjin, "I recommend you stick to the mountain route. It's rougher but much safer. Don't go for the direct route, or you might encounter the same problem and have to detour again. Also, with the rain getting heavier, there's a high chance of flooding. It's better to stay on higher ground." Thus, every day, Jing Shu kept in touch with Hengjin to track their location. If, by bad luck, they got caught in a flood, Jing Shu would have to personally go and retrieve the camper van. So, she had to prepare for her family to take shelter in the mountains. Otherwise, they'd end up like in her previous life, Rushing out with nothing and spending several cold nights in a mountain cave, drinking rainwater when thirsty, eating nothing but air when hungry, and curling up to sleep when exhausted. She remembered the government official's child eating canned mystery meat while everyone in the cave salivated. At night they shivered from the cold, while the wind howled around them. The damp wood on the mountain couldn't be burned. When they finally found some dry firewood in the cave, there were no matches or lighters left to start a fire. These had been out of production for a long time, and no one had used them in years. There weren't even cigarettes around anymore. A dozen men spent 2 hours rubbing sticks together to create a fire. Rubbing sticks to start a fire was exhausting. A real workout, no argument there. That's why, in this life, Jing Shu had bought plenty of matches. Those matches were a result of her past tears and hardship. Oh, and don't ever roast red worms over a fire. They taste like burnt hair, scratch your throat, and the smell is unbearable, like roasting durian. If anyone ever tries to roast red worms in front of Jing Shu again in this life, she swears she'll knock them out. Speaking of preparations, the outdoor gear Jing Shu bought last year was finally going to come in handy. She went to the second floor to pack everything they'd need so they could leave immediately when the time came. 7 military-grade tents, waterproof, windproof, breathable, and with one-button setup. She also packed down-filled sleeping bags, waterproof ground mats, and insulated rain boots, all essential for the coming days of rain. Jing Shu also planned to bundle up some of the wooden boards from the backyard to tie onto the car roof. These could be used as windbreaks or for privacy in the mountains. The boards would also prevent the tent from sinking into the ground when the rainwater accumulated. Even the most waterproof tent wouldn't hold up after several days of downpours, and the water in the cave could rise to ankle height. She was determined to ensure they had a dry, comfortable place to sleep. Without preparation, they'd be sleeping in wet mud filled with red worms. Absolute misery. Jing Shu also packed portable cooking gear and a multifunctional kettle to brew ginger tea to keep warm. She grabbed a few barrels of mineral water as well. As for food, 3 days' worth should be enough, and it shouldn't be anything too fragrant or attractive to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Jing Shu had just finished preparing some convenient portable food over the past 2 days, which she would conveniently take with her when they left. On January 2nd, 2024, during the New Year's holiday, the supermarket was open for 3 days of self-service dining. It had been a busy time for Jing Lai. The reason for the extended opening was the introduction of a new food source, red worms. After an emergency meeting, the government decided to serve them for the first time today, making public reaction very important. 2 days earlier, the director had been lounging with his feet on the desk, asking, "How do you think we should get people to accept eating red worms? Based on the tests, you've all tasted them. They're not as good as grain worms. They get stuck in your teeth, they have a fishy smell, and their texture is unpleasant. When fried, they dry out and taste like rubber bands. Let's use the holiday as an opportunity for a few days of self-service dining to help people get used to the taste. Boiling them in water to remove the fishiness and mixing them with rice and grain worms might make them more palatable. Let's offer a raffle. Anyone who eats red worms for 10 consecutive days can enter, and the winner gets a job at our supermarket." The director waved his hand. "All right, let's go with that. Jing Lai, you're in charge tomorrow." This was the first time Jing Lai had been given such a big responsibility, and she was nervous. She started early, double-checking the ingredients and making sure everything was in place. After hours of preparation, everything was running smoothly. As she watched the orderly crowd in the cafeteria, Jing Lai finally let out a sigh of relief. Hopefully nothing goes wrong today. Jing Lai adjusted the rain hat Jing Shu had given her, grateful for it. The events of yesterday had proven that without the hat, she might have made a fool of herself, which would have been a minor issue compared to the chaos it could have caused. She glanced at the new automatic life vest on her right hand and resolved to always use whatever Jing Shu gave her from now on. It might save her life one day. Just as she was lost in thought, a panicked voice rang out from outside. "Flood! The flood is coming! Water's rushing in! Flood! Ah!" Outside, the blaring of alarm sirens filled the air, followed by the roar of water. Jing Lai looked down at the automatic life vest in her hand, her expression growing more resolute. She grabbed the loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. To prevent a stampede, follow the staff to the 4th floor of the mall and wait for rescue. I repeat." Despite Jing Lai's hopes that nothing else would go wrong, something did. Yesterday, a group of people came into the supermarket after being caught in the rain, bringing in a lot of red worms on their heads. Some people hadn't even removed the red worms from earlier. With the self-service dining opening for the first time, there were a lot of people. Then, the red worms, which loved to jump around, got tangled in everything. It was a chaotic mess. Whether you were there to eat or serving food, everyone got tangled up together and couldn't move. The scene was... The entire cafeteria turned into complete chaos. Some people were crying after being stepped on, others were wailing as their hair got tangled, and those who tried to help also got ensnared in the mess. The women with long hair were getting yanked around like they were being drawn and quartered. It hurt just watching. Wei Wei was one of the victims. Her gorgeous wavy hair was tangled with the hair of 7 or 8 men, all of whom were running in different directions. She was furious enough to want to kill them. Only Jing Lai stood there calmly, her hair securely wrapped inside a rain hood. Wei Wei, who had laughed at her earlier, was now staring in wide-eyed disbelief. "My niece gave me an electric shaver. I'll shave your heads clean. Everyone in my neighborhood has already shaved their heads bald." "No, I don't want to shave my head." Wei Wei burst into tears, terrified that if she became ugly, her husband would leave her. Jing Lai ignored her, picked up the shaver, and started shaving everyone's heads one by one. Eventually, the situation was resolved. The supervisor even praised Jing Lai for her quick thinking and arranged for a dozen more shavers to be brought in, instructing the security guards at the entrance to shave everyone's heads before they entered to receive food. All those shiny, bald heads. It was a comforting sight. As for the red worms on the floor, they weren't going to waste. Boil them in water and voila, you have a new soup dish. Since the hair was all their own, surely no one would mind, right? "Let's hope nothing goes wrong tomorrow," the supervisor said. Unfortunately, the very next day, a massive flood hit. The eggheads were frantically climbing the stairs, the water already up to their knees and rising fast. The flood came with such force that there was nothing anyone could do. Outside, everything was pitch black. You couldn't see a thing except for the glittering reflections of the water and the roaring flood. Jing Lai sighed as she directed people to the upper floors and instructed the staff, "Move any floating materials like tables and wooden boards upstairs. If the flood reaches us here, we need something to stay afloat." The armed police sounded the alarms and were dispatched immediately. There was also a nearby oil-based community with a population of over 10,000. The flood had come so suddenly that no one had been prepared. After all, it had only been raining for 3 days. How could there be a flood already? At the same time, the Chinese government issued a red alert, detecting a rapid rise in sea levels. People in coastal areas were urged to evacuate to higher ground immediately. The message was clear. With sea levels rising this fast, many islands could potentially be submerged. The Wucheng government also issued an emergency notification through the national data system, advising all residents in the city center to evacuate northward immediately, regardless of whether their homes had been flooded. Those living in higher areas like Xishan district and the northern region were advised to stay put for now but remain on alert. Wang Qiki. "Everyone, there's a massive flood at the IGA supermarket. It's headed toward the city center. I wonder if we'll be affected here. A neighbor went to buy food and got trapped at IGA. I heard the water has already reached the 3rd floor. It's that bad." Wang Tuihua sent a voice message. "Thank goodness we plan to go get food later this afternoon." Luo Ju. "What if the flood comes our way? Where do we go?" Wang Qiti. "Run to the top floor. Where else? It's pouring rain outside." Jing Shu stretched lazily, satisfied that she had made all the necessary preparations. She was just about to relax with some cucumber slices on her face and fried chicken in her hand when Wu Yui rushed in, panicked. "Jing Shu, my mom is trapped at IGA supermarket. She just called and said the water is rising fast. It's already over the 3rd floor. The rescue teams are swamped. Can I borrow your submarine? I'll go get her." Jing Shu smacked her forehead. She had remembered that her dad's livestock farm was in Shishan, and her mom's agricultural office was in the development zone, both safe from the flood. But she had completely forgotten that IGA supermarket was at the flood's entry point, where all the water was pouring into Wucheng's basin, turning half the city into a water world. Don't worry, I equipped your mom with an automatic life vest. Even if the flood reaches the top of the building, she'll be safe for a while. You don't know how to operate the submarine, and that could be dangerous. I'll go get her myself. Wu Yui clutched her clothes tightly, her knuckles white. Be careful on the way. If it gets too dangerous, don't push yourself. If anything happens to you, Grandma will kill me. I'm not one to take risks. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Just don't tell Grandma yet. After donning her raincoat and strapping on 2 automatic life vests, Jing Shu set off in her shark submarine. She couldn't help but feel grateful to Su Mali. Without her, Jing Shu wouldn't know how to handle today's situation. In her previous life, she had never shopped at IGA supermarket, so she hadn't experienced this flood firsthand. It was pure luck that this time, she had the equipment she needed. After just 10 kilometers, Jing Shu's shark submarine moved from land into water. The rain was torrential, and the floodwaters were immense. In the dim light, Jing Shu's experience was far from pleasant. The floodwaters relentlessly battered the submarine. Though the shark submarine was moving against the current, the resistance was immense, making it hard to control. She also had to be careful not to collide with any buildings. Luckily, Jing Shu had night vision and a steady hand. Otherwise, she would have crashed into a telephone pole in the darkness. By the time she reached IGA supermarket, the entire area was submerged in water. Even the telephone poles were gone from sight. Only the roof of the supermarket remained visible, crowded with people, bald heads shining in the dim light, and the water was still surging into Wucheng. Jing Shu estimated that the water in the city center must have reached thigh level by now. In her previous life, it was around this time that the government issued evacuation orders. Her family had fled in a panic, leaving everything behind. But the most ridiculous part was that some people, relying on the height of their apartment buildings, thought the flood couldn't possibly reach them. In less than a day, however, even buildings that were dozens of meters tall were completely submerged. Wucheng's basin had such a low elevation that even the tallest buildings were no match for the flood. By the time the water poured in, the entire city center was underwater, and Wucheng had turned into Lake Wucheng. Jing Lai, who was trapped in IGA supermarket, stood on the roof, steadfast and calm. A woman named Wei Wei, with her glamorous curls now gone, was begging Jing Lai. Jing Lai, please let me wear your life vest. You're a good swimmer, you won't be in danger. My husband knows someone, and they're on their way to rescue us. We'll all be saved soon. Uh-huh. So you agree? Nope. Then why did you say uh-huh? Uh-huh. Jing Lai, I'm begging you, at least let me wear your raincoat, okay? Uh-huh. I see now why your husband divorced you, Wei Wei snapped, gritting her teeth. This woman was completely immune to reason. Smack. A heavy slap landed on Wei Wei's cheek. Jing Lai calmly replied, maybe it's because I hit him like this too many times. Wei Wei. Oh no, she's terrifying. I've had enough of you, buzzing like a fly all day, Jing Lai snapped. You just wait. Someone's coming to rescue me soon. You'll be left here to drown. Xiaowen, I'll take you with me when we go. Wei Wei sobbed, covering her face. Just then, a shark fin appeared on the dark surface of the water, rapidly approaching the building. Look, what's that? Oh my God, is it a shark? Those hoping for rescue stared anxiously, too hungry to care, occasionally opening their mouths to eat a few red worms. The roof was packed with customers and supermarket staff. When someone shouted, everyone's attention turned to the mysterious shape in the water. A young man pulled out his phone and started recording. Here we are, trapped on the roof of IGA supermarket for the second hour, and what seems to be a shark is swimming toward us. Wow, it's so fast and cool. Wait, it's not a shark. Look, there's a light on it. Oh my God, it's a speedboat. In the blink of an eye, the shark-like vehicle arrived at the roof. The sound of its motor echoed, grabbing everyone's attention, and people began to realize it was some sort of speedboat. The crowd buzzed with excitement, cheering. Is it the police? Are they here to save us? Don't be silly. Why would the police show up in a shark boat? And that thing's so small it can't save many people. What are we going to do? The water's rising fast. If it keeps going, we'll all drown here, won't we? I don't want to die, someone sobbed. Among the sea of bald heads, Jing Shu spotted Jing Lai, wearing a rain hat and raincoat. She steered the shark boat directly toward her. The motor roared as Jing Shu struggled to keep the boat steady. She opened the window, shouting over the wind, rain, and red worms. "Aunt, are you okay?" "Jing Shu? How did you get here in this flood?" "I'm fine, thanks to all the gear you gave me," Jing Lai shouted back, equally thrilled. She had been prepared to swim back home if rescue hadn't arrived, but with the fierce current, anyone who fell into the water would be swept away. "Come on, hurry up! I didn't tell Grandma that you were stuck in this flood. If she found out, she'd be crying her eyes out," Jing Shu shouted over the noise. So, this speedboat had come just to pick someone up. Wei Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. This was Jing Lai's niece. While she was here waiting for rescue, Jing Lai's niece had come personally to save her. How lucky could someone be? At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to plead desperately, "Please, save us too! Help me! I don't want to die!" The young man continued filming with his phone. "That shark boat is seriously cool, and it's being driven by a girl. Too bad she's only here to rescue her family. The rest of us are probably going to die here." Jing Lai, after her initial excitement, became conflicted. As part of the supermarket's management team, she couldn't just leave everyone behind. "Jing Shu, can we figure out a way to save these people too?" Jing Shu frowned and shouted back, "Aren't the police from the second unit stationed nearby? Why aren't they sending rescue teams?" Jing Lai yelled back, "The flood hit the oil base first, where the buildings are old and the water's rising fast. There are elderly people and children there. They told us to hold out here because this building is higher, but it doesn't look like we'll last much longer." Fortunately, IGA supermarket had 3 floors above the ground. Otherwise, it would have been submerged already. Jing Shu didn't naturally think about saving others. Her experiences in the previous life had taught her to prioritize her own survival. In this life, she decided she'd save people when it was within her abilities. But she couldn't go beyond that. Jing Shu shouted, "Wait a minute! Everyone quiet down for a second. I'll call Officer Li Yitian to find out when the rescue will arrive." The noisy crowd fell silent immediately. Though they didn't expect the small boat to save them all, they placed their hopes on this girl, who might be able to summon help from the police. The young man kept filming, capturing Jing Shu as she said, "Officer Li, I just wanted to ask where the nearest emergency shelter is. I'll take responsibility for evacuating the people from the supermarket." "Okay, got it. Have someone waiting there for us," she said into the phone. Most of the crowd heard Jing Shu's words. In the storm and rain, everyone had to shout, but the atmosphere remained tense and uncertain. No one knew how this girl was planning to save them all with such a small boat. After ending the call, Jing Shu looked determined. Although she had become desensitized to death, she couldn't ignore these lives when it was within her power to save them. If saving them was simple and didn't expose any of her secrets, she would do it. "From now on, let's make the most of the time we have." Jing Shu couldn't keep count of how many bald heads there were, but there were a lot. As she quickly calculated in her head, her long practice with Rubik's cubes proved useful, as her mental math had improved exponentially. Shijuju continued recording the scene. "Oh my God, this girl says she's going to transfer all of us. How is she planning to move over 1,000 people?" Jing Lai was startled as well. "Jing Shu, don't talk nonsense. How can you possibly move so many people? You should call Officer Li and ask him to send some reinforcements." "Yeah, I mean, we really appreciate it, but there are so many of us." Jing Shu shouted back, "Stop wasting time. The oil base has only transferred half of its people, and it'll be at least 2 hours before they finish. The city center is also flooded, and everyone's busy evacuating to higher ground. There's no way any rescue forces can get to this remote supermarket. If you don't want to die, just follow my instructions." Jing Shu pulled out 10 climbing ropes from the back of the shark boat. These ropes were of the highest quality, virtually uncuttable and with extremely high load capacity. Jing Shu had originally prepared them for crossing snow-covered mountains during the migration, but she hadn't expected to use them today. She instructed Jing Lai to bring over floating items like planks of wood, which they had collected during the initial evacuation. Jing Shu then tied the bald-headed crowd together using the climbing ropes, much like prisoners were tied up in ancient times. Each rope was also attached to a plank or large basin to give people buoyancy and prevent them from sinking. Soon, the tail of the shark boat was pulling 5 long strings of tightly packed people, each clutching onto a plank or basin. While the person at the front of the line was at the most risk, many people who knew how to swim volunteered to take the lead. Everyone knew that the further back you were, the more dangerous it became. Can that little shark boat really tow so many people? Look at the flood. It's so strong it could sweep us all away. Jing Shu tossed the remaining ropes to Jing Lai. "Aunt, you're in charge of getting the next group ready. I'll be back for them soon." Jing Lai, still in disbelief, nodded numbly. "Oh, okay." Shijuju recorded the scene with his waterproof phone. "I can't believe it. This girl actually came up with a plan. She even brought enough rope for everyone. But can she really tow 6 or 7 dozen people?" No sooner had he said this than the sound of the engine roared to life, a deep, powerful hum as Jing Shu floored the throttle. "Everyone, hold on tight. It might get a little bumpy, but we'll get there. Let's go." With a thunderous roar, the shark boat shot forward, sending waves 4 meters high into the air and soaking the group behind her. In the blink of an eye, the boat and its human cargo disappeared from view, leaving only a trail of screams in their wake. The 280 horsepower engine could pull 60 tons of cargo, and this 280 horsepower shark boat was no exception. It could reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour on water and was known for its powerful acceleration, capable of launching into the air for brief moments. What's more, Jing Shu was traveling downstream. Fortunately, her experience from her previous life gave her the confidence to make such bold claims. She knew exactly how to navigate this year's floodwaters. She was moving downstream at an angle which, although longer, would be faster. Heading directly downstream would only take her into the city. The supermarket was positioned in the middle of the floodplain, and Jing Shu's task was to get the people to the riverbank, where there was an emergency shelter. Officer Li had informed her that personnel would be waiting there. Pushing the shark boat to its limits, Jing Shu flew downstream at 60 kilometers per hour, covering 4 kilometers in just 4 minutes. The water was deep, and there were no high-rise buildings or power poles in this remote area, just an endless expanse of water. She successfully delivered the first group to the shallow water, then quickly headed back. By the time they reached safety, many people were coughing and choking on water. Some had even passed out, while others were left with bruises from the ropes. But these injuries seemed insignificant in the face of survival. "Thank you, young lady." "Thank you so much. We didn't think it would actually work. Let's hurry up and get out of the way so she can save the next group." Returning upstream took 3 minutes because she was going against the current. Meanwhile, the shark boat's incredible speed gave everyone at the supermarket renewed hope. No one understood exactly how those people had been towed away, but at this pace it seemed possible that all of them could be rescued. The second group was even more eager to be saved. Shijuju, recording again, said, "Look, I'm in the second group now. We're all tied up and ready to go. Oh, look, the shark boat's already here. Wow, it only took a few minutes. This speed is insane." As soon as the boat arrived, Jing Lai efficiently switched the ropes. Jing Shu personally tied the group of bald-headed people to the boat's tail. Once everyone had secured their makeshift floats, she floored the throttle again and sped away. Shijuju tied his phone to himself. "Oh my god, gurgle, gurgle. It's so gurgle. Thrilling. It's like, gurgle, gurgle." For the first time, Shijuju realized how painful it was to be hit by water at high speed. The waves crashing against his face reminded him of how his mother used to slap him as a child. Only now, it stung even more. And there were red worms mixed in with the water. The speed was so intense that even closing his mouth felt like a challenge. Anytime he opened it, Wind and rain poured in, and his throat betrayed him by swallowing constantly. In just a few minutes, he had swallowed several liters of water, and his stomach was bulging. To make matters worse, a woman next to him kept bumping into him, looking oddly pleased by the whole ordeal. With a perfect turn, Jing Shu delivered the group to the riverbank. Everyone felt dizzy and disoriented, vomiting profusely. Shijuju patted the tail of the shark boat. "Cough, cough, that young lady. She's tough, she doesn't talk much, but her skills are incredible. She's off to rescue more people now. If everything goes smoothly, she'll be able to save all 1,000 of us. I really hope I get the chance to meet her and thank her in person. For now, I'll stop recording. Someone's coming to pick us up. I'll update you after we're settled." Jing Shu worked tirelessly, making trip after trip. Finally, just as the floodwaters began to engulf the rooftop, she tied the last large group of people to the tail of the shark boat. These 100 or so people were beyond grateful for making it in time. Jing Lai, sitting in the shark boat, felt anxious. It was like a sled dog pulling a dozen people through the floodwaters. The engine whined with effort. Jing Shu secretly refueled the boat with the diesel she had stored, thankful for her habit of always keeping supplies on hand. Li Yitian, dressed in his military uniform, waited anxiously in the pouring rain. "It's been 10 minutes. Why aren't they here yet? She said it would only take 5 minutes." Just then, a shark fin appeared in the distance, struggling through the wind and rain. Li Yiqian swore he wasn't even this excited on his wedding night. Grabbing the bald man's shoulder, his face lit up with joy. "Get a move on, you dog! Help drag the people up here!" The shark boat was fighting against the floodwaters but couldn't quite reach the shore. Thankfully, Li Yiqian had brought a dozen police officers who helped pull everyone to safety. As Li Yiqian was pulling up the bald man, he enthusiastically shook Jing Shu's hand. "Really, Jing Shu, I don't know how to thank you. You've done something incredible. You're my lifesaver now. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Also, I'll make sure you get the recognition you deserve for this rescue." Li Yiqian could hardly describe his shock and joy when his nephew, Li Bailong, had suddenly reported that Jing Shu had managed to transfer all the people from the supermarket to the temporary shelter. It was a surprise even greater than winning 5 million in the lottery. He had never expected such an extraordinary ability from someone who seemed so ordinary. People really are full of surprises. "Well, thank you in advance, Officer Li." Jing Lai, standing nearby, was surprised. "Director, what are you doing here?" Li Yiqian pushed the bald-headed man forward. "This guy calls himself a director? He just pushes all the work onto others. Well, now the number of deaths in the supermarket will be counted against him. By the way, I heard your aunt was one of the key figures in organizing the rescue?" Jing Shu squinted slightly. Li Yiqian was quick to offer his goodwill. Her aunt's promotion and fortune were just around the corner. "Yes, my aunt did a lot. She was the one who organized people to gather planks and basins and directed everyone to higher floors. She also personally oversaw the evacuation until the very last group was transferred. I helped a lot too." Suddenly, Wei Wei jumped in, desperate to get credit. With a slap, Jing Lai hit her again. You? You were just a hindrance. Don't think I didn't notice you secretly tying yourself to 2 ropes. I just didn't have time to deal with you." Jing Lai had given up caring about decorum. With so many deaths and such a huge disaster, she figured her position might not survive the fallout. Li Yiqian waved his hand. "Cuff him." Li Bailong swiftly handcuffed the bald director. After making his stance clear, Li Yiqian continued. "Your aunt did an outstanding job. I'll make sure she gets promoted to director of the supermarket, and I'll recommend her for a second-class merit award." Wei Wei held her face, her mouth agape. Only now did she realize what was happening. They were dividing the spoils. Officer Li was deliberately paying back a favor to Jing Lai's niece. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." Wei Wei sobbed as she ran off. She felt like a fool, having jumped in before fully understanding the situation. From today onward, her former peer Jing Lai would likely jump 3 levels to become the top of the IGS supermarket. Jing Shu smiled in satisfaction and led the still stunned Jing Lai home. Even after they arrived, Jing Lai was still in shock. She had thought it would take her another 6 months to become a full-time employee, 3 years to aim for a manager position, and 5 years to try for a director role. But now, with just a few words, it was all hers. As she watched Jing Shu drive off in the shark boat, Li Yitian waved his hand, signaling his nephew. "Tell me again, in detail, about the time you went to her house." Scratching his head, Li Bailong began recounting the story. "And then she helped us catch Wang Zhong, gave us a bag of wood ear mushrooms, and when you told us to deal with Wang Zhong harshly, she gave us a bag of soybeans. I think this girl is generous, tough on her enemies but good to her allies. Today, she proved that she has a good heart." "You two finally came home, huh? If it weren't for your father letting it slip, I wouldn't have known the supermarket was flooded. You've got some guts taking that boat out like that. Weren't you worried about not finding your way back?" "You really scared me to death. Don't ever do something like this again." "It's fine, as long as you're safe." "Mom, Jing Shu, come eat." Jing Nai and Jing Ma, having been worried, had called several times to check on them. They finally felt relieved when they heard that Jing Shu had safely rescued everyone. The whole family was waiting at the door. Jing Shu and Jing Lai took off their raincoats, washed their hands, and sat down for dinner. The family quickly devoured the entire meal. Jing Dad brought home 4 or 5 chickens and a whole pig from the farm, saying that the livestock facility was on break. "Our agriculture bureau is closed too. The city is completely submerged. From the looks of the flooding and the heavy rain, it's not going to subside anytime soon. It might even get worse." After finishing a bowl of soup, Jing Dad added, "I'm not sleeping tonight. I'll keep watch outside. No one knows if the water will reach us." Wu Yui said, "I've already told everyone in the group that they'll need to take care of their own meals for the next few days. Tonight I'll give out the keys to the higher floors. Maybe we should all sleep on the top floor just in case?" Although Jing Shu knew the flood wouldn't reach them, she didn't object. After all, peace of mind is priceless. Besides, if things didn't go the way she remembered and the water did rise, the consequences could be devastating. The whole family quickly agreed to sleep on the top floor of Building 25. Wu Yui also arranged for dozens of other households to do the same. "The tents I bought 2 years ago will come in handy. We'll take them and sleep in the tents tonight. It's still pretty cold at night." They didn't need to take much with them, just the tents and some essentials. Anything else they needed could be fetched later. The only downside was the long climb up 18 floors. Just then, the television, white noise crackling on the screen, suddenly came to life. It was 7:00 p.m., and the news broadcast had started. As expected, the news covered the widespread flooding and then delivered some grim information. The sea level was still rising rapidly, meaning today's flood was just the beginning. Experts came forward to say, "I told you so. My predictions were spot on. The sea level will rise enough to submerge 30% of the world's inland areas. Everyone, prepare yourselves." As of 6 p.m. today, Hainan Island has been completely submerged. Thankfully, there were no casualties. The entire population was successfully evacuated in December last year. This is the first time in the history of China that an island evacuation was completed with 0 casualties. The news was both shocking and inspiring. Though many had opposed the initial mass evacuation and the 2 rounds of relocations last year, it had ultimately saved countless lives. The policy had been proven correct. Meanwhile, reports indicated that Japan and Indonesia were on the brink of being submerged, with massive casualties already. Despite the urgent evacuations that had begun when the rains started, countless lives had been lost to the rising waters. Jing Shu shook her head. This year, many island nations had disappeared, and Earth's population had dropped by 20%. The TV screen switched to fast-motion satellite footage. Huge waves, tens of meters high, crashed violently, submerging half of the skyscrapers. The spread of the seawater was shockingly fast, engulfing entire cities within minutes. Within an hour, the whole city vanished under the water. In the face of such disasters, human life appeared incredibly insignificant. In less than a day, the entire island was submerged, except for a few mountain peaks barely sticking out of the water. The footage left everyone in shock. The predictions from last year had come true. Was Earth really going to be completely covered by the ocean? International news reports indicate that the only region currently unaffected by the floods is the African highlands, and local governments are encouraging people to continue living in underground caves. European countries are currently negotiating a migration to Africa. We will continue to follow this story. Africa had avoided flooding only because of its high elevation, but the delay was just a matter of days. Jing looked on, terrified. Even tall buildings are being submerged. Are we still safe in our high-rise apartment? What if Wucheng gets flooded too? What will we do? The whole family was gripped with fear. If entire nations were being submerged, what hope did a city have? Wu Yui held up her phone. Don't worry, Grandma. Big data is showing the latest updates for Wucheng. It's refreshed every half hour, and right now all the floodwaters are heading toward the city center. We're not in its path. That's right, Grandma. We're on the edge of the mountains and the elevation is high. You can relax, Jing Shu added, trying to ease everyone's anxiety. She continued, We'll wear the emergency life jackets on our wrists while we sleep, and I have 2 inflatable boats. Even if the flood reaches us, we won't have to worry. After dinner, the family discussed emergency flood evacuation procedures before everyone went to pack their things. Starting that night, the whole family conscientiously wore the emergency life jackets on their wrists. Jing Shu sat in the yard, eating a hairy crab. She meticulously devoured the crab legs before moving on to the roe in the middle, tossing the empty shells to the plump chicken which swallowed them whole. Who knew if it could taste anything? Jing Shu took the opportunity to mentally organize her space. After upgrading her space to the 6th level, she had gained several dozen cubic meters of storage. She had moved everything that could be damaged by moisture out of the basement and into the space. Now it was nearly full again. It seemed unlikely she would be able to upgrade the space enough to store all the supplies from the house before the migration. Wu Yui reported the latest news to the family in the group chat every half hour. Everyone. The flood has already reached the 4th floor of buildings in the new district. All residents of the petroleum community in the development zone have been evacuated, and the old city remains unaffected. 5 other flooded districts are still in the process of evacuation. The flood's flow has increased by 1/3, but it's still quite far from our community. Despite the reassurances, over 70 people in the chat decided to stay on the upper floors. They packed up their damp bedding and headed upstairs. That night, once everything was packed, Jing Shu brought the tents, blankets, mats, water, food, and, of course, the portable toilets upstairs. Jing even suggested bringing the pigs and chickens. Grandma, you're going to carry a pig up to the 18th floor? Jing Shu teased. That put an end to the idea. Grandma reluctantly fed the animals one last time before joining the others. They left the plump chicken to guard the villa. Jing Shu locked the doors, activated the traps and surveillance systems, and finally left. The family used the underground passage to reach Building 25 so they didn't get wet. Having drunk a year's worth of spiritual spring water, the whole family was in excellent health. They climbed all the way to the top floor without breaking a sweat, and Jing Shu, carrying a huge load of luggage, was running ahead of them with frightening speed. Jing Ma swept the floor, Jing Dad mopped it twice, and Jing Lai wiped everything down with a cloth, spraying some herbal oil around. They were used to the clean environment of the villa, so living in a dark, damp shell of a building was going to take some getting used to. No matter, they'd adapt tonight, as they'd be moving to the mountain tomorrow. All the commotion from Jing Shu's family, carrying their bedding, tents, and supplies, attracted the attention of Fat Niu, who was also staying on the top floor. She shone her flashlight outside, and, seeing the grand setup, sheepishly said, "Sorry to bother you. We just put on a few layers of clothes and came up here to sleep. We thought everyone would do the same. You folks take your time." The little incident passed quickly. Jing Shu's grandpa finished laying the planks, and Jing Shu set up the pop-up tents. She inflated the emergency boats as well, ensuring her family had the safest possible setup before everyone went to bed. "You all sleep. I've got good eyesight, so I'll stand watch," Jing Dad said, still feeling uneasy. Jing Shu crawled into her cozy sleeping bag, zipped up the tent, stripped off her clothes, and was asleep in seconds, unaware that she had made waves on the news in Wucheng. It was a good night's sleep, but at 6 a.m. she was shaken awake. "Jing Shu, wake up! The flood's coming! We have to go now!" Jing Ma unzipped the tent and shook Jing Shu vigorously, apparently unafraid of giving her a concussion. The flood's coming? That didn't sound right. Had she misremembered, or had history changed? Jing Shu quickly put on her sportswear and then layered up with a down jacket. It was still cold in the early morning. "How far has the flood reached?" she asked, just as Jing Dad's snores reached her ears. Wu Yui, sporting panda eyes from lack of sleep, said, "The city center is completely submerged. Buildings over 30 stories tall have disappeared. Last night, tens of thousands of people ignored the evacuation orders, thinking they'd be safe in the high-rises. The latest report says they've all disappeared. The whole city is now a vast ocean. The flood has already spilled over from IGA supermarket. It's rising slowly, but at this rate it could reach us in a few hours." Jing Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It was still the same as last time. The flood wouldn't reach them. There are 35 emergency shelters in Wucheng, but most are already underwater. The remaining ones filled up yesterday. The one we've been assigned to is Red Mountain Ecological Park, which has the highest elevation and can hold over 100,000 people. It's not far from us. Red Mountain Ecological Park was a famous Wucheng landmark, heavily funded by the government as a disaster shelter. It was well-maintained, sturdy, and equipped with various emergency facilities. The mountain itself was hollowed out. In addition to a massive central cave, there were thousands of smaller caves forming an intricate maze. It was so vast that it could take hours to explore fully. How ironic. In her previous life, Jing Shu had spent 3 unforgettable, desperate days in that mountain with her family. Was fate going to make her relive that experience? Wu Yui sighed. "Let's pack up and go. If the flood gets any closer, we'll be out of time. I'll go gather the others." One of the miseries of being a reborn person. Knowing full well that the flood wouldn't reach their neighborhood, Jing Shu still had to pretend to be scared and follow everyone to the evacuation shelter. She couldn't just confidently say, "I know the water won't reach here," and force the family to stay behind, only to face potential regret and fear at the last minute, right? Despite the high ground of Jing Shu's neighborhood, the events of last night, where the highest buildings in the center of Wucheng were submerged, over 10,000 people disappeared from the upper floors, and island nations were entirely swallowed by the sea, had left everyone terrified. Hearing that the floodwaters were approaching their community, they hurriedly decided to escape to the even higher ground of Red Mountain Ecological Park. Wu Yui had gathered everyone for departure. As the neighborhood coordinator, her job was relatively easy. Only 70 or so people remained in the community now, though once the floodwaters didn't recede and the government started cramming people into the neighborhood, tens of thousands might end up living there. The overcrowding would be horrific. Jing Shu's family quickly packed up for the evacuation. Jing Shu woke her dad, who went to release the water from the villa's storage tanks. The most expensive tents they had bought in the past were proving their worth. Lightweight, easy to use, and quick to pack. Within minutes, the family's tents were neatly stored away. Jing Shu loaded all the luggage, bedding, and supplies onto the rooftop storage rack of the family car. Thanks to Jing Shu's foresight and preparation, they were leaving in an orderly fashion rather than in a panicked rush. They had pre-packed down jackets, everyday essentials, portable cooking gear, a gas stove, soup pots, multi-purpose kettles, a large barrel of bottled water, ready-made food, cured meat, spicy dried meat, pickles, portable toilets, various dry towels, hand warmers, herbal oil, and more. The family watched in awe as Jing Shu stuffed everything into the trunk. When that was full, she loaded the clothes and daily necessities onto the car's roof rack, covering everything with plastic. Finally, she secured wooden planks on top of it all, wrapping them tightly. The BYD Song SUV looked twice its normal height. To a casual observer, it would have looked like they were moving house. Everyone was left speechless. Something about the situation felt off, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. After a while, Jing Dad finally spoke up. "Aren't we evacuating? Should we really be bringing this much stuff? Looks more like we're going on a vacation." Jing Shu couldn't tell them they'd only be gone for a few days, so she said, "Don't worry. I've secured all the food in sealed containers in the basement. Even if the villa gets flooded, I have the submarine and diving suits to retrieve it. Bringing too much food will just attract unwanted attention. What if dozens of people try to rob us?" Jing Shu's reasoning made sense. They were already bringing plenty of food, enough to last half a month, right? Jing Lai delivered a zinger. "But what you're carrying already screams, 'Come rob us.'" No. Jing Shu was sure she'd see people with far flashier setups later on. Just wait and see. Jing Nai had initially wanted to bring all the livestock along. In the end, she had to settle for tying them up and giving them life jackets, with Jing Shu promising to check on them daily. However, Jing Nai insisted on bringing the prized chicken, saying, "This chicken lays 20 eggs a day. It must survive no matter what." The whole family donned their rain boots and full-body rain gear and finally headed out. Jing Dad drove the car while Jing Nai, Jing Grandpa, Jing Mom, and Jing Lai filled the seats. 2 more spots were taken up by supplies. The chicken, cradled in Jing Nai's lap, enjoyed special treatment. Jing Shu rode the shark submarine with Wu Yui for its greater mobility, and to keep an eye on the main group from the neighborhood. Wu Yui gathered everyone in just 10 minutes. The rest of the neighborhood had little to pack, mostly just wearing extra clothes and wrapping themselves in plastic bags. The more fortunate ones had raincoats to wear over the bags. But it was all useless. Based on Jing Shu's experience, unless it was a full-body raincoat, they were better off not wearing anything. The red worms loved to crawl into small gaps, and the consequences, well, not good. Everyone rode bicycles, and they set off in a noisy procession. Jing Shu spotted Zheng Bingbing, heavily pregnant, looking surprisingly well. She and the others eyed the shark submarine with envy. "Of course the villa people have something like this," they murmured. 4 consecutive days of heavy rain had caused even the higher areas to flood. Jing Dad's bud song struggled through the water, and the family had breakfast as they drove. Jing Nai's handmade flatbread with pickles and dried meat, washed down with hot tea. Jing Shu and Wu Yui ate the same breakfast aboard the shark submarine, but once Jing Shu started eating, she couldn't stop. She polished off an entire jar of spicy beef jerky, causing Wu Yui to blink in surprise. She couldn't help but wonder if the food they'd brought would last them a few days. Jing Dad's car soon disappeared from view. The rest of the group faced a series of uphill climbs. Some areas were too steep to ride the bikes, so they had to push them. This slowed them down, and it took over 2 hours to reach the Red Mountain Ecological Park. Jing Shu couldn't help feeling conflicted as she arrived at this place once again. At the entrance to the park, a chaotic mix of police officers and evacuees were gathered. Loudspeakers blared instructions and clusters of people waited for their turn to enter. It was chaotic, but at least the weather wasn't too bad. People had gotten used to being soaked and weren't particularly hungry or thirsty. Wu Yui handled the situation like a tour guide purchasing tickets. She registered everyone in the group and led them through the gate under the guidance of the park staff. The park was massive. After walking for another 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the Red Mountain Caves, known as the 1,000 Caves. The staff looked strangely at the 2 figures in raincoats, likely thinking they were some kind of VIPs, and pointed them to an area. "The entire Z5 section is reserved for your community. Everything's clearly marked. If you need anything, just use the Big Data app to contact me," the staff member said before walking away. The caves were divided into 26 lettered sections, each with dozens of numbered caves, typically ranging from 1 to 50. The larger caves were at the front. "Z5 is a prime spot," Jing Shu muttered. It seemed like Li Yutian had really come through for them. Jing Lai had called earlier to say they had been stuck at the entrance until Li Yutian arranged for them to go in. Each cave had a number. Jing Shu navigated the shark submarine through the labyrinth, and soon they found Z5, only to hear screams coming from inside. "Murder! Help! Someone's killing people! At the same time, the blood-curdling cry of the family chicken echoed through the air. Who else wants to eat the chicken? Someone shouted. What? I just want to ask, does anyone else want to eat my chicken? You? And you? What, you think you can just take it by force if I don't give it to you? Go ahead, try and steal it. Help! The chicken is killing people! Why are you all just standing there? Help us out! The surrounding crowd took a collective step back, not daring to get involved. They had only come to find a place to sleep, not to get into a fight. Jing Shu heard Jing Nai swearing up a storm and rushed over with Wu Yui after parking the shark submarine. A crowd of curious neighborhood residents followed closely behind to see what the commotion was about. Sure enough, it was the people from the villa community. Pushing through the crowd, they found Jing Nai standing confidently, hands on her hips, shouting at 5 people sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. They had dared to mess with Jing Nai's precious chicken, and now they were paying the price. Meanwhile, the family's prized chicken was pecking viciously at one man's face, especially his mouth. The chicken, relentless and precise, ignored the blood pouring from the man's injuries. The crowd gasped in astonishment, exchanging murmurs and nervous glances. Their view of the family instantly changed, now filled with caution and fear. Jing Dad, like a loyal sidekick, stood by Jing Nai's side holding a flashlight for her while guarding his mother. Jing Grandpa and Jing Mom, meanwhile, stood ready with their crossbows. After surviving months of chaos, the family was no longer soft and weak. They were prepared to stand their ground, even against larger groups. If anyone dared lay a finger on them, they would retaliate without hesitation. Jing Shu had drilled this mindset into them countless times. Jing Shu sighed in relief. It seemed she had arrived a little late. The fight was already over. Just then. Move aside. Move aside. What's going on here? Who dares to stir up trouble in the evacuation shelter? Zhou Dasheng. Zhou Dasheng. Where are you? Weren't you supposed to come over here and talk to the neighborhood coordinator about making some space? Flashlights cut through the crowd as another group arrived on the scene. Leading them was a young man with a square face and a huge mouth that seemed to take up half his face when he spoke. Jing Shu squinted. She recognized him. This was Zhou Dafu, a high school classmate who had borrowed 10 yuan from the class fund and never paid it back. After graduation, she had chased him down and beaten him up, warning him to never cross her path again, or she'd beat him every time she saw him, until he repaid the debt. Zhou Dafu had been a no-show at all the class reunions since then, but it seemed he had been doing quite well for himself in the apocalypse. Dafu, we're over here. Hurry and save us. This chicken is killing us. The man who had been pecked had his mouth in shreds. What's going on? What kind of chicken is so badass that it can take down 5 people? Zhou Dafu grinned, flashing his yellow teeth as he looked at the flailing chicken. His eyes lit up, and he practically drooled. Ah, those strong legs. Ah, those juicy wings. Ah, that plump breast. And those thick claws, it must taste so good. The people on the ground moaned, while one short man quickly scrambled up and hid behind Zhou Dafu. Brother Dafu, I was just trying to catch something wild for Big Brother Da Heng, but this family here isn't playing fair. They set their chicken on us to kill us. Zhou Dafu swallowed his saliva and nodded in approval. An animal that hurts people must be dealt with. Let's catch it and take it to the police station to see how it should be handled. You guys go! Before Zhou Dasheng could stop him, the 7 people behind Zhou Dafu rushed forward, eager to get their hands on some meat after a year of deprivation. Zhou Dasheng covered his face, mumbling, Brother Dafu, this chicken isn't like other chickens. A chicken's a chicken, right? Zhou Dafu said, just as the chicken launched itself into the air. Within seconds, the aggressive bird had pecked all of them to the ground, leaving them groaning in pain. The onlookers gasped again. This chicken's combat skills were terrifying. Jing Nai, hands on her hips, shouted, I hate people like you who try to act innocent after doing something wrong. Let's see who dares to take my chicken now. I don't believe there's no law and order left in the world. It helped, of course, that the chicken was holding its own. Zhou Dafu gritted his teeth, noticing the crossbows pointed in his direction, as well as the energy vehicle parked behind the family. It was clear these people weren't to be trifled with. He realized he might have picked the wrong target today. But thinking of his cousin Zhou Daheng, Zhou Dafu resolved to get the chicken. His cousin wasn't someone to cross lightly. He pulled out a gun. Assaulting an officer carries serious consequences. This chicken has violated Red Mountain's regulations. I have the authority to... Zhou Dafu's voice trailed off. A gun was now pointed at his head. Zhou Dafu turned his head mechanically but could only see someone wrapped tightly in rain gear. Zhou Dafu, you still owe me 10 yuan. I told you, don't let me run into you again or I'd beat you every time until you paid me back. Remember? That voice. Zhou Dafu's face contorted into a look of despair. You're Jing Shu? Zhou Dafu had borrowed money from many people in high school, but only this curse of a woman had hounded him relentlessly. She even had a nasty habit of kicking where it hurt. He had avoided her for so many years. How had he ended up running into her again? That's right, 10 yuan. Today you'll pay me back with your life. Jing Shu's voice grew cold. What? It's just 10 yuan. I'll pay you back 100 virtual credits. Just put the gun down. Zhou Dafu cautiously tried to push the barrel away. The cold metal pressing against his temple told him this was no toy. He wasn't about to gamble with his life. This chicken is mine. Got it? The chicken let out a triumphant cluck, as if to confirm. Zhou Dafu opened and closed his mouth, suddenly realizing what was going on. Where's your neighborhood coordinator? I just came to ask if we could use some of this space. This cave is huge, and it's a waste to only have a few people in here. We've got hundreds crammed into Cave 6. It's so inconvenient. Zhou Dafu tried to shift the conversation, hoping to bring in someone in charge to smooth things over. I'm the coordinator, and no, you can't. Now get lost, Wu Yui replied coldly. Well, all right then. A whole family, huh? Zhou Dafu's face burned with humiliation. He usually acted like a big shot in front of people like this. But today he had been thoroughly embarrassed. Still, he'd regroup and go find his cousin Da Heng. All right, I'll leave. Wait, does this gun look like the 10 yuan you owe me? It does, it really does. I'll pay you back now. With a miserable look, Zhou Dafu left with Zhou Dasheng and their battered comrades. He had come for a chicken and left with nothing but a loss, and even had to give up his gun, which had been a gift from his cousin. Those who had been slow to leave were pecked a few more times by the chicken. The cave echoed with their cries of pain. When the crowd had cleared, Jing Shu turned to her group. So, how are we dividing the sleeping areas? The other residents quickly moved to make space, leaving a wide berth between themselves and the family, firmly deciding to stay at least 100 meters away. Back in Cave 6, Zhou Dafu's legs were still trembling as he stormed back, furious. He kicked Zhou Dasheng, shouting, "You idiot! I told you to go claim that spot to sleep, not to mess with their chicken. Now look at us, stuck crammed in this tiny cave." Zhou Dasheng knew his brother was venting his anger, so he only muttered softly, "I saw the fat chicken running around, so I figured with so many of us, catching one chicken should be easy." "Well, what are you going to do now?" Zhou Dafu grumbled, feeling like he never won any arguments. The thought of not getting revenge gnawed at him. "Let's tell Brother Da Heng about this and ask him to help us get back at them." Zhou Dafu smacked Zhou Dasheng on the head. "You fool! You think Brother Da Heng is some kind of attack dog who will take care of this for us? Sure, if we had the chicken to offer him, maybe he'd help us out, but now we've even lost the gun. We'll get scolded to death." Zhou Dasheng's eyes lit up with an idea. "Brother Dafu, doesn't Brother Da Heng have 2 pet snakes?" 2 5-step snakes? Zhou Dafu said, his voice filled with awe. "I've heard that if they bite you, you can't walk more than 5 steps before dropping dead. That venom is no joke." Zhou Dasheng grinned like a sly rat. "Exactly, bro. We may have lost the gun so we can't confront them head on, but we can still get creative." What are you suggesting? Zhou Dafu asked. Brother Da Heng lives just over in Cave 4. We steal the snakes and secretly release them where that family sleeps. If we're lucky, the snakes will bite a few people before getting eaten by their chicken. And when someone dies, it'll be Da Heng's problem for letting his snakes escape, right? Zhou Dafu's eyes brightened as he realized the genius of the plan. That's brilliant! A 3-bird plan! No matter what happens, Da Heng will end up at odds with them, and we'll have our revenge. He'll take care of the dirty work for us. Meanwhile, the family's prized chicken had no idea it was being plotted against. It was happily pecking away at the red threadworms crawling around the cave floor. The chicken had an obsessive compulsion. It couldn't stand seeing any food left uneaten. Cave 5 had 2 entrances, one at the front and one at the back. Jing Shu's family chose a cozy corner by the wall. The rest of the neighborhood residents were scattered around, either settling into their own spots or sitting on the floor chatting. Some people had wandered around other caves and returned, sharing their observations. We're lucky to be staying here. The space is huge. I saw other caves so packed people can't even stretch their legs. It's worse than riding a hard seat on a train. Exactly. I heard someone say we got this spot because someone here has connections. I think it was Officer Lee from the 2nd Squad who arranged this. Everyone instinctively glanced toward the family from the villa district. Yep, it must be them. The more time they spent together, the more mysterious and influential the family seemed. Do you guys remember that photo Xiao Shu sent around showing how Joe, whatever his name ended up? He died a horrible death. I used to wonder how it happened. Now I get it. It was their chicken that did it. Someone even pulled up the photo again for comparison, causing everyone's faces to pale further. It was terrifying. This family killed without hesitation. As they watched the Villa family work, a mix of envy and caution hung in the air. The family seemed to have everything: guns, weapons, a lethal chicken, police connections, and jobs in the livestock industry, agricultural bureau, and community services. The Villa family was practically the wealthy landlords of the area, while everyone else were mere peasants. But the way they organized their belongings was truly impressive. Everything was spotless and tidy. They clearly valued cleanliness. The cave was dim, so Jing Dad set up a flashlight while Jing Mom thoroughly cleaned the area. Jing Lai wiped down the walls with a rag, making sure everything was spotless. Jing Dad swept away the water pooling on the cave floor, while the chicken eagerly gobbled up any red threadworms it found. Jing Shu unfolded the plastic sheets she had prepared in advance, covering the wooden boards to create a large canopy. This would keep the family dry in case water dripped from the cave ceiling. The canopy covered their entire section of the cave, about 1/6 of the space, roughly 40 square meters. They laid wooden boards on the floor, then inflated waterproof air mattresses on top. Finally, they set up a row of pop-up tents, creating a neat little living area. What made everyone most envious was when Jing Shu took out thick sleeping bags and laid them inside the tents. People's eyes practically gleamed with longing. Look at how this family was living. They were essentially camping in style, while everyone else had barely brought a change of clothes, and those who brought blankets had nothing but damp, cold ones. Jing Lai finished wiping down everything and sprayed the area with eucalyptus oil, filling the cave with a pleasant scent. Jing Shu set up the chicken's nest beside the tent and installed a portable toilet in the corner, shielding it with a makeshift privacy screen. Their BYD car was parked at an angle, with its rear blocking part of the view. They used wooden boards to block off the rest, ensuring privacy. Some neighborhood residents were disappointed. They had hoped to watch how the family lived in more detail. Jing Shu then took out a folding table, set it up, and added 6 folding chairs. The portable stove and cooking equipment were neatly arranged, turning the area into a small dining space. She even hooked up a power line from the car to charge their phones and use low-power appliances. Finally, she inflated an air mattress in the middle of the area, both for safety and as a makeshift sofa. Once everything was set, Jing Shu used a car-mounted hairdryer to blow-dry the area. The cave was damp, and she couldn't stand the constant moisture. She was prepared to blow-dry it twice a day if necessary. While the rest of the neighborhood residents lamented that they couldn't peek into the family's setup, they were soon distracted by a commotion from Cave 4. "Wow, come check out Cave 4, they've got 3 trailers parked like a train, it's so cool." "What's a trailer?" "Let's go take a look, I heard they brought a ton of stuff too." Hearing this, Jing Shu smiled. "That's why you should never worry about being too flashy or lowering your quality of life to avoid attention. Life will always surprise you, showing you how others live in extravagance beyond imagination. There is no most luxurious, only more luxurious." Jing Shu's goal in this life was simple: live comfortably without actively seeking attention, but never fear trouble either. She aimed to strike a balance between maintaining a low profile and ensuring her comfort. "Shall we go check it out?" Wu Yui asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Let's go." Jing Shu was also curious to see just how many over-the-top wealthy people were left in the post-apocalyptic world. They had finished setting everything up, leaving the rest to her father and third aunt. Her grandmother was busy preparing lunch, and her grandfather was making foldable stools out of wooden planks. Everyone seemed occupied. Jing Shu's mother was on the phone, repeating herself several times due to the poor signal. Yes, we're in Z District, Cave 5. District Cave 4 was much larger than Cave 5, and many people had gathered there to watch the spectacle. The display of wealth was truly impressive. 3 trailer homes were being pulled by a large SUV, followed by a cargo truck. There were over 10 workers setting up camp under the command of a supervisor. A generator roared to life, casting bright lights across the cave. When Jing Shu and Wu Yui arrived, the workers had already built a 100-square-meter platform about 30 centimeters high, covered it with a red carpet, and started setting up a framework for a foldable steel panel house. Jing Shu recognized it as a container house. These were commonly used during disaster relief efforts for quickly assembling temporary housing. It was said that in China, they could build enough temporary homes for tens of thousands of people within half an hour if there was flat ground available. Later, luxury versions of these container houses became popular among the wealthy, with each unit costing over 1,000,000 yuan. "Are they building a house here?" someone asked. "It looks like it. Wow, they even have a sofa, a king-sized bed, a bathtub, a flat-screen TV, and a refrigerator. Are they setting up a house right here?" someone else exclaimed. "I never lived this luxuriously, even before the apocalypse," others murmured, their voices tinged with envy. As the door to one of the trailers opened, people caught a glimpse of its interior and collectively gasped. This KTV karaoke trailer was playing songs by a popular singer, filling the cave with music. The booth was casually filled with all sorts of food and drinks, making it impossible to look away. But the 2 large snakes slithering in the back of the trailer made everyone gasp again. At that moment, a woman wearing high heels and a red dress stepped out. Her delicate makeup made her look graceful and lovely, and everyone froze. Wasn't this the famous singer from the screen? "How do you like the environment here? You might have to rough it for a few days, my little darling," a man behind her said, roughly grabbing her in public. He loved the feeling of showing off his dominance over a famous celebrity, thinking about how high and mighty she once appeared on screen. Now she was under his control, and that made him feel thrilled. Qin Feifei gritted her teeth in secret. In the 2 months before the apocalypse, China had launched a massive crackdown on tax-evading celebrities. Many were arrested for various reasons, and this man had seized on one of her mistakes. If she didn't play along, she would be the one rotting in prison right now. She vowed to get back at him one day, repaying him for this year of humiliation 100-fold. Outwardly, Qin Feifei played the role of a coy lover, smiling and saying, "I really like it here, but there are so many people. I don't like them watching me." "If you don't like it, we'll find somewhere more private," Zhou Daheng said, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into another trailer. Moments later, the trailer began to rock rhythmically, and soon sounds that needed no description followed. "She's having a tough time, huh? Being reduced to a rich man's plaything after the apocalypse," someone whispered. "Yeah, but look at her. She's eating well, living well, and still enjoying life. What woman wouldn't want to live like that?" Jing Shu shook her head. Anyone who could survive the pre-apocalypse celebrity crackdown had it tough afterward. Some even managed to align themselves with the military. As the crowd continued to watch the construction unfold, people speculated about the family's identity, amazed by the extravagance of their setup. That's when even more shocking news arrived. "Holy crap! You guys have to check out the plaza. They just brought in an entire villa. There's a whole row of them now." "Stop exaggerating. A villa would weigh hundreds of tons. How could they move something like that?" "You're so out of touch. These are lightweight steel villas with no foundation, designed for easy assembly and transport." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Wu Yui urged Jing Shu to join in. Jing Shu agreed and followed along. This kind of spectacle had happened in the previous life too. Back then, Jing Shu had spent a miserable night in the cave, cold and hungry, before hearing the news that someone had brought in an entire villa. Naturally, she had to go check it out. And what she saw left a lasting impression, both then and now. Just as she had witnessed in her past life, it was an unforgettable sight. A 2-story villa was effortlessly transported and assembled in the plaza. Within 5 minutes, it looked as if it had always been there, perfectly in place. Within an hour, the plaza was transformed into a luxurious villa district. The advantage of these mobile villas was that they were stylish, energy efficient, well-insulated, warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and resistant to earthquakes and typhoons. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were always people who traveled with mobile villas, living in a way that Jing Shu had once envied to the point of despair. Compared to them, her setup was nothing. She only had a trailer. Wu Yui was practically drooling at the sight, but a phone call from Jing Shu's mother interrupted her excitement. She had to go meet her uncle's family, who had just arrived at the shelter, so she reluctantly left. The plaza was crowded with onlookers, and despite the continuing rain, the temperature had risen back to 35 degrees C during the day. People stood in the rain, eating and watching the spectacle unfold. Jing Shu soon found her uncle's family, who were drenched from the rain. They had brought about 300 people from their neighborhood to the shelter. Unlike Jing Shu's family, they didn't receive any special treatment. After receiving their registration cards, they were left to fend for themselves. Just like Jing Shu in her past life, they couldn't help but stare in awe at the luxurious mobile villas being assembled in the plaza. "We're in Z District, Cave 7. It's pretty close to your spot," her uncle said. "I know the way. Let me guide you there." As the group made their way past the luxury container homes in Cave 4, their envious gazes lingered. It was clear. Jing Shu's family might be considered wealthy, but Zhou Daheng, with his luxury container homes, was on another level entirely. And those who brought their mobile villas, they were in a league of their own. As for her uncle's family, they gained a new understanding of Jing Shu's household. Poor people were indeed fleeing from disaster. But the rich? They were on a luxury vacation. Not only was Jing Shu's family well-stocked with food, but they also had every possible piece of outdoor gear. It was truly enviable. "Stick with your sister, okay? Your father and I have work to do," her aunt said. She couldn't bring herself to ask for food or drinks and had too much to take care of. But when she came back after finishing her tasks, Jing Shu's mother greeted her with, "We've saved some sandwiches for you and Big Brother. Go ahead and eat." "Oh no, we couldn't possibly. The 3 of us. Eat. And in the future, remember to take care of your little sister too, whenever there's a good opportunity." "All right." After that, her uncle's status also rose, his back straightened a little more, and his words carried more weight. After lunch, no one lazed around. Jing Shu's father went to help move bricks, while her grandfather started digging up soil. The two were planning to build a brick kiln to roast sweet potatoes and keep warm at night when the temperature would drop to just a few degrees. Jing Lai was called away by Li Yutian for a meeting, likely to organize a large community kitchen. With so many people, they needed to distribute emergency food. People couldn't keep eating raw red worms all the time. That stuff took forever to chew, and if you ate it for 3 meals a day, your jaw would be sore. Jing Shu's mother was busy coordinating with people from the Agricultural Bureau. They had another batch of vegetables that needed to be distributed. Jing Shu's grandmother was organizing the food they had brought and preparing dinner. Wu Yui was busy organizing the labor force, reassuring everyone that there would be food at 5 o'clock to calm their nerves. As for Jing Shu, she wasn't idle either. She went back to Cave 4 because she had some business to attend to. The luxury container in Cave 4 that Zhou Daheng had set up was now fully installed. The workers were gathered on one side, eating porridge. Jing Shu counted. There were the same number of workers as there had been earlier in the day. While the luxury container wasn't quite as extravagant as a mobile villa, it was still comparable to a proper house. The most valuable part of it was the lightweight steel exterior, which made it easy to fold and transport, light in weight and highly stable. It also provided great earthquake and wind resistance. Jing Shu thought to herself, if I could modify my RV with this lightweight steel, it would be perfect. The only flaw with the Conqueror RV was that the second floor was just an open, retractable terrace. While it offered a luxurious outdoor bar setup, it wasn't fully integrated with the rest of the RV. It was exposed to the elements: wind, snow, and dust. Jing Shu wanted to convert the second floor into a fully sealed, retractable living space. Given how low the temperatures would be during the migration, adding this lightweight steel exterior would definitely improve insulation. Though she was very tempted, Jing Shu wasn't the type of person to kill others and steal their things just because she wanted something. 20 minutes later, Jing Shu suddenly changed her mind. It's not illegal to pick up things left behind by the dead, is it? I didn't kill anyone out of greed. After all, there's an old saying, heaven may forgive your sins, but your own actions may not. No. Maybe it's more accurate to say the most ruthless of all is a woman's heart. Even Jing Shu couldn't help but marvel at the strange ways of fate. Within a few short minutes, she had forged a relationship with a woman she barely knew. It was a bond that transcended friendship or romance. It was built on mutual interest. That being said, Jing Shu didn't expect to find someone else here. Given the occasional indecent sounds coming from the luxury container, she thought the man had moved to a different place, and the workers were all eating. When she slipped in, she saw Qin Feifei standing there with a knife, clearly trying to kill the snakes in the cage but not knowing how to go about it. The snakes were large and flicking their tongues. It was clearly dangerous. Qin Feifei looked at Jing Shu in surprise, and for a moment, both were caught off guard. Qin Feifei had only come because no one else was around. Are you here to steal the snakes? Qin Feifei asked, seeing Jing Shu's eyes fixed on the snakes. She assumed Jing Shu was a thief. Jing Shu had only come to scout the area and hadn't expected to run into anyone. Was there someone else with that man inside the container? Are you trying to kill the snakes? Jing Shu asked, noticing that it seemed like Qin Feifei was. If you want the snake meat, I'll give it to you after I kill the snakes. Just please don't tell anyone, Qin Feifei begged. She had limited time and needed to make a decision quickly. Why are you killing the snakes? If you have a grudge against that man, why don't you just kill him instead? Jing Shu asked, sensing that something wasn't quite right. Tears welled up in Qin Feifei's eyes as she started sobbing. She explained her situation, how she had been wronged and was living under the threat of Zhou Daheng's constant abuse. Every day, she cried herself to sleep. Zhou Daheng had done so many horrible things to her, and now he had obtained 2 snakes, planning to breed them and make snake wine to boost his strength, enabling him to continue his monstrous ways. She pleaded with Jing Shu, saying that once she killed the snakes, she could take the meat. She confessed that she wasn't capable of killing Zhou Daheng, and besides, this was a law-abiding society. Even if she killed him, it would just mean her own death as well. The best she could do was kill the snakes and make it look like an accident, hoping that Zhou Daheng wouldn't be able to continue tormenting her afterward. You deserve an Oscar for this performance, Jing Shu said. Qin Feifei was puzzled. Huh? This act is really convincing. You're planning to take the snake's venom and make it look like Zhou Daheng was killed by a snake bite, right? You'd frame someone else for it and escape scot-free? You were going to give me the snake meat to deflect suspicion, knowing that Zhou Daheng's death would be thoroughly investigated, and eventually it would lead back to me. Jing Shu paused and smiled. But I like it. To truly get rid of a problem, there are countless opportunities along the way. You could have just released the snakes. Why wait until today, and why insist on killing them? Considering that Qin Feifei loved to protect herself, it was clear she didn't want to go down with Zhou Daheng. This meant that she had been planning to kill him while ensuring her own safety and presenting herself as harmless as a little lamb. After all, in this age of big data, even if she killed Zhou Daheng, where could she run? There would be nowhere to hide. Framing someone else with snake venom was the perfect loophole, so whether Jing Shu had shown up or not, Qin Feifei was determined to kill Zhou Daheng today. As for whom she intended to frame, it became quite clear, given how she repeatedly referred to little temptresses and fox spirits. Since Zhou Daheng was destined to die either way, well then, interesting. Cut the act. I have a better idea, Jing Shu said. Indeed, no one could survive in the entertainment industry without some serious skills. One moment, Qin Feifei had been sobbing like a delicate flower, and the next, her face turned icy cold. She wasn't embarrassed at being seen through. Instead, she started to scrutinize Jing Shu more closely. Who was this woman? What was her objective? Could they reach some sort of mutual understanding? Jing Shu couldn't find the right words to describe it, but there were definitely people more extravagant than those with mobile villas. Take, for example, the wealthiest man in Shishan, Chanduoduo. We were only placed here because we didn't have any connections. You know the government worker neighborhood, right? It's got tens of thousands of people. Yesterday they were sent directly to Chanduoduo's place. I can't imagine how massive his property must be. Some people had mobile villas, but the richest man, Chanduoduo, had entire mountains. When disaster struck, he simply housed tens of thousands of people. Chanduoduo. Believe it or not, even I don't know how big my place is now. As they passed Cave 5, Jing Shu's uncle waved to her mother, and her aunt, with only a quick glance, said, "This cave looks decent." But when they passed Cave 6, it was so packed that people could barely move. Bodies were practically stacked on top of each other, and the ground was a mess of dirt and jumping redworms. Jing Shu's aunt commented on how Jing Shu had geared herself up so thoroughly. Jing Shu's aunt had initially looked down on her, but when they arrived at Cave 7, she was dumbfounded. It was even smaller than Cave 6 and couldn't possibly accommodate the 300 people they brought. It was so cramped that even standing was difficult. "How are we supposed to sleep in this?" someone complained. "Exactly. We should just head back to Shishan. It's high up, so it won't flood." "Let's at least hold out for a couple of days until the floodwaters recede," someone else suggested. The crowd was buzzing with complaints, and Jing Shu took the opportunity to excuse herself. Jing Shu's aunt was skilled in persuasion, having once worked in multi-level marketing, and had great authority. It didn't take long for her to organize the group. She sent 10 people to find places to crash elsewhere and had 50 people rotate in shifts, ensuring there was enough room for everyone. When Jing Shu returned to her now clean shelter, she removed her raincoat and let the fat chicken peck the red worms off of it before sitting down to enjoy a warm cup of ginger tea. "Did your uncle manage to settle all those people? I know your aunt well. She'll definitely come over later to ask us to take in a few people. Handle this wrong, and we'll end up offending both sides. Your uncle is going to be stuck in the middle," Jing Shu's mother said as she sliced some bread. She couldn't help but wonder why Jing Shu had suddenly baked several large loaves. "If she wants to move people over, that's fine. As long as they contribute, our neighbors won't mind. But if Aunt wants to stay with us, how do you plan to handle it?" Jing Shu asked. "Well, we're family, so of course they can stay. We've got 7 single-person tents, so your father and I can share one. That'll free up a spot for Su Long. We can also make room on the boat. But if they only know how to take without giving anything in return, I won't stand for it." "Let's see what your aunt has to say," Jing Shu's mother replied, still bitter about being hurt by Su Mei's behavior. Jing Shu was impressed by her mother's growth. She gave her mother a thumbs up. Her mother's prediction proved correct. Her aunt did come over. This time, however, she didn't come empty-handed. She brought a small turtle. about the size of a palm. Look, Sulong caught this old turtle the day before yesterday. We couldn't keep it alive, and it died this morning, but it's still fresh. We were going to make soup with it, but we don't have a fire, so I thought I'd bring it over for you, she said. Jing Shu turned to look. That's not an old turtle, it's a regular turtle. Making soup would be a waste. It's better used to make medicinal wine. Jing Shu hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. A turtle in this day and age? It seemed like she should visit the place where Sulong caught it to see if there were more. Turtles had significant medicinal value, especially when used with snakes to brew wine. That would be perfect for the challenges of the second year of the apocalypse. Now, if only she could find a snake. Wait, weren't there 2 snakes in Cave 4? Maybe she should go get them to make turtle snake wine. Jing Shu had been too busy preparing essentials for survival since her rebirth. She hadn't had time to gather animals like turtles or snakes, nor did she have space to keep them. Now that she could finally afford to keep more animals, she regretted not collecting them earlier. Unfortunately, since the turtle was already dead, she could only preserve it in her space. Otherwise, she would have bred it for future use. Jing Shu's aunt forced a smile. Who knows what it is? Anyway, since you have the fire and pots, you can cook it however you like. Jing Shu, Auntie has a favor to ask. Could Sulong stay with you? Just him? Your uncle and I don't need anything. Wang Fang successfully moved 50 people into Cave 5, easing the crowding in Cave 7. The number of people in Jing Shu's cave was still manageable. Of course, the 50 people didn't get to stay for free. They agreed to contribute labor. The plaza area where they set up the villas has a lot of loose bricks. Each person will need to gather at least 100. There are also plenty of stones and dead wood from the mountains that need to be collected. If it keeps raining like this, the cave will get cold and damp at night. If the rain continues, there will be standing water in the cave. We need to raise the sleeping areas off the ground and burn firewood to keep warm. Heating stones and placing them around the cave will help maintain a comfortable temperature. Jing Shu smiled and patted Wu Yui on the shoulder. That's as much as I can do for you. Wu Yui was impressed by Jing Shu. She had been a little worried about the 50 newcomers, concerned that they might cause trouble with the original group. But Jing Shu's few words had not only smoothed things over, but also boosted her reputation. This was what they called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Jing Shu had the new arrivals do the heavy lifting, while the locals worked on raising the floor with bricks and arranging small stones in a circular pattern to create makeshift fire pits. This simple design mimicked the heat distribution of underfloor heating, keeping the cave dry and comfortably warm. Jing Shu had her reasons for this. By making everyone happy, there would be no conflict when they saw her family using their heaters and drinking hot soup. Plus, by keeping the cave warm and dry, she was making her own life more comfortable. Sometimes, helping others also helped herself. I think this is what you'd call 5 birds with 1 stone, hiding my accomplishments in plain sight. There's nothing better than directing others to achieve my goals while I relax and enjoy my meal, Jing Shu thought to herself. While Jing Shu's family enjoyed their luxurious lunch, the others were too busy preparing for the night ahead to notice. Little did Jing Shu know that her actions had already saved her from a major problem. Zhou Dafu and Zhou Dasheng passed through Cave 5 several times, scouting the area. They had everything planned. When the 50 people charge in and sit down, refusing to leave, I'll sneak in and release the snakes. Then you scream, "Help! There are snakes!" My guys will call Zhou Daheng and he'll come running. Zhou Dafu didn't expect that sometimes things don't go according to plan. For example, the stone in his plan to hit 3 birds with 1 stone suddenly disappeared, and instead the birds fell on their own. That was pretty awkward. So, in times of displacement, when you're fleeing from disaster and feeling depressed, what's the best way to lift your spirits? Eat. Eat delicious food. Drink something nutritious. For lunch, the main course was slices of bread with fresh lettuce, topped with rich cheese spread, thinly sliced ham, and freshly fried eggs from the family's The Fat Chicken. The sandwich was divine. 1 bite into it, and the savory meat mixed with the fresh aroma of the wheat. Jing Shu was thoroughly enjoying it. Without realizing it, she had eaten 7 or 8 sandwiches already. There was also a smoked ham leg hanging in the shelter. If you felt like having some, you could just slice off a piece. Jing Shu stood right next to it, and in a short time, the ham leg was visibly shrinking before everyone's eyes. After that, they enjoyed a bowl of rich, creamy old duck soup with dried bamboo shoots that had been simmering all morning. It was the kind of meal that made you feel like you were on top of the world. The heavy feeling of being displaced and the gloom of having to flee all vanished. With such good food and drinks, it almost felt like they were on a leisurely outing, not fleeing from a flood. It wasn't as bad as they had imagined. But why was this woman helping her? Back in the family's shelter, Jing Shu received 2 pieces of good news. First, Heng Jin informed her that they had entered the province where Wu City was located. Although the flooding was severe, they were making progress, and Jing Shu's RV was finally getting closer. Second, Yang Yang had arrived in the country with Wang Dajiao and would reach Wu City in less than a week. He thanked Jing Shu profusely, saying that without her special medicine, his brothers might not have survived. Meanwhile, things were bustling in Cave 5. The power of a motivated crowd was undeniable. Everyone worked hard, knowing that the improvements were for their own benefit. By the afternoon, they had laid down bricks, arranged stones in a ring, and prepared everything for the evening, when the temperature would drop. They planned to burn wood in the stone channels to heat the space. It wouldn't be very warm, but at least it wouldn't be freezing cold. Some people noticed that Jing Shu's family had moved in piles of dirt and bricks, and they started imitating them by building earthen stoves. After all, even if they were only staying here for a few days, who wouldn't want to be as comfortable as possible? Jing Shu's grandfather and father, experienced craftsmen, quickly built a brick kiln. To speed things up, they used fire to dry it out. That evening, the family would enjoy roasted sweet potatoes, freshly baked bread, and hot milk tea, all in the warmth of the kiln. At 5 p.m., the government distributed food rations. Each community representative collected food based on the number of residents, and in Jing Shu's community, there was even extra. Since Jing Shu's family didn't take any, everyone else had more to eat. For once, people were grateful to have the Villa family around. As the evening approached and the temperature dropped, people passing by Cave 5 saw the residents using bricks to elevate their sleeping areas. Soon, others were imitating them, though most of the available bricks had already been taken by those who had acted quickly. As the temperature dropped further, the residents of Cave 5 lit the firewood they had collected, and soon the trenches were glowing with warmth. White smoke curled upward, and the flickering firelight illuminated the rows of bald heads sitting around. Thanks to the way the bricks and stones had been laid, every person had just enough space, with pathways forming neat rows. The only part of the cave left unoccupied was the space taken up by Jing Shu's family. When Zhou Dasheng and his group of 50 men barged in, hoping to stay the night, they were stunned. There was nowhere for them to settle except for the narrow pathways. If only those annoying firewalls weren't there, but it's so warm here. Though there was enough space, the barriers of burning firewood prevented Zhou Dasheng's group from squeezing in. "What are you staring at?" one of the Cave 5 residents demanded. Clearly, they weren't happy about these newcomers trying to muscle in. "Looking at you, so what?" Zhou Dasheng replied. He had come to cause trouble, but things weren't going as planned. Not only had Zhou Dasheng's plan hit a snag, but Zhou Dafu's also ran into an issue. When he went to steal the snakes, they were gone. "The 2 precious snakes that Da Heng always cherished are missing? The foundation of my 3-bird plan is gone?" Zhou Dafu was bewildered. He knew he couldn't proceed with his plan unless he found those snakes, so he decided to search in the places where they were most likely to be. Zhou Dafu, with a tree branch in one hand and a net in the other, successfully caught a snake at the usual spot. Grinning, he began to lead the snake toward Cave 5, everything proceeding according to plan. "Raise your hands, don't move." Suddenly, a dark gun barrel pressed against his head. Zhou Dafu froze, his heart pounding as he realized his snake-stealing scheme had been exposed. I was just helping to catch the runaway snakes," Sobs, sobs, sobs. You see, it must be this man framing me. How can a weak woman like me who can barely hold a chicken subdue 2 snakes? The woman cried pitifully, her bare body trembling while she glared viciously at the onlooking Chin Feifei. Li Yutian massaged his forehead, exasperated. Why were there so many issues in his jurisdiction? The victims weren't just people from Wu City, but also young masters from outside the province. Regardless, he needed to swiftly resolve the case and bring the perpetrator to justice for a proper conclusion. To prove her innocence, the woman hurriedly explained, "He is Zhou Daheng's cousin. He's been eyeing Zhou Daheng's belongings for a long time, which is why he devised this scheme to frame me. Once everything is set, he'll go after those items again. Look, stealing the snakes was just the first step." Zhou Dafu was stunned. "Arrest him! Arrest him!" One of Li Yutian's classic lines. Zhou Dafu protested. "No, wait, what's going on?" Meanwhile, Zhou Dasheng was getting beaten on the other side. All because of a simple, "What are you staring at?" He was beaten terribly. In northeast China, saying this phrase is the ultimate provocation, meaning, if you don't agree, come and fight. About 50 people didn't escape. They were pinned to the ground and beaten severely, upholding the principle of, even if the script changes, stay true to it. Zhou Dasheng stubbornly waited for Zhou Dafu to steal the snakes and frame Jing Shu's family. So even though 50 people were beaten, Zhou Dasheng stayed put, having promised to stay and give each person a bowl of rice porridge. But Zhou Dafu was slow to bring the snakes. This caused the 50 people to groan and collapse on the ground. Jing Shu and Wu Yuai sensed that something was wrong. But amidst the noise and chaos in Cave 5, suddenly many police officers and curious onlookers from all directions arrived from Cave 4. The news of the wealthy man Zhou Daheng being murdered for financial gain quickly spread, whether intentionally or not. In no time, the entire Hongshan Ecological Park was aware of it. "Where's Wu Yuai?" "Zhou Dafu from Cave 6 has committed a crime. You need to help manage Cave 6 until a new administrator is appointed." Wu Yuai hurried forward to temporarily hand over responsibilities. Jing Shu followed behind and realized that Zhou Daheng had been murdered by his cousin Zhou Dafu and was now being taken away for investigation. "Tonight, at 10 o'clock, we will auction Zhou Daheng's belongings at the scene in Cave 4 in exchange for food supplies. Those interested can come take a look." After leaving these words, Li Yutian and his group departed, leaving behind 2 staff members to oversee Zhou Daheng's belongings. On the other side, Zhou Dasheng was completely dumbfounded. Had he taken the wrong script? Instead of stealing the snakes, Zhou Dafu had become the murderer? Zhou Dasheng's sharp eyes began to dart around as his mind raced. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him as well. Jing Shu squinted her eyes. Although the situation was somewhat unexpected, it still seemed under control. However, Li Yutian appeared eager to offload all of Zhou Daheng's belongings quickly, as if he were throwing away all the trouble. But why was this matter linked to Zhou Dafu? Jing Shu looked at Zhou Dasheng, who was dealing with something, wondering if they too had some hidden secrets. The wealthy man, Zhou Daheng, was dead, becoming nothing more than idle talk among the people, such as, "People should remain low-key. Otherwise, this is the end. Killed for money." Naturally, Jing Shu's family was unaffected. That evening, they used an earthen kiln to prepare a delicious meal, cooking milk powder, and mixing filtered tea into to make tasty milk tea. They sliced cooked beef and dipped it in sauce, soaked garlic shoots in vinegar, and enjoyed spicy rabbit jerky. At 9:30 p.m., Li Yutian returned home, looking exhausted. The massive Cave 4 was already packed with people, all there to watch the spectacle. How to put it, the wealthy Zhou Daheng's belongings were things the poor couldn't afford and the rich didn't need, so many came to watch and scoop up the bargains. Jing Shu's father and mother glanced and left, while Wu Yuai was busy managing the newly admitted group. Those 50 people had no good ending and were all forced back into Cave 6. At 10 p.m., the staff cleared everyone out of Cave 4. "Everyone, you must present proof of assets to enter the auction. At least 10 kilograms of food supplies. Although the surrounding crowd showed signs of dissatisfaction, they dared not say anything, as they had come merely to watch the spectacle. This swiftly cleared out 90% of the people. Jing Shu directly took out a large pig leg and successfully blended into the auction crowd. Li Yutian limped over and shook hands with Jing Shu. "Tell me what you want directly. Everyone here is our own." Jing Shu immediately understood. The auction was just a facade to deceive the public and the higher-ups. The real purpose was to divide the loot. If they hadn't disguised it as an auction and directly moved back to the second squad, Zhou Daheng's side would have to return these items upon investigation. Now that everyone knew Zhou Daheng was dead and his belongings were auctioned off, how could they investigate further? These items weren't confiscated, but auctioned, meaning the obtained goods were just the food supplies. Should they be surrendered? Jing Shu rubbed her hands together. "I want that batch of lightweight steel." Li Yutian waved his hand dismissively. "All right, just take this pig trotter and exchange it." Such a bargain was too good to pass up. "Officer Li, what happened to your leg?" "Sigh, don't mention it. I have an old arthritic leg. Whenever it rains or is windy, it hurts. These past few days, it flared up again. Today I happened to catch 2 snakes thinking of making some snake wine, but I don't know how to do it and lack other materials." Li Yutian pounded his leg with his hand. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. "I happen to know how to make snake wine, and I have some other materials too." "All right, I'll bring you the snakes. I don't need more. Just mix some snake wine and everything will be fine." The process was even simpler than Jing Shu had anticipated. She didn't expect that after Zhou Daheng's death, Li Yutian would be the one eager to get things done. Within less than a day, the case was concluded. The murderer was identified as Zhou Daheng's cousin, who had been plotting for a whole year and trying to frame people around Zhou Daheng to escape unscathed. But justice prevailed, and Zhou Dafu was eventually caught. That night, Zhou Dafu attempted to escape and resist, but was killed. All of Zhou Daheng's belongings were auctioned off that same night, and the next day, the case files were handed over to the higher authorities. Meanwhile, as Zhou Daheng's case spread like wildfire, Zhou Dasheng led his group to Jing Shu's family villa at midnight. The evening temperature was very low. The heavy rain outside wasn't the warm, soothing kind anymore. It had turned into a cold, biting rain filled with red threadworms. While people in other caves were shivering from the cold, the firewood in Cave Z5 had already burned out. After the thick smoke dissipated, the heated stones still maintained a comfortable temperature, making it incredibly cozy to sleep by the stones at night. Jing Shu's earthen kiln was also burning charcoal, and her family sat around the warm kiln chatting together. After dinner, Jing Grandpa began carving a set of mahjong tiles out of wood for the family. This was because Jing Nai had developed a mahjong addiction. Once Jing Shu and Li Yutian finished their handover and returned, the whole family gathered around the small wooden table to play mahjong. Occasionally sounds like yaoji, a mahjong term, and peng echoed through the shelter, making it feel just like a vacation. Meanwhile, Jing Shu watched them play in tournaments, where the losers were rotated out for others to take their place. She continued practicing her Rubik's Cube, finding new motivation for life in this reincarnated existence. "This is the 33rd time," Jing Shu muttered, watching her Rubik's Cube revert to its original colors after she had just solved it. She quietly calculated the frequency of its color changes. Indeed, the Rubik's Cube was changing colors on its own, significantly increasing its difficulty. At first, Jing Shu thought it was an illusion, but after being cautious, she realized it was genuinely altering colors secretly. Now, Jing Shu was highly sensitive to sudden color changes, almost as if she were watching in slow motion when her eyes caught a shift in color. It was like being able to clearly see the trajectory of a fly that suddenly buzzed past her face. Jing Shu didn't know if this was a new skill developed from her intensive Rubik's Cube practice or an enhanced ability from drinking spiritual spring water. For now, it seemed useless. All she could do was hope that her Rubik's Cube space upgrade would add some extra functions, like her ability to change colors. Predictably, future upgrades to her Rubik's Cube space would only become more challenging. For the night, the sleeping arrangements were simple. Her parents squeezed into one tent, leaving a tent for Su Long and 2 inflatable boats for her uncle and aunt to sleep in. Being close to the earthen kiln kept them warm. Sleeping in the car was colder. Their feet couldn't stretch, and they were covered in dirt and red threadworms. Although they didn't mind, the inflatable boats were easier to manage. As for Su Long, Jing Shu's aunt felt embarrassed by the clean tents, and before dinner, took the time to tidy up and borrowed a dry towel to wipe the red threadworms off Su Long's body, some of which had even been eaten by the fat chicken. At 11 p.m., Wu Yui had finished taking attendance for people in Caves 5 and 6 and went to rest. Her work for the day was done. But around 2 a.m., Jing Shu's phone began to beep incessantly. She abruptly opened her eyes. The night in the community was eerily quiet. Only the top floor of Building 25 faintly glowed with firelight. Shangguan Jun, with blood-stained shoulders exposed, cautiously stood by the window, pressing a wooden fire against his shoulder. The sizzling sound of grilling meat filled the air as Shangguan Jun, teeth clenched and sweating profusely, shouted, "This feels so good!" At that moment, sounds came from below. Shangguan Jun quickly extinguished the fire and looked down to see a dozen people walking toward the villa district. His expression showed interest. "Big brother Da Sheng, now that stealing has become a crime punishable by labor reform, didn't you see old Wang steal someone's clothes a few days ago? He was caught, and now he's stuck here working even during the flood." Zhou Da Sheng, holding Zhou Dafu's phone, glanced around with his small eyes. "You idiots. Our phones are all hidden in the caves. Without big data, who would know we're out here? Besides, we're avenging Big Brother Dafu by fulfilling his last wishes. And to think, that woman took Dafu's handgun. If we steal something from her house, wouldn't that even things out?" "Right, just afraid they have nothing at all." "You know nothing. They can afford energy cars. They have chickens. And there's so much food in their cars. Do you think they'd be missing anything good at home? Come on, according to the big data registration, it's definitely this family." Zhou Dasheng compared the data and said that Zhou Dafu's secondary permissions were granted by his cousin, Zhou Daheng. As long as they check for someone named Jing Shu, they'd know where she lived and what her family was doing. Ran into Fei Yang. As Zhou Dasheng was thinking about good things, screams suddenly erupted. "Ow, something bit me. It hurts so much." "I got bitten too. Bees! Damn, why are there bees here? There are so many bees." Zhou Dasheng touched the large lump on his neck and cursed. "It's just a few bees. We're all dressed warmly. Just tuck our heads and go inside the house." Shangguan Jun squinted his eyes and murmured, "So there are some bugs around? Oh, is there another trap here? I guess when the sun was setting, a lot of people got stuck in these 2 traps." "There are several traps outside, and surely a lot inside too." Shangguan Jun adjusted his special glasses. Although they could see the movement of life forms in the dark, the view was still a bit blurry. Booming sounds came from below as people began to smash the doors. But after a few hits, each person fell to the ground one by one. "You useless fools! Can't even break through the first line of defense! Well, it doesn't matter." Shangguan Jun felt a bit regretful and slowly closed his eyes. Half an hour later, a woman arrived. She inspected the corpses and casually tossed them into traps on another level outside the villa. She made another trip into the villa and left again about half an hour later, driving away in the shark submarine. "Just as I suspected, there are cameras around. Luckily, I didn't get caught." Shangguan Jun coughed violently. "That woman is Jing Shu? Her strength is really frightening." Shangguan Jun slowly leaned against the wall and collapsed, his eyes showing a crazed look. "I hope you all come back soon. My body can't hold up much longer. Wu Yui, I want to go to hell with you and study all sorts of punishments together. As for the others, who made me cover the sky will perish, so consider it a burial with me. Cough, cough. It seems like in the coming days I'll be busy. How can I ensure you all have no place to hide and perish completely? The whole family needs to be together, don't leave anyone out. Otherwise, Wu Yui will have regrets too. Cough, cough. Even if his body could hold out, those chasing him would likely reach Wu City. There are 12 corpses in total. Go to Cave 6 and verify them as missing. It's Zhou Dasheng who was with Zhou Dafu yesterday. I found Zhou Dafu's phone at the scene and it has our information. They must have come to the villa to steal. The next day, Jing Shu quietly explained the situation to Wu Yui. Wu Yui nodded, understanding what needed to be done. Wu Yui hurriedly ate breakfast and left. Luckily, before the family finished packing and were about to leave the villa yesterday morning, Jing Shu thought since she would be back once a day anyway, she released poisonous bees at the entrance. She didn't expect that they would actually be used. That night, someone plotted to do something nefarious to the villa. The poisonous bees compensated for the lack of lethality in the trapping traps. While some people were being trapped and others were smashing the doors, those who were stung by the bees died from the venom. It seems that from now on, no matter what time, she cannot be careless. Jing Shu's biggest weakness now is the lack of threats from ambushes. As the family business grows bigger, it might attract snipers with guns. Although the probability is low, she needs to consider making corresponding preparations. This happened because yesterday, Zhou Dafu had been eyeing the fat chicken, intending to snatch it by force. When she took Zhou Dafu's handgun, she anticipated that Zhou Dafu would retaliate. But without the gun, how could Zhou Dafu retaliate? Jing Shu originally thought Zhou Dafu would find people to take revenge. But unexpectedly, because she helped Qin Feifei extract snake venom and gave ideas, just intending to pick up things left by the dead, she ended up trapping Zhou Dafu, leading to his capture, and also provided Zhou Dasheng, who had escaped before, an opportunity. So, upon closer thought, why did Zhou Dafu go to catch snakes? Jing Shu's intuition was that he was coming after her. Ultimately, why are these people so arrogant? Because she's like a fat sheep, like an innocent fat sheep. Now that the supplies are sufficient, Jing Shu decided to arm her family into fierce wolves, so that people would know not to mess with them at first glance. Perhaps cultivating 2 spiritual spring snakes would also be a good deterrent. The baby snakes under them, their venom, meat, snake wine, and snake skin could all generate high value. Imagine going out in the future with several snakes coiled around your waist, their tongues flicking at you continuously. Would you be scared? The foldable lightweight steel of Zhou Daheng's luxury container was still with Li Yutian. After the flood recedes, Jing Shu would transport it. This morning, Li Yutian also had 2 snakes delivered, placed in cages covered with black cloth. Since they had to pass through clear paths, Jing Shu could only wait until returning to the villa to put them into her Rubik's Cube space for training. At that time, she would use the spiritual spring to mature a batch to make snake wine. After researching, Jing Shu found that snake breeding requires certain humidity and temperature conditions. Last year was too dry, but this year, with suitable rainfall and temperatures, and with the spiritual spring, she believed new baby snakes would soon breed. Thinking of this, Jing Shu looked at the 2 5-step snakes flicking their tongues and realized she liked these 2 little cuties more and more. The fat chicken drooled as it circled around the 2 snakes. To it, they were nothing more than big insects. Even though the snakes were nearly 2 meters long, they weren't as thick as a wrist, so that the fat chicken felt no pressure. The family saw that Jing Shu had auctioned off the snakes from the neighboring Cave 4, and especially heard that she intended to breed snakes to make snake wine, and they felt rather resistant at first. You must keep the snakes securely locked. If they bite someone, it could be bad. This is too dangerous. Can't we just kill them quickly? Jing Shu gulped down 2 bowls of milk made with milk powder, ate 7 or 8 slices of sandwiches, and slurred, "Don't worry, I'll keep them on the 2nd floor and will never let them out. Besides, once the snakes are well raised, they can guard the house and deter people." Jing Shu's mother forced a smile. This time, she didn't oppose her daughter's idea. Jing Shu's father, who was smoking, began to cough violently. He hesitated to speak, and finally just went out. Jing Shu's father was an honest man. He couldn't agree with his daughter's idea by lying with his eyes open, so he decided to turn a blind eye. As of today, the majority of Wu City's forces had all withdrawn to the safe zone. Hongshan Ecological Park was packed with over 100,000 people, making even basic needs like eating, drinking, and using the bathroom problematic. Luckily, as a shelter, its infrastructure was pretty good. There were public toilets outside the caves, and as long as there was no shortage of water, they could stay clean. But what was worrying was that the heavy rains continued, and the city center of Wu City was also flooded, with no signs of receding. Millions were displaced, unable to return home, and could only take refuge in the caves. In less than a day, everyone's phones ran out of battery, which further increased management difficulties. Hongshan Ecological Park temporarily set up free charging stations. The government even held an emergency meeting. All shelters have been packed with people, and we can hold on for a few days. But if the heavy rains continue and the city center remains flooded, what will we do? We can't stay in the shelters forever. The city center is submerged, and there are countless usable things inside. Without sunlight, we can't produce these devices for at least the next 5 years. What do we do? Dragging it out like this is no solution. So while the crowd gathered idly in the caves, the Wu City government issued emergency directives and policies. We have also measured the rainfall for the coming days. The maximum will only be up to that level. The chance of areas not being flooded later is low. The old district of Shishan, the development zone, and the northern outer ring don't seem to be at risk of flooding. Tomorrow, let's arrange the current 3 million people there. If the floods don't recede, let's designate the development zone as the new Wu City. There won't be enough houses, but one house can accommodate more than 10 people, including basements, underground garages, and warehouses where people can sleep. Specific arrangements will be made based on individual assets, with those who own houses in the city being given priority. Also, those who still owe mortgage payments will have their interests collected. Otherwise, they'll be assigned to live in shelters. Lastly, there are a lot of items in the city center that need to be moved out. After a few days, when the floodwaters recede a bit, we'll distribute some virtual currency and assign new salvage workers. Mobilize the power of the crowd. First, move out and continue using the items from their own homes. Second, collect all usable items into the reserve warehouse to minimize losses. We must prepare for the possibility that the floodwaters won't recede for a long time, arrange the crowd accordingly, salvage whatever losses can be salvaged, and distribute some grain to increase the crowd's morale. This disaster might not be that simple. By noon, the community's shelter representatives had already completed the statistics, and almost everyone knew about the relocation to new homes, discussing the matter extensively. Some were sad, some were happy, and some couldn't believe they'd be assigned 7 or 8 people into their own homes. Meanwhile, Jing Shu's high school classmates' group chat also went wild. "Everyone, I heard that our area will be allocated to live in the development zone. Where is everyone being assigned to? Maybe we can all be allocated to the same place and be together again." Mu Xiaoshuan. "I don't know if we're being allocated together, but I do know that back then Zhang Lingling vowed that if she cheated and deceived everyone, her family would be flooded by the floodwaters. Now not only has her family been submerged, but the entire Wu City is about to be flooded. Zhang Lingling, your vow from years ago has come true." When this topic came up, everyone in the group immediately recalled it. Yes. What was the vow that was made back then? Wang Chao. "Zhang Lingling, you still dare to say you didn't deceive everyone back then. Your vow has been fulfilled. Return the 60 virtual coins you stole from me." Big head. "And Zhang Lingling, stop pretending to be dead. You sounded so sweet before, but now whatever you say is different." Zhang Lingling indeed pretended to be dead. However, when someone mentioned going to the shelter to find her, she immediately responded, "Zhang Lingling, this flood is truly a natural disaster. You're blaming me? Although my house was flooded, it hasn't collapsed yet. If it collapses next year, then my vow will be fulfilled." Nima sang, "Ha! Who knows which house you're talking about?" Zhang Lingling. "Of course, I'm talking about where I lived back then. As long as the vow is fulfilled, I'll directly return the virtual coins to you all, okay? Doesn't that show my sincerity? The place where I lived must be the safest place. How could it have collapsed? It's impossible for it to be so coincidentally targeted. Flooded this year and then earthquake next year hitting exactly where I live? Mu Xiaoshuan. All right, I've taken a screenshot. Someone like you who deliberately cheats classmates for money won't have a good ending. Zhang Ling. I behave uprightly and sit properly. I'm not afraid of your slander. She must maintain her composure. Zhang Ling escaped another trap. Jing Shu smirked in the group chat. This is probably what they call those who commit numerous injustices will self-destruct. Immediately, the group began discussing where everyone had been allocated. This was the big event of the day. Among all the locations, the worst conditions and the least desired place was the old district of Shishan. It was dirty, chaotic, and cramped. The most popular place was the development zone, where there were new housing projects, and the area was spacious and sparsely populated. Mu Xiaoshuan. Our family has 2 houses in the city, so we were allocated to the largest community in the development zone, the banana community. I heard there's also a villa area there. Although it used to be very remote, it's now hard to get an allocation there. Not only is the area large, but the houses are also new. Yao Zixin. Isn't it Xiangjiao community? My family was also allocated there, but now it seems that 3 families share one house. I heard that before officially moving in, you can request to change houses or live with relatives and friends. Jing Shu covered her face. This was why she had always been reluctant to mention the community's name. Everyone had been calling it the banana community, turning it from elegant to rustic. Now everyone referred to it as banana community. Zhi Zihao. My family managed to secure a unit on the middle floor of banana community through connections. We have our own house, but we still have to pay virtual coins every month. Shilei. My family only has one house, and we were assigned to an independent garage in banana community. Sai. A family of 3 living in a 10 square meter garage. I just hope the floodwaters recede quickly so we can go home. Does anyone live in banana community? Can someone give us some tips on good locations? Yao Zixin. Jing Shu's family lives in banana community. Shi Lei. Jing Shu is lucky. It seems she doesn't have to arrange for others to live there. But it looks like many classmates are in banana community. Maybe once everyone is settled, we can have a gathering. This wasn't just lively, it was overcrowded. Zhang Ling. I'm so envious of you all. My family was assigned to the old district of Shishan where our house is about to be demolished. With this rain pouring down every day, I don't know if it will collapse. I heard they don't even have windows. Jing Shu's high school classmates group chat had about a dozen members assigned to banana community, with the rest nearby. Only a few were allocated to the old district and the northern outer ring road. Everyone was planning to hold a small swap meet, but deciding where to host it was another problem. Mu Xiaoshuan. At least find a place where it's not raining, preferably within banana community. Sumali. Oh no, are we having another swap meet? What a coincidence. My family also has a house in banana community. Make sure to invite me. Big Head. A rich tycoon appeared. Where exactly in banana community is your house? Sumali. A villa. Welcome everyone to come and play. Others. Wow, amazing. Worship the boss. Sweats 1. Such 2. Plar 186, Zhang Ling. I suggest we set the swap meet venue at Sumali's place. After all, her house is a villa with plenty of space, so she won't have to run around. Others. Good idea. Agreed. Sumali. All right. I didn't finish bringing things last time, but this time I don't have to run around. Everyone can bring their items to my house for trading, and I can host everyone for a meal. Sumali's words made many in attendance gulp. Wealthy tycoons like Sumali weren't just talk. Now, everyone had a new understanding of her lavishness. Before the apocalypse, inviting people for a meal required a bit of money. After the apocalypse, it was like handing out a wad of cash. Others. Great. Once everyone is settled, let's start the trading. Originally, there were expected to be about a dozen slots for the swap meet, but almost all classmates wanted to attend, showing just how attractive a meal could be. Sumali. Jing Shu, are you there? Where exactly in banana community is your home? I want to find you. There's something important I need to discuss." God knows those crazies had already come to Wu City. If not for the floodwaters delaying them, they would have headed straight to Jing Shu's home. Jing Shu. "My home is right next to yours." Jing Shu rolled her eyes and didn't want to speak. She had promised to distance herself from being a Mary Sue-like saint, but it seemed this life was bringing her closer to that image. Remembering a few things that happened to Sumali in her past life, Jing Shu shuddered. No, this is too scary." Sumali. "Jing Shu, you have to come to the swap meet day too. I'm waiting for you." Jing Shu. "Sumali, what else do you need? I'll go find it for you." Sumali. Sumali, what do you want to trade this time?" The classmates were highly enthusiastic about Sumali because, in everyone's eyes, Sumali was particularly easy to talk to and easily tricked, a naive spendthrift. Look, last time Jing Shu tricked Sumali's luxury car with a few herbs. This time everyone wanted to get something good from Sumali. Compared to the confusion about the future and the excitement about which district to move to in the high school classmates group chat, Cave 5 was filled with sorrow. Because today, after Wu Yui finished her investigation, she found out that many people had taken out loans to buy houses. This meant they had to either accept government-arranged housing or pay virtual coins every month to repay their mortgages. 1. Paying 10 virtual coins every month is really killing me. 2. What else can we do? I heard one house needs to accommodate 3 or 4 government officials. 3. Just be content. Compared to other houses, at least you have more than 10 people living together. Jing Shu's family's villa was also bought on loan. Now they had to repay 20 virtual coins every month. But for Jing Shu's family, it was just a drop in the bucket, so it didn't have much impact.